Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1484 to Chapter 1567. Kongwu roared. He had already broken through the shackles of the Sun-Moon Sword domain and approached Ling Xiao with the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of the Great Ping race. Behind them, the rest of the martial artists followed. Haha, you said the same thing so many times. Don't you find it boring? Ling Xiao put away the Sun-Moon Sword domain and activated the Radiant Sword domain. Of course, he activated the Radiant Sword domain not to attack, but to enhance it. Within the range of the Radiant Sword domain, all moves of the profound truths of light would be greatly enhanced. The Radiant Sword domain was not purely for attacking. Then, the moon behind Ling Xiao disappeared, leaving behind only a red sun. A Radiance Divine Sword hovered above his head. Radiance Divine Sword, Rising Sun Transformation. Suddenly, the sword exploded, and the terrifying light forced many martial artists to close their eyes. Then, the terrifying sword light fell into the crowd. 5 figures were hit at the same time. These 5 people were all 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Ling Xiao's strategy was to pick on the weaker ones first. Since the 1st and 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists had been killed, the weakest ones were the 23rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. It's not over yet. As the 5 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were killed, their bodies began to explode. The martial artists standing beside them were caught off guard. Their bodies were charred from head to toe, charred from head to toe, and charred from head to toe. Another 3 had died. This Ling Xiao is too treacherous. He deliberately avoided the strong to pick on the weaker ones. But can he still avoid them after he's done with them? Within the crowd, a martial artist from Divine Phoenix Academy said in a very unhappy manner. Hee, those so-called experts of yours have to be able to touch Ling Xiao. Otherwise, what's the use of them? This was the response of the Xianxia college disciple. No, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. I want to go home. There was a limit to a person's willpower. The martial artists next to them died one after another, and the weaker 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists immediately lost their will to fight. They were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. They should not die here. Oh, there were 7 people who tried to escape. In the end, everyone only saw a flash of white light and these 4 people all turned into corpses. It was the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf that killed them. Do you think it's that easy to kill and leave? Ling Xiao coldly looked at the corpses and disdainfully said, Today, none of you will leave. All of you will die. There are only 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists left. Ling Xiao muttered something and then his figure flashed, dodging the attacks from Kong Wu and the others. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the crowd. With a wave of the Divine Radiance sword in his hand, the remaining 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were beheaded by Ling Xiao like puppets. Next is the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao turned around and faced the 6 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists with a sinister smile. The 6 of them were originally standing at the back, but now that Ling Xiao had cut them to the back, they were directly facing Ling Xiao. When they saw Ling Xiao, they were so frightened that they lost the courage to fight. They sped up and tried to escape. How sad. If we fight to the death, at least we can die a little more heroically. Divine Radiance Sword, Ardent Sun Transformation. The power of the Divine Radiance Sword increased once again. The scarlet sun behind Ling Xiao burned even more fiercely. These 6 martial artists only saw the resplendent sunlight rushing toward them, and then they completely lost consciousness. 6 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists had died. Is he crazy? What cultivation level does Ling Xiao have? I can understand why he was chopping melons and vegetables. After all, a martial artist's strength is relatively weak. But facing 6 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, it's so easy. What the hell? Feng Yinshan felt his hands trembling. He originally thought that his cultivation level was completely above Ling Xiao's, so Ling Xiao was no threat to him. But today, he finally saw that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. This kind of talent was more terrifying than anyone else's. It was even more terrifying than Ji Lingyue and the demonic liquor sword. He was completely inhuman. What a pity. Why can't I use such a person? Feng Yinshan sighed helplessly. He's a wolf, not a dog. Crown Prince Xianxia, don't think too much about it. Perhaps we can cooperate temporarily, but it's impossible to make him listen to us. Beside him, Zhou shook his head. He was the most conflicted. Ling Xiao was a disciple of their Qingshu college. He should have felt honored and excited because of Ling Xiao. But because of Feng Yinshan, he chose to sit on the fence this time. In fact, this was a very unwise choice. But people had to make choices. He chose Feng Yinshan, not Ling Xiao. Whether it was right or wrong, it would be a long time before he knew. Ling Xiao. I'm going to kill you. The furious Kong Wu used a large amount of his origin energy domain to increase his speed. Only then did he get close to Ling Xiao. The long spear in his hand directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. At this moment, he was extremely angry. Ling Xiao had actually mercilessly killed the warriors of their two clans in front of him. This was intolerable. Don't worry. If you want to die, it'll be your turn later. It won't be long. Ling Xiao chuckled and his figure disappeared again. Shadow Step and Shadow Body were simply unfathomable. At the very least, Kong Wu couldn't do anything to him. Everyone watched as Ling Xiao disappeared and reappeared in an instant. They were almost numb. It should have only been half a month since Ling Xiao left the imperial capital this time, but he had already become so strong. Even 4th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were casually squashed to death like ants. No, they might not even be as good as ants because ants could still fight back. However, those people couldn't even fight back when facing Ling Xiao. Divine Radiance Sword, Violent Sun Change. Once again, the power of Ling Xiao's divine sword increased. When dealing with stronger opponents, the power naturally had to constantly increase. Otherwise, it would be a joke if he couldn't kill them. Kill. The 5th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors collectively resisted. However, it was useless. Their resistance was at most the same as ants overestimating their own strength. The terrifying sword light swept across and the 5 corpses emitted a charred smell. 5th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, 5, die. This guy really didn't treat Grotto Heaven Realm warriors as humans. He was completely engrossed in killing. The moment he killed the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, Ling Xiao's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He avoided Kong Wu's pursuit once again. What astonishing speed, it's just like light. What do you mean just like light? I think it's just light. Is it an illusion? His body has completely turned into a ray of light. Is this something a human can do? All the warriors were astonished, including the Yinyang realm experts. Although they were stronger than Ling Xiao, they had never seen such a movement technique. His body had completely turned into a ray of light, completely ignoring the resistance of the air. This guy, I'm afraid even my speed is inferior to his. Peng Nanchan's expression was extremely ugly. Peng Nantian was a Yinyang realm first-level expert and a member of the rock race. His speed had always been his pride. However, when he saw Ling Xiao today, he suddenly felt a strong sense of decadence. He was actually surpassed by a young man who wasn't even in the Yinyang realm. How embarrassing. Die. When Ling Xiao appeared again, 2 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were already waiting there. They didn't want to sit around and wait for death, so they wanted to take the initiative to kill Ling Xiao. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to severely injure Ling Xiao. This way, they could create opportunities for other martial artists. Interesting. Dark Sword Domain. Dark Demon Sword, Soul Extinguisher. In an instant, Ling Xiao activated both the Light Sword Domain and Dark Sword Domain at the same time. Then, the Dark Demon Sword appeared in his left hand. Ling Xiao was already very proficient in dual wielding when he was in the martial vein realm. Using 2 hands to unleash 2 different moves without interfering with each other. Even in the entire profound world, such a feat was extremely rare. However, Ling Xiao was able to do it. The light and shadow powers in his body were activated at the same time. The divine light sword in his right hand released a dazzling light and slashed at one of them. The dark demon sword in his left hand was low-key and emitted a ferocious aura as it slashed at the other person. This guy is really an incredible monster. The wine demon sword couldn't help but sigh. Wielding 2 swords was nothing strange. Many people could do it. However, wielding two swords had two completely different attributes and two completely different moves. Not only would there be no conflict between them, but they would also be able to unleash greater power. This was something that only a few monstrous geniuses could do. It seems that he will be able to break through to the Yin-Yang realm soon and surpass me. The Wine Demon Sword was very excited. Back then, he chose Ling Xiao because he hoped that Ling Xiao could help him save Ji Lingyue. However, at that time, it was just a gamble. He wasn't sure if it would succeed. It was only now that he understood that his choice was correct. The Demon Sword of Darkness and the Divine Sword of Light struck out together. Two 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists that tried to kill Ling Xiao were killed on the spot. However, things were not over yet. The remaining 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had originally rushed over because he felt that even if his comrade couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he would still be able to severely wound him. In that case, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, he never expected that he would be sending himself to his death by rushing over. Crack, the crisp sound of something being bitten off rang out. The last remaining 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had his waist bitten off by something. At that moment, he hadn't died yet. He looked behind him in horror. In his shadow, there was a strange thing. Void Shadow Crocodile, Ling Xiao didn't forget about the sneak attack. At this point, all three 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists had been killed. There were 95 people just now, but now there were only 6 left. 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, 2 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and 2 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. At this moment, Kongwu didn't pursue Ling Xiao. He stared blankly at the corpses on the ground, not daring to believe his eyes. 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, they were the backbone of their race, absolutely formidable fighting strength. Yet, they had been so easily killed by Ling Xiao. Kongwu had said before that they were not puppets and that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to cut them down like grass. But now, the reality before him was something he could never have imagined. From the start of the battle until now, Ling Xiao had been slaughtering them like he was cutting grass. The 1000 Heaven Realm martial artists didn't need to be mentioned for the time being. After all, their cultivation was too low, so it was understandable that they were easily killed. But the remaining 100 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were still chopped up like vegetables in front of Ling Xiao. They were all killed in a single move. These people didn't even manage to touch the hem of Ling Xiao's clothes until they died. The spectators and Yin-Yang realm experts found this scene unbelievable and incomprehensible. They had imagined many scenarios. For example, Ling Xiao being abused and suffering the consequences of his own actions. For example, Ling Xiao killing several enemies with great difficulty only to be surrounded and killed in the end. For example, Ling Xiao being unable to defeat his opponents and being forced to flee in the end. The only thing they hadn't imagined was this situation. They felt like they were dreaming. Haha, there are still 6 people left. Do you still have any doubts about my words? Ling Xiao asked Kongwu with a chuckle. I don't believe that you haven't exhausted yourself at all. Now, your good luck will come to an end. Kongwu coldly said. That's right. It seems that your cultivation is around the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm, so it's easy for you to kill martial artists below the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm. But against the 6 of us, you have no chance of victory. The 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of the Great Ping race harshly shouted. TSK, you said this when there were only 95 of you left, and you're still saying it now. It seems that in order to make you realize the cruelty of reality, I really have to kill all of you. Ling Xiao's voice was still confident and arrogant, as if the 6 people in front of him were nothing special. However, the spectators were beginning to worry for him. The remaining 6 are all stronger than him. He relied on his speed to avoid these people. How will he deal with them now? I'm also puzzled. Unless he chooses to flee, it's very difficult for him to win against these 6 people. That's right. After all, there are still 2 elder-level martial artists there. If Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, all his previous efforts will be in vain. You can't say that. In any case, Ling Xiao's strength is obvious to all. He single-handedly killed more than 1,000 martial artists of the Peacock race and the Great Ping race to only 6. That's right. His arrogance and domineering aura are not false bravado. He really possesses terrifying strength. Maybe, I'm just saying maybe. Today, we're going to see a scene that we'll never forget. Will Ling Xiao perform a miracle that has never happened in the history of the mystic world? At this time, whether it was those who supported Ling Xiao, those who doubted Ling Xiao, or even those who opposed Ling Xiao, they were all very nervous. Because at this moment, no matter how far Ling Xiao persevered, he had actually created an unprecedented record. Every time he killed someone, he would break his own record. What a pity. He's obviously the most outstanding student in the history of Xianxia College, but no one from Xianxia College stepped forward to protect him. It's so sad. Who said no one? I, Feng Qingyan, the Vice Dean of Xianxia College, will defend our Xianxia College's disciple, Ling Xiao, to the death today. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from afar. Feng Qingyan looked a little embarrassed and angry, but his eyes were filled with determination. His body was stained with blood, and he seemed to be injured. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao. I'm late. Some people don't want me to help you, but I'm not an ungrateful person. Back then, you saved my life in the northern region. I'm willing to die in battle to repay your kindness. Feng Qingyan floated in the air and said loudly. Sigh, those trash. Why couldn't they stop him? In the crowd, Zhou Yun sighed. If we can't stop him, then let's forget about it. Perhaps this is an opportunity. This time, I'm afraid we've completely disappointed Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Uncle Qingyan was able to make Ling Xiao have a good impression of us. Feng Yinshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before coming here, he had arranged everything. The only thing he didn't expect was that Ling Xiao would have so many Yin-Yang realm experts helping him. He also didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. He had miscalculated, this vicious wolf could have been used by him. Vice Principal, is Lianer alright? Ling Xiao asked. She's also under house arrest, but she's fine. Feng Qingyan replied. That's good. You seem to have experienced a bitter battle. Go over there and help me guard it. I'm afraid that if these people want to escape, they might not be able to stop them. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Are you sure you can do it alone? Feng Qingyan asked worriedly. Don't worry. If I say I can, then I can. Ling Xiao had a smile on his face the entire time. He knew very well who treated him well and who didn't. Even if Feng Qingyan didn't come here today, he could understand that something must have happened to him. Alright then. Feng Qingyan touched his chest. He had indeed been injured by Feng Yinshan's subordinates. That nether restriction was even more terrifying than he had imagined. We absolutely can't let him defeat us one by one. We have to truly work together. Kongwu looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly said. Although they had besieged Ling Xiao previously, it was simply a swarm of bees. In reality, they couldn't form much of a comprehensive combat strength. That's right. The 6 of us can't be separated anymore. The elder of the rock race also said. Since that's the case, I'll take the front and you take the rear. The 2 of us will protect the front and the back. Don't give Ling Xiao any chance to launch a sneak attack. Kongwu began to assign positions. You 2 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists will guard the flanks. 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists will assist the 2 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists in the center. In this way, every position will have the strongest combat power, and it will be absolutely impregnable. Ling Xiao will have no way to do anything. No problem. The 6 of them quickly formed a battle formation. Remember, go all out and don't hold back. That guy is a real monster. If you don't kill him today, not only will you not be able to take revenge, you will also cause endless harm. I believe you don't want to see your family killed by this vicious guy, right? It had to be said that Kongwu really had some leadership skills. When he said this, the martial artists' fighting spirit soared, and their killing intent soared to the sky. The 17-year-old Ling Xiao was already so terrifying. If he was given another year or 2, no one in the entire Divine Phoenix continent would be able to suppress him. If they didn't kill this kid now, it would be even harder to kill him in the future. This was the current situation. After saying this, Kongwu completely entered beast mode. The peacock race's bloodline allowed him to be faster and stronger. Moreover, the strange light he possessed could also cause Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. This person specialized in bloodline and didn't have a martial soul, but such a person was actually even more terrifying. Martial artists were most afraid of specialized bloodlines, especially at this stage. The elder of the rock race also didn't have a martial soul. He also entered beast mode. The speed of the rock race was displayed to the extreme, and his cold eagle eyes revealed an intense killing intent. The other 4 martial artists also ignited their bloodlines and entered beast mode. In an instant, the 6 human-looking martial artists became 6 terrifying beasts. And they were beasts with brains. This made them even more difficult to deal with. The power of the bloodline after complete shapeshifting feels really powerful. Will Ling Xiao really be a match for them? The surrounding crowd began to worry again. After all, a martial artist's fighting strength would increase greatly after complete beast mode. Ling Xiao looked at the 6 people with an indifferent smile on his face, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Your battle formation is indeed not bad. There is no weakness in it. He looked at the 6 people in front of him and said with a smile, but, can this really stop my slaughter? Since I can't find a soft persimmon to pinch, then let's face it head on. Kong Wu, I originally wanted to leave you for last, but since you want to die, I'll start with you. He didn't intend to look for flaws, but to face the strongest, Kong Wu, head on. If he could kill Kong Wu, then the battle formation would collapse on its own, and even the 8th and 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would instantly lose their will to fight. But was Kong Wu really so easy to deal with? Was Ling Xiao's choice really right? Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't answer their questions. His left eye opened. Sword Spirit's Eye, Destruction Sword, Slaughter Sword, Fusion, Destruction Sword of Light, Darkness Sword of Slaughter. They were still 2 swords, but after fusing the Destruction Sword intent and the Slaughter Sword intent, their power was completely different. Can you unseal my demon sword, Yigushen? And my ancient hell dragon, Dragon Slayer? Once, the human monarch's power helped Ling Xiao seal the chaotic power, mainly because he was worried that Ling Xiao's cultivation would be too complicated, and in the end, it wouldn't make up for the loss, and he wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the Mountain River martial soul. But today, the situation was different from the past. Ling Xiao's strength had become stronger. Moreover, he was only releasing Yigushen and Dragon Slayer as martial souls to increase the power of the Slaughter Sword and Destruction Sword. The last bit of the human monarch's power in his body couldn't stop Ling Xiao from unsealing these powers. Behind Ling Xiao, a black demon dragon appeared in the red sun and let out a shocking roar. It was the ancient hell dragon, Dragon Slayer. In the dark shadow, a demon sword quietly appeared and then turned into a human figure. It was a cold man in a black robe. It was the king of the demon swords, Yigushen. Of course, Ling Xiao knew how strong his opponent was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have unsealed these 2 martial souls. The remaining 6 people must die, otherwise, it wouldn't have the effect of deterrence. What martial soul is that? Does Ling Xiao also have the rare twin martial souls? Who knows? Ling Xiao has never released his martial soul in battle before. I feel that it's very strong. Isn't that nonsense? Would he use it if it wasn't strong? Everyone stared behind Ling Xiao. A huge black and red dragon was hovering there, its huge head staring at the 6 enemies. As for the black figure, it had completely disappeared into the darkness and was almost invisible. Yigushen's black figure had already disappeared. But just because he couldn't be seen didn't mean he didn't exist. Perhaps he was the most dangerous one. Kill! Kong Wu roared as he pounced at Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's body had undergone some changes, he had no choice but to release the arrow. As a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert, he was the strongest person here. If he was afraid and didn't fight, the others would certainly lose their fighting spirit. The 6 warriors charged at Ling Xiao in a battle formation, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to defeat them one by one. At the same time, the 7 colored feathers on Kong Wu's peacock tail released 7 strange lights. After that, the light enveloped the entire space, enveloping Ling Xiao and the 6 people who were fighting within it. Strange light domain. Legend had it that very few warriors of the peacock race could activate this strange light domain. This type of domain could render the opponent's eye techniques completely ineffective. It could ignore any light effects and prevent the eyes from being stimulated. Of course, the most frightening thing was that it would constantly absorb the opponent's domain origin energy, strengthening itself while wearing down the opponent. It could be said that this Grotto Heaven domain was simply cheating. Ling Xiao stared at Kong Wu, knowing that he had to eliminate this guy first. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to endure staying in this strange light domain for too long. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. It wasn't hatred, but calmness. Facing these 6 experts, he had to be calm enough to achieve the final victory. Opening his Taiji eye, he locked onto Kong Wu's every move. He wanted to find the biggest flaw in this person's attack. Kong Wu's speed wasn't fast because he had to coordinate with the battle formation. But within the strange light domain, he could move so close yet so far. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Moreover, the strange light domain had merged the 6 people's auras into one. Even while moving, the battle formation wouldn't be disrupted. Of course, speed wasn't the key. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat Kong Wu, he couldn't rely on dodging alone. Therefore, even if Kong Wu was as slow as a snail, he still had to face him head-on. At this moment, Kong Wu's aura was the strongest. When he moved, the sound of rolling flames could be heard. Scarlet flames ignited on his body. The peacock bloodline is indeed extraordinary. The crowd below exclaimed in surprise. Because even standing outside the strange light domain, they could feel the scorching and oppressive aura, making it difficult for them to breathe. He believed that Ling Xiao, who was trapped in the strange light domain, would definitely feel even worse. But they were wrong. Facing Kong Wu's aura, not only did Ling Xiao not feel the slightest pressure, but he even sneered. He had already unsealed the ancient infernal dragon soul. The hell dragon flame was even more terrifying than the holy flame. Would Ling Xiao be afraid of Kong Wu's flames? Moreover, he had long been accustomed to the high temperature of the power of light. How could he be afraid of such a high temperature? He was currently considering how he could defeat Kong Wu in a direct confrontation. The Tyrant martial spirit would definitely not be used. At the very least, it would not be fully released. There was no need to deal with someone like Kong Wu. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. Although he couldn't completely crush a 9th Grotto Heaven realm expert with his current fighting strength, he would definitely win. Since it was his trump card, he naturally had to use it at the most critical moment. He still used the Sword of Light of Destruction and the Sword of Darkness of Massacre. But this time, the 2 swords had souls. The Sword of Light of Destruction had fused with the soul of the ancient Hell Dragon. The Sword of Darkness had fused with the martial soul of the Demon Sword's master, Yi Guxin. Their power had increased by more than a little. Bloom, Light of Destruction, Hellfire. The Sword of Light of Destruction in his right hand was dazzling. It absorbed the scarlet sun's light in the sky, turning it into an even more intense and terrifying aura. Even through the strange light domain, the crowd could still feel the terror of this sword, as if it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's sword technique was so terrifying that even the scarlet sun couldn't compare to it. The Sword of Darkness on his left and right became gloomier, as if it was a terrifying shadow hiding in the darkness. It also seemed like a terrifying giant beast lurking behind the scarlet sun. The sword wasn't as dazzling as the right hand, but the terrifying murderous intent made everyone tremble in fear. His dual swords are even more terrifying than before. What is his limit? The crowd looked at this scene in surprise. From the beginning of the battle, the power of Ling Xiao's sword technique had been constantly increasing. Every time they thought that this was Ling Xiao's limit, Ling Xiao's sword would explode with another terrifying increase, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand was no longer a simple weapon. It was as if it had turned into his closest comrade in arms and the most powerful partner. This was really a rather strange thing. Tai Chi rotates and the dual swords strike out together, destroying and killing. It's terrifying. If it enters yin and yang, who can compete with the divine phoenix? The demonic liquor sword clicked his tongue and sighed. He was also a swordsman, so he naturally knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's dual swords were. The 2 swords had completely different sword intents, completely different moves, and even completely different fields of origin energy. What was even more terrifying was that they contained different martial souls. In the entire mystic world, there was probably no one who could do such a thing. Perhaps there were people in the Immortal Court continent and the Hell continent who could do it, but they were very rare. Once Ling Xiao truly stepped into the Yin-Yang realm, even if it was only the first level, with his terrifying sword technique, it wasn't impossible for him to surpass all the martial artists in the Divine Phoenix continent. Of course, Kong Wu also knew how powerful Ling Xiao's dual swords were, but he absolutely couldn't retreat. If he retreated now, he would be in an even worse state. Because his strength had accumulated to the limit, his aura had also expanded to the limit. Once he chose to retreat, everything would collapse. Without Ling Xiao attacking, he would play himself to death. Kill! Kong Wu let out a shocking roar. His aura exploded, and the space around him became distorted. This roar was to embolden himself and also to make up his mind to attack. The long spear in his hand pressed forward with an indomitable aura and great power. Spear of Strange Light. The spear in Kong Wu's hand continued to condense the light released by the strange light domain. It even absorbed the domain origin energy from Ling Xiao's body. It was almost transparent. However, no one dared to underestimate the power of the spear. Kill! Ling Xiao spat out the same cold voice. The sword of light of destruction in his right hand pierced out with an unstoppable force. At that moment, cracks appeared in the space, and cracks also appeared in the domain of light. It was like an eggshell that kept cracking. Boom! Finally, the sword and spear collided in the void. Strange light and flames began to surge. Sword and spear collided. The entire battlefield trembled. Ling Xiao's body actually took half a step back. Kong Wu is indeed a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Those trash can't compare to him. Ling Xiao is out of luck this time. A voice from the crowd seemed to have been suppressed for a long time before finally shouting. After seeing Ling Xiao slaughter the peacock and rock race martial artists, those who were unhappy with Ling Xiao naturally wanted to see him suffer. However, perhaps they were celebrating a little too early. Half a step back was just Ling Xiao retreating to advance. The sword of light annihilation in his right hand continued to pressure, while the dark massacre sword in his left hand suddenly thrust upward, aiming for Kong Wu's vitals. The dark demon sword was soundless and had no resplendent light, but it had terrifying lethality. The sword was too fast. Kong Wu's arm was cut off by the sword, blood splattering everywhere. This was because Kong Wu had sensed the dark slaughter sword coming at him at the critical moment. Otherwise, his body would have been cleaved into two halves by the sword. Peacock of Light. Facing a serious threat to his life, Kong Wu withdrew the light domain, and a huge peacock of light took shape. It pounced at Ling Xiao, trying to force Ling Xiao back and create an opportunity for itself. Oh? A new move? But it's meaningless. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw the peacock pouncing towards him. Not only did he not retreat, but he also threw the sword of light obliteration in his right hand. A clear dragon roar sounded. In that instant, the entire world was filled with an evil and terrifying aura. The ancient hell dragon had successfully transformed with the help of the sword of light annihilation. Ancient hell dragon. That's the ancient hell dragon. So Ling Xiao's martial soul is one of the 9 ancient hell dragon souls, the hell dragon soul. Many people were guessing what Ling Xiao's martial soul was. But even now, they had yet to obtain an accurate answer. When the ancient hell dragon's huge body pounced towards the peacock of light, they suddenly understood. Ling Xiao actually possessed such a terrifying martial soul. Unfortunately, no one knew that this was just a small dragon in the Sky Tyrant universe. Ling Xiao's true martial soul was the Tyrant martial soul, which was much stronger than the ancient infernal dragon soul. Boom! The ancient hell dragon and the rainbow peacock collided in the sky. Blazing flames shot out. It was as if the sun had exploded in the sky. Destroy! Ling Xiao uttered coldly. Then, the huge peacock began to fall apart. After all, the mutant peacock was formed from energy. Although it was powerful, it didn't have its own soul or will. Naturally, it couldn't fight against the ancient hell dragon. Not good, retreat first. When Kong Wu saw the multicolored peacock being destroyed, he felt a strong sense of apprehension toward Ling Xiao. At this moment, he no longer had his previous confidence and bravery. Facing Ling Xiao, he only felt fear and unease. Can you make it in time? Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. The ancient hell dragon opened its huge mouth and charged at Kong Wu with an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, Kong Wu didn't think too much. He endured the pain of losing an arm and grabbed at the ancient hell dragon with his huge peacock claws. He almost used all his strength. Bang! Another loud sound. Kong Wu temporarily blocked the dragon slayer's attack and continued to retreat with the help of the recoil. However, the battle formation made him lose his composure, and he fell into the arms of the two 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Run! Kong Wu didn't have time to think and screamed desperately. He could feel that danger was still tightly entangling him like maggots in his bones. He had no intention of retreating at all. Why are you running? Didn't you say that I'm avoiding you because I'm afraid of you? At some point, Ling Zhao's figure had appeared near Kong Wu. The 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists on both sides tried to rescue Kong Wu. However, they were swept away by the ancient hell dragon's huge tail and could not get close. In Ling Zhao's hand, the dark massacre sword was eerie and terrifying, exuding an icy killing intent. It's over. It looks like Kong Wu won't be able to dodge this sword. Many people felt a sense of powerlessness. A 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao. Although his performance was much better than the other martial artists, he was still battered and exhausted. Ling Xiao said that he didn't fear anyone except Yinyang Realm martial artists. Many people originally thought that this was an exaggeration and overestimating his own strength. But now, seeing how Ling Xiao was bullying Kong Wu, they knew that Ling Xiao's words were not nonsense. Die. Kong Wu, use your blood to pay tribute to my hatred. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed down. It was a very ordinary stab. There was no technique used. However, no one was able to stop this sword. At this time, the closest ones to Kong Wu were the two 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. But, they were actually intimidated by Ling Zhao's terrifying slaughter sword intent. Their bodies trembled and they couldn't even attack. Much less protect Kong Wu. With me here, you can't kill him. Suddenly, a light flashed and the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of the Great Rock Race moved. The Great Rock Race's speed was fast. In an instant, he was between Ling Xiao and Kong Wu. Then, his gleaming claws swiped at Ling Xiao. Light shadow, escape. Ling Xiao chuckled. He completely ignored the Great Rock Race Elder's attack and his figure suddenly disappeared. Then, to everyone's surprise, they saw a black and white light pierce through Kong Wu's chest. When they tried to capture this light again, they discovered that Ling Zhao's figure had already appeared below. Kong Wu's body had been directly penetrated and his vitality was rapidly draining away. No. Impossible. Kong Wu was unwilling to believe this was true. However, he looked down at his body and saw that his vital parts had been completely penetrated. Moreover, the terrifying sword qi was wreaking havoc in his body. It was so painful that he wanted to cry out. Why is this happening? What is your cultivation level? Kong Wu could no longer turn his head because he had no strength left. Being able to speak was already his limit. The peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was nothing to hide. Many people had probably already guessed it. I don't believe it. This is impossible. How could I be killed by a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Whether he believed it or not, the truth was already so. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. At this moment, 2 more screams were heard. It turned out that the two 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were stunned by Kong Wu's death. The Dragon Slayer took the opportunity to open his bloody mouth and swallow the 2 of them. In an instant, the 2 of them lost all signs of life. There are still 3 people left. Your battle formation doesn't seem as powerful as I imagined. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 3 martial artists and revealed a mocking smile. Of the remaining 3, one was a great Peng Elder at the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. The other 2 were 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, one from the Peacock race and one from the Great Peng race. I'll kill you. When the Peacock clan martial artist saw Kong Wu killed, he reckoned that there must be some special relationship between them. That was why he recklessly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Don't. The Great Peng race elder tried to stop him, but he was a step too late. Ling Xiao watched as the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm expert charged at him. In the past, such an expert would have been able to easily crush him. But today, such a martial artist was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Impulsiveness will get you killed. Ling Xiao had not moved from start to finish. But when the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was 3 or 4 meters away, his upper body was separated from his lower body. The crimson blood was a ghastly sight. When I was fighting just now, you should have been watching. Why didn't you know to be on guard? Ling Xiao had used the Void Shadow Crocodile more than once in this battle, and he had succeeded each time. It wasn't that his opponents couldn't sense it, but that they simply didn't have the time or energy to notice the Void Shadow Crocodile's sneak attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were fixed on that moment, unable to move. In a few short moments, 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, 1 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist Kong Wu had all been killed. They had died so easily that many people felt like their eyes were playing tricks on them. From the beginning to the end, these 6 so-called strongest Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists hadn't even touched Ling Xiao's clothes and had died so easily. Devil. This fellow is a devil. There's no way we can defeat him. The great Ping Race 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist cried out as he fled into the distance. His remaining fighting spirit had been completely worn away. He no longer had the courage to face Ling Xiao. All he wanted to do now was run. Although he still had a great Ping Race elder at his side, a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert, he had no confidence. Kong Wu had been killed, so what was the point of having a great Ping Race elder at the same cultivation level as Kong Wu? In the end, I still have to escape? Isn't that the most cowardly idea? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he casually waved his right hand. A shadow all shot out at an extremely fast speed. Pucci, the Great Rock Race's 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, was like a bird that had been shot to death, quickly falling to the ground. He shouldn't have died so easily. However, because he had fled and left his back exposed to Ling Xiao, it had become extremely easy for Ling Xiao to kill him. Kill yourself. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the rock warrior who was running away. Instead, he looked at the rock elder and said, "I'll give you a chance. Die with dignity." These words sounded familiar because they were exactly what the Ice Phoenix ancestor had said to the Moon Maiden. Now that Ling Xiao said it, it sounded a little ironic. This Ling Xiao is really ruthless. However, that great Ping Race elder is at the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm after all. He shouldn't choose to commit suicide, right? Of course not. If he takes a gamble, he might still have a chance. However, the slap to the face came too quickly. After an intense mental struggle, the great Ping Race elder's gaze fell on the corpses of Kong Wu and the others. Not a single one of those corpses was intact. Alright, I'll kill myself. I just want to leave my corpse intact. What? He actually agreed? How cowardly is he? You can't blame him. They couldn't kill Ling Xiao even though they had the advantage in numbers. Now that he's the only one left, it's even more impossible. Rather than die without an intact corpse, he might as well die with dignity. Sigh, thinking about it carefully, that's really the case. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. However, even though this was the case, the outcome still shocked countless people. Ling Xiao, let him go. I, Peng Nantian, swear that from now on, I will never be your enemy. If I violate this oath, I will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Let my great Ping race be exterminated. Peng Nantian's voice sounded. He sounded a little desolate and helpless. He was really helpless after being forced to this extent by Ling Xiao. He wanted to help, but he was stopped by the demonic liquor sword. He could only watch as his clansmen were killed by Ling Xiao. Didn't he hate him? That was impossible. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. However, what was the use of hating him? He couldn't let the great Peng race go extinct. Moreover, the person who was forced to commit suicide by Ling Xiao was his younger brother. Peng Nantian, you coward. Ancestor Ice Phoenix cursed angrily. A coward is a coward. Those who are killed are not your people. Of course, you won't feel sorry for them. Peng Nantian roared. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. Peng Nantian really dared to make a vicious oath. For the sake of the entire race, he was willing to go all out. Should he let them go? But this was far from enough. He looked at Peng Nantian and said, just not being enemies with me is not enough. I want your great Peng race to submit to my heavenly empire. From now on, you will be slaves forever. You're going too far. Peng Nantian roared. Going too far? Becoming a slave of the heavenly empire is better than dying. Do you really plan to let the great Peng race on the divine Phoenix continent be exterminated? Ling Xiao said indifferently, if you were me, what would you do? Actually, there was no need to answer this question. Peng Nantian's method would definitely be even crueler than Ling Xiao's. He would not give Ling Xiao any chance to live. Even if he swore a vicious oath, it would be useless. In the end, Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who treated human lives like grass. However, he would not easily forgive the great Peng race. Letting the great Peng race become the slaves of the heavenly empire, and forever, this was the best choice. Not only would it strengthen the heavenly empire, but it would also save a lot of effort. Of course, whether Peng Nantian would agree or not was another matter. This, I can't make the decision. I have to go back and discuss it with the upper echelons of the race. Peng Nantian hesitated. Don't play tricks with me. Your great Peng race has always been under the control of the patriarch. Since you're unwilling, then don't blame me. I won't leave a single one of the great Peng race and the peacock race alive. I'll kill them all. Ling Xiao's words carried a tone that left no room for discussion. Brother, just agree. You've seen this guy's strength. Moreover, he has so many Yinyang realm martial artists helping him. If you don't agree, our great Peng race will definitely be exterminated. The elder of the great Peng race did not want to die. Therefore, at this time, he began to persuade his elder brother. The great Peng race is really a bunch of trash. I believe that if Kong Ran was still alive, he would definitely not let the peacock race succumb to Ling Xiao's despotic power. Ancestor Ice Phoenix said coldly. But he's already dead. Peng Nantian touched his chest. That was where the Moon Maiden had injured him. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he finally took out the patriarch's keepsake of the great Peng race and swore to the heavens. They really had to become slaves. Of the more than 1,000 cultivators from the Peacock race and Great Rock race, only a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm Elder from the Great Rock race remained. And under Ling Xiao's coercion, the Great Rock race's patriarch, Peng Nantian, had actually chosen to use the patriarch's token to swear eternal servitude. Swearing an oath in the mystic world was not like some other places where one could treat it lightly. Here, an oath represented the power of laws. Since one swore an oath, breaking the oath would inevitably result in punishment. Peng Nantian's so-called punishment was that the heavens and earth would destroy the Great Rock race. This could be said to be an extremely heavy oath. No matter how much time passed, the Great Rock race would definitely not betray Ling Xiao. Because no one could bear such a terrifying oath. Such an outcome was incomparably shocking to everyone. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would be able to eliminate more than 1,000 people with his own strength, and even make the high and mighty Great Rock race's patriarch, Peng Nantian, admit defeat. This guy was really too terrifying. 1,000 Heaven Realm experts, 100 Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses, and the Peacock race and Great Rock race joining forces. No matter where this kind of lineup was placed, as long as they did not encounter a Yinyang realm cultivator, they could easily destroy any country. But today, Ling Xiao made them collapse in front of everyone, completely collapsing. He wanted to tell everyone that if anyone dared to kill his family and friends, then their final outcome was either death or becoming a slave. Moreover, becoming a slave depended on whether or not you had the qualifications. The Great Rock race was a force that could not be ignored. Ling Xiao could accept them as slaves. This could increase the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's fighting strength. If it was any other small sect, Ling Xiao would probably not even bat an eyelid and directly annihilate them. Peng Nantian and Peng Nanyun stood behind Ling Xiao like frosted eggplants. Ling Xiao stood proudly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His ink-black eyes were cold and ruthless. His infamy had been around for a long time, but in the past, many people only thought of him as a monster who could destroy experts of his generation at any time. But today, people suddenly discovered that Ling Zhao's strength was absolutely not limited to his peers. Even in the face of stronger opponents, he was still a terrifying nightmare. He could smile happily at you, but he could also mercilessly turn himself into an emotionless killing god. Next target, the peacock race. Ling Xiao looked at Ping Nantian and Ping Nanyun and said, "Since you've sworn to be my slaves, then your first mission is to destroy the peacock race. Of course, if they can elect a new patriarch and swear loyalty to me, then I won't kill them." Peng Nantian and Peng Nanyun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In fact, they should have thought of such a mission long ago. However, when they were really assigned by Ling Xiao, they felt very uncomfortable. "You're not willing?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "I don't dare. This servant will do it right away." Of course, Peng Nantian didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao, not because he kept his promise, but because he was afraid of God's punishment. He wanted to persuade the peacock race to submit to Ling Xiao like them. In this way, they could smoothly complete the mission without using weapons. "Ling Xiao, don't go too far. This divine phoenix empire is not your celestial empire. You can't do whatever you want." Ancestor Ice Phoenix was really angry and shouted angrily. "That's right, the divine phoenix empire is not my celestial empire, but it will soon become a part of the celestial empire." Ling Zhao's cold voice was filled with strong confidence. "What do you mean?" Ancestor Ice Phoenix asked in shock. "You'll know what I mean soon." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Naturally, he wouldn't announce his plan. He was staying in the divine phoenix empire now, on one hand, to take revenge, and on the other hand, to restrain these experts. "Are we still fighting?" Ji Ruolong looked at Ancestor Ice Phoenix and asked with a frown. "Are we fighting?" Ancestor Ice Phoenix looked at Dan Yunsheng. Dan Yunsheng's expression wasn't very good. He originally planned to kill Ling Xiao when the Moon Maiden was in a daze after Ling Xiao was killed. But now, not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but he had also displayed his invincible might. If they fought now, the ones with low morale wouldn't be the other side, but the cultivators on their side. What to do? He didn't know what to do. The current situation was simply terrible. Kill. However, just as he was feeling annoyed, the enemy opposite him gave the order. They knew that the morale on their side was low, and the Moon Maiden naturally knew this too. So they didn't attack now? When would they attack, if Ling Zhao's killing of the peacock race and rock race cultivators could be said to be tragic? Then the battle between Yin Yang realm experts would definitely be shocking and terrifying. No one in the Divine Phoenix Empire would forget this terrifying day. It was as if doomsday had arrived in the sky above the killing dragon forest. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the Righteous Alliance Lord was killed, the Water God Hall Emissary was killed, the Dark God Hall Assassin was killed, the Ice Phoenix Ancestor was killed, and Dan Yunxing was killed. Feng Mingxiao, Raven Queen, to be inconsolable, Ji Ruolong, and the Yin Yang Demon King were injured and fled. On the other side, Ancestor Lasting Joy, Zhu Tianlin, and Feng Qingyan were also heavily injured. Hong Qi, the Wine Demon Sword, and the Moon Maiden were all injured to varying degrees. But the problem was that during the battle, Ling Xiao had laid down the Heaven Reversal Formation, allowing the cultivators on their side to constantly recover from their injuries. In addition, he had generously provided so many pills. As a result, even though they were outnumbered, not a single person had died. Of course, the key reason was that the Wine Demon Sword and the Moon Maiden were simply too strong. Those Yin Yang realm experts that had basically been killed by the two of them. This terrifying battle had finally come to an end. The terrified cultivators of the capital finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Peng Nantian also brought good news. After Peng Nanchan's cruel massacre, the remaining forces of the Peacock clan finally elected a new clan leader. Furthermore, they swore an oath to be loyal to Ling Xiao, to the Heavenly Empire, and to be eternal slaves. At this point, the two great clans of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Rock Clan and the Peacock Clan, were basically finished. If they had been slaughtered, their descendants might still have a chance to take revenge. But if they swore loyalty, they wouldn't even have a chance to take revenge. Ling Zhao's solemn face finally revealed a smile. Then, he thanked the Wine Demon Sword, Zhu Tianlin, and the others one by one. Furthermore, he gave them healing pills to let them recover first. Finally, he walked to the Moon Maiden's side and personally treated his woman's injuries. "Little man, you've finally become more reliable. Perhaps it won't be long before I really have to rely on your protection." The Moon Maiden's words of love were filled with incomparable sweetness and warmth. Many people who heard it couldn't help but feel jealous. It was only in front of Ling Xiao that the noble and cold Moon Maiden would act like a little woman. To her, Ling Xiao was her everything. And when she realized that in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was also so important, she was naturally moved. "It's far from enough. If it wasn't for you powerhouses, I wouldn't have been able to do anything." Ling Xiao was telling the truth. Even though he was already at the peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven realm, without the protection of the Moon Lady and the others, the outcome of the battle might be completely different. Cough cough, you guys take your time. This old man should return to Tian Canopy Immortal Island. I've been out for a few days, I don't know how the situation there is. Zhu Tianlin coughed dryly. Yes, this old man also needs to return to Chonglu Immortal Island to deal with the traitor. Ancestor Chonglu was very happy at this moment. Dan Yinxing was killed, and there was only one Vice Island Master left in Chonglu Immortal Island, who was no match for him. This Chonglu Immortal Island was finally going to belong to him again. His forbearance for such a long time had not been in vain. "I'm also going back. If there's anything, just call me." Demon Liquor Sword was the most straightforward. After speaking, he broke through the sky and left. He was also in a good mood because the faster Ling Xiao grew, the greater the hope of him rescuing Ji Lingyue. Hong Qi smiled. Although he was Ling Xiao's grandfather, he couldn't be a third wheel. "Good grandson, where is Ji Ning now? I'll go see him. There are some things that I haven't told him clearly." Lin Hai City. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said. Just yesterday, Hai Miankeo returned to the imperial capital and told Ling Xiao that the Heavenly Empire's army was already deployed near Lin Hai City. They even took back Northern Desert City and a part of the army was stationed in Northern Desert City. Two cities, one facing the Black Crow Empire and the other facing the Divine Phoenix Empire. Lin Hai City was also a transportation hub connected to the waterway, allowing the Heavenly Empire's army to freely travel. "Are you really going to start a war with the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire at the same time?" Hong Qi asked in surprise. "Swallow as many cities as you can." Ling Xiao didn't have any extravagant hopes of directly taking down the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire in one go. He only wanted to take advantage of this chaos to seize a few more cities. This way, he would have a foothold in the Divine Phoenix continent. That's more like it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so many experts to guard it, right? Hong Qi smiled. "Grandfather, I'm afraid that you still don't know. Our Heavenly Empire's current strength on the surface doesn't lose to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. We have quite a few Yin Yang Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Now that the Great Rock Race and the Peacock Race have submitted, their strength will only increase." Ling Xiao said proudly. "Hee, you're really amazing. Actually, the strength of a country doesn't lie in how many experts it has, but in its ability to produce experts." Hong Qi smiled and said, "All right, grandfather will make a trip to Forest Ocean City. It can be considered as helping you check. However, you have to be careful when you stay in the imperial capital. Be wary of those people who want to settle the score." "Don't worry, grandfather. With Sister Moon Maiden and the Demon Wine Sword around, no one will dare to act rashly," Ling Xiao said. "That's true. The two of them are probably the strongest warriors in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Especially after today's battle, no one will dare to provoke them again. Otherwise, that person will either be stupid or an idiot." Hong Qi nodded and left with a peace of mind. Long Chen, Shang Guanhong, Hai Miankeo, and the others left with him. Only Cold Plum and the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf stayed behind. With the war about to begin, these few people would be able to achieve great things in Forest Ocean City. Moreover, it would also be of great help to their cultivation. They wouldn't be able to learn much if they stayed in the academy. "Let's go back to the academy." Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden and said, "There's something that I think needs to be done." That old man, Zhou Yun, is no longer suitable to be the dean of Xianxia College. Ling Xiao was most dissatisfied with Zhou Yun for this incident. His own students were bullied, but he didn't even dare to speak up for them. He was even worse than the vice dean, Feng Qingyan. No wonder Xianxia College had been getting weaker and weaker in recent years. It seemed to have a lot to do with the dean's ability. Alright, I'll help you with whatever you want to do. Ling Xiao was willing to come all the way to save her. Regardless of whether he really had the ability or not, she was very touched that he had the heart to do so. The feelings between the two of them became even more intense. Then, the Moon Maiden and Ling Xiao left Dragon-Slaying Forest and returned to Xianxia College. Seeing the two of them leave, the warriors in the imperial capital breathed a sigh of relief one after another. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would bring them such a terrifying battle this time. This was simply too shocking. It showed that he had forced the Rock clan and the Peacock clan to become slaves and killed so many Yinyang realm experts. Those were Yinyang realm experts, not Grotto Heaven realm experts or Celestial realm experts. They died just like that. Wasn't it said that it was difficult for Yinyang realm experts to die? This was a huge shock to everyone. From today on, Ling Xiao's name would really resound throughout the Divine Phoenix continent. Today's scene was even more shocking than when he defeated the Black Crow army, killed Timur Mutu, captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, and single-handedly rescued General Ji Ning. After today's incident, even those old fellows who usually stayed behind the scenes and never cared about the outside world had to start paying attention to this terrifying existence that rose like a comet. After all, Ling Xiao was not yet a Yinyang realm expert, but he was already able to make the two great clans bow down to him. If he advanced to the Yinyang realm, what kind of scene would it be? Would those old fellows still be able to suppress this disobedient monster? Of course, while people were still shocked by what happened in Dragon-Slaying Forest, another major event was being carried out in Linhai City. Ling Xiao's revenge was not over yet. Making the Rock clan and the Peacock clan bow down to him was only the first step. It was just the beginning. One day, the entire Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent would listen to Ling Xiao's orders. Then, Ling Xiao's goal in the Divine Phoenix continent would be completely achieved. 3 days and 3 nights was enough for the news here to spread throughout the Divine Phoenix continent. Even the White Tiger continent's 4 great empires and a large sect received this news. Everyone's reactions were different, but there was only one common emotion. That was shock. It was an unimaginable shock. A 17-year-old youth had turned the entire Divine Phoenix continent upside down. Wasn't this enough to shock people? For a time, Ling Xiao's information were placed on the tables of the various large factions. Everyone was studying this fellow who suddenly rose to prominence. Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, in a secret chamber. Ji Ruolong was recuperating. His face was filled with anger and unwillingness. In front of him stood a young man, Ji Huangtian. Huangtian, you know what happened in the Divine Phoenix capital, right? Ji Ruolong asked through gritted teeth. Do you know what happened in the Divine Phoenix Empire? Ji Ruolong asked with a gloomy expression. Grandson already knows. Ji Huangtian nodded. Since you know, then you should understand that it's almost impossible to bypass the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword to kill Ling Xiao. So during the Dragon Phoenix selection, you have to kill that brat for grandfather. Ji Ruolong roared angrily. Grandson understands. It was as if Ji Huangtian was talking about something very ordinary. Although he was very shocked when the news first came, he came to a conclusion after calming down. Ling Xiao was not his opponent. The reason why that brat was so arrogant and had such a brilliant battle record was because he had the support of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword. So during the Dragon Phoenix selection, he had to let Ling Xiao taste his power and clear the name of his grandfather and the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. If he defeated Ling Xiao, then it would prove that Ling Xiao was just a coward hiding behind a woman. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened in the Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, Ice Phoenix Clan, and Permetha Immortal Island. However, one was a conversation between the Raven Queen and the first and second fiend. The other was a conversation between Fengming Wuliang, Fengming Qishan, Fengming Wushan, and his sons. No matter who it was, as long as they could kill Ling Xiao, it would be a victory for Fengming Wuliang. To be inconsolable and Zhong Yu Huangquan's conversation in the Permitha Immortal Island. They knew very well that directly seeking revenge from Ling Xiao was not something that was very likely to happen. As long as the Moon Maiden didn't die, they couldn't kill Ling Xiao no matter what. But the Dragon Phoenix selection was a very good opportunity. It was a battle between young people under the age of 30. In this aspect, they still had an advantage. However, there was another matter in the Divine Phoenix Empire that made Fengming Wuliang a little anxious. Monarch, the Celestial Empire's army has already occupied Linhai City and Northern Desert City, forming a triangle. We must quickly resolve this. That's right, Emperor. While Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden are still in the imperial capital, send experts to Linhai City. Even if we have to burn it, we can't leave it to the Heavenly Empire. Your Majesty, we can't hesitate any longer. We have to dispatch our troops immediately. Your Majesty. The atmosphere in the entire hall was very oppressive, with some tension and anger. Ling Xiao avenged his family and friends. Not only did he subdue the Peacock clan and the Great Rock clan, he even dared to take advantage of the situation to allow the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's army to occupy Divine Phoenix Empire's cities. This matter, if it could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Listening to the arguments of the ministers, the Emperor Fengming Wuliang did not say a word. His face was extremely cold, and his body emitted a dense killing intent that was enough to make the mosquitoes that flew past him fall to the ground and die tragically. He was already furious that Ling Xiao had killed their Ice Phoenix Patriarch, but because of the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword, he couldn't take revenge. The upper echelons of the clan also suggested to put this grudge aside for the time being and wait for an opportunity. Fengming Wuliang, who was already full of anger, lost all reason when he heard the news of Divine Phoenix Empire cities being occupied. If he could even tolerate this kind of thing, wouldn't he, the Emperor, be too cowardly? Linhai City, that was a star city that he single-handedly built. It was a place that he vigorously promoted after the Northern Desert City was abandoned. And the one who was stationed in Linhai City was also his younger brother. He had once treated this as his own political achievement. He wanted to let the people know that even without Northern Desert City and Jining, Divine Phoenix Empire's northern gate was still stable. But now, when the news reached the capital, Linhai City was actually easily conquered by Ling Xiao. How could he still have any face left? And his younger brother, his son Fengming Songshan, also died in this battle. They were all killed by Ling Xiao and his friends. Not only did he lose face, but he also suffered a disastrous loss. Even though many people were saying that they supported him, they were laughing at him behind his back. If he couldn't take back Linhai City, let alone wait until the emperor election, he would probably be impeached as emperor very soon and then dejectedly resign. This was what he couldn't accept. Father, now that things have come to this, why don't your son take your place and take back Linhai City? The one who spoke was Fengming Wuliang's second son, Mount Fengming. In terms of cultivation and strength, this person was probably on par with Feng Yinshan and Fengming Qishan. But because he belonged to the Righteous Alliance and was a divine guard of justice, he would not participate in the rankings outside. But his strength was unquestionable. Emperor, if young Master Junshan takes action, this matter will definitely succeed. This lowly subject is also willing to assist. The one who stepped forward was one of the 12 divine generals, the Ice General. When General Blazing Fire was killed, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone and had been looking for a chance to take revenge. But Ling Xiao's growth was simply too fast. He knew that he couldn't take revenge alone, so if he joined this group, he would definitely be able to accomplish great things. Junshan, you don't have to go. We want you and Tianshan to lead the Divine Guard of Justice and participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. You are the true hope of the Ice Phoenix race, so you must set your sights further. Mount Fengming was Fengming Wuliang's second son. Fengming Tianshan was Fengming Wuliang's eldest son. These two were the strongest of his sons, and they were also the ones he placed the most hope on. He was thinking that if he failed, these two sons would be his hope. As long as he defeated Fengming Qishan and Feng Yinshan in the Dragon Phoenix selection, his sons could also become the heir. After all, in the Divine Phoenix Empire, there was a very important factor in becoming the heir: strength. If your strength was inferior to your competitors, then no matter how good you were in other aspects, it would be useless. But father, who will go to Linhai City? Mount Fengming asked. Left commander, right guard, get ready. We will personally lead the army this time. Fengming Wuliang stood up and shouted sternly. He had no choice. This trip to Linhai City was the most crucial one in his political career. The left commander and right guard were his most loyal subordinates, and they were both first-level Yinyang realm experts. Adding him, 3 Yinyang realm experts were heading to Linhai City. He didn't believe that he couldn't take Linhai City back from the enemy's hands. At this moment, Fengming Wuliang's emotions were really complicated. In the past, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Even after Ling Xiao established the Heavenly Empire, he still didn't take Ling Xiao and the so-called Heavenly Empire seriously. He thought that as long as he was willing, he could destroy the Heavenly Empire at any time. This time, he took back Ling Xiao's title of Heavenly Dragon King because he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to invade the Heavenly Empire and occupy the Heavenly Dragon continent. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would turn the tables and occupy his Linhai City. This despicable brat had already grown to a point where he couldn't be ignored. Since he couldn't kill this brat for the time being, he might as well take down Linhai City first and let this brat understand that even with the protection of the Moon Maiden, the weak mob of the Heavenly Empire couldn't do anything. It was definitely a big deal for the Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor to personally lead an expedition. The army was led by 3 generals, namely the left commander, right commander, and ice general. The left commander and right commander each led an army of 200,000. Ice general led an army of 100,000. Emperor Fengming Wuliang had 10,000 personal guards under the command of Mirror Minister Fengming Dehai. This was also the person Fengming Wuliang trusted the most. There were actually 4 Yinyang realm experts in this expedition. This made many people shudder. They knew that Lin Haiqing would probably not be able to escape this calamity. After all, in their impression, there were no other Yinyang realm experts in the Heavenly Empire other than the Moon Maiden. Moreover, a very important point was that since Fengming Wuliang had chosen to lead the expedition personally, it meant that he would definitely return victorious in this battle. Otherwise, he would probably lose even more face than before. The position of the Celestial Emperor would soon change. Even before the election began, he would probably not be able to continue holding the position. It was precisely because of such serious consequences that people believed that Fengming Wuliang had a terrifying determination and firm goal. This time, he would definitely not return easily if he did not achieve his goal this time. For this reason, Fengming Wuliang even lowered his status and went to the Fire Phoenix tribe to ask the Black and White Elders to help stop the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword. If there were still people in the Divine Phoenix clan who could stop the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword, it would be the Black and White Elders. Although the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe were not on good terms, they were still the Divine Phoenix imperial family. At this time, they naturally could not just stand by and watch. More importantly, the Black and White Elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe thought of Ji Lingyue because of Ling Xiao. Back then, they were able to plot against a little girl. Now, they naturally would not let Ling Xiao continue to grow. They did not participate in the battle previously because they were not completely competent. But now, they were just intercepting and not fighting to the death. They felt that there was no problem. Compared to strength, these 2 people were more adept at scheming. Of course, in order to invite these 2 people, Fengming Wuliang had also paid a huge price. As for what the price was, perhaps only they knew. Lin Haiqing was not far from the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. In addition, the army this time was made up of elites. It only took a day and a night to travel. Looking at the black mass of the army, the people in overgrown forest city panicked. They didn't have a good impression of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but they didn't have a good impression of the Celestial Empire either. But since he was currently in Forest Ocean City, what he was most afraid of was Divine Phoenix Empire completely destroying Forest Ocean City. If that was the case, many things would be irreparable. After all, when immortals fought, mortals would suffer. These commoners were just ordinary people. Even if they were martial artists, they were at most in the martial vein realm or the celestial realm. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still dealing with matters at Qingshu College. In the main hall sat Zhou Yun, Feng Qingyan, Demonic Liquor Sword, Moon Lady, Ling Xiao, and some other student and teacher representatives. Well, Executive Zhou, we have been talking for almost a day and a night. I have said what I should say clearly. You are no longer suitable to be the executive of Xianxia College. It's better for you to step down. That's right, Ling Xiao was forcing Zhou Yun to abdicate. This was also something that had to be done. He had feelings for Xianxia College. However, Zhou Yun had repeatedly harmed Xianxia College's interests because he wanted to help Feng Yinshan conquer the world. There were even a few times when Xianxia College's disciples were being schemed against. Even when others came knocking on his door, he didn't help his own disciples. Instead, he tried to smooth things over. Fortunately, he didn't go too far. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't plan to go too far. As long as Zhou Yun abdicated, Zhou Yun could still be the former executive, honorary executive, and teacher of Xianxia College in the future. No matter how many times you say it, it's useless. You are just a small disciple of the college. How dare you criticize me, the executive? Zhou Yun snorted coldly. He absolutely couldn't abdicate. Otherwise, Feng Yinshan would have another card in his hand forcefully taken away. I tried to persuade you, but you refused to come to your senses. Since that's the case, let's vote. There are student representatives and teacher representatives here. I'd like to see if everyone will choose to let you continue as the executive or let Feng Qingyan take the position of vice executive. Ling Xiao had already given him face. He didn't want to do this, but Zhou Yun insisted on not abdicating, so he had to do this. There was no need to think too much about the results of the vote. Many students in the college didn't even know that their executive was called Zhou Yun. Most of them knew Feng Qingyan. Moreover, after many recent incidents, they deeply felt that their interests and lives would only be protected if Feng Qingyan became the executive. This position of executive was given to me by the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain. None of you have the right to take it away. Zhou Yun simply slammed the table, stood up and roared furiously. What a joke. Xianxia College has never been a royal college. Since its establishment, it has always followed the executive selection system. You can be considered an old executive. Don't tell me you don't even know this? Ling Xiao sneered. In the past, we worked together. You helped me and I helped you, so we're not enemies. However, you're really not suitable to be the executive. I don't want to be enemies with you. Zhou Yun looked around and suddenly realized that he had been too concerned about Feng Yinshan's interests over the years. In the end, he had cast aside the interests of the college. Because of this, in the eyes of the students and teachers who sincerely wanted the best for the college, he was really unqualified. Forget it. Forget it. Zhou Yun let out 2 long sighs and left. After all, he was still someone who cared about his reputation. All right. Zhou Yun has left. Vice Executive, Qingyan, you can officially take the position. Before long, many students will enter Xianxia College. With you around, I believe that Xianxia College will quickly grow stronger. Ling Xiao actually planned to use Xianxia College as a place to cultivate talents for himself. But before that, he had to get rid of those who couldn't help him wholeheartedly. After going through so many ups and downs, those who were still able to stay in the Xianxia Academy were all people who deeply loved the academy and were all people with backbone. Just as the matter of the college was settled, Cold Plum suddenly reported that Feng Ming Wuliang had arrived in Linhai City. Do you want us to help? Moon Maiden asked. Ling Xiao smiled and said, the reason why I dared to let them occupy Linhai City is because I believe that they have the ability to defend it. If they need our help every time, then it's meaningless. You're really not worried? Demonic Liquor Sword said, Feng Ming Wuliang dares to personally lead the army. He must have enough confidence and strength to win. Of course I'm not worried. Because Feng Ming Wuliang knows nothing about my heavenly empire. He will definitely lose this time. Ling Xiao stood up and said, if you don't believe me, you can come with me to watch the show. I'm very interested in this show. The Liquor Demon Sword really wanted to know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. He had never been to the Heavenly Dragon continent, but he had heard people say that the warriors there were not very strong. Therefore, Ling Xiao, Moon Lady, the Liquor Demon Sword, and Cold Plum went to Linhai City together. Feng Qingyan stayed in Xianxia College to organize the college affairs. After all, it was not easy for him to be the dean. On the way, the four of them met Elder Black and Elder White of the Fire Phoenix tribe. Fengming Wuliang is really thoughtful. He actually sent people to intercept us here. But don't worry, we're just going to watch the show. We don't want to fight. Ling Xiao said lightly. Kid, you must be Ling Xiao. But when the elders are talking, it's better for a kid like you not to interrupt. Elder Black sneered. Old man Black, you think too highly of yourself. What he said is what I said. The Liquor Demon Sword said lightly. What the little man said is what I said. Moon Lady said. Elder Black's face turned a little red as if he had been slapped hard. But an old fox was an old fox after all. He quickly returned to normal. Since you want to watch the show, let's go together. Elder Black said. It's not a problem. I'm just afraid that you two are old and will have a heart attack when you see a bad scene. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Kid, you're sharp-tongued. But we don't know who will have a heart attack. Therefore, Elder Black and Elder White and the four of them went to Lin Hai City together. They were all experts, so they arrived at the Forest Sea City very quickly. It took them less than an hour to reach the city. After arriving at Lin Hai City, Ling Xiao and the others did not approach but stood in the distance to watch the battle. At this time, Fengming Wuliang's army of more than 500,000 was stationed outside Lin Hai City. They were like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and the earth. With so many warriors, they could cause a landslide with a stomp of their feet. Perhaps even a Yinyang realm warrior would not dare to face such a large number of warriors alone. Overgrown Forest City was also on high alert. Standing on top of the city gate tower was the former Great General of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the current Great General of the Heavenly Dawn Empire, Jining. Wu Xiang didn't come to Lin Hai City. After all, he was the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Staying in the Celestial Empire's capital was the best choice. Therefore, in this battle, Jining was the overall commander. Jining, you actually betrayed the Divine Phoenix Empire and sided with the Celestial Empire. Quickly come out and accept your death. The one who spoke was the Ice General. Like Jining, he was one of the 12 immortal generals. Although he was not as powerful as Jining, he had always felt that there was not much difference between him and Jining. These people from Divine Phoenix Empire are truly shameless. That's right. Back then, they removed Jining from his position as Great General and wanted to execute him. Now that he has returned to his hometown, the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and has become the Great General of the Heavenly Empire, they are not happy. In Overgrown Forest City, the people were discussing in private. Outside Overgrown Forest City, many martial artists who were cultivating or out adventuring were also discussing in private. The Ice General's words, in their opinion, were truly shameless to the extreme. You can ask others to give up Lin Hai City, but to say that Jining was a traitor, this was simply nonsense. What if I refused to give up Lin Hai City? Jining stood on top of the city gate tower and asked in a clear voice. If you refuse to leave Lin Hai City, not only will you die, the people in the city will also have to follow you to their deaths. The Ice General sneered and said, You are someone who loves the people like your own children. You won't watch these pitiful people die in the sea of fire with you, right? F***ck, I have never seen such a shameless person. The Liquor Demon Sword could not help but curse. Indeed, the people of Lin Hai City are the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire. They did not protect them well, and now they are using their own people to threaten the Celestial Empire's army. I'm afraid only that Fengming Wuliang would do such a shameless thing. Ling Xiao ridiculed. Elder Black sneered and said, facing the invasion of the Celestial Empire's army and not dying in battle, this is betrayal. Death is not enough to be regretted. Elder White also said, that's right, they should have died in battle long ago. TSK, looks like shamelessness is contagious. If you want those people to die for you, then what do you people from the Imperial family do? Ling Xiao sneered and said, it seems like the destruction of your Divine Phoenix Empire is inevitable. The Imperial family are all people with such morals. It's still not certain who will destroy who. Elder Black said coldly. Ling Xiao did not say anything else, because at this time, the negotiations had clearly broken down. Thus, Fengming Wuliang gave the order to attack. Kill. Trample Linhai City to the ground. Destroying Linhai City, at most he could just build another one. Fengming Wuliang would not feel any heartache at all. As for those innocent people who died, he did not care. If they died, then they died. What did it have to do with him? Frost General attempted to make a contribution, leading an army of 100,000 to charge towards Linhai City. He wanted to display his powerful strength to the world, to prove that he was stronger than Jining and better at leading troops. Open the city gates. Jining actually chose to open the city gates. Then, a general rode the most unique fire dragon beast of Sky Dragon continent and led the cavalry to charge out. There were not many people, only 10,000. And this general was precisely Qin Hua. Jining, you dare to look down on me? Fine, after killing this unknown pawn, I will charge into the city and destroy you. General Han Bing was usually very intelligent, but that was only when she was facing a strong opponent. When facing an opponent weaker than him, he was instead too lazy to use his brain. He did not think that if Qin Hua's strength was not enough, would Jining allow him to lead 10,000 fire dragon cavalry to charge out. Fire dragon beast was a type of mount with extremely fast speed. In just a moment, Qin Hua had already charged out. His speed was too fast, so fast that Frost General did not have time to set up a defense. Miserable cries resounded repeatedly, and only corpses could be seen being sent flying. The cavalry that charged out from Linhai City was like a sharp spear that pierced into the army of 100,000, harvesting the corpses like chopping vegetables. Idiots, don't be afraid. They have fewer people, so calm down. Sword shield soldiers, block the front. Archers, prepare to shoot. Frost General roared in anger. But at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised his head to look. This black figure transformed into a cavalry riding on a fire dragon beast. It leapt high up and was less than 5 meters above Frost General's head. Then, Frost General felt a terrifying killing intent, and he did his best to brandish his weapon to block. But in the next moment, he felt that his body was split into two from his head by a terrifying spear. I, Qin Hua, have already taken the head of the enemy general. A violent roar resounded. The originally panicked army of 100,000 became even more chaotic because of Qin Hua's might. At this moment, Qin Hua saw an opportunity and charged back with Frost General's head. Not only did Qin Hua lead his army to kill Frost General, he also killed at least 30,000 enemies and disturbed the emperor's mind and morale. Beautiful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. In the end, a battle on the battlefield still depended on the strength of the leader. Qin Hua was clearly much stronger than Frost General. Taking Frost General's head was as easy as flipping his hand. The cold reality caused Fengming Wuliang to fall into a daze. Fengming Wuliang, you personally led the army because you think our heavenly empire is easy to bully, right? But this time, you're wrong. Jining still stood on the city gate tower without moving. He coldly looked at Fengming Wuliang in the distance with a proud and confident expression. One had to know that in order to increase their strength, Ling Xiao made a big deal with Princess Xianxia of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the city of Xin. He bought a large amount of medicinal ingredients and refined them into pills. In addition, he used the imperial ruler's seal as a suppressive item and set up a powerful cultivation formation. If they still couldn't break through, it would be too embarrassing. Frost General, that trash is a disgrace to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Your Majesty, let this general go and challenge him. Commanders Will looked at Fengming Wuliang and cupped his hands. No matter how strong Frost General was, he wasn't a Yin Yang realm martial artist. So the impact of losing wasn't too big. In Commander's was opinion, as long as he could turn the tables, there wouldn't be any problems. Fengming Wuliang also thought so. Although at first, he was shocked by Qin Hua's charge, but now, he had recovered his calmness. Okay, go and challenge him. Fengming Wuliang nodded. He believed that in terms of strength, his subordinates were much stronger than those useless people in Lin Haiqing. Commanders Wen nodded, then floated in the air and approached Lin Haiqing. Jining, if you have the ability, come and fight me for 300 rounds. This time, he was prepared to fight alone. After all, the siege hadn't started yet. If he rashly led the army, it wouldn't be good. If the arrows rained down from the city gate tower, they would be the ones in trouble. Commanders was said arrogantly, Jining, you don't have the guts? That's right. Back then, you couldn't even last a single move from me. It's still the same now. Elder He, who was watching the battle from afar, looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, a momentary victory or defeat is nothing. The one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. In a war in the profound world, victory or defeat is often decided by the strength of the general. Hee, well said. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Ling Xiao chuckled. These people really had their eyes on the top of their heads, so much so that they were viewing the sky from the bottom of the well. Do they think that the current celestial empire is still the once weak sacred dynasty? At this moment, another powerful aura came from the direction of Linhai City. It was not inferior to Zhudu's aura at all. In fact, it was even stronger. You want to fight, right? I'll keep you company. With your status, you're not worthy of the Grand General taking action. It was Xiali who flew out of Forest Sea City. Xiali had broken through to the first level of the Yinyang realm because of Ling Xiao during the battle in the northern desert. Now, she had broken through to the third level of the Yinyang realm because of Ling Zhao's elixir pills. Of course, it was also related to her aptitude, but it was also related to Ling Zhao's elixir pills and the cultivation formation set up by the Imperial Jade Seal. A martial artist from the Scorpion Man tribe? I didn't expect that the Scorpion Man tribe would be willing to be someone's slave. Zhudu frowned. Just say it if you're afraid. Don't beat around the bush. Xiali sneered disdainfully and pounced on Zhudu. Seeing this, Zhudu could only bite the bullet. However, after 2 rounds, Xiali's huge scorpion tail pierced through Zhudu's chest and lifted his body up high. Xiali, take the head of the enemy general. Oh, astounding cheers came from the Forest Sea City. Linhai City had won the 2 consecutive battles. This finally made Feng Ming Wuliang's face turn gloomy. He was here to win, not to throw his life away. The enemy's strength was obviously beyond his expectation. Zhudu was the most loyal warrior who had followed him for a long time, but today, he was killed by Xiali so easily. This made Feng Ming Wuliang doubt whether he had made the right choice in leading the army. In the distance, Ling Xiao looked at Elder Black and Elder White disdainfully and said, you said that the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. It seems that you have completely underestimated my generals. Elder Black and Elder White looked solemn and did not say anything. They had nothing to say. They thought that Zhudu could save face, but who knew that he would die? Who else wants to die? Xiali looked at the enemy indifferently. Zhudu's body was still on his huge scorpion tail. His voice was cold and full of provocation. Your Majesty, let me go. Zhudu can't die in vain. Right guard could not stand it anymore. He was slightly stronger than Zhudu, but not by much. However, how could he endure being humiliated like this? Wait. Feng Ming Wuliang was in a mess, but he still maintained a trace of rationality. To be honest, if he completely lost his rationality, he would immediately order the army to attack. However, he did not need to think about what the result would be. 2 of the army's commanders-in-chief had died. Without a commander, the army of close to 300,000 would definitely be in chaos. He did not want right guard to die. Xiali, you are a scorpion warrior. Why did you intervene in the war between the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Celestial Empire? Aren't you afraid that I will exterminate your scorpion race in anger? Feng Ming Wuliang thought that Xiali was the most powerful person in Linhai City. As long as he could persuade Xiali to surrender, Lin Haiqing would not be a problem. However, Xiali was used to being arrogant and domineering. He should be persuading Xiali to surrender, but it seemed more like a threat. Shut up! Xiali suddenly shouted. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xiali was really something. He actually made Feng Ming Wuliang, the emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, shut up. Did this guy really think that Ling Zhao's Celestial Empire could compete with the Divine Phoenix Empire? Wasn't this a little too arrogant? At this moment, Xiali's voice sounded again. Feng Ming Wuliang, you shameless villain. You have repeatedly tried to exterminate my scorpion race, but we have seen through your scheme. It is all thanks to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, that our scorpion race can survive. He is our benefactor. Who do you think you are to persuade me to surrender? Your Majesty, I can't take it anymore. This Xiali is simply too arrogant. Let me tear his mouth apart. Right guard roared angrily. At the same time, he rushed out with the iron hammer in his hand. Fengming Wuliang did not even have time to stop him. Archers, cover him. Fengming Wuliang did not want right guard to die in vain, so he tried to use the archers to shoot Xiali back. However, at the next moment, a series of shrill screams came from behind him. Those archers had just knocked their arrows on their bowstrings, but before they could shoot, they were all assassinated by the scorpion warriors that suddenly appeared from the ground. At this moment, Fengming Wuliang finally realized how terrifying the scorpion race was. Scorpion warriors were best at burrowing into the ground, especially in desert hills. They were simply elusive. This was also one of the reasons why both the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire failed to kill the scorpion race. When you wanted to kill them, you would find that they were already gone. They really came and went without a trace. The moment Fengming Wuliang turned around to check the situation, another scream was heard. He turned around in horror and found that the right guard was also stabbed by Xiali's huge scorpion tail. After all, Xiali was at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. The left guard and right guard were only at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm. They had no chance of winning against Xiali. Damn it, retreat. Fengming Wuliang knew that they were in trouble this time. When he came, he brought 4 fierce generals with him. Frost General, Left Guard, Right Guard, and Fengming Dahai. However, not long after the battle started, 3 of them had already died. Only Fengming Dahai, who was leading the guards, was left. How could they fight this battle? Their only option was to retreat. Kill. At this moment, how could Jining miss such a good opportunity to chase after them? First, a dense barrage of arrows shot out from the city gate tower and landed in the crowd. Miserable cries rang out one after another. Then, the city gate opened and the cavalry led by Qin Hui charged out again. However, this time, it wasn't just 10,000 people, but 100,000 people. Basically, all the fire dragon cavalry in Forest Ocean City came out. In addition, there were infantry and puppet soldiers behind them. Seeing this mighty army chasing after them, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army panicked even more. Fengming Wuliang had never led an army before. He was more like Feng Yinshan than Fengming Qishan. He was very good at scheming, but not good at fighting. This was also why he didn't want Jining to live. After all, Jining had already surpassed his master. He was very unhappy. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army was already in complete chaos. They were basically being chased and chopped up like vegetables. Long Chen, Shang Guanhong, Haim Myung Ko, and the others were chasing after the enemy. Each of them rode on a fire dragon beast, wanting to experience the feeling of killing on the battlefield. It's over. Old Black and Old White shook their heads helplessly. This battle was truly a crushing defeat. Perhaps only Fengming Wuliang and Fengming Dahai would be able to return alive. The rest would have to die here. It was said that one should not pursue a cornered enemy, but this time, Jining did not choose to give up. He led his army to chase after them, and not only did he cause the Divine Phoenix army to lose their helmets and armor, but he also killed them all. Some surrendered, and some died in battle. They had even seized the opportunity to capture a pass and a city of the Divine Phoenix Empire. The guards of the pass and the city were also idiots. In order to let Fengming Limitless pass through, they removed the defensive array formation. It was easily conquered. If not for the limited military strength of the Heavenly Empire in the Divine Phoenix continent, Jining still wanted to capture a few more cities. Looking at Fengming Wuliang and Fengming Dahai, as well as the 10,000 guards who participated, Jining finally ordered to suspend the pursuit and deal with the aftermath. General, are we really not going to chase? This is a great opportunity to kill Fengming Wuliang, isn't it? Xiali said somewhat unwillingly. Don't worry, Fengming Wuliang is destined not to return this time. Jining sneered, looking pensive. Fengming Wuliang fled frantically. He was simply aggrieved to the extreme. He couldn't kill Ling Xiao, and he couldn't even capture Lin Haiqing. Not only that, he even lost an important pass and a city. This was simply an absolute humiliation. After returning, he probably wouldn't be able to be the monarch anymore. At this time, Feng Ming Wuliang's face was filled with complicated expressions. There was gloominess, malevolence, and also melancholy. Hateful Jining. Hateful Ling Xiao. Just you wait, I won't let you go. Gritting his teeth, Feng Ming Wuliang's whole body trembled. This kind of thing happened one after another. As a dignified monarch, several of his sons were killed, and his ancestor was also killed. Now, even he was in such a sorry state. And all of this was basically because of Ling Xiao. His hatred for Ling Xiao was evident. Your Majesty, where are you going in such a hurry? Suddenly, a teasing voice came from the front, and it was very close. Feng Ming Wuliang was shocked. He had neglected to observe the surrounding situation because he was running for his life. Unknowingly, he had stepped into someone's ambush. He looked up and saw that not far away, martial artists from the Great Rock Tribe and the Peacock Tribe were blocking his way. The Great Rock Tribe's patriarch, Peng Nan Tian, Elder Peng Nan Yun, and the new Peacock Tribe's patriarch, Kong Hao, stood at the front and looked at him coldly. Peng Nan Tian and Kong Hao were both Yin Yang realm experts, even though they were only at the first level of the Yin Yang realm. Although they were only at the first level of Yin Yang realm, they were still very likely to win against the heavily injured and battered Yin Yang realm experts. Get lost. The furious Feng Ming Wuliang roared. You're actually willing to be Ling Zhao's slave? Your Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe are really trash to the extreme. As he spoke, he actually punched out in an attempt to kill Peng Nan Tian. However, this punch was easily blocked by Peng Nan Tian. Instead, it was Feng Ming Wuliang who took a few steps back. Peng Nantian's aura was clearly stronger than a few days ago. You actually made a breakthrough? Feng Ming Wuliang looked at Peng Nan Tian in disbelief. You have good eyesight. It's all thanks to His Majesty the Sky Emperor's medicine that I was able to break through from the shackles of 100 years. Peng Nan Tian smiled faintly. You said we were trash and became slaves, but I think this is the wisest choice. Don't tell me we'll be killed like you. Besides, the reason why our Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe are where we are today is all thanks to your Ice Phoenix ancestor. If he hadn't bewitched us and instigated us to deal with Ling Xiao, this wouldn't have happened. Although Peng Nan Tian couldn't let go of the matter of becoming Ling Zhao's slave. However, the current situation was better than he had imagined. Apart from being slaves in name and having to be bound by an oath, the Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe weren't discriminated against. Instead, they received benefits. Basically, all the warriors in the tribe received the medicine from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire and had a breakthrough in cultivation. Of course, this was thanks to the order Ling Xiao gave Wu Xiang when he left the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Build a pill factory. Ling Xiao even designed all kinds of equipment for refining pills. Now that the pill factory was officially in operation, it could continuously provide pills for the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's warriors. The reason why the pills were given to the Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe's warriors was that in this world, there was nothing more loyal than slaves bound by an oath. Friends could betray, but slaves bound by an oath didn't dare to betray. Kill. Peng Nan Tian didn't waste any more words. Currently, his cultivation was even stronger than Emperor Feng Ming Immeasurable, and he was living very well. Sometimes, he actually felt that being Ling Zhao's slave wasn't bad either. Although this kind of thought was fleeting, it had to be started. Following his order, the martial artists of the Peacock clan and the Great Rock clan rushed up and stood together with Feng Ming Immeasurable's guards. And Peng Nan Tian faced Feng Ming Immeasurable. Kong Hao faced Feng Ming Dehai. Endless killing intent bloomed on the ground. A battle that shouldn't have existed happened in the territory of Divine Phoenix Empire. Even many martial artists who were hunting nearby saw the scene clearly. On Peng Nantian's side, there were many people, and the strength of the martial artists wasn't inferior to the guards at all. So at the beginning of the battle, there was still a bit of a stalemate. But as the guards lost more and more, a one-sided situation finally began to appear. Of course, the most direct deciding battle was still the battle between Peng Nan Tian and Feng Ming Immeasurable. The two fought for more than 100 rounds, and in the end, Peng Nan Tian gained the upper hand and slapped Feng Ming Immeasurable to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and killing intent spread. Feng Ming immeasurable falling to the ground was the beginning of the reversal of the battle situation. The original confrontation turned into a killing spree. After an hour, the ground was dyed red with blood. The crows in the sky were constantly crying out as they gathered towards this place. 10,000 guards were all killed. Although the Peacock clan and the Great Rock clan also lost 1,000 lives because of this. But in this situation, it was definitely worth it. Which war didn't have people dying? Peng Nantian knew this in his heart, and could also accept it. Feng Ming immeasurable was already on the verge of death. Feng Ming Dahai was also seriously injured. The former ambitious and ruthless person was now at the end of his rope. The martial artists who were watching this battle from afar simply didn't dare to believe that all of this was real. The former emperor, the king who commanded the world, actually fell to such a state. Could it be because he offended Ling Xiao? Too terrifying, this divine phoenix empire, was it Feng Ming immeasurables or Ling Xiao's? Many people felt that they might be confused, already unable to distinguish the huge difference in their hearts. Die. In the end, Kong Hao's strange light pierced through Feng Minghai's throat. The highest-ranking officer of the Bright Mirror Department had actually died at the hands of the Peacock race's new chief. Feng Ming Wuliang felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe that this was real. He had personally led a mighty army into battle, but he had been beaten to the point where he pissed his pants in terror and fled in panic. Not only had he thrown away his armor, but his city had also been occupied. Many people died in battle because of him. But in the end, he still couldn't escape death. He didn't understand what he had done wrong to end up in such a predicament. Peng Nanchan's sharp rock claws were on Feng Ming Wuliang's neck. As long as he exerted a little force, he could take Feng Ming Wuliang's life at any time. He didn't do that because he was enjoying the feeling. He hated Ling Xiao, but how could he not hate Feng Ming limitless? This bunch of dogs from the Ice Phoenix race had always treated the Great Rock race as their hired thugs, letting them do all the troublesome things. Otherwise, if he had forcefully restrained them, young Master Tianpeng wouldn't have been killed because he offended Ling Xiao. He couldn't find Ling Xiao for revenge, so he completely vented this hatred on Feng Ming Wuliang. Are you really willing to be someone else's slave? Peng Nantian. Feng Ming Wuliang looked at Peng Nantian in a miserable daze, still making his final struggle. I can tell you a way to break free from slavery without violating the oath. Peng Nantian was stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. But after a moment, he returned to normal. No need, I don't care. You're actually willing to be a slave? Feng Ming Wuliang was shocked. If you're unwilling, you have to die. What's more, I don't feel much humiliation right now. Peng Nantian was a smart person. He knew the consequences of betraying Ling Xiao. Furthermore, how could breaking free from slavery possibly be so easy? Feng Ming Wuliang didn't say. He also knew that that method was merely a method that Feng Ming Wuliang used to bewitch him. Feng Ming Wuliang, do you think that I'm very sad? But now, you're going to die, and I'm still alive. Crack, the claws finally moved, twisting Feng Ming Wuliang's neck. A crisp sound rang out above the wilderness. The martial artists who were hiding in the distance all felt a pain in their necks and involuntarily shrank back. Retreat. Peng Nantian took the heads of Feng Ming Wuliang and Feng Ming Dahai, then called out. Everyone retreated one after another. The direction of retreat was precisely a city that the Heavenly Dynasty Empire newly seized, Fallen Phoenix City. This battle situation was watched by Ling Xiao and the rest who were hidden in the void from beginning to end. When Feng Ming Wuliang was about to be killed, Black and White two elders even planned on making a move to save him. But in the end, they were unable to make a move. With Moon Lady and Wine Demon Sword at the side, how could they make a move? Even if they saw Feng Ming Wuliang being killed, they could only endure it. Ling Xiao, do you know what will happen if you do this? Elder Black looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes no longer having the slightest bit of contempt. There was even a hint of unease that was difficult to conceal. Oh, then tell me, what will happen? Ling Xiao asked back. Elder Black said coldly, although you're aggressive and decisive right now, you've never thought that with your current strength, it's still too difficult to swallow the Divine Phoenix Empire. Furthermore, there's still the Black Crow Empire eyeing covetously. Can you do it? Hee hee, I naturally know what you're talking about. However, you're a senior, so you should understand that I only have 2 paths to take right now. This was all forced by you guys. Ling Xiao sneered. 2 paths? Elder Black asked doubtfully. The first path is naturally death. Ling Xiao sighed and said, you people don't even want to give me the slightest bit of breathing space. Even if I took the initiative to avoid the battle and take the initiative to endure, in the end, what I get in return is still your bullying and killing. What I did today wasn't what I wanted to do, but it was what I had to do. Of course you won't choose death. Then what's the second path? Elder White asked. The second path is the path I'm taking now, the path of killing like a raging inferno. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy has yet to gain a foothold, kill kill kill. I won't give you the slightest bit of breathing space, until you're no longer a threat to me. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became murderous. Actually, there's another path. Have you forgotten? You could have chosen to stop while you're ahead, and then recuperate. That way, no one will be a threat to you. Elder White reminded. You're wrong. Have you seen a spring before? If I give up on squeezing the spring now, then the rebounding force will become incomparably terrifying. Only by killing and completely crippling this spring will it not harm me. Ling Zhao's gaze was filled with determination. What he wanted to do was not finished yet. Goodbye, old fellows. Your era has passed. Now, it's my era. Ling Xiao laughed loudly and turned to leave. Moon Lady, Demon Liquor Sword, Cold Plum, and Silver Moon Greedy Wolf followed behind. They went directly to Fallen Phoenix City. Fallen Phoenix City was very close to Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. There were only 3 cities and 2 passes in between. And this city was much larger than Forest Ocean City. There were passes on both sides, so it was easier to defend. To be honest, if it wasn't for Feng Ming Wuliang fleeing for his life, causing the pass to be empty, Ji Ning and the others wouldn't have been able to take down this city so easily. So Ling Xiao planned to make this another capital city of the Heavenly Empire. After all, the divine capital was on the Heavenly Dragon continent. It was really inconvenient to control the Divine Phoenix continent at the same time. It was actually better to build another capital city here. Of course, the divine capital would always be the center of power. It had the highest status among all the cities. Fallen Phoenix City was given the name Phoenix City by Ling Xiao. It meant the capital city of the Divine Phoenix continent. This name actually showed his ambition. Using the continent's name to name the capital city was a sign of continuing the war. At the same time, the Heavenly Dragon continent's Heaven's Chosen Academy was also renamed Heavenly Dragon Academy. Ling Xiao planned to build a top-notch martial arts academy on each continent to nurture talents. Because the Divine Phoenix continent already had the Phoenix Academy, and it was also an enemy force, Ling Xiao didn't plan to use this name anymore. In the future, he would use Xianxia College as the foundation to build it. The name could also continue to use Xianxia College's name. Or it could be directly changed to Dragon Phoenix Academy. They would discuss it when the time came. Right now, nothing was set yet. It was better to use this as the foundation to develop first. After staying in Fallen Phoenix City for 3 days, Ling Xiao completed many changes. Fallen Phoenix City also gradually looked like the capital city of the Heavenly Empire in the Divine Phoenix continent. And the person managing this capital city was temporarily Ji Ning. At the same time, Xianxia College moved over as a whole. This matter had even caused a sensation in the Divine Phoenix capital. This was because when many people woke up the next morning, they suddenly discovered that the Heavenly Essence Pagoda that originally stood in the center of the imperial capital had disappeared. At the same time, Xianxia College had also disappeared. It looked like it had been uprooted. There were no signs of battle. Many people even called this a mysterious incident. At the same time, the martial artists of Fallen Phoenix City also discovered something strange. When he woke up in the morning, there was a beautiful place in Fallen Phoenix City that was filled with spiritual energy. There was a new academy, and in this academy, there was a tall pagoda that reached into the clouds. This was, of course, Ling Zhao's doing. In the dead of the night, he used the transportation ability of Universe of Tyrants to move Xianxia College and the Heaven Essence Pagoda over. He also released a black water lake in Xianxia College. This black water lake was only 1/10 of the size in his Tyrant universe. It was provided for martial artists above the Grotto Heaven realm to cultivate. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda is for warriors below the Heaven realm. In this way, Xianxia College suddenly had 2 more places for cultivation. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan discussed selecting young people from the soldiers to enter Xianxia College to be remolded. In addition, the young martial artists of the Great Rock race and the Peacock race were not left behind. This made the 2 races overjoyed. They originally thought that after becoming slaves, they would never be able to stand out. However, Ling Xiao did not treat them like slaves at all. In fact, Ling Xiao was a person who really did not want to make enemies. Basically, it was others who attacked him first, and then he took revenge. Therefore, as long as these 2 races worked hard for him, there would naturally be many benefits. He still understood the principle of using the carrot and the stick at the same time. After doing all these things, Ling Xiao finally began to cultivate in seclusion. He had previously told the Black and White Elders that he wanted to walk a fearless path of killing. Since he wanted to kill, his cultivation could not remain stagnant. His strength had to continue to increase. He was very clear that after the incident of killing the dragon forest, many people had already figured out his trump cards very clearly. If he wanted his opponents to continue to suffer losses, then he could only continue to increase his strength and increase his trump cards. Therefore, after 3 days, he chose to cultivate in seclusion. The others were not idle either. Jining continued to lead the army to attack the Divine Phoenix Empire, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. In just a few days, they had already conquered 5 cities in a row. Including the original Forest Ocean City and Phoenix Capital's fallen Phoenix City, there were already 7 cities. Although this number was still too little compared to the Divine Phoenix Capital's dozens of cities, it was still too little. However, with the 7 cities connected, there was already a strategic buffer zone, so they would be safer. The army from the Heavenly Dragon continent, in addition to the army that surrendered, was quickly stationed in these 7 cities. At this point, Jining chose to start to recuperate. After all, there was still a limit to the number of people, and at this time, the Divine Phoenix Empire had already regained their senses. After Fengming Wuliang's death, they did not choose a new emperor for the time being. Instead, the Black and White Elders temporarily assumed the position of emperor. After the election, the new emperor would be chosen. It had to be said that the Black and White Elders were very formidable. In just a few days, they had turned the tide and ensured that the Divine Phoenix Empire's northern front would not collapse. Of course, in order to do this, they had no choice but to summon the Dark Phoenix tribe back to the capital and give them an important task. The Dark Phoenix tribe was a double-edged sword. They could kill the enemy, but they could also injure themselves. But the Black and White Elders had no choice. Ling Zhao's army had come with a ferocious momentum, and they really did not know where to find so many experts and soldiers. Perhaps it was because of the matter between the Great Pung race and the Peacock race that the Thunder Eagle race and the Vermilion Bird race chose to remain neutral. They were not willing to help Ling Xiao or the Divine Phoenix Empire, lest they be used by others. In addition, the Righteous Alliance Lord had been killed in the Battle of Dragon-Slaying Forest, and the faction behind the scenes, the Council of Elders, had surfaced and taken control of the Righteous Alliance. However, the Righteous Hall was still tightly controlled by the Ice Phoenix race. This was also why the Ice Phoenix race had not immediately collapsed. It was said that the principal of the Righteous Hall was a hidden expert of the Ice Phoenix race. Many people did not even know his name, but they knew how terrifying he was. The war seemed to gradually calm down. The Divine Phoenix continent regained its peace. However, the situation where the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire were at odds with each other had now become a tripartite confrontation between the Black Crow Empire, the Celestial Empire, and the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was an enormous change. Ling Xiao was well aware of all this, but he did not have the time to care. At this time, he was on a beautiful mountain peak in Xianxia College, continuing to cultivate and comprehend. The most direct way for Ling Xiao to increase his cultivation and strength was to completely master the immemorial Golden Crow battle intent and the immemorial Celestial Demon battle intent. At that time, he was confident that his cultivation and strength would have an astonishing breakthrough. Although he had unsealed the ancient hell dragon and the demon sword master, Xianxia did not plan to continue strengthening them. His main goal was to follow the path that the human king had pointed out. He wanted to activate all the mysteries of the 9 cauldrons of the tyrant martial soul. There were a total of 9 cauldrons of the tyrannical martial soul. The first cauldron, the light and shadow profound, had not been fully activated yet. His combat power had already been proven in actual combat. Naturally, he would not give up halfway. As for the ancient hell dragon martial soul and the demonic sword master martial soul, they could perfectly complement the sword of destruction and the sword of slaughter. There was no problem in using them as weapons in battle. Everything was ready. The ancient golden crow's battle will was released. At that moment, a terrifying battle will swept across the sky. The glaring golden light shrouded the entire fallen Phoenix City. A huge golden crow shadow could be seen floating in the sky. It was terrifying and spectacular. In Xianxia College, a group of disciples who were cultivating looked at the mountain in the distance. His eyes were clearly filled with shock and fear. Could it be an enemy attack? What a terrifying destructive will. Yeah, it seems like it wants to annihilate everything. It's really scary. The disciples were uneasy. After all, Xianxia College had been moved to fallen Phoenix City for no reason. Many of them were worried that the divine Phoenix Empire would come to take revenge. It was normal for them to think of an enemy attack when they suddenly felt such a terrifying destructive battle will. Let me see how strong this battle will is. Shang Guanhong stood out from the crowd. As one of the core disciples of Xianxia College, he naturally had to step up in this situation. The long sword in his hand shot out. The sharp sword will tore the void apart and plunged into the battle will that filled the sky. Crack, however, with a crisp sound, the divine artifact longsword was destroyed. It turned into specks of debris and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the disciples were even more shocked. Shang Guanhong, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. Although he had lost a sword, he roughly knew who it was from the battle will. Don't panic. Shang Guanhong laughed heartily. Stop arguing and listen to senior brother Shang Guanhong. The crowd quickly quieted down. Although there were still some people who were uneasy, they were all carefully selected disciples after all. Their psychological quality was still up to standard. Suppressing the fear in their hearts and keeping calm was the most basic psychological quality that a disciple should have. Everyone, haven't you always wanted to know who the first disciple of Xianxia College is? I can tell you now. Shang Guanhong said in a clear voice, he is His Majesty the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's Heavenly Emperor, the renowned Xianxia whose might shakes the entire divine Phoenix continent, and this terrifying battle intent came from senior brother Xianxia, who was cultivating there, so there was no need for everyone to panic. Disperse and go back to cultivate. Under the cover of this battle will, the effect of your cultivation will only be better, so there is no need to worry. It's actually His Majesty the Celestial Emperor who is cultivating. How terrifying. I heard that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is only a 17-year-old child. There were many people here who came from the Sky Dragon continent. Although they had heard of Xiao's name and deeds, and when they started learning how to read, what they had to learn was the name of this Celestial Emperor. Later on, when they practiced martial arts, their masters liked to use the deeds of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor as an example. However, he had never seen the true face of His Majesty the Sky Emperor. Some people even doubted the Celestial Emperor's strength. However, today's scene made them completely recognize reality. Xiao's terror was definitely not a figment of anyone's imagination. Such a terrifying destructive battle intent could even destroy a divine-grade treasure. Many of the warriors here would not be able to withstand it. This was just the battle intent. If it was an even more powerful attack, how could they withstand it? I heard that Xianxia College, the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda, and the Black Water Lake were all moved here by His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is a person with great magical powers. Xiao's image was probably the same as the characters in many stories and legends. It was infinitely magnified. However, this was also good. Only when Xiao's image was great enough would these people be more willing to pledge their loyalty to the Heavenly Empire. This was probably the so-called creation of a god. However, Xiao was unaware of the situation outside. He was still wholeheartedly cultivating. The Moon Maiden sat quietly not far away. She scrutinized her man while paying attention to the situation around her. When cultivating at a critical moment, no one could disturb him. He needed a powerful protector. Cold Plum's strength was no longer enough to resist the Golden Crow battle intent. Therefore, Cold Plum very cleverly chose to go into seclusion as well. This time, she was of limited help to Ling Xiao in killing Long Lin. This made her feel dissatisfied. Therefore, she wanted to become stronger. In addition, Long Chen, Haim Miankeo, Ing Wuya, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Dai Yaoling also chose to go into seclusion. Shang Guanhong had to take care of his sister for a few days. However, he also had to go into seclusion soon. The Blackwater Lake was of great help to them. They had to take this opportunity to improve their strength. Furthermore, this incident had made them feel even more threatened. They knew very well that the further they went, the stronger the enemies Ling Xiao would face. If they could not become stronger, they could only leave Ling Xiao's side. Otherwise, they would be a burden. Although Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Ing Wuya were almost unable to keep up. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was too terrifying. However, they still wanted to work hard to get closer to Ling Xiao. Feng Minglian was still under house arrest. She was imprisoned by Feng Mingxiao in the Ice Phoenix clan's secret realm. For the time being, her life was not in danger. She could also cultivate. Therefore, Feng Minglian was also working hard. She wanted to break free from her mother's shackles and find a world that truly belonged to her. Ling Zhao's enemies and opponents were also working hard to cultivate. Needless to say, Ji Huangtian, Zhong Yu, and Huang Quan. Even Feng Yinshan temporarily gave up on scheming and went into seclusion. The battle and killing Long Lin had touched him greatly. He originally thought that his cultivation was strong enough and that all he needed was wisdom. However, after that battle, he suddenly understood that all schemes and tricks were weak in the face of great strength. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Not only did he have to maintain his advantage over Ling Xiao, but he also had to surpass Fengmingqi Mountain and become the most dazzling star in the Dragon Phoenix selection. At that time, the Imperial Emperor's election should be in his grasp. Other than him, Feng Mingwu's sons were also cultivating. Their father's death made them feel pain and hatred. They turned all of this into strength and worked hard. Since the enemy was working so hard, how could Ling Xiao not work hard? 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. When 100% of the Golden Crow's fighting spirit was released, Ling Xiao's entire body was completely wrapped in golden light. His eyes turned golden as if he was about to be possessed by something. The reason why he dared to do this was because his cultivation and soul power had increased. Secondly, it was because he had a powerful protector by his side. With the Moon Maiden protecting him, he could naturally be so willful. The Moon Maiden released her battle intent to suppress the Golden Crow's battle intent. A strange scene appeared in the sky. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time. This caused the disciples in the academy to exclaim in surprise. Wow, this Golden Crow's battle intent is really powerful. Even I can't suppress it anymore. The Moon Maiden could feel how terrifying the Golden Crow's battle intent was. During the Primordial War, she had teamed up with the Golden Crow, so she knew how powerful it was. However, he did not expect that after such a long time, the condensed fighting spirit would still be so terrifying. She had to use all her strength to suppress it. My dear man, you have to fuse with it quickly. Otherwise, even I won't be able to suppress this violent monster. The Moon Maiden looked at Ling Xiao lovingly and thought to herself. Of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. No matter how hard it was, she didn't want to affect Ling Xiao's cultivation. It was enough for her to bear it alone. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes were tightly shut, and his mind was completely focused. In his soul, there was only the word cultivation. In his soul realm, a small golden crow floated there, but it was resisting with an unbelievable will. Ling Xiao wanted to suppress it, but his soul was burned by the terrifying heat. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Ling Xiao was. It was already so terrifying before the fusion. If he could completely fuse with the Golden Crow's battle intent, how terrifying would his cultivation be? It was terrifying just thinking about it. The Golden Crow's battle intent was resisting, but it couldn't do much with the Moon Maiden suppressing it. Ling Xiao began to slowly devour the battle intent. From the beginning, the outcome was already decided. It was just that the powerful Golden Crow's battle intent was unwilling to accept the outcome. After a long time, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, two dazzling rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. This golden light contained an extremely terrifying destructive fighting spirit. Boom, boom, two loud sounds were heard. One came from the mountain peak opposite him. It was flattened by a ray of golden light. The other sound came from the Moon Maiden. She blocked the terrifying golden light, but she was forced back half a step. Although the suppression of the Golden Crow battle spirit had caused her to be weaker, the fact that the golden light was able to push her back was a little too terrifying. This powerful destructive fighting spirit seemed to want to burn everything in front of it to ashes. The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao quietly. At this time, the Golden Crow shadow behind Ling Xiao had completely materialized. It was constantly flapping its wings, as if it was a living ancient golden crow. It actually made her feel an enormous pressure. It looks like the fusion is complete. I didn't expect it to take less than 2 hours. Moon Maiden chuckled and shook her head. This guy Ling Xiao, he didn't know what was so strange about his body. No matter how terrifying something was, he could actually fuse it with his body. She thought of the Mountain River Martial Spirit, but she didn't think so. She had seen the human king's Mountain River Martial Spirit before. It was an all-embracing king's aura. The sea could contain hundreds of rivers, and it was big enough to contain everything. However, Ling Xiao's martial spirit emitted a strong and domineering aura. It felt completely different. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Xiao had already embarked on a completely different path from the human king. The human king was the path of a king. Ling Xiao planned to walk the path of a tyrant. His martial spirit had also changed from the all-embracing Mountain River martial spirit to the all-engulfing heavenly martial spirit. The disciples of Xianxia College walked out again. The scene of the mountain peak being flattened was too shocking. They looked into the distance in horror. In the sky, the originally illusory giant golden crow had now become almost tangible. The terrifying heat radiated out, as if a red sun had fallen on the earth. Many people felt their mouths and tongues go dry. They felt uncomfortable all over. Withdraw. As Ling Xiao muttered, the surrounding heat was completely absorbed by the golden crow. The originally hot weather instantly became cool and even a little cold. It's too terrifying. I've never heard of the Golden Crow battle intent being used like this. Shang Guanhong couldn't help but shiver. The ground had already started to freeze, and he was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. After all, it was too hot just now. He had never thought of absorbing the surrounding heat to make himself stronger, and at the same time, inflicting cold damage to the enemy in a way that he could not even imagine. If he hadn't seen Ling Xiao cultivating there with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed that this terrifying golden crow actually came from Ling Xiao. Even the Moon Maiden was shocked by Ling Xiao's improvement, let alone him. Being able to completely materialize the battle intent was something that many warriors wanted to do but couldn't do. This included Yinyang realm warriors. Many people had tried many times, but they all ended in failure. However, Ling Xiao had actually done it. He had done it right in front of her eyes. Just how terrifying was this brat? Sister Moon Maiden, why do you seem injured? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. It's nothing. It's just a small injury. The Moon Maiden shook her head. Although she was injured, there was a knowing smile on her face. I did it, right? Although Ling Xiao didn't remember what happened, he knew that when he opened his eyes, he released two terrifying battle intents. Even a Yinyang realm warrior would be injured by that battle intent. Without saying anything else, he grabbed the Moon Maiden's hand with a sneer and began to treat her injuries. At this moment, the Moon Maiden was like an obedient little wife. She collapsed on Ling Xiao's body and accepted the gentle care of her little man. You broke through in your cultivation? Asked the Moon Maiden. Yes, I reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm in one go. This Golden Crow battle intent is really powerful. I feel that there's still a lot of power that hasn't been completely digested. Ling Xiao nodded. The The breakthrough this time could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. He went from the peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm to the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm, 9th Grotto Heaven Realm, and directly to the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. However, Ling Xiao also knew that this rapid improvement caused his cultivation to be very unstable. His next task was no longer to pursue the improvement of his cultivation, but to work hard to consolidate his current cultivation. Only by improving steadily and step by step could one's cultivation become more stable and reliable. Of course, the improvement of his cultivation was only one aspect. The most important thing was that he had already comprehended the embryonic form of the 11 light profound meanings. Now, he had completely perfected them. The name of the 11 light profound meanings was the immemorial golden crow. When used, the battle intent of destruction fused with the power of light and completely condensed into the immemorial golden crow. It could be used to fight on its own or to strengthen one's body. Or to strengthen one's sword moves. No matter which one it was extremely powerful. Of course, as for how powerful it was, it still needed to be tested in actual combat. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There were only a few days left until the Dragon Phoenix selection. The warriors of the various factions were all preparing to come out of seclusion and head to the Divine Phoenix capital. The Phoenix Academy had always been the place where the geniuses of the Divine Phoenix Empire were born. The 10 great phoenixes all came from the Phoenix Academy. This was also why the Phoenix Academy had always been trying to suppress Xianxia College and become the only top-notch academy on the Divine Phoenix continent. However, things did not go as planned. Every time the plan was about to succeed, that fellow would step out and disrupt the plan. Ling Xiao had almost become the nemesis of the Phoenix Academy. This made the entire Divine Phoenix Academy feel very uncomfortable. A mere human from the Heavenly Dragon continent was rejected by the Phoenix Academy and transferred to Xianxia College. At first, everyone thought that this was just a small interlude. However, the nightmare of the Phoenix Academy began on this day. Every time the Phoenix Academy tried to crush this ant, they would be toyed with and humiliated by this ant. Of the 2 vice principals, one was killed and the other had his arm chopped off. The pharmacist that the academy hired with a high salary was also secretly killed by Ling Xiao. All of this caused a deep grudge between Ling Xiao and the Phoenix Academy. The Phoenix Academy wanted to use the glory of the Phoenixes to suppress Ling Xiao. However, in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, including the 5 immortal islands, there was probably no one in the same generation as Ling Xiao other than that monster from the celestial island of perpetual joy. Moreover, even that monster could not compare to Ling Xiao in terms of the shocking things he had done. Emptying the city and finally destroying the million-strong army of the Black Crow Empire, single-handedly chasing the enemy for thousands of miles, killing the state teacher of the Black Crow Empire, Timur Mutu, and capturing the prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, killing his way back to the imperial capital, killing the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, destroying the Lightning Demon King, and saving Great General Ji Ning, destroying the demon-suppressing empire, establishing the Celestial Empire, and becoming the Celestial Emperor, first place in the City of Sin's Alchemy Conference. During the battle in Dragon-Slaying Forest, he had even taken in the Peacock Race and Great Rock Race. Furthermore, he had cooperated with his friends to kill Ancestor Ice Phoenix and other Yin-Yang realm experts. Outside Fallen Phoenix City, the subordinates he had just subdued, Peng Nantian and Kong Hao, had even killed the Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor, Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. After that, Ling Xiao moved Xianxia College and Heaven Essence Pagoda to Fallen Phoenix City overnight. No matter which one it was, they were all soul-stirring. As for matters like killing celebrities like Huangzi and Heavenly Rock Huangzi, they became trivial matters. There were also many things that outsiders didn't know about. The Sacred Dynasty took down the immemorial Golden Crow and the immemorial Heavenly Demon on the Immortal Island, tricked the Ji family, and then repelled the 100 Insects Demon King on the stormy ocean. No matter which battle record it was, he was always much stronger than his peers. Ever since Ling Xiao had come to the Divine Phoenix continent, this era had become his era. In the entire Divine Phoenix continent, if anyone still did not know of Ling Xiao's name, then they were either hidden experts or ignorant. 17 years old, yet, he was already on equal footing with some of the senior experts. Whether it was strength or status, and his fame was even greater than those senior experts. At this time, Phoenix Academy was brewing a major event. A major event that could allow them to completely suppress Xianxia College and cause Ling Xiao to fall from this era. Thunder Eagle Huangzi Tianxia, Vermilion Bird Huangzi Zhuwen, Golden Phoenix Huangzi Wushan, Dark Phoenix Huangzi Dark Current, Snowflake Huangzi Piao Shui, and Python Huangzi Boa Xing. There was also a group of other young experts. The one sitting on the dean's seat was no longer the Yin-Yang Demon King, Bian Tianyan, but the Dark Phoenix clan's patriarch, Ming Huang. Ming Huang's expression was cold and ferocious. As the patriarch of the Dark Phoenix clan, he had always been exiled and had no fixed residence. This time, after receiving the invitation of the Fire Phoenix clan's Black and White elders and the Ice Phoenix clan's Feng Mingxiao, he finally returned to the capital and became the dean of Phoenix Academy. Looking at the group of young experts below the stage, he was very dissatisfied. Ling Xiao, a lowly human who grew up in the Sky Dragon continent, you let him live for so long and grow to such a terrifying extent. In the past, any one of the 10 great phoenixes could easily crush him, but you were too arrogant. You looked down on him too much. In the end, it led to the deaths of the Sky Rock Huangzi, Star Huangzi, and Sword Huangzi. It also led to the crippling of the Peacock Huangzi. All of this is the shame of our Phoenix Academy. I want you to remember this shame and destroy Ling Zhao's prestige in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Yes. The voices were neat and loud. However, there were a few people in the crowd who were uneasy. Thunder Eagle Huangzi Tianxia and Vermilion Bird Huangzi Zhuwen knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Once, they went to Xianxia College to cause trouble. At that time, Ling Zhao's cultivation should only be at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. However, they were no longer Ling Zhao's match. Just a few days ago, Ling Xiao had killed more than 1,000 people in front of the Killing Dragon Forest. This included 95 Grotto Heaven Realm experts. The most terrifying thing was that Ling Xiao had killed the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert of the Peacock race, Kong Wu. It had also scared Ping Nanyun of the Great Rock race to the point of committing suicide. Although the two of them had broken through in their cultivation, they were only 5th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. Against Ling Xiao, how could they have any chance of winning? 2 useless pieces of trash. How can a mere Ling Xiao scare you to that extent? Don't worry, when the time comes, you can deal with Ling Zhao's subordinates. Leave Ling Xiao to us. The person who spoke was the Python Huangzi, Boa Xing. As the 4th Phoenix, his cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm and he possessed 10% Yin-Yang essence force, although this was only the first step to the Yin-Yang realm. However, the half-step Yin-Yang realm was much stronger than the ordinary Grotto Heaven realm. He was confident that with his cultivation, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. That's right. The opponent of trash should naturally be trash. We will deal with Ling Xiao. Boa Xing, you are too strong. I'm afraid you will scare Ling Xiao. Why don't you leave him to me? The person who spoke was Dark Phoenix, Dark Current, ranked 6th among the top 10 phoenixes. His cultivation was at the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. The two of you shouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Do you really think he won't break through after such a long time? Phoenix Cry frowned and said. Golden Phoenix, have you become a coward? Forget it. If you are afraid, you can choose a few trash as your opponents like those two. When the time comes, we will take Ling Zhao's head and you will know whether we have underestimated Ling Xiao or not. Dark Current said disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, Piao Shui, the 5th-ranked phoenix, did not speak. However, there was a hint of disdain in her eyes. Even though she was in Divine Phoenix Academy, she was incomparably revered that Ling Xiao who looked down on the world. When will I leave this academy and go to Xianxia College? Piao Shui thought to herself. Almost at the same time, 2 people were fighting in the secret realm of the palace. The sky was filled with afterimages. They were so fast that it was impossible to tell who was fighting. Finally, the 2 afterimages paused for a moment. 4 palms collided and exploded with shocking destructive power. Behind the 2 of them and under their feet, the ground continued to crack, creating extremely terrifying fissures. It was only when the 2 figures came to a stop that he could see their appearances clearly. One was Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, the eldest son of Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. The other was Mount Fengming, the second son of Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Elder brother, your overlord fist is getting more and more terrifying. Mount Fengming praised. Second brother, you don't have to be humble. Your benevolent king fist is equally impressive. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain replied. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then, the expressions on their faces instantly turned cold. This time, Ling Xiao must die. That's right. Father's revenge must be avenged. Black Crow Empire. Tomohiko Kuma was actually sitting on the throne. His eyes had become cold and deep. His entire person seemed to have completely changed, emitting a strong evil aura. Raven Queen sat at the back and looked at her son. She said indifferently, "You did not hesitate to unseal the Black Crow Empire's Black Crow demonic sword. Your courage is commendable, and your strength has indeed increased tremendously. That's why this king passed the throne to you. This time, you will go to the Divine Phoenix Empire and lead the rest of the fiends to achieve a good result. Of course, the most important thing is to kill Ling Xiao. Mother, don't worry. If I can't kill Ling Xiao after obtaining the ancestral demonic sword, I might as well die happily. Master, your spirit in heaven, just wait for Ling Xiao to be buried with you." Tomohiko Kuma's slightly terrifying eyes flickered with a strange light. Prepare to set off for the Divine Phoenix Empire. Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, Port. Ji Huangtian stood on the giant armored ship and looked coldly into the distance. That was the Divine Phoenix continent, the place where the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin. That was the place where the glory he pursued was. Good grandson, don't forget grandfather's revenge. Ji Ruolong sat on a chair at the side. His face still seemed a little haggard, probably because he had not fully recovered from the injuries he received from the Moon Maiden. His hatred for the Moon Lady and Ling Xiao had reached its peak. Grandfather, don't worry. Grandson's priority is to obtain first place in the Dragon Phoenix selection. After that, I will help you deal with Ling Xiao. From beginning to end, Ji Huangtian's tone was very indifferent, as if Ling Xiao was not in his eyes at all. Alright, your words are enough. All of you, listen up. No matter what, you must obtain a better ranking. The Dragon Phoenix selection this time is equivalent to the 5 Immortal Islands summit. At that time, all the elites under the age of 30 from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby islands will participate in the selection. Ji Ruolong glanced at the youths behind Ji Huangtian. Although they weren't as outstanding as Ji Huangtian, they were still stronger than ordinary geniuses. In this gathering of heroes, if anyone brings shame to our sacred dynasty's immortal island, don't blame this old man for turning hostile. Yes, I will follow the orders of the old island master. On the other side, Zhongyu Netherworld and Zhongyu Permitha of the Permitha Immortal Island also led their group of geniuses out. They also had 2 targets. One was the Dragon Phoenix selection, and the other was Ling Xiao, especially Zhongyu Netherworld. He was now so jealous of Ling Xiao that he wanted to go crazy. When he first met Ling Xiao, that guy was insignificant. He didn't even put that guy in his eyes. If it wasn't for the strength of Cold Plum by Ling Xiao's side and Zhou Yun's interference, he would have killed Ling Xiao. What a pity. At that time, he wasn't able to kill Ling Xiao. Now, that guy had grown into a terrifying opponent. But even so, so what? Kill. Zhongyu Netherworld suddenly roared. Senior brother, who are you trying to kill? Zhongyu Permitha asked. Ling Xiao. And those who are related to Ling Xiao. This era shouldn't be called Ling Xiao, but the era of Zhongyu Netherworld. Zhongyu Netherworld said coldly. Well said, but you think too highly of Ling Xiao. Your real opponents in the Dragon Phoenix selection are the top 3 on the Dragon Phoenix list, including Dan Feng from Chang'e Celestial Island, Ji Huangtian from Sacred Dynasty Celestial Island, and Gao Yang Wuqing from Blackwater Celestial Island. To be inconsolable said coldly. In the past, when Zhongyu was lucky enough to escape from the dragon-slaying forest, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. However, compared to killing Ling Xiao, she felt that the most important thing was to let her disciple, Zhongyu Netherworld, get first place in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Island Bishop is right. Zhongyu Netherworld's eyes flickered. The 3 figures appeared in his mind, and his expression became more serious. The young geniuses standing behind Zhongyu Netherworld were also looking forward to this trip. Because they knew that the Dragon Phoenix selection this time was extraordinary. This was the first grand event that included all the geniuses under the age of 30 from Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent. Of course, the one who got first place would be able to catch the attention of the sex on White Tiger Continent and be qualified to set foot there. From Divine Phoenix Continent to White Tiger Continent, one must have a martial artist's nameplate given by a sect or force. This nameplate represented one's legal identity in White Tiger Continent. If one did not have it, once one entered White Tiger Continent, one would be expelled or hunted down. One could forget about cultivating there. In the future, no matter which continent one entered, they would have to do this. It would not be as easy as going from Sky Dragon Continent to Divine Phoenix Continent. After all, the further one went, the greater the freedom of the laws, and the easier it would be to cultivate. Everyone wanted to go, so how could it be possible? Therefore, one had to get a ranking. If one really could not get a ranking, it would be beneficial for one's future cultivation to see other geniuses and experts and broaden one's horizons. It was not a bad thing. Of course, they wanted to go. Actually, it was not just these major forces and large sections. At the same time, small countries, small sects, and martial artists without sects all over Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent also rushed toward Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital one after another. The Dragon Phoenix selection was absolutely a golden opportunity for Carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. No one wished to waste such an opportunity. Everyone hoped to be able to leap over the Dragon Gate and become a flood dragon. And participating in the selection this time, the only requirement was to be below 30 years old and have a cultivation of Deva realm and above. Regarding these, Xianxia was naturally very clear. He was also looking forward to the Dragon Phoenix selection this time. It was just that Fallen Phoenix City was very close to Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. He was not in a hurry to leave. The current his cultivation already stabilized at Grotto Heaven Realm 10th Realm Cultivation. But to completely digest the primordial Golden Crow battle intent, it still needed a very long period of time. This was not something that could be resolved in a hurry. As for the primordial Empyrean Devil battle intent, he was not in a hurry to fuse. The main thing was that he was afraid that after fusing, it would result in the two types of battle intents not being pure enough. That would be troublesome. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to make his Golden Crow battle intent pure enough. After a period of time, releasing the primordial Empyrean Devil battle intent would be twice the result with half the effort. It would be very easy. Moreover, he also had another idea, and that was to use the primordial Empyrean Devil battle intent to break through to Yin Yang realm cultivation. Although he had once obtained the 9 deaths reincarnation technique, he did not dare to guarantee whether that thing would be effective or not. If he died and could not be revived, that would be foolish. Therefore, it was very unwise to pin all his hopes on that. While Xianxia was wholeheartedly cultivating and many people were rushing to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital in excited moods, a piece of news spread rapidly. The rules of the Dragon Phoenix selection have changed. Changed? What's going on? Actually, it's not a big change either. The main thing is that the martial artists participating in the Dragon Phoenix selection are restricted in strength. Originally, as long as one's cultivation is above Deva realm and below 30 years old, it's fine. But now, the lowest cultivation must be 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. What? Isn't this too sudden? How can there be so many Grotto Heaven realm experts? Even below 30 years old? Might as well not hold it. You don't understand this, right? Ever since the Mountain River Martial Soul appeared, the cultivation of the younger generation has improved very quickly, far surpassing the expectations of the Dragon Phoenix selection's organizers. The last-minute change in the rules this time is also because there are too many people. There's no need to let everyone participate. That seems to make some sense too. But we're depressed. We just broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm with great difficulty and thought that we could show off our grand plans in this selection. Who could have expected that it would actually be such a result? Actually, not being selected might not be a bad thing. One has to know, this Dragon Phoenix selection in the first place is to prepare for participating in the White Tiger Continent's White Tiger Tempest meet. I heard that the White Tiger Continent's Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists are about the same as our Divine Phoenix Continent's Deva Realm martial artists. With our cultivation, I'm afraid that we'll also lose face if we go. Although I'm not reconciled, it seems to make sense. Similar conversations like this sounded out from all over the Divine Phoenix Continent from time to time. Although it made many martial artists feel disappointed, everyone could actually guess it. Fortunately, the Dragon Phoenix selection allowed spectators. Therefore, those martial artists who rushed over from afar also did not have to worry about making a trip in vain. Witnessing this era's most outstanding geniuses was similarly satisfying too. This news naturally spread to Fallen Phoenix City as well. Ling Xiao was currently discussing with Feng Qingyan who to bring to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Originally, they were vexed because there were too many people. Once this rule came down, the two people became relaxed instead. Although the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was filled with talents, those whose true cultivation had reached the third Grotto Heaven realm and above were still not many. Ling Xiao made a list and found that those who met the requirements were him, Long Chen, Shang Guanhong, Cold Plum, Haim Myung Ko, the peerless genius Ling Luo sent by the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and the military representatives Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying. There were 8 people in total. Lan Yuer's cultivation had just broken through to the second Grotto Heaven realm, so she definitely couldn't do it. Ying Wuya, Dai Yaoling, and Dai Yuling were only at the first Grotto Heaven realm, so they were not qualified. Therefore, these 8 people were the final name list. After all, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was just a new empire. Although there were many Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, most of them were over 30 years old. Only these 8 people truly met the requirements. What was worth mentioning was Ling Luo. This was Ling Zhao's younger brother. Although he wasn't her biological brother, she recognized him as her god brother when they were beggars. After those family members died tragically, only Ling Luo was left. For such a long time, Ling Xiao had been busy with all kinds of things and did not have time to care about Ling Luo. But he never forgot about all kinds of medicinal pills, cultivation methods, and secret manuals. It was precisely because of this that Ling Luo's talent, which was originally not considered outstanding, was forcefully raised by Ling Xiao with all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines. Now, his cultivation already broke through to the 4th Grotto Heaven realm, even more powerful than Lan Yuer. Right now, many people were envious that Ling Luo had such a good older brother. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to grow to this extent today. Set off tomorrow, head for the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. Choosing the people to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection, Ling Xiao started cultivating again. And Lan Yuer and the rest who missed the opportunity this time would also follow to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital to witness this grand event. After all, such a selection was likely very hard to see again. This was a very special occasion. Actually, there were many people who thought the same as them. Since a few days ago, a large number of martial artists rushed to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital in advance. Although the Imperial Capital was very large, the accommodation was still limited. Therefore, the Imperial family issued an order that martial artists entering the Imperial Capital, the lowest cultivation had to be 9th Firmament Deva Realm. This way, a large number of martial artists were blocked outside the door. Fortunately, the mystic world had its own special technology. Making use of the power of laws, it could transmit the projection of the selection venue throughout the entire Divine Phoenix continent, all places that could receive the power of laws. This way, although they could not watch the battle live, they would also not miss this grand event. The place where the Dragon Phoenix selection was held was precisely the Killing Dragon Forest that Ling Xiao went to in the past. Because there was an array barrier here, even if the battle was more intense, it would also not affect the lives of the Imperial Capital's commoners. Furthermore, the area that this place occupied was very large and could accommodate even more spectators to watch the battle. On the day that the Dragon Phoenix selection started, the radius of several dozen miles around Killing Dragon Forest was filled with a dense mass of people. Fortunately, these were all martial artists and possessed vision that surpassed mortals. Otherwise, standing several dozen miles away, what could they still see? Of course, there were also martial artists who were smarter. When they really could not squeeze in, they simply took out a magic treasure that could receive the projection of the power of laws and hid in the inn, eating and watching the show. It was also a kind of enjoyment. At this time, the noisy crowd emitted a sound that resembled the buzzing of flies. They were all discussing and debating. After all, to these people who did not have the qualifications to participate, arguing about which geniuses could stand out in this Dragon Phoenix selection was also a way to participate. Of course, they could only debate and not fight. In the sky, the righteous divine guards were in charge of guarding. If anyone dared to cause trouble below, they would immediately be expelled from the city. At this time, the power of the righteous divine guards could be seen. Originally, they should be doing this and not helping a certain monarch to kill other martial artists. Time slowly passed. Everyone was anticipating the arrival of night. Waiting was always very unbearable. The Dragon Phoenix selection officially started at 7 o'clock in the mystic world. This kind of time was a method that had recently become popular and came from the distant Divine Secrets continent. Because it was convenient, it quickly replaced the Divine Phoenix Empire's original method of time. At this time, it was only 3 o'clock, and it was still early in the morning. But in order to occupy a better position, these people had been waiting here long ago. Anyway, martial artists' energy was generally very good and did not care too much about this. At most, they would just sit there cross-legged and meditate for a while to recover. However, a few hours of waiting was still very long. When the sun rose from the east and it was close to 7 o'clock, even the discussion suddenly became much softer. Everyone's eyes were all cast in the same direction: kill the dragon forest. Soon, the Dragon Phoenix selection that they had been anticipating for a long time would be held in this vast forest. They're here. Suddenly, someone shouted. From the void in the sky, several figures flew over together. Some were flying in the air. Some were riding on flying beasts. The person in the lead was riding on a jet-black phoenix. His gaze was cold and his aura was powerful. Anyone who approached him could feel the terrifying aura that overflowed from his body. After this group of people arrived, they directly sat down. There was a flag that fluttered in the wind, and the words Phoenix Academy were written on it. The first to arrive at the dragon-slaying forest was the Phoenix Academy. After all, they were in the capital, so it would be inappropriate for them to be late. The person leading them was the new president of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang. Beside him was the vice president, Feng Ming Wanchong, as well as the participating Phoenix Sons. Amazing, as expected of the top academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire. There are so many participants this time. Seeing the Phoenix Academy's heavenly team that had just arrived, the crowd became restless. Python Phoenix's son Python Life, Snow Phoenix's son Feng Ming Piao Shui, Dark Phoenix's son Ming Hai Lu, Golden Phoenix's son Feng Ming Wushan, Thunder Eagle's son Ing Xianxia, and Vermilion Bird's son Zhuwen. 6 participants, that's quite a lot. Hehe, I heard that the Phoenix Academy didn't let the other Third Grotto Heaven Realm practitioners participate because they felt that it would be embarrassing, so they chose these 6 people. That's not right. I heard that the first-ranked Phoenix Sun is also in the Phoenix Academy. Why isn't he here? Someone asked in confusion. He will definitely come. He won't miss such a grand event. Someone mumbled to himself. Perhaps it was a kind of anticipation. That person had just joined the Phoenix Academy and replaced the first-ranked Phoenix Sun, Qishan, as the first Phoenix Sun. He should be worthy of his reputation. Look, the Imperial family is here too. There was no problem with the Imperial family and the Phoenix Academy participating separately. Although everyone knew that the Phoenix Academy belonged to the Imperial family, they still had to be separated on the surface. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, and the 2 princes, Feng Yinshan and Feng Ming Qishan. Who's that girl? Everyone saw Feng Minglian and felt that she was unfamiliar. I don't know. That's Feng Minglian, the daughter of the current Ice Phoenix clan's leader, Feng Mingxiao. She was supposed to be betrothed to the celebrity, Phoenix Sun, but that Ji Mingxing was killed by Ling Xiao. No wonder, but is she qualified to participate? It shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, the royal family wouldn't have sent her out. The royal family's lineup this time is also very strong. Although there aren't many people, except for Feng Minglian, they should all be elites. Someone else has arrived. It's someone from the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps it was because the grand meeting was about to begin, so more and more cultivators arrived at the dragon-slaying forest. The Raven Queen personally led the team into the venue prepared for the Black Crow Empire. It seems like Raven Queen doesn't look too good. Nonsense, the Raven Queen almost died in the Battle of the Kill Dragon Forest. It would be strange if she was happy. Look, there are only 5 of the 7 malefic stars left. The other 2 were also killed by Ling Xiao. Why does everything seem to involve Ling Xiao? It can't be helped. Ling Xiao is the pride of this era. Many people want him dead, but they can't do it. Yes, not being envied by others is mediocre. However, many geniuses died prematurely because they were too flamboyant. Only Ling Xiao is really powerful. Not only did he not die, but he has also become stronger. The legend of Ling Xiao had long been spread in the underworld. If the storytellers in the teahouses and wine shops did not know about Ling Xiao's deeds, they would definitely be laughed at by the customers. After the Black Crow Empire, the Permitha Fairy Island, the Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, the Changle Fairy Island, the Canopy Fairy Island, the Blackwater Fairy Island, and the remaining 5 islands of the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island had also sent cultivators. In addition to them, even the Dark Divine Hall and the 5 Poison Hall had sent people this time. The Water Sacred Hall had also sent people. As for the purpose of these people coming here, it was self-evident. They were not here for the ranking of the Dragon Phoenix selection. They were here to kill Ling Xiao. This was because outsiders were not allowed to interfere in the battle during the Dragon Phoenix selection. In this way, it would be meaningless even if Ling Xiao had powerhouses like the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword by his side. When the event was about to begin, Xianxia College arrived late. There doesn't seem to be any seats for us. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that Xianxia College had not arranged a place in the huge dragon-slaying forest. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly at this. At this time, someone actually dared to give him a hard time. He had to admire this person's courage. I'm sorry, Your Highness Moon Maiden. You came too late, so all the places have been taken. Why don't you just find a place to settle down? You won't miss the selection anyway. The 5 island masters of the 5 Fairy Island were in charge of leading the Dragon Phoenix selection. The one who spoke was Ji Ruolong of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. Haha, in that case, the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island can find a place to settle down. Give your seats to Xianxia College. The Moon Maiden sneered and suddenly erupted with a terrifying pressure, making all the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island who came to participate in the competition tremble in fear. Although Ji Huangtian's performance was not as bad as the other disciples, he was also extremely uncomfortable. Moon Maiden, you've gone too far. Ji Ruolong roared angrily. Yes, I'm bullying you. So what? Wouldn't it be fine if we arranged a place for you earlier? Why did you have to embarrass yourself? Get lost. The Moon Maiden said coldly. Ji Ruolong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He really regretted being the first to stand out and make an enemy out of Xianxia College. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Alright, both of you, don't be angry. Island Master Ji was just joking with Her Highness Moon Maiden. Xianxia College's seats have already been prepared. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. That voice attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a flag hanging there with the words Blackwater Fairy Island written on it. He did not know much about the Blackwater Fairy Island. He only knew that it was the only faction among the 5 immortal islands that could compete with the Changle Immortal Island and was very powerful. Of course, he also knew that Gao Yangjun, who had almost killed his senior brother Wu Xiang, had also joined the Blackwater Fairy Island. During the battle in Shendu, the Blackwater Fairy Island had also interfered. Although they had never met, the conflict had already arisen. It was just that it was not as obvious as the other factions. That's not how you joke. Ji Ruolong, didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost. The Moon Maiden's voice was cold and merciless. She was furious when she thought about how those bastards had tried to kill her in the Slaying Dragon Forest. The Blackwater Fairy Island Master was stunned. He did not expect the Moon Maiden to not give him any face. However, at that moment, he chose to remain silent. He knew how terrifying the Moon Maiden was. There was no need to fall out with the Moon Maiden because of Ji Ruolong. Ji Ruolong was embarrassed to the extreme. He would not be able to raise his head in front of the entire Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent if he really got lost. However, if he did not get lost, he would die. When he thought about Ancestor Ice Phoenix and Dan Yunxing, his heart twitched violently. Since Her Highness Moon Maiden likes this place, I don't mind giving it to you. Let's go. Ji Ruolong found a way out for himself. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was afraid. Although some people sympathized with him, they also felt that he had asked for it. Why did you provoke others for no reason? You can't blame others for finding trouble with you. Xianxia college students took their seats. Ji Ruolong led the Sacred Dynasty's island martial artists to another place. Pfft. As soon as he sat down, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill him. You must kill that Ling Xiao. I want that Moon Maiden to taste the greatest pain in this world. Ji Ruolong roared in a low voice. Don't worry, grandfather. A cold light flashed in the corner of Ji Huangtian's eyes. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't have the face to face his grandfather today. It was 7 o'clock in the mystic world time. The morning sun in the sky was very dazzling. The gentle light made the anxiously waiting audience nervous again. It was finally time for the Dragon Phoenix selection. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, including the participants and the audience, looked at the place where the phoenix cry came from. Oh my God, many people were so surprised that they felt like they were about to suffocate. A phoenix, a true pure-blooded phoenix, it was much more powerful and domineering than the phoenix they usually saw. Scarlet feathers and rainbow-colored phoenix feathers. Its huge body floated in the sky, radiating a blazing light in all directions. It was like a divine beast that walked out from ancient times. That clear cry caused countless rare birds and beasts to lower their heads. Only the silver moon greedy wolf beside the Moon Maiden was still yawning in boredom, as if all of this had nothing to do with it. There was a person sitting on top of the phoenix, and beside him stood 2 women wearing scarlet feathers. Each of them exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. Greetings, Alliance Master. All of a sudden, Ji Ruolong, Forefather Chengel, Gao Yangwui, Zhu Tianlin, and Zhongyu Jingju, the Island Master of the Black Water Immortal Island, all of a sudden, the Island Master of the Black Immortal Island, Gao Yangwui, the Island Master of the Canopy Immortal Island, and the Island Master of the Permetha Immortal Island, Zhongyu Jingju, as well as the various Island Masters of Martial Zone Island, Black Crow Empire's Crow Queen, Divine Phoenix Empire's Monarch Black and White Elders. All of them actually knelt down and kowtowed to this person, looking extremely respectful. This scene left many martial artists dumbstruck. Alliance Master? What Alliance Master? Most people had no idea where this Alliance Master came from or what his identity was. However, when he saw all these important figures kneeling and kowtowing to the Alliance Master, he couldn't help but feel terrified. This person was definitely extraordinary. Rise, all of you. The person sitting there smiled faintly and gently waved his hand. The few important people kneeling on the ground were actually lifted up by him. This kind of unintentional display of terrifying strength was truly astonishing. Especially since it was a young woman's voice, it was even more surprising. The Dragon Phoenix selection is really surprising. Even such a powerful warrior has appeared. He probably doesn't even bother to come out normally. Although people didn't know this woman, they knew that she was a hidden expert. She was probably even stronger than the Moon Maiden. The huge phoenix did not descend and was still floating in the sky. The woman sitting there had her face covered by a veil, making it impossible to see her appearance. However, her powerful aura was enough to make countless people submit, and they did not even have the courage to resist her. The Dragon Phoenix selection this time concerns the honor and safety of the Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent. That is why I have come out. The Alliance Master's voice was light and pleasant to the ears. However, there was an irresistible majesty in this lightness. As everyone knows, the 5 immortals gathering in the past has been changed to the White Tiger continent and is now called the White Tiger Tempest Meet. This is the White Tiger continent's coercion and also a test. If you can't achieve good enough results in the White Tiger Tempest Meet, then they can bypass the restraints of the laws and invade our Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent en masse. There's actually such an inside story? Ling Xiao frowned. He originally thought that the White Tiger Tempest meat was just a selection of geniuses. He did not expect that it was directly related to the safety of the Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent. If that was the case, he had to achieve good results even more. After all, the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent were already in his plans. He could not let others snatch them away. At that moment, the Alliance Master's voice sounded again. Indeed, the White Tiger Tempest meat is filled with danger, but it's also filled with hope. This is a gathering of the top young geniuses of the White Tiger continent. If any of you can stand out, then you will definitely be chosen by the major factions of the White Tiger continent. Your future is limitless. It can be said that advancing to the Yin-Yang realm is just around the corner. In the future, at the very least, you can become an overlord of the Divine Phoenix continent. These words were not false. Even if one's cultivation was only at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, they would definitely be among the top experts in the Divine Phoenix continent. Not to mention, there were even fewer Yin-Yang realm experts in the Sky Dragon continent. Also, if our geniuses are lucky enough to achieve good results in the top 3, then the power of laws in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent will weaken. In the future, cultivation will be easier, and the level of improvement will be higher. So, remember this. The White Tiger Storm gathering this time is of great importance, and the number of people who are qualified to participate is extremely few. I won't send trash to embarrass myself and waste a spot. Of course. Zhongyu Huangquan sneered and muttered to himself. Ji Huangtian, Dan Feng, Feng Mingqishan, and the others were full of confidence. It was as if they were the ones who should be chosen. At this point, the Alliance Master suddenly tossed out a refining formation stone and started chanting. A moment later, a huge door appeared in the huge killing dragon forest. In the center of the door, there was a strange energy whirlpool that seemed to lead to a completely different space. This is a teleportation door that leads to an ancient ruin. As long as all martial artists at the third Grotto Heaven realm and above can walk out of the teleportation door, they will pass the first test. The Alliance Master continued, however, I have to remind you that the ancient ruin is extremely dangerous. Once you die, you will really lose your life. If anyone is afraid, you can give up. I will not stop you. Also, the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list do not need to enter. Your strength is enough to enter the next stage. Hearing this, many of the participating martial artists frowned. Many people had never thought of risking their lives to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. They advanced to the third Grotto Heaven realm with great difficulty. If they died, wouldn't they lose everything? Thinking of this, close to half of the martial artists actually gave up this opportunity. Of course, the majority were martial artists who had just advanced to the third Grotto Heaven realm. To them, rather than taking the risk, it was better to preserve their strength. This was also considered a wiser choice. Of course, the people who were willing to participate in the first test still occupied the majority. These people were very confident and all wanted to achieve better results in the test. It's a pity that we can't kill Ling Xiao with our own hands. Ji Huangtian sighed and shook his head helplessly. There was only one teleportation door in the ancient ruin. That meant that those martial artists had to go in together. And there were many people who wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Senior brother, leave it to me to kill that Ling Xiao. The one who spoke was the second-ranked expert among the young warriors of the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. He was no longer on the Dragon Phoenix list, but his strength was still tyrannical. Tianming, it's been hard on you. Be careful and stay with the other participants. That Ling Xiao is very cunning. Ji Huangtian reminded him. Don't worry, senior brother. Ji Tianming smiled and said, our Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island has more than 20 participants. That Ling Xiao's Qingshu College only has 8 people. I'll kill the others first before killing Ling Xiao. Just like the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, Zhongyu Huangquan couldn't make a move on the opposite shore Immortal Island's side. He could only leave Ling Xiao to Zhongyu Huangquan, who was slightly weaker than him, and the other disciples. Their number of warriors who had stepped into the door of the relic had reached 20. The 5 Immortal Islands were basically of the same scale. No one was willing to be less than the other. The Black Crow Empire had fewer people. They were led by Tomohiko Kuma. There were only 5 people in total, but they were all elites. Other than Tomohiko Kuma, the other 4 were all part of the 7 malignant stars. Only the first malignant star, Hei Yanbing, was in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, so he wasn't qualified to enter the door of the relic. On the imperial family's side, only Phoenix Cry Mountain, Mount Fengming, and Fengminglian could enter the door of the relic. Of course, if the Dark Current and Phoenix Cry Wushan of the Phoenix Academy were included, there were 5 people. Phoenix Cry Mountain and Feng Yinshan were in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Naturally, they couldn't enter the door of the relic. The rules to pass the test are very simple. This door of the relic leads to the Heavenly Devil Forbidden Land. There are heavenly devils left in the mystic world from the ancient times. However, you can rest assured that the strongest of these heavenly devils won't exceed the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, the weakest will not be weaker than the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. Everyone only needed to kill 10 Sky Fiends or eliminate 10 competitors to pass the test. Don't be surprised. Only blood and slaughter can stimulate your potential. Like I said before, you might die if you enter. Not only because of the heavenly demons, but also because of your competitors. Hearing this, many people looked at Ling Xiao. The ultimate goal of many practitioners from the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, Permetha Immortal Island, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire was to eliminate Ling Xiao. This was naturally an excellent opportunity. However, Ling Xiao's face remained indifferent. It was as if he had expected all of this. In fact, he was using his soul power to transmit his voice to his companions. After we go in, we'll probably be forcibly separated. If we encounter any danger, we'll deal with it ourselves. If we can't, don't get caught up in battle. Quickly find other companions to meet up with. The reason why Ling Xiao had made such an arrangement was because he had also felt the killing intent from the enemy. Since that was the case, he could only make the first move after entering. Understood. Long Chen and the others nodded. Alright, let's begin. You may enter the door of the ruins. The Alliance Master's voice sounded again. Everyone entered one after another. Ling Xiao divided his soul power into 7 portions and injected them into the bodies of his 7 companions. This way, it would be easier to find each other. Let's go. We'll go too. Ling Xiao took the lead and stepped into the door of the ruins. After everyone stepped into the door of the ruins, the scene inside was suddenly displayed on the huge whirlpool. The audience outside could see it clearly. This door of the ruins is really magical. The Alliance Master's strength is indeed shocking. Everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. To be able to create such a powerful door of the ruins was already very impressive, not to mention to be able to display the scene inside. As expected. Standing alone on the Heavenly Devil battlefield that reeked of blood, Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Just as he expected, everyone was forcibly separated as soon as they entered. Heavenly Devil battlefield, interesting. Let's meet up with our companions first. Ling Xiao was very confident and also believed in his companions. However, the cultivation of his companions was uneven. Some were strong, while others were weak. Especially his younger brother, Ling Luo, who should be the weakest among the 8 of them. Once they encountered danger, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. It would be fine if they only encountered heavenly devils. If they encountered their enemies, it would be troublesome. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't know that his luck was considered good. After entering the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he didn't encounter any heavenly devils. However, some people directly appeared where heavenly devils gathered after entering. If they weren't particularly strong or good at escaping, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. At this moment, the warriors outside had already witnessed 4 or 5 people being killed by heavenly devils the moment they appeared inside. Even their souls were devoured. What was thrown out was just a soulless body. Outside the door of the ruins, cries and roars rose and fell one after another. After all, it wasn't a good feeling to see one's own disciple and family killed. Perhaps understanding this feeling, the Alliance Master didn't say anything to stop them. He only quietly watched the huge image on the door of the ruins. The clouds were as black as ink, the sky was gloomy, and the space was filled with evil. Even the ground under Ling Xiao's feet was black. The plants were also black. Occasionally, one could see a bit of color, but it was blood red. The blood red color appeared even more conspicuous and also made people tremble with fear. This place was definitely an incomparably terrifying and barren space. Everywhere was a terrifying atmosphere that made people breathless. Warriors with slightly smaller guts would probably be scared out of their wits the moment they entered this place. There's actually heavenly devil fighting intent attacking continuously. Ling Zhao's soul power clearly felt the heavenly devil fighting intent attacking from all directions. Of course, these fighting intents were weaker and completely incomparable to the primordial heavenly devil fighting intent in his body. Therefore, he only needed to release a little bit of heavenly devil fighting intent and he could completely defend against these attacks. However, he could do it, but other warriors couldn't. This was his advantage. Probably even the Alliance Master didn't expect this. Many people knew that Ling Xiao had a powerful golden crow fighting intent because he had used it before. However, they didn't know that his heavenly devil fighting intent was not weaker than the golden crow fighting intent at all. Perhaps it was because it was too spacious, but after walking for a while, he still didn't see a single person. There were only hideous corpses on the ground, as if they were complaining about their encounters. These corpses seem to have been here for a long time. Looks like the door of the ruins has been opened more than once. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, feeling a little emotional. Many talented youths worked hard in pursuit of a stronger warrior's path, but they died helplessly here. However, this heavenly devil battlefield is a good place for me. In such an environment, the tempering of my heavenly devil fighting intent will be even more powerful. Despite the stifling atmosphere, Ling Xiao still held his head high and walked forward with large strides. The more dangerous the environment, the more worthy it was for him to explore. He guessed that even the Alliance Master probably didn't fully understand the situation of the heavenly devil battlefield. Therefore, there might be some unexpected gains. Ling Xiao didn't dare to fly because there could be danger everywhere. Flying in the sky was equivalent to making himself a target for others. Whoosh, suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the ground. It was impossible to see its face clearly. It shot towards Ling Xiao at a close distance. The aura of death came straight at him. Destroy. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. It was only a third grotto heaven realm heavenly demon. It was far from his cultivation. He just casually pointed and a red sun all shot out. Boom, flames raged and the space shook. The heavenly demon was instantly pierced by the red sun all. It burned and turned into ashes. Is this a heavenly demon? It's similar to the one I saw in the Moonlight Pagoda. It's shapeless and can hide anywhere. It can even control humans and animals. It wasn't the first time Ling Xiao saw a heavenly demon. It wasn't the first time he killed one. However, the ones he met before were weaker because of the Moonlight Pagoda's restrictions. The one he met this time was very strong. However, he was much stronger than before, so he was fearless. First one. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He didn't stop and continued forward. He used his soul power to sense the location of Ling Luo, who had the weakest cultivation. If there wasn't any danger, he would naturally choose to start with the weakest cultivation. As soon as he spread out his soul power, Ling Xiao felt that there were people fighting in front of him. The two auras weren't weak, but they were unfamiliar. They weren't his companions. However, he still planned to go and take a look. If they were enemies, he would eliminate them. He wouldn't sit and wait for others to deal with him. At this time, in this environment, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. This time, Ling Xiao quickened his pace. Since there was a battle in front, the nearby heavenly demons should have been attracted to it. Therefore, he could be slightly faster. After a while, he arrived at an open space in front of him. At this time, there were two 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists fighting with a heavenly demon of similar strength. The heavenly demon was too strange. Coupled with the influence of the heavenly demon fighting intent, the two martial artists were actually unable to gain the upper hand. The energy shot out in all directions, and the ground was cut into many potholes. A small hill nearby was also directly flattened. They seemed to be warriors from the sacred dynasty's immortal island. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Senior brother, look. Isn't that Ling Xiao? One of them was a woman who was about 24 years old. Perhaps because it was easier for the two of them to fight together, she actually had the time to look into the distance. With a glance, he saw Ling Xiao standing there. Ling Xiao didn't hide. Instead, he walked over. There's a path to heaven but he doesn't want to take it. There's no door to hell but he insists on barging in. He's using a concealment technique. The senior martial brother sneered. Their concealment secret technique could only maintain the sealed world time for 10 seconds, which could quickly cause the monsters to lose sight of them. But the time was too short, so it was useless. Now, Ling Xiao's appearance was just enough to change the target of the heavenly demon. They could take the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. Senior brother Huang Tian, senior brother Tian Ming, I'm sorry. Ling Xiao's life is ours. The man was so excited that his eyes were about to pop out. He casually crushed a talisman. Concealment. In that instant, the two disciples from the sacred dynasty's immortal island disappeared without a trace. The heavenly demon roared and changed its target to Ling Xiao. Whoosh, the heavenly demon roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. It seemed that these guys only had the most basic conditioned reflexes and didn't have any intelligence. They couldn't see that Ling Xiao was much stronger than them. Choosing Ling Xiao meant death. The pair of brother and sister who had been hiding in the shadows quickly revealed themselves. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they approached Ling Xiao. Their thoughts were simple. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to fight with the heavenly demon before launching a sneak attack. In that case, even if Ling Xiao was strong enough, he wouldn't be able to avoid the fate of being killed by them. They felt that this plan was perfect. Shameless. Outside the door of the ruins, Dai Yaoling couldn't help but curse. Although she didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection, she could still broaden her horizons. What's there to be angry about? Ling Xiao won't be cheated by such idiots. Lan Yuer smiled. Of course I know, but I'm still angry. The Sacred Dynasty's immortal island. To think that I used to admire them. I didn't expect them to have such shameless disciples. Dai Yaoling gritted her teeth. Since the island master is so shameless, I won't be an exception. Just watch in peace. Ling Xiao will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Dai Yaoling smiled and said. On the other side, the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's immortal island who came to watch the battle revealed a mocking smile. Ling Xiao dared to offend their Sacred Dynasty's immortal island. After losing the protection of the Moon Lady, this was the result, death. Inside the door of the ruins, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. He knew very well what those two were thinking. They knew how to hide and he knew how to do it too. If he wanted to use it, he could use it at any time. However, there was no need to use it to deal with two pieces of trash. He might as well use it to make up the numbers. As long as he killed 10 of them, regardless of whether they were heavenly demons or martial artists, he would pass. Human. A fresh human. A human full of fragrance. The heavenly demon seemed to be very interested in Ling Xiao's flesh. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had fused with the ancient golden dragon's bloodline, so the meat was more delicious. This guy's speed was very fast. A black light appeared and instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He felt that his speed was much faster than martial artists of the same level. No wonder the two martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty's immortal island had to join forces to tie with him. The distance was only 3 meters, a sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was just pure ice fury. He didn't use any enhancement. Then, holding the sword with both hands, he slashed down. Because the heavenly demon was too fast, it didn't have time to dodge and was directly split in half. The two Sacred Dynasty's immortal island martial artists who were approaching Ling Xiao were shocked and stopped in their tracks. No way, could the rumors be true? Ling Xiao is even stronger than a 9th Grado Heaven Realm martial artist? I thought it was just a rumor. Let's go, we are not his match. The two senior brother and junior sister were still quite tactful. Once they saw the situation, they knew that they were definitely not Ling Xiao's match. How could they dare to stay any longer? At this moment, the two halves of the heavenly demon, after passing through Ling Xiao's body, merged together and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Your vitality is quite tenacious, but it's a pity that it's useless. Ling Xiao turned around and struck out with his sword. This strike contained some of the power of the red sun. The heavenly demon's body was split open again. However, this time, the moment it was split open, it burned and let out a shrill scream of horror. There was no chance of resurrection at all. The heavenly demon's shrill scream sent chills down the spines of the two disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's island who were running away. Since you want to kill me, are you still planning to escape? Ling Xiao's voice was like a ghost's voice, ringing in the ears of the two disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's island. Then, they felt a stabbing pain in their chests and instantly lost consciousness. So strong. Is this Ling Xiao? It seems that the rumors are true. Outside the ruins, many martial artists were actually doubtful of Ling Xiao's strength. They did not believe the legend of the dragon-slaying forest at all. However, they had to believe it when they saw this scene. At the very least, Ling Xiao could instantly kill 2 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Bastard! The martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty's island gnashed their teeth, wishing they could cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Haha, that's great. Staying in the heavenly demon battlefield with Brother Ling is really a tragedy for these people, especially those who want to kill him. Dai Yaoling clapped and laughed. Moon Maiden, Lan Yuer, and Dai Yuling were naturally overjoyed. 4. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After entering the heavenly demon battlefield, he had already killed 2 heavenly demons and 2 martial artists. In total, he had killed 4. As long as he killed 10, he would pass the test. However, what he was worried about was not whether he could pass the test, but the safety of his companions. The so-called test is just a game that treats human lives as child's play. For those big shots, it's like enjoying a free slaughter. How boring. Ling Xiao's heart was somewhat cold. The alliance leader could have stipulated that martial artists were not allowed to kill each other and only target heavenly demons. However, she did not do so. Perhaps to her, killing those stupid heavenly demons was a little too boring. Killing between martial artists was what truly excited her. Otherwise, wouldn't he have come for nothing? Reality is really cruel. Ling Xiao shook his head. Without strength, he could only be a plaything in the hands of others. He couldn't even choose how he died. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not weak. Even if he participated in this game, he could still carve out a future. Continue. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in lamenting. Only by making the Alliance Master unhappy could he be considered to have truly rebelled. What he needed to do was to protect the lives of everyone in Xingshu College. We're almost there. That's where Ling Luo is. Ling Xiao increased his speed and hurried on. A moment later, he discovered Ling Luo's figure. At this moment, Ling Luo's body was covered with injuries. He was currently hiding behind a cliff and recuperating. It seemed that he had been hunted down by someone before, and now he had escaped danger. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and rushed towards Ling Luo. During the flight, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. What a boring trap. Seems like a lot of people want me dead. Hee, he's coming. This idiot actually rushed over without looking at his surroundings. Just beside Ling Xiao's location, a person was lying quietly in a small mound of dirt. He was using his soul power to spy on Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. The moment Ling Xiao was about to land, this person suddenly exploded. A cold light flashed in his hand as he mercilessly attacked Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao only turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes were gloomy and terrifying. That martial artist actually hurriedly turned back in midair and fled to the other side. He was actually frightened by Ling Xiao's gaze. So cowardly. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at that martial artist disdainfully, revealing a bit of coldness. However, in the next moment, a dozen martial artists rushed out of the mound of dirt. Oh, all the martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island are here. Ling Xiao casually counted. There were exactly 18 of them. Originally, a total of 20 people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island had entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Previously, 2 of them had been killed by him. Now, there were only 18 left. Including Ji Tianming, none of them were weak. Ling Xiao, we already knew that you wouldn't abandon your brother. Poor idiot. He thought that he had escaped our pursuit. In fact, he didn't know that we deliberately used him to bait you. Ji Tianming sneered. How did you all gather together so quickly? Ling Xiao suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with Ji Tianming's words. However, this question was very serious. Logically speaking, after entering the Heavenly Devil battlefield, they should have been scattered. Even if they had a way to contact each other, it was impossible for them to gather together in such a short time. Then, there was only one possibility, that Alliance Master deliberately gathered the people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island together. I have no enmity with her. Why would she do this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled and angry. He didn't have any objections to a fair test. However, if someone deliberately targeted him, then he wouldn't be happy. At the same time, outside the door of the ruins, the Moon Maiden had already floated in the air. She looked coldly at the Alliance Master and asked the same question. That's right. This seat did it on purpose. So what? The Alliance Master looked at the Moon Maiden without fear. I don't care where you came from. If anything happens to Ling Xiao because of you deliberately making things difficult for him, I will definitely kill you. I guarantee that you will suffer the greatest pain in this world. The Moon Maiden looked coldly at the Alliance Master and suddenly smiled. You think you can kill Ling Xiao like this? You are just sending a killing god to those pitiful people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. She didn't return to her seat. This Alliance Master could clearly use soul force to control the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Although this kind of control was very limited, if something like this happened again, she would have to stop it. The Alliance Master was still expressionless. She didn't refute the Moon Maiden's words, but she was somewhat disdainful of the Moon Maiden's words. One Ji Tianming was enough for Ling Xiao to handle, not to mention that there were 18 of them. Could Ling Xiao really escape unscathed? She didn't believe it. This time, Ling Xiao won't be able to escape. Ji Ruolong was in a good mood. He couldn't think of any possibility for Ling Xiao to escape under such circumstances. Inside the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Ji Tianming naturally wouldn't answer Ling Xiao's question. He just waved his hand and said one word. Kill. However, before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao's body was already more than 10 meters above Ji Tianming in the blink of an eye. Golden Crow Rising Sun. With a thrust of the sword, the air seemed to solidify. A huge golden crow burned the air, enveloping all the cultivators from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, including Ji Tianming. Ah! Miserable screams sounded one after another. In just one move, the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island lost 8 Grotto Heaven Realm disciples in an instant. Of the remaining 10 people, 5 were seriously injured. Are you going to kill me like this? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Ling Xiao had a mocking expression on his face. Looks like not many people know about what happened in the dragon-slaying forest. You guys didn't learn your lesson. Since that's the case, I'll broadcast the video to the entire Divine Phoenix continent and let everyone see the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. Void Shadow Crocodile. Another sword thrust out. It looked like a simple move, but in exchange, 5 of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island martial artists died tragically. There are 5 people left. Ling Xiao's mouth was filled with cold disdain. Taotai Doomsday. An even more terrifying move was condensed. Those 3 moves were consecutive moves to begin with. They all belonged to the 3rd profoundness. Thus, when Xu Feng unleashed them, he was able to unleash them smoothly and without the slightest pause. Break for me. Ji Tianming's face was gloomy as he roared. He held his treasured saber and slashed out, shattering the Taotai sword chi that was pouncing towards him. Haha, you're quite powerful. No wonder you're under Ji Huangtian on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. Unfortunately, you can protect yourself, but you can't protect them. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised. Ji Tianming's cultivation should be around the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. As long as he blocked with all his strength, it was impossible for him to be killed in one move. However, this was Ji Tianming's limit. There was no one alive beside him. Damn it, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Ji Tianming definitely didn't expect that he would be so confident as to bring 19 of his fellow disciples to kill Ling Xiao. However, in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. He didn't have the face to go back and see Ji Huangtian and the island master. Boom, he stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack. He waved his treasured saber and a terrifying saber chi slashed towards Ling Xiao like a giant saber that could split mountains. Looks like your saber technique is quite good. If you don't die, you'll definitely become the new leader of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. What a pity. Ling Xiao actually had the time to comment on Ji Tianming's attack. Hearing this, Tianming almost vomited blood. When the saber chi was less than a meter away from him, Ling Xiao suddenly swung his sword to block it. Sharp sword chi whizzed out. Chi. Crack, the sword chi was like a waterfall, easily hitting the saber chi, and then an explosion sounded. Ji Tianming's saber energy was actually cut into two by Ling Xiao's sword energy. How could this be? Is your cultivation not at the 7th grotto heaven realm? No matter what, Ji Tianming could not accept that the saber strike that he had accumulated strength for had been broken so easily by his opponent. However, Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking nonsense. After breaking Ji Tianming's blade energy, a dark demonic sword appeared above Ling Xiao's head. In the heavenly devil battlefield, the power of the demonic sword of darkness was naturally stronger than the divine sword of light. Dark magic sword, body annihilation. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had increased, only needed to use the most basic moves of the heavenly devil world extermination art together with the dark magic sword to deal with Ji Tianming. This was the advantage of profound moves. As the cultivation increased, the power would also increase. Unlike many martial arts moves, after the cultivation increased, the power would not increase and would gradually be eliminated. Whirlwind saber formation. In his panic, Ji Tianming actually didn't dare to attack. Instead, he released a defensive move. The saber in his hand constantly rotated, forming a dense saber formation around his body. The energy released by the saber formation became his strongest defense. Boring. I thought you were a courageous person. Ling Xiao sighed in disdain. The sword light completely destroyed the saber formation and pierced Ji Tianming's chest. Retreat. In that instant, Ji Tianming no longer had the slightest fighting spirit. The only thing he wanted to do now was to escape. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. The strength of his Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island was simply not enough. He had to contact the Permetha Immortal Island, the Black Crow Empire, the Phoenix Academy and the Imperial family to kill Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao, I'm not your opponent, but you don't have to kill me. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Your opponent should be my senior brother Ji Huangtian. Ji Tianming shouted as he fled. He seemed to be very afraid that Ling Xiao would chase after him. However, Ling Xiao didn't give chase at all. Compared to killing Ji Tianming, Ling Xiao was more concerned about his younger brother Ling Luo. Ling Luo, are you alright? What made Ling Xiao happy was that his younger brother Ling Luo was very smart. When he was fighting with the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island's martial artists, Ling Luo hid in a hidden place to prevent being held hostage by the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island's martial artists. This made Ling Xiao hesitate to attack. I'm fine, big brother. Ling Luo grinned, but because of this, the wounds on his body were affected, causing him to frown in pain. Don't try to be brave. I'm really fine. With Big Brother's healing medicine, I'll recover quickly. Ling Luo said proudly. How about this, follow me. I'll let you complete the assessment first and then we'll leave this place. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Seriously? That's not good, Big Brother. That's cheating. To me, there's no meaning in training. Ling Luo frowned. He didn't want to be a bird that couldn't fly under his brother's protection. If it was a normal assessment, I wouldn't do this. However, this assessment has been controlled by someone. Otherwise, do you think the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island's martial artists would suddenly gather together? Ling Xiao said seriously, listen to me. Even training on the battlefield is better than here. Others want to kill you. Alright, Big Brother. I understand. Ling Luo finally nodded. He didn't want to cause trouble for his brother. Let's go. The first person you want to kill is Ji Tianming. Ling Xiao called out to Ling Luo and chased after Ji Tianming. At this moment, outside the ruins, the Alliance Master's mood wasn't very good. Although she was wearing a veil and others couldn't see her expression, they could feel that she was feeling very uncomfortable. It wasn't easy to gather all the martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island together, but Ling Xiao had killed them until only Ji Tianming was left. This Ling Xiao, is he really unstoppable? Since that's the case, let's do something even more ruthless. At the same time, the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island side was gloomy. Ji Ruolong had already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Those dead disciples were the hope of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. Those under the age of 30 were all at the third grotto heaven realm and above. They were all geniuses among geniuses. However, only Ji Tianming was left. He hated that he couldn't swallow Ling Xiao whole. Old man, do you know what it means to bring disaster upon oneself? If you didn't instigate them to take revenge, they wouldn't have died. Just wait, that Ji Tianming won't be able to escape from Big Brother Ling's palm. Dai Yaoling looked at Ji Ruolong and said sarcastically. She was really frightened just now. There were actually so many people surrounding Ling Xiao. Therefore, what she said now was definitely not pleasant to hear. The cultivators of the Sacred Dynasty looked at Dai Yaoling furiously, but they didn't dare to do anything. With the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, they would be courting death if they went up. On the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Ling Xiao brought Ling Luo along as they chased after Ji Tianming. Ji Tianming looked back in horror and realized that Ling Xiao, who was a few hundred meters away from him, was now much closer. In his panic, he took out a pile of thunderclap thunder fire balls that he had prepared beforehand and threw them out one by one. This thing definitely couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but it could slow down Ling Xiao's movement and create a chance for him to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the thunderbolt fire bullets that filled the sky and didn't dodge. He waved the heavy ice's fury in his hand, and its speed was as fast as a broken sword. The terrifying weight didn't seem to exist in his hand at all. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded in the sky. Before the thunderbolt fire bullets could get close to Ling Xiao, they were completely destroyed. But at this moment, Ji Tianming took the opportunity to increase the distance between them and continued to escape. Let's see where you can run to. Ling Xiao sneered. As long as he couldn't leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he could kill Ji Tianming. He definitely wouldn't let this person go. If he didn't bring Ling Luo, his speed would be even faster. But this wasn't a problem. With his current speed, it was enough to catch up to Ji Tianming. His brother Ling Luo wasn't as weak as he imagined. Ling Luo, that broken sword of yours seems to be the Ling family's heirloom? Ling Xiao recognized the broken sword in his brother's hand. In the past, when the other families of Tianfeng City joined forces with the ninja experts to destroy the Ling family, the broken sword displayed a shocking power. Now, the broken sword was in the hands of his brother. Yes, brother. You don't know this, but this broken sword was originally used by the Ling family's ancestor. This Ling family's ancestor was actually a fierce general under the ancient era's human king. It has now become my martial soul. Ling Luo said excitedly. No wonder you can fly with it. Can it be faster? Ling Xiao asked. Sure, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to keep up with me. Just now, I relied on this broken sword to escape from those people. Ling Luo replied. Hee hee, interesting. You're being looked down upon by your own little brother. Then fly as fast as you can. Don't worry about me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Alright, no problem. The two of them suddenly sped up. Ji Tianming, who was fleeing, suddenly felt the pressure grow even more terrifying. When he turned around to look, he was nearly scared out of his wits. At this moment, Ling Xiao had actually closed the distance between them once again. Moreover, they were almost behind him. Especially the terrifying killing intent emanating from Ling Xiao's body, it seemed as if it could instantly obliterate him. He shouted in horror, then took out a talisman from his storage ring and threw it out. Damn it, this is something that senior brother obtained from the Jingyi school with great difficulty. Only the cultivators of the Immortal Court continent can make it. What a waste. Ji Tianming had originally planned to use this talisman to deal with stronger enemies, especially at the White Tiger Storm meet. With this thing, he might be able to get a good ranking. However, he had no choice but to use it now because Ling Xiao was too terrifying. If he didn't use it now, he would have to die. Ling Xiao, why are you chasing me like this? Lord Alliance Master also said that we can kill each other here, but I can't kill you. I'm not a threat to you. Why do you have to do this? Although he said so, he threw the talisman accurately. When the talisman was 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, it suddenly released a strange light. Seeing that the situation was not right, Ling Xiao stopped Ling Luo, who was speeding up, and chose to dodge. Boom, the talisman shattered, and the terrifying heavenly lightning turned into dozens of lightning bolts and blasted toward Ling Xiao. What a terrifying thing. It's said that the secret technique scrolls we use are just imitations of talismans. The power is far inferior to the talismans of the Immortal Court continent. Ling Xiao thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. Sun Moon Sword Domain, Defense. With a soft chant, dense sword chi appeared around him. The heavenly lightning bombarded the sword chi. Although the sword chi was shattered, it became weak and could no longer pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianming was dumbfounded. He had even used his trump card, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Not only was this guy's attack terrifying, but his defense was also terrifying. How was he going to kill him? You asked me to let you go, but you tried to kill me. For a shameless person like you, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will destroy you. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with incomparably cold killing intent. He was most annoyed by people who said one thing but actually did another. Ling Luo, hide first. Ling Xiao was about to attack when he suddenly felt a slight wave of killing intent. It seemed that someone was trying to launch a sneak attack on him nearby. Of course, this person hid very well. Even he could only feel a slight wave of killing intent. He couldn't determine the other party's location. He couldn't accurately determine the other party's location either. However, he didn't want to take the risk, so he instructed Ling Luo to hide first. After all, Ling Luo's cultivation was still too low. He could deal with heavenly demons, but he was still no match for these powerful cultivators. Ji Tianming seemed to have been reminded of something. His originally anxious face actually relaxed. Of course, this expression was only for a moment. However, it was still caught by Ling Xiao's sharp eyes. There is indeed a problem. Ling Xiao thought to himself. If it was someone else, they would probably immediately retreat and leave this dangerous area. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. How could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? What he needed to do now was to beat them at their own game. He wanted to see who was trying to sneak attack him and deal with them together. Otherwise, with this person's powerful concealment technique, if he didn't want to come out, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Kill. Ling Xiao held the dark demon sword and thrusted it towards Ji Tianming with a furious roar. Sand martial spirit, come out. At this moment, Ji Tianming finally released his martial spirit. Previously, he was in a hurry and didn't have time to release his martial spirit. Now that he had a powerful helper, he didn't need to fear Ling Xiao. He released his martial spirit to give Ling Xiao more pressure. Sand martial spirit, Ling Xiao noticed that behind Ji Tianming, there was a cloud of yellow sand flying. It looked extremely strange. He had seen many martial spirits, but this was the first time he had seen such a martial spirit. It should also be a natural type martial spirit. Ling Xiao judged. The most powerful thing about natural type martial spirits was that when the compatibility between the martial spirit and the cultivator reached 100%, the body could also be naturalized. Such a cultivator was very difficult to kill. If he wanted to attack them, there was only one way, and that was to make use of the fighting spirit. Sword intent, saber intent, killing intent, as long as your battle intent was strong enough, you wouldn't need to worry about your opponent's naturalization. After Ji Tianming released his martial soul, his body suddenly became huge, as if he had turned into a sandstorm in the desert. This martial soul is interesting. My universe of Tyrant contains the mountain river world. In the mountain river world, good things need to be in the desert. This way, the natural landscape will be diversified. Ling Xiao could not help but have a strong interest in Ji Tianming's martial soul. But now, he had to kill this guy first. Sandstorm. Ji Tianming's voice floated from the sky, as if it came from all directions. It was impossible to determine his exact location. Then, a terrifying sandstorm formed in the sky. Although the area was not big, it covered the sky and covered the sun, making it impossible to see anything. Wings of darkness. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, a pair of terrifying black wings appeared behind his back, absorbing the heavenly demon fighting spirit and evil chi of the heavenly demon battlefield, becoming even more evil chi. Fly, he began to fly in circles in the sandstorm. His speed became faster and faster, forming an even crazier hurricane. After a while, the sandstorm was blown away. Ji Tianming fell to the side with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. He probably did not expect Ling Xiao to use such a method to break his martial soul. Die. Ling Xiao flapped his wings of darkness and looked coldly at Ji Tianming. The dark demonic sword in his hand had already pierced towards his opponent. Boom. But at this moment, the ground suddenly cracked open. A figure shot towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The short blade in his hand was filled with cold killing intent. Someone is indeed hiding. Ling Xiao's body suddenly stopped and then flew back. The sneak attacker was very strong. It was not a wise move to take it head-on. While retreating, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a shocking chill on his back. Almost subconsciously, he entered the shadow body state. A beam of sword chi directly pierced through his shadow body. How dangerous. I did not expect that there would be two people hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the sky again, his eyes filled with shock. No. There's still one more. A strange whirlpool appeared in the void. Then, a hand reached out from the whirlpool, holding an exquisite dagger, and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's waist. Ling Xiao had just used shadow body, and it would take some time before he could use it again. He had no choice but to use light shadow armor. Crack, the dagger stabbed into the luster battle armor, emitting an unpleasant sound of friction. Immediately, a dent appeared on the luster battle armor. However, Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to get rid of the entanglement. TSK, you guys really think highly of me. The four of you actually teamed up to ambush me. Ling Xiao was finally out of danger. However, the four fellows in front of him gave him a headache. Ji Tianming of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, Dark God Palace Silver Medalist, Level 10, 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. Water God Temple's Divine Envoy, 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. The other one was Gao Yangjun from the Blackwater Fairy Island. His cultivation was the lowest, only at the 6th Paradise Realm. However, he had a very strange martial spirit. He was the one who had taken out a dagger from the void to assassinate him. They were all his enemies. There was no need to mention the Dark God Palace and the Water Fairy Temple. He was the one who killed Gao Yangjuan's father, Gao Yongwen. It was normal for him to seek revenge. However, he also wanted to seek revenge from this guy, which saved him the time to look for him. The four of them teamed up, and three of them launched a sneak attack. However, they were unable to hurt Ling Xiao, let alone kill him. This made their faces a little gloomy. What was Ling Xiao's cultivation level? This was the same question in their minds. Facing two 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and a 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist with a special martial spirit, he was actually unharmed. It would not be so easy to deal with Ling Xiao next. Outside the door of the ruins, the crowd held their breaths, not daring to speak. Once again, Ling Xiao was in an even greater danger. Compared to the previous encirclement of the 20 people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, at least this time, they had almost hurt Ling Xiao. What would the next battle be like? It was really exciting. 2 hours have passed. A total of 239 martial artists entered. Currently, 101 people have died. Of the 4 people who completed the test and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield, there are 134 people left. The martial artist next to the alliance leader announced in a cold, mechanical voice. Fortunately, no one died on our side. Dai Yaling looked at the death list and heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, it was clear at a glance who had died. This was because if someone was killed, it would be highlighted or replayed. No one from Xianxia College was on the list. On the contrary, 2 of the 4 people who completed the task were martial artists from Xianxia College. They were the sisters Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying. After they entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield, they quickly met up with each other. Naturally, they used their own special method. After that, the 2 of them killed a total of 15 Heavenly Devils and 5 martial artists who tried to attack them. They successfully passed. The other 2 who passed were the Thunder Eagle Phoenix's son, Xianxia, and the Vermilion Bird Phoenix's son, Wen. The 2 of them did not kill anyone. They completely relied on killing Heavenly Devils to pass the test. Anyway, no one dared to touch them. They chose to leave so quickly because they did not want to encounter Ling Xiao. The 2 of them had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was. They did not want to lose their lives. 2 pieces of trash. You are the shame of the Phoenix Academy. From today onwards, you are no longer disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Get lost. Zhu Wen and Xianxia's actions made Ming Huang very unhappy. He felt that it was a cowardly thing to do. Let's go. I've never seen anyone send their students to their deaths. Xianxia was carefree. Since the Phoenix Academy did not want him, he directly returned to his Thunder Eagle tribe. In any case, even if there were people in the Thunder Eagle tribe who were unhappy with him, they would not dare to say so. Zhu Wen sighed and said, Dean, it's not that I don't want to deal with Ling Xiao. It's just that it's not a wise thing to do. With my current cultivation, I'll only be sending myself to my death if I encounter him. This guy was a smart person. He was a person who truly knew his own limits. Although many martial artists despised him and Zhu Wen very much now. However, after the end of the first trial, many people would know how wise their actions were. Zhu Wen also chose to return to the Vermilion Bird tribe's formation. The 2 tribes were embarrassed, but they did not say anything. No matter what, they had passed the first round. It was something to be happy about. At this moment, there were several battles going on at the same time in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao faced Ji Tianming, the Dark Shrine's Silver Grade 10 assassin, the Water Shrine's Divine Envoy, and Gao Yongjun. Long Chen was also being chased by 3 Permitha Immortal Island martial artists. He was retreating as he fought. Shang Guanhong encountered the Black Crow Empire's 5th Maleficent Star and was in the midst of a fierce battle. Cold Plum was being attacked by Tomohiko Kuma and Zhong Yu's Permitha Immortal Island. Haim Miankeo had encountered the 4th Maleficent Star of the Black Crow Empire and was fighting fiercely. The other warriors were also in a chaotic battle. In fact, if the warriors from Canopy Immortal Island and Changle Immortal Island had not scattered the warriors from Permitha Immortal Island, the Black Crow Empire, the Imperial Family, and the Phoenix Academy, the people from Xianxia College would have been in danger. Thus, it was very wise of Ling Xiao to ask them to finish the test quickly and leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. ****, your master Ling Xiao is already dead. You'd better kneel down and surrender. You're lucky that my senior brother is interested in you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you go. Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked coldly at Ling Mei, suddenly revealing a mocking expression. Master won't die. Cold Plum said indifferently, but she did not stop what she was doing. Zhong Yu Permitha was very strong. Tomohiko Kuma was also very strong. This put Cold Plum under a lot of pressure. After cultivating at the Blackwater Lake, her cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm and she had 10% of Yin-Yang origin power. However, Tomohiko Kuma seemed to be even more terrifying than her. If not for her twin martial souls and the exquisite fighting skills she had honed from sparring with Ling Xiao, she would have been a corpse by now. Don't talk nonsense with her. Beat her until she's half dead and then tie her up. Tomohiko Kuma said coldly. Haha, well said. We'll do as you say. Zhong Yu Permitha smiled like a flower. Ling Xiao, that guy, made her lose face in front of the disciples of the Xianxia Academy and even caused her mother to be injured. She could not kill Ling Xiao, but she could kill Ling Xiao's woman. At this moment, another figure came from afar. Phoenix Cry Wushan. Tomohiko Kuma, Zhong Yu, and Permitha both looked at that person warily. Don't worry, I have a grudge against Ling Xiao as well. Why don't I join your battle and join hands to deal with this girl? Feng Mingwu Shan said with a smile. Agreed. Tomohiko Kuma nodded. He could feel that the murderous aura from Feng Mingwu Shan was directed at Cold Plum. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity there was between Feng Mingwu Shan and Ling Xiao, one more person was better than one less person. I agree. Zhongyu and Hellflower knew that even though Cold Plum was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be easy to kill her. One more person meant one more power. Only a fool would refuse. On the other side, Ling Xiao had already sensed that Cold Plum's aura was somewhat dangerous. Although the rest of the people were also fighting, they weren't in danger for the time being. Only Cold Plum was. Being besieged by 3 people, he had to hurry to Cold Plum's side to help. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It seems that I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The sword spirits eye hung above his head, and a sword flew out from it. A sword of slaughter. This time, Ling Xiao didn't merge the sword of slaughter with the dark demon sword. He wanted to use the 2 swords to kill the enemy. This would be more efficient. Although he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him, as long as he didn't release the complete martial soul of Tyrant or immemorial Golden Crow, there shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, the moves that he was using now had been used in previous battles. It wasn't anything new. Ji Tianming, the silver card assassin, and the oracle surrounded Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, Gao Yangjun had disappeared. His unique martial soul allowed him to maintain absolute combat prowess even though his cultivation wasn't considered high. This was also the reason why the other 3 were willing to join forces with him. Of course, even so, the 4 of them didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Out of the 20 warriors of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, only Ji Tianming was left. This was all done by Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao had already completed the assessment and could choose to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. But he didn't. Because he still had companions in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he couldn't leave easily. This also gave the others a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Why do I feel that Ling Xiao is using himself as bait to deliberately weaken the strength of those enemies? In the crowd, an old warrior stroked his beard and said. How is that possible? He can't be so terrifying. Next to him, a young warrior said in surprise. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but accept the old warrior's judgment. Could it be that Ling Xiao had long planned to wipe out all the enemies in one fell swoop in the Heavenly Devil battlefield? In fact, at this moment, the Black and White Elders had the same thought. They recalled what Ling Xiao said near Fallen Phoenix City. The path of killing couldn't be stopped. Once it stopped, the opponent would have a chance to breathe. This kid was too ruthless. Do you know why I haven't left after completing the assessment? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. If I don't stay here, how can I catch you, stupid fish? Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. Despicable. Ji Tianming roared. Everyone, let's not hold back today. Otherwise, we might all die here. This bastard is too cunning and too strong. Yes. Understood. Okay. The other 3 didn't dare to hold back. Facing Ling Xiao, it was already a blessing to be able to win by using all their strength. Holding back, that was courting death. After Ji Tianming finished speaking, his entire body merged into the black sandstorm as if returning to nothingness. The silver assassin's body shook and split into 2, then turned into 2 of himself. This shouldn't be a secret technique, nor some kind of martial art, but his martial spirit. Some creatures could split into 2 after their bodies were split. He should have this kind of martial spirit. The Water Temple Divine Envoy's martial spirit was even more domineering. His entire body was wrapped in terrifying ice crystals, making him look like a terrifying ice crystal warrior. He was 4 to 5 meters tall, and when he walked, there were banging sounds. As for Gao Yangjun, he still didn't show up. Ling Xiao was very interested in his martial spirit, but at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. This guy was actually the most difficult one to deal with, so he had to be on guard. Kill him. Ji Tianming roared, bringing along a terrifying black sandstorm as he rushed towards Ling Xiao. His murderous aura sword, majestic and frightening. Bang bang bang. With every step the Water Temple Divine Envoy took, the ground would shake violently. His body, which was like a small mountain, really looked like a colossus. However, his movements were still very agile. I don't have time to deal with you now. Let's find you an opponent. Since it was a fight, Xianxia didn't need to fight 1 against 3. If he didn't use his ability, then he would be a fool. 3-leaf demonic pupils, summon bronze giant demon. Boom. The bronze giant demon fell from the sky, splashing a terrifying cloud of dust, and then stabbed the Water Temple Divine Envoy with its spear. Gotcha, the sound of something shattering rang out. A piece of the ice crystals wrapped around the Divine Envoy's body was directly pierced. However, it was obviously not enough to kill him. The shattered part quickly healed. The bronze giant demon blocked the Water God Temple's Divine Envoy. At this time, Ji Tianming and the Dark God Temple's Silver Medallion Assassin had arrived. The Silver Medallion Assassin split into 2 and surrounded Xianxia from the left and right. The dagger in his hand carried a terrifying and gloomy aura as it pierced towards Xiao's 2 vital points. Ji Tianming's terrifying black sandstorm had already arrived. It was not impossible for Xiao to block their attacks at the same time. However, there was still the annoying Gao Yangjun waiting for an opportunity to attack. So at this time, Xiao chose to dodge. Shadow body, dark shadow step, his body instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of the enemy's eyes. Then, in an instant, he was several feet away. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but his movement technique was also strange and unpredictable. Didn't you want to kill us? Why did you dodge? Are you afraid? Ji Tianming laughed loudly. He was suddenly full of energy now. Xiao chose to dodge, which meant that he was afraid of their attacks. Otherwise, with Xiao's character, he would definitely not do this. It seemed that the 4 of them working together was really effective. However, in the next moment, Ji Tianming closed his mouth. Want to die? Isn't it easy? The corner of Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. Amidst his laughter, Xiao held 2 swords in his hands and directly charged towards Ji Tianming. The terrifying killing intent completely condensed on Ji Tianming's body, scaring him into hurriedly retreating, his whole body trembling. At this time, Xiao had already used his eye technique in both eyes. The right eye's 3-leaf demonic pupil constantly exerted pressure on the enemy's mind and bewitched their hearts. The left eye's Tai Chi eye controlled all the enemy's movements. Ji Tianming, you coward, why did you retreat? The Dark God Temple's Silver Medallion Assassin shouted angrily, but he did not know how much pressure Xiao's terrifying killing intent brought to Ji Tianming through the 3-leaf demonic pupil. It was impossible for Ji Tianming not to retreat. If you have time to scold others, protect yourself first. Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in the Silver Medallion Assassin's ears. The figure that was originally pouncing towards Ji Tianming actually disappeared. Oh no, it's a diversion. The Silver Assassin was scared out of his wits. As an assassin, what he was most afraid of was letting the enemy get close to him. There's no need to panic. Just die quietly. You can't be thinking that you're the only one who knows the art of cloning, right? Xiao's devilish voice rang in the ears of the Silver Assassin from the Dark God Palace. At this moment, the Gemini martial spirits were ingeniously used by Xiao. He was really glad that he had once fought with the 6th Bane of the Black Crow Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Gemini martial souls and 3-leaf demonic eyes. Poochie. The Silver Assassin felt his body suddenly become weak and powerless, as if his soul was being sucked away. Then, his body was sent flying by a kick and landed on the ground. Although it was very painful, he didn't die. The Silver Assassin was overjoyed. He felt that he had luckily saved his life. However, he soon despaired. A broken sword cut off his head. Ling Luo, who was hiding in the dark, revealed a cold smile. Idiot, do you really think that your brother can't kill you? He's saving you for me. 7. 2 more and I'll pass the test. Ling Luo once again disappeared into the darkness. He, who was younger than Xiao, knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he didn't plan to help. Because that would only cause trouble for his brother, Xiao. That guy, he actually obtained the Gemini martial spirits of the 6th Bane. Outside the ruins, the warriors from the Black Crow Empire gritted their teeth. Not only did he obtain it, but he used it better than the sixth Bane. The first Bane, He Yanbing, said coldly, "He's a talent, but it's a pity that he's an enemy of the Black Crow Empire. Even if he doesn't die in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he can forget about escaping from my hands." "Next, it's your turn." Ling Xiao looked at Ji Tianming with a cold smile and said, "Do you really think that you can kill me by calling a few good-for-nothings to surround me?" A mocking smile appeared on his face. In fact, the best way to deal with encirclement was to divide the battlefield. Let the one versus many fight become one versus one. Ling Xiao did this. He used the bronze giant demon to restrain the Water Divine Hall's divine envoy, then used the Gemini martial spirits to scare Ji Tianming away and lure Gao Yangjun away. Then, he suddenly attacked the Dark Shrine's silver metal assassin. This silver metal assassin's attack was probably the strongest, but his defense was the weakest. It would be easy to kill him. Ji Tianming saw the cold smile on Ling Xiao's face, and the hope of victory that had just been ignited in his heart instantly disappeared. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would be suppressed by the four of them, and that he would be able to quickly avenge his fellow sect members. However, in the end, one of their people was killed, and Ling Xiao was still unharmed. "Ling Xiao, you better resign yourself to death. Otherwise, I will kill your brother." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It turned out that when Ling Luo came out to kill the silver metal assassin, he was targeted by Gao Yangjun. Gao Yangjun knew that killing Ling Xiao was not easy, but dealing with Ling Luo, he was very confident. The cold blade was placed on Ling Luo's throat, and a trace of blood could even be seen flowing down. "Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, today I want to see what you will do. You keep saying that you are loyal and righteous, but now that your brother is a hostage, what will you do?" Ji Tianming was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly, "Gao Yangjun, well done. Shameless, too shameless." Outside the ruins, Dai Yaoling was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Don't worry, your big brother Ling has dealt with this kind of shameless people many times. Nothing will happen." Lan Yuer said with a smile, "Look at his expression, is there even a trace of panic?" Dai Yaoling looked at the huge screen and found that it was indeed so. Not only was Ling Xiao not panicked, but the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. "If you can predict it, do you think that I can't?" Hearing this, Gao Yangjuan's expression changed greatly, and dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Behind him, a shadow pierced his heart. Then, Ling Luo quickly slashed out, and the broken sword cut off Gao Yangjuan's arm, then chopped off his head. The eighth one. Although his throat still hurt, Ling Luo was very excited. "Big brother, you are too powerful. How did you know that he was going to deal with me?" Ling Luo wiped the blood from his throat and asked with a smile. "Because your big brother's enemies are all despicable and shameless. They can't beat me, so they naturally want to kill you. Therefore, I hid the shadow child beside you and lured him to take the bait." Ling Xiao chuckled. "To be honest, Gao Yangjuan's martial spirit is a little strange. I can't find his weakness in a short time, but this guy is a little stupid." After killing Gao Yangjun, he took out the eye of the immortal pot and absorbed his martial spirit. "Oh? So it is called the spatial gate. This martial spirit is quite strange." The moment he absorbed the martial spirit, Ling Xiao knew the name and effect of this martial spirit. The so-called martial spirit spatial door referred to the ability to open a spatial door within a certain range and directly travel from one place to another. If an assassin possessed such a martial spirit, it would really be too bizarre. "I'll keep it first. It might be useful in the future." Ling Xiao muttered to himself, then looked at Ji Tianming. "Very happy, right? 2 of your companions died, and the only ones left who killed me to share the credit are the 2 of you. Very proud, right?" These words were full of ridicule. Ji Tianming's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said with a flattering smile, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I originally didn't intend to be enemies with Brother Ling, but these 3 fellows insisted on pestering me." As soon as these words came out, outside the ruins, the martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island immediately lowered their heads. It was simply a loss of face. Saying such words was a bit too shameless. Ling Xiao smiled and said, in terms of shamelessness, you can also be considered a person who can be ranked at the top. Right at this time, the bronze giant suddenly burst out with a roar, and the long spear pierced through the chest of the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy. This spear pierced from the outside to the inside, and the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy's body was pierced through. Half of this credit was given to Ji Tianming. It was precisely Ji Tianming's shameless words, coupled with the tragic death of the other two, that caused the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy to panic. The bronze giant seized the opportunity and pierced through with a spear. Ling Luo, he's still breathing. Go and finish him off. Ling Xiao shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. Ling Luo had already charged over and cut off the divine envoy's head. This kid had once suffered a loss. He killed the enemy without finishing him off, and in the end, he was sneak attacked. So from then on, if he wanted to kill the enemy, he would inevitably cut off the enemy's head in the end. Only then could he be at ease. Otherwise, he really couldn't be at ease. Hee, many thanks, big brother. This is the ninth, there's still one left. Ling Luo licked his lips and looked at Ji Tianming with a smile. Cheating. This is cheating. Outside the ruins, many martial artists shouted indignantly. The rules don't seem to say that we can't deal the finishing blow. Why don't you change the rules now, Lord Alliance Master? The demon wine sword looked at the Alliance leader with a smile. His words were naturally filled with ridicule. This was not the first time the Alliance Master had targeted Ling Xiao. I've said it before. As long as you kill 10 of them, you'll pass the test, regardless of how you do it. She didn't seem to care if Ling Xiao passed or not. She only cared about how Ling Xiao died. On the heavenly demon battlefield, Ji Tianming stood there in horror. He was clearly in his own sandstorm domain, but he didn't have any confidence facing Ling Xiao. Right now, he couldn't even figure out what cultivation level Ling Xiao was at. Was this guy really at the 7th Grotto Heaven stage? If that was the case, how could he have killed so many cultivators who were much stronger than him so easily? Furthermore, he clearly had a feeling that Ling Xiao was not going all out. Because of the battle in the dragon-slaying forest, although he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he heard people mention it. Today's Ling Xiao didn't use many of the moves he used at that time. It was obvious that he was being lenient. But even so, even if Ling Xiao held back, the 4 of them actually couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, 3 of them were eliminated in a row. Once again, he was all alone. Just like before when he led the 17 martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island to besiege Ling Xiao and finally fled for his life. Another tragedy had happened. What are you thinking about? Regret? Or thinking about how to escape? Ling Xiao's voice startled Ji Tianming out of his panicked imagination. Plop, Ji Tianming actually knelt down. Let me go. I'm willing to be your slave, just like those people from the Peacock clan and the Rock clan. No matter what you want me to do, I'm willing. He would rather be a slave than die. Because it wasn't easy for him to cultivate to his current realm. If he died like this, everything would be over. And if he became Ling Xiao's slave, he would have a chance to turn the tables in the future. It was said that the people from the Peacock clan and the Rock clan lived very comfortably in Ling Xiao's place. Including betraying your sect? Betraying your island master? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with a strong sense of sarcasm. He looked down on Ji Tianming. This was completely different from Peng Nantian and Kong Hao. Those 2 people endured humiliation and swore to be slaves for the sake of the other clansmen's lives. But why did Ji Tianming do it? It was purely for himself. Yes, as long as I don't die, I'm willing to betray whoever you want me to. Ji Tianming said. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the sky. He believed that many people were watching this scene. Ji Ruolong, this is the so-called genius you nurtured. Hee, what a joke. In order to survive, he can even betray you. Do you think I should have such a slave? What? Ji Tianming was stunned. He didn't know that everything here could be seen from the outside. At this moment, his face was filled with extreme horror. Outside the door of the ruins, everyone was dumbfounded. Ji Tianming, a dignified 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, actually didn't think of how to win when facing Ling Xiao. Instead, he used the condition of betraying his sect to beg Ling Xiao to make him a slave. What kind of F***ck was this? What kind of shamelessness was this? It was too ironic. Ji Ruolong had already spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was bad enough that he was humiliated by Ling Xiao, but in front of so many people, the genius he had painstakingly nurtured chose to betray him. Just to be a slave for someone else. This was simply trampling on his old face. However, Ji Huangtian's expression seemed to be cold. What he saw was not only Ji Tianming's humiliation, but also Ling Xiao's terror. Even he felt that this kind of strength was a little troublesome. Although he could still deal with it now, if this guy was allowed to continue growing, then there would likely be no way to contain this crazy guy in the future. There were many people who had the same thoughts as Ji Huangtian. What was a genius? In the eyes of the majority, Ji Tianming and Gao Yangjun were all geniuses. They were unusually talented, and their cultivation surpassed others at a young age. Furthermore, when facing ordinary martial artists, challenging someone one level higher was a breeze. These people were the idols in the hearts of many young martial artists in the past. Even many senior experts also praised them. However, these so-called geniuses were now killed, and one was kneeling there begging Ling Xiao to take him in as a slave. What an ironic scene this was. I think we should give Ling Xiao a title, Genius Terminator. Genius Hunter is also not bad. Yeah, facing these geniuses, Ling Xiao is always a level higher than them. This kind of existence should really be called the Genius Terminator. I wonder what those geniuses who are usually so proud that their tails are wagging, think. The crowd was discussing animatedly, talking and laughing. They didn't care who was killed. It was more important to watch a show. Apart from watching the show, the spectators also hoped that a major force like the Five Immortal Island would be defeated. After all, the Five Immortal Island was usually so arrogant and thought highly of themselves. Now that they were so cowardly in front of Ling Xiao, it was really embarrassing. Ling Luo, kill him. Ling Xiao no longer had time to waste with Ji Tianming. He could sense that Cold Plum was in danger. He had to settle the matter here and then find Cold Plum. Got it, brother. Ling Luo chuckled, pulled out the broken sword, and walked towards Ji Tianming. You want to kill me too? I'm afraid of your brother, but I'm not afraid of you. Ji Tianming knew that there was no way he would be let off by Ling Xiao today. He stood up and roared at Ling Luo ferociously. However, the moment he stood up, Ji Tianming realized in horror that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. His hands and legs were bound by the black shadow and he couldn't break free at all. Goodbye, expert. Those were the last words Ji Tianming heard before he died. He was beheaded by a brat whose cultivation was much lower than his. Good death. That voice actually came from Ji Ruolong's mouth. Almost all the warriors from the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island couldn't wait for the disgraceful Ji Tianming to die. However, the only one who truly shouted was Ji Ruolong. That was because he was too angry. His anger had reached its peak. At this point, the 4 people who had besieged Ling Xiao had all died in Ling Luo's hands. Ling Luo had also successfully completed the assessment and chose to lead the Heavenly Devil battlefield. He knew that he wasn't strong enough. If he stayed, he would only cause trouble for Ling Xiao. To have such a sensible brother was really a blessing for Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Luo come out, an elder from the Blackwater Immortal Island suddenly rushed out and grabbed at Ling Luo with his huge hand, trying to kill him on the spot. However, what welcomed him was a sword. A sword filled with murderous intent. The demon wine sword made its move, seeing that Ling Xiao was so outstanding, and that he wanted to achieve his goal. The wine demon sword naturally wanted to help Ling Xiao do more things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if Ling Xiao refused to help in the future. Boom, in the sky, an explosive sound rang out. The old man from the Blackwater Immortal Island was sent flying into the dragon-slaying forest. His mouth was full of blood. If you don't have the ability to kill, don't provoke others. Although I don't know what relationship you have with Gao Yangjun, he deserved to die. The demon wine sword floats in the air, coldly looking at the old man, its expression cold and emotionless. That's right. Killing is normal in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. You're not allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise, you people from the Blackwater Immortal Island can scram. The Alliance Master's cold voice rang out. Although she didn't like Ling Xiao and had even devised all kinds of methods to try to kill Ling Xiao. However, if someone were to cause trouble here because someone had died in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, that would be disrespecting her. She couldn't accept that. Thank you, Uncle Demon Wine Sword. Ling Luo cupped his hands at the Demon Wine Sword, then happily returned to Qingshu College's formation. The old man got up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the door of the ruins, with a vicious gaze. Gao Yongjun was a disciple that he had focused on nurturing. Moreover, he was his biological grandson. Gao Yongjun was extremely talented and was definitely a strong contender for the future successor of the Blackwater Immortal Island. However, he was killed by Ling Xiao and Ling Luo just like that. Ling Xiao had gone too far, he had gone too far. At this moment, the old man might have forgotten that if Gao Yongjun hadn't attacked Ling Xiao first and even used Ling Xiao as a hostage to threaten Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have died. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had chosen to leave after completing the mission like Zhu Wen and Xianxia? It was a pity that this old man would never consider his own mistakes and would instead direct all his anger onto Ling Xiao. At this moment, the killing in the Heavenly Devil battlefield had not stopped. The number of people continued to decrease. Of course, there were those who were killed and also those who successfully completed the mission. However, some people harbored evil intentions and refused to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield even after completing the mission. Because they were confident and were not afraid of encountering any enemy. These people's goal was to kill everyone related to Ling Xiao. Of course, the final goal was to kill Ling Xiao. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, Zhongyu, Red Spider Lilies, and so on were all such people. The chaotic battle still continued and the killings also happened continuously. Some were killed by the martial artists who entered together, while some died at the hands of the Heavenly Devils. The faces of the various major factions' leaders were all ugly because the martial artists who entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield seemed to have been schemed against. The number of deaths was too high and already exceeded their acceptable range. However, this kind of death still continued. They did not understand what the Alliance Chief wanted to do. Even if these people were still unable to resist the martial artists of the White Tiger continent, they could still grow up in the future. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity to die just like that? However, whether they understood or not did not mean much. Anyway, they did not dare to go and defy the Alliance Chief's will. Ah! A scream sounded. It was the cry of the Heavenly Devils. Ling Xiao felt a little strange. It was as if someone was deliberately obstructing him from rescuing Cold Plum. The number of Heavenly Devils he encountered just now was still in the single digits, but when he was heading towards Cold Plum's location, the number of Heavenly Devils actually increased greatly. Although he was fearless in the face of these Heavenly Devils and destroyed them when he encountered them. However, even for him, there was a limit to his endurance. Such frequent killings would also exhaust him. Looks like someone is really deliberately messing with me. Ling Xiao thought of the Alliance Chief. When he was surrounded and killed previously, he had already guessed this point. And now, this fact was even more confirmed. Looks like even if Ling Xiao finds his woman, he probably won't have the strength to fight. Someone is deliberately tricking him. Even an idiot could see that there was a problem in this. Cold Plum could only fight and retreat in the face of Tomohiko Kuma, Zhongyu, Red Spider Lilies, and Phoenix Cry Wushan. She could not gain the slightest advantage at all. Her body was already covered in wounds. Fortunately, she was skilled and was not killed. However, as time passed, no one knew what would happen. Boom! Suddenly, a moonlight blade flew towards the fire phoenix in the sky. Then, sparks flew all over the sky. The fire phoenix let out a sorrowful cry and swayed as if it was about to fall. Moon Maiden, what are you trying to do? The Alliance Chief asked coldly. You're asking me what I'm trying to do? I want to ask you, don't you feel shameless for targeting Ling Xiao time and time again? The Moon Maiden asked coldly. Targeting him? You're wrong. I'm just training him because I have high hopes for him. I feel that he will definitely become a new force to fight against the White Tiger mainland. Since that's the case, he should train more so that he can grow faster and better. Speaking of this, the Alliance Chief suddenly smiled and said, love is the easiest way to erase a person's fighting spirit. Therefore, that cold plum must die. Only with her death can Ling Xiao truly become a talent. It's all a bunch of nonsense. The Moon Maiden said coldly. Since you won't stop, don't blame me for taking action. She rose into the air and floated in the air like a fairy from the Moon Palace, dazzling everyone's eyes. Then, she charged toward the Alliance leader at an extremely fast speed. The two female warriors beside the Alliance leader tried to stop her, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow from the enraged Moon Lady. They were instantly killed. Your Highness Moon Maiden is indeed powerful, but I'm not afraid of you. The Alliance leader put away his Fire Phoenix mount and fought the Moon Maiden in the sky above the Killing Dragon Forest. No one intervened. Because some wanted to, but they were powerless, while others were too lazy to interfere. With the Moon Maiden restraining the Alliance leader, Ling Xiao immediately felt the pressure on him decrease. At least the heavenly demons that swarmed toward him had decreased again. However, because he had exhausted too much energy, he had to find a place to recover first. Otherwise, if he went to save Cold Plum in his current state, he might drag Cold Plum down instead. There were some special towers in the heavenly demon battlefield. These towers were very strange. There were strange secret technique cannons at the top of the towers that would shoot heavenly demons as long as they approached. There were also strange light screens around the towers that could prevent heavenly demons from entering the towers. This should be a ruin left behind by the ancestors. Back then, when the myriad races fought against the heavenly demons, they relied on this secret technique tower to have a chance to breathe. Bastards, wait until I've rested enough, then I'll settle the score with you guys. Ling Xiao saw a warrior from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island enter the secret technique tower with his own eyes. The three heavenly demons that were chasing him did not dare to approach. The secret technique tower's secret technique cannons were powerful. Heavenly demons below the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm were basically instantly killed. Those above the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm could only resist for a while, but it was still very dangerous. Although that person was in a sorry state, no matter what, he managed to preserve his life. This secret technique tower was really amazing. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao also walked toward the secret technique tower. He also wanted to find a place to rest first before looking for Cold Plum. He had already used his soul power to contact his other companions and had them come closer to him. Previously, due to his soul energy being blocked, he could only sense it but not communicate with it. For some reason, the connection was now unobstructed. Could it be that the person outside who has been targeting me is in trouble? Ling Xiao couldn't help but grin as he thought of the Moon Maiden. His Moon Maiden sister wouldn't just stand by and watch him suffer. Faced with such a situation, she would definitely attack in anger. There was no doubt about that. Just as he was thinking, several beams of demonic light suddenly shot over from afar. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him as he ignited his scarlet sun feather coat. Any heavenly demon that got close to him, as long as they were slightly weaker, would be instantly ignited by the scorching heat. He didn't turn back and continued walking into the secret arts tower. The Skyfiends also chose to stop attacking. They could still judge how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The moment he passed through the light curtain, Ling Xiao could feel a warm current flowing smoothly through his blood. It was very comfortable. Ah, isn't this young Master Ling? Why are you here as well? The one who spoke was the disciple from the last Joy Celestial Island. I was chased by heavenly demons, so I came here to hide. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was no need to explain too much about such things. Hee, it's great that you're here. Those guys from the Black Crow Empire and the Permethos Celestial Island won't be able to be arrogant anymore. The disciple from the last Joy Celestial Island was excited. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. This secret arts tower usually has 3 levels. The first level only provides shelter and doesn't help with healing and recovery. The second level will release special light energy to assist in healing, but that's all. The third level is more powerful. Not only does it increase the healing speed, but it can also restore physical strength and inner energy. Therefore, the third level is a place that martial artists must fight for. The disciple from the last Joy Celestial Island replied. Speaking of this, he suddenly sighed helplessly and said, it's a pity that the third level is now occupied by the Black Crow Empire's third maleficent star. The second level is occupied by a few martial artists from the Permethos Celestial Island. I was just healing in there, but I can't do it this time. Boom, at this moment, a figure was blasted out of the third level and fell to the ground, covered in blood. The person who was blasted out was a disciple from the Canopy Celestial Island. At the same time, a voice came from above. Since the Canopy Celestial Island is in cahoots with Xianxia, don't even think about taking advantage of this place. We're already being merciful by not killing you. Xianxia frowned. It turned out that the disciples from the Canopy Celestial Island were affected because of him. In that case, he had to do something. There are disciples from the Canopy Celestial Island and the Last Joy Celestial Island here. Follow me. Xianxia stood up. He needed a good place to recover his physical strength. It was also good to help the people from the Last Joy Celestial Island and the Canopy Celestial Island. Although others had given him a drop of water, he had to repay them with a spring. Young Master Ling, don't blame me for praising others and belittling ourselves. The martial artists here are a little weak. The strongest one is the one who was injured. His cultivation is at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. The few martial artists from the Permethos Celestial Island on the 2nd level are at the 8th and 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. As for the 3rd malefic star of the Black Crow Empire, his strength is even more terrifying. You have to think carefully. The disciple from the Last Joy Celestial Island said worriedly. Because he was inside, he did not see the scene where Xianxia killed Ji Tianming and the others. He did not understand how terrifying Xianxia was now. This kind of worry was reasonable. That's right. If you're not strong enough, you'll end up like me. The severely injured martial artist from the Canopy Celestial Island said helplessly. Xianxia did not explain anything. Since he could not explain it clearly, he decided to go up alone. He wanted to show these people his strength and be confident. Young Master Ling, you have to be careful. Let's go. The few of us who are not injured will follow you. If young Master Ling is in danger, we can still fight. Perhaps the disciples of the Last Joy Celestial Island were influenced by the Last Joy Celestial Island. They treated Xianxia well. Seeing that Xianxia was going to take the risk, they hurriedly called out to the crowd and followed him. In the 2nd level, a few martial artists from the Permethos Celestial Island were sitting cross-legged to recover. They had an intense battle with the heavenly demons and even met Long Chen in the process. They originally wanted to kill Long Chen, but they did not expect to be lured into the heavenly demon's nest and almost died. When we recover, we'll go and kill Long Chen. That guy isn't strong, but he's pretty smart. He actually dared to trick us. A martial artist said fiercely. After killing Long Chen, aren't you afraid of Xianxia? What's there to be afraid of? He's just trash with more fame than strength. Do you really think he's a top expert? Wait, who are you? The martial artist from the Permethos Celestial Island casually replied. However, he felt that something was wrong. The martial artist from the Permethos Immortal Island suddenly felt that something was amiss. Because the person who asked the question was not his companion, but the martial artist who walked in from outside. This bunch of rookies really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to come here. He looked at the person at the door with murderous intent. In the next moment, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, that fear soon disappeared. This was because Xianxia had sent him to the boundless hell with a single sword strike. The people from the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island here have all been wiped out. The Dark God Hall and the Water God Hall each sent one person here, and they were all killed by me. Next, it's your turn. Xianxia wasn't that angry at first. However, the words of the person from the Permethos Immortal Island just now made him want to kill. These people were really targeting him. Not only did they want to kill him, but they also wanted to kill his friends. Since that was the case, why couldn't he make the first move? A few more sword lights flew out, and the 10 martial artists from the Permethos Immortal Island here were all killed. These people didn't even have time to react before they died mysteriously. Xiao's sword was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. The disciple from the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island peeked inside. He wanted to see what was going on, but he was so scared that his whole body trembled. Oh my god, he's too strong. Young Master Ling really lives up to his reputation. No wonder the patriarch told us to treat him better. The disciple was very glad that he didn't take too many detours with the two Vice Island masters. Otherwise, he would be in trouble today. Alright, you guys stay here and heal your injuries first. Especially you, your injuries aren't light. I'll go up and meet the third jinx. Ling Xiao turned around and said. Then, he walked out of the second floor and headed to the third floor. The martial artists on the second floor were still cleaning up the corpses inside. It didn't feel like much time had passed when they heard something fall outside. They rushed out and looked at the ground. They saw a corpse on the ground of the first floor. Who else could it be but the third jinx? How long did it take? Probably less than a minute. This is too terrifying. The third malefic star of the Black Crow Empire should be a ninth Paradise Realm martial artist. How could he be killed so easily? Ling Xiao is too terrifying. Everyone discussed for a long time and finally came to this conclusion. Less than a minute, perhaps only a few dozen seconds, or even a dozen seconds. Such frightening strength really made people feel dread. Just how strong is that guy? Outside the entrance of the ruins, the martial artists could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao's performance was simply too stunning. This fellow should not be inferior to the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Ling Xiao only stayed on the third floor of the Secret Arts Tower for a quarter of an hour. After he had fully recovered, he quickly left to look for Cold Plum. Along the way, he encountered Long Chen, who was being pursued by 3 martial artists from the Permethos Celestial Island and 7 martial artists from the Blackwater Celestial Island. Although Long Chen was a little disheveled, he had already relied on his terrifying bloodline talent to kill 3 people. Otherwise, there would be 13 people chasing after him. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He slashed the air with his sword, and a huge Tao Tai ruled the entire space. The 10 martial artists who were chasing after Long Chen died on the spot. They did not even know who had attacked. This guy is crazy. The martial artists from the Blackwater Celestial Island stood up. How dare he do this? How dare he say that? You're allowed to chase after our Xianxia College's disciples, but I, Brother Ling, am not allowed to kill your people? What kind of logic is this? Dai Yaoling said sarcastically. That's right. I said you're shameless, and you're not holding back. Ling Luo also chimed in. He had been hunted down and nearly lost his life. Thus, he did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for these people. After a while, Long Chen broke through the air. With Ling Zhao's help, he completed the assessment and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield. After that, Ling Xiao continued forward and met Shang Guanhong again. This guy had just killed the 5th Maleficent of the Black Crow Empire, but he was also seriously injured. It could be said that both sides suffered losses. Ling Xiao gave him a healing pill and lured a few Heavenly Devils over to help Shang Guanhong complete his mission. If the rules were fair, Shang Guanhong and Long Chen would not need Ling Zhao's help. However, this test was unfair to begin with. Thus, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to help. Shang Guanhong completed his mission and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield. At this time, there were only 3 martial artists from Xianxia College left in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Hai Miankeo. Hai Miankeo was still fighting fiercely with the 4th Maleficent of the Black Crow Empire. It seemed that it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time, but her life was not in danger. Cold Plum was the only one in danger. Somewhere in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Cold Plum dodged Zhong Yu's Red Spider Lily's killing move again, but her expression was even worse. Facing 3 experts, she could not win even if she used all her strength. I can't die yet, Master still needs me. Lung Mei gritted her teeth. Her figure flickered, like a ghost that was hard to track. Her gaze was fixed on Phoenix Cry Wushan. This person's cultivation was the weakest of the 3. During the battle, she had been observing him and finally found his weakness. She had to kill one of them first. This way, she still had a chance of winning against 2. What a proud girl, no wonder my senior brother was tempted by you, but you're too stupid. What's so good about that Ling Xiao? He's just a lowly commoner, how can he compare to my senior brother? He's an expert ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list, and Ling Xiao is worthless in front of him. Zhong Yu's Permitha flower was also secretly shocked. She really did not hold back. Or it could be said that the three of them did not hold back. But this cold plum was like a natural killer, with an extremely tenacious vitality, an extremely terrifying sense of smell, and combat skills. Every time danger came, she could avoid it. Although she was injured, she was not seriously injured. Dragon Phoenix list? That's only because Master did not participate in the ranking, otherwise, she would definitely be first. Cold Plum looked at Zhongyu with disdain and said, "This era belongs to my master, if he doesn't die, I can't die either." Her aura suddenly became more terrifying, as if she had a breakthrough in the battle. Kill. A ghostly figure dashed out. Her target was Phoenix Cry Wushan. "Haha, she's coming for me, how stupid." Phoenix Cry Wushan sneered. He admitted that he was the weakest of the three, but in terms of intelligence, he was stronger than the other two. Since he guessed that Cold Plum would come for him, how could he not be prepared? Poochie, Cold Plum's sword pierced into Phoenix Cry Wushan's body, but it did not feel like it pierced into the skin, but as if it had pierced into wood. "That's the substitute scroll of the ninja clan, want to kill me? Is it possible?" Phoenix Cry Wushan's voice came from another place, full of pride. "Be careful." Tomohiko Kuma suddenly shouted. Fengming Wushan was stunned for a moment. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A sharp dagger had already pierced his body. He looked at the other Cold Plum, only to find that it was just a bright plum blossom. "You're the one who's too smart for his own good." After killing Fengming Wushan, Cold Plum quickly retreated. Her figure disappeared into the darkness again. Damn it, this girl still has this trick up her sleeve. She hasn't used it yet. Zhongyu by Lilia was shocked. The three of them couldn't kill Cold Plum. Could two of them do it? Don't worry about others. Take care of yourself. A cold voice suddenly came from the side. Then, Zhongyu by Lilia felt a terrifying coldness, as if the world was about to freeze. "Fengming Piaoshui, what are you doing?" This was the last sentence Zhongyu by Lilia said before she died. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would be killed by someone else after besieging Lin Mei all this while. "What am I doing?" "Killing you." Fengming Piaoshui lazily brushed the hair on her forehead. Then, she said indifferently, "You just killed someone from Chang'e Celestial Island, right?" At this time, Tomohiko Kuma was already nowhere to be found. That guy was smart. When he saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly chose to escape. "Thank you." Cold Plum's figure appeared. She was obviously a little weak. "No need. If you want to thank someone, thank your man, Ling Xiao. I owe him. Goodbye." Fengming Piaoshui smiled and disappeared. Her mission had been completed long ago. The reason why she stayed was purely to repay the favor. She originally planned to help Ling Xiao, but Cold Plum happened to be in trouble, so she conveniently helped. "Chang'e ancestor, what's going on?" To be inconsolable of the Permitha Immortal Island roared furiously. "What else could it be? The disciples of your Permitha Immortal Island bullied my Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Ling Xiao helped them. My granddaughter helped Ling Xiao's woman in order to repay him. This is very normal." Ancestor Chang'e said with a faint smile. Others to be inconsolable, but he didn't care at all. Ling Xiao, who was hurrying on his way, suddenly froze for a moment before he relaxed and smiled. Who would have thought that Cold Plum would be saved by Phoenix Cry's fluttering snow? It seemed like there was no need for him to be anxious. He used his soul to tell Cold Plum to leave immediately after completing the test. He then turned around and headed for another secret art tower. Haim Myung-keo and the fourth malefic star were both in the secret arts tower. Both of them were severely injured during the battle. They were chased by the heavenly demons and had no choice but to hide in the tower to recuperate. Among the people of Qingshu College, only Haim Myung-keo hadn't left. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to find her. At the same time, the fourth malefic star also contacted Tomohiko Kuma and the second malefic star to go there and use Haim Myung-keo to kill Ling Xiao. At the same time, the disciples of Phoenix Cry Mountain and Mount Fengming also left the battle and headed there. The Python Phoenix Boashing and the Dark Phoenix Dark Current from the Phoenix Academy also received the same news. The remaining disciples of the Permetha Immortal Island and the Black Water Immortal Island also headed there. It seemed like they were going to carry out a perfect annihilation of Ling Xiao. In addition to them, the remaining martial artists of the Martial Arts Master Island also received orders from their superiors to head to the Secret Arts Tower. Ling Xiao will definitely die there. This was what all the opposing forces were looking forward to. Without these people harassing them, the martial artists of the Celestial Island of Last Joy and the Celestial Island of Canopy had an easier time completing the mission. In addition to the martial artists killed by the heavenly demons, there were more than 10 people from the 2 immortal islands who completed the assessment and finally left the heavenly demon battlefield. However, there were also some who didn't leave. One was Piao Shui, another was Feng Minglian, and the last was Ji Luoyu and Yu Tianya. Among the 4 of them, only Yu Tianya was there to kill Ling Xiao, although he was a martial artist of the Celestial Island of Last Joy. Once in the Divine Phoenix capital, he asked Ling Xiao to let Emote Song go, but Ling Xiao didn't give him face. As a result, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, he was defeated by Ling Xiao and lost face. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's at that time. It was only because he was frightened by Ling Xiao's powerful soul power that he chose to escape. This time, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know all of this. Right now, he only wanted to save Hai Mian Ko and leave this place himself. Anyway, he had already passed the assessment, so there was no need to waste any more time. Big brother, did you hear the voice transmission? Who is it that wants us to go there? On the way, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain met Mount Fengming. Mount Fengming asked in confusion, "It can't be a trap, right?" Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain sneered. "I know who that voice is. Don't worry, she won't harm us. Ling Xiao has offended the person he shouldn't have offended the most this time. He won't be able to escape this calamity. I must let him suffer the pain of being cut into pieces." Mount Fengming laughed. "Big brother, you're too kind. Just cutting him into pieces is too easy for him. Why don't you just cripple him and throw him into the heavenly demon battlefield and let those heavenly demons enjoy themselves? In this way, that kid's soul will be destroyed, he. That's right. Only in this way can we dispel the hatred in our hearts and avenge Father." Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain nodded with a smile. TSK, how terrifying. This Ling Xiao offended your royal family. He's really unlucky. Otherwise, in the future, he would probably be able to shine and shock those cultivators of the White Tiger continent. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yu Tianya flew over from the horizon. "Gentleman Sword, are you going to help Ling Xiao?" Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain frowned. "How can that be? Ling Xiao and I have a deep grudge. Why would I help him? Right now, I can't wait to devour his bones and soul and completely destroy him." Yu Tianya suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Outside the ruins, Patriarch Changle's expression was very ugly. Although Yu Tianya was once a subordinate of the 2 Vice Island Masters, he was still a member of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. If he were to make a move against Ling Xiao, it would probably provoke Ling Xiao's revenge on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. "Island Master, there's no need to worry. Piao Shui will take care of him." On the side, Dan Feng said with a lazy look while eating peanuts with a smile on his face. This young cultivator, who was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list, actually looked so slovenly. This was somewhat similar to the Liquor Demon Sword. However, behind his lazy style, there was a terror that no one dared to look directly at. That's true. Patriarch Changle immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally wanted to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, so opposing Ling Xiao was definitely not his wish. Why hasn't Cold Plum come out yet? In the square formation of Qingshu College, Lan Yu suddenly asked. There's no need to look for her. Don't you know that girl's character? If Ling Xiao hasn't left the Heavenly Devil battlefield, she will definitely not leave. However, this is also good. With her strength, she can definitely help Ling Xiao. The dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyan, said as he looked at the ruins. Ling Xiao is still inside. How can Cold Plum come out? Feng Qingyan, the leader of the Qingshu College team, had been silent the whole time. Now that the Moon Lady and the Alliance Master were fighting in the sky, he became the backbone and had to say what needed to be said. That's right. Cold Plum won't abandon Ling Xiao. Lan Yuer smiled bitterly. Hua Luiying, Hua Fuguang, Long Chen, and Shang Guanhong lowered their heads, feeling a little embarrassed. Alright, don't think too much. Cold Plum's strength is different from yours. She will help you if she stays, but you will only cause trouble if you stay. It's the wisest choice for you to come out. Feng Qingyan sighed and said. This Ling Xiao is really lucky to have so many talented friends to help him. It's really hard to come by. Young Master Ling, I finally found you. You can't go to the Secret Arts Tower. On the way, Ling Xiao met a disciple of Canopy Island. He seemed to have been waiting for Ling Xiao. Why? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Almost everyone just received a message from a mysterious voice. They want to kill you in the Secret Arts Tower. The disciple of Canopy Island answered. I heard it too. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That voice was a calm female voice, which was exactly the same as the Alliance Master's voice outside. Ling Xiao believed that it was done by that person. After all, she was the one who opened the door to the ruins. Only she could do this. No way. You heard it and still want to go? The disciple of Canopy Island looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He was completely stunned. It's not up to me. I believe that person has calculated that I will go even if I know it's a dangerous place. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Thank you for your reminder. I'm fine. No matter how good the plan is, it's useless in front of strength. You should leave this place quickly. Be careful. After he finished speaking, he didn't turn back. Instead, he sped up and flew toward the Secret Arts Tower. This battle was unavoidable. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to watch his own people get trapped in the Secret Arts Tower and do nothing about it. What's more, it was actually a good thing for him to gather all his enemies together. It saved him a lot of time and he didn't have to search everywhere. They're here. Ling Xiao has appeared. The first to arrive at the Secret Arts Tower were the martial artists from the Permethos Celestial Island and the Blackwater Celestial Island. There were a total of 12 people. These 12 people were all at the 5th Paradise Realm or above. The strongest among them should be the second in command of the Blackwater Immortal Island, a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. As for his name, Ling Xiao was too lazy to ask. In any case, he would soon become a corpse. These people didn't know what Ling Xiao had done before, so in their opinion, the 12 of them should be able to kill Ling Xiao. Kill him. Ling Xiao's life is mine. These 12 people actually treated Ling Xiao as a piece of meat that could be sliced up at will. At the same time, they pounced on him and howled. They were even more evil than the heavenly demons. Dark Sword Realm, Black Dragon roars and swallows the heavens. Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating. With a shake of the dark demonic sword in his hand, the Dark Sword Realm suddenly appeared. Then, countless black dragons began to circle around him like tentacles. It was a horrifying sight. Kill. Pu 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 pu, the terrifying black dragon sword chi pierced through the air. In the heavenly demon battlefield, it was infused with the heavenly demon fighting will and its power increased exponentially. As the ear-piercing sound rang out, only 3 of the 12 people were left. The rest were all killed. Even in death, they didn't know how they had offended such a terrifying martial artist. What's going on? How can this Ling Xiao be so strong? His sword moves are even more powerful in the heavenly demon battlefield than outside. Is this guy a heavenly demon? We were too careless. If we knew this would happen, we would have waited for the others to arrive before attacking together. What should we do now, Gao Yang? The other 2 knew that the martial artist from the Blackwater Fairy Island was the strongest. Naturally, they followed his lead. Retreat. Enter the Secret Arts Tower first and rendezvous with the 4th Jinx of the Black Crow Empire. Our people should be here soon. I don't believe that we can't kill Ling Xiao with so many people joining forces. The Blackwater Fairy Island expert was frightened by Ling Xiao's shocking black dragon sword realm. He had no intention of fighting at all. To put it nicely, they were retreating. In fact, they were just running away in a sorry state. He knew that the fourth Jinx was still in the secret arts tower. One more person meant one more combat power. However, would Ling Xiao give him such a chance? Roar. The dark demonic sword in his hand suddenly turned into a long dragon and pounced at an extremely fast speed. The long black dragon was hundreds of meters long and seemed to be able to tear the space in half. The terrifying sword essence was unstoppable. In just a moment, the remaining 3 martial artists, including the guy from the Blackwater Fairy Island, were swallowed by the long black dragon. Even their corpses disappeared. This guy is too cruel. It seems that using the Heavenly Devil battlefield to trap him was a wrong choice. The Blackwater Fairy Island master looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was in the door of the ruins. For the first time, he doubted the Alliance Master's actions. However, the pitiful him did not know the Alliance Master's true intentions. On the surface, it was to kill Ling Xiao. What was the real reason? Perhaps only the Alliance Master himself knew the answer. The Blackwater Fairy Island, the Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, and the Permetha Fairy Island have all been annihilated. In order to kill Ling Xiao, they all died in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. No one passed the assessment. The Dark God Palace only sent one person, and he was annihilated. The Water Fairy Temple also sent one person, and he was annihilated. The Black Crow Empire only has Tomohiko Kuma, the second malignant star, and the fourth malignant star left. It seems that all the forces that are enemies with Ling Xiao have been dealt a devastating blow. Yeah, I really don't know if they're trying to kill Ling Xiao or if they're being hunted down by Ling Xiao. Who else can kill Ling Xiao? Many people who liked to watch the show began to look forward to the appearance of an expert who could fight against Ling Xiao. Who is that? Everyone saw a person standing at the entrance of the Secret Arts Tower. It was a burly man. That must be the Python Phoenix, Boa Sheng. He's ranked 4th among the 10 great phoenixes. He might be able to kill Ling Xiao. Many people's eyes lit up. Boa Sheng was born in the city of Sin. He also had a blood feud with Ling Xiao. This was because the first time Ling Xiao went to the city of Sin, he directly annihilated Boa Sheng's family. Although it could be said that his family was courting death by attacking Ling Xiao first. But he didn't care about that. Anyway, it was Ling Xiao's fault. Who is Python 5 to you? Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Boa Sheng. My biological father. Boa Sheng said through gritted teeth. Then I advise you not to do anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid your family will have no descendants. Sometimes, Ling Xiao felt that these people were pitiful. They were obviously weak, but they kept coming to seek death. It made him a little embarrassed to kill them. Of course, Ling Xiao was only joking when he said he was embarrassed. He would never show mercy to those who dared to attack him. Hee, are you afraid? But since you're here, don't even think about living. Boa Sheng didn't seem to understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. Behind his muscular body, a huge black python lifted its ferocious head and stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. A terrifying power was released continuously. So scary. Is this the strength of the fourth phoenix? Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. This guy is a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist with Yin-Yang essence energy. Many astute martial artists could tell Boa Sheng's cultivation when the power was released. I hope Ling Xiao doesn't die too quickly. Otherwise, it won't be interesting. The surrounding martial artists felt excited. What they wanted to see was a dialogue between two strong martial artists. It was a fight to the death. The more exciting it was, the better. But would Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? What Ling Xiao hated the most was being treated like a monkey watching a show. Therefore, in the battles here, he would basically use the fastest way to resolve them. Are you afraid, Ling Xiao? Do you really think you're invincible under the age of 30? I'm 10 years older than you and have 10 more years of cultivation experience. Do you really think it doesn't matter? Boa Sheng laughed heartily. The huge black python flicked its venomous tongue as if it was showing off its strength to Ling Xiao. I'm not afraid. In fact, I'm excited. Roar, behind Ling Xiao, a huge mystical dragon flew out. It was even more terrifying than the black python and had an even more terrifying aura. It roared at the black python. The black python actually shrank back in fear. Martial souls? Mine is definitely stronger than yours. The ancient hell dragon was the ancestor of the dark attribute. With it as a combat martial soul, coupled with the dark demon sword, the power would naturally increase. Xiao could be considered to be a judge of character. This was the best way to deal with Boa Xing. He wanted the ancient hell dragon to intimidate the black python martial soul. How dare a small snake fight against a mystical dragon? Hee, interesting. I didn't expect your martial soul to be the legendary ancient hell dragon soul. However, from today onwards, it belongs to me. Boa Xing stared at the ancient hell dragon with glowing eyes, a strong sense of greed in them. If you like it, come and snatch it yourself. Let's see if you have the ability. Xiao said coldly. Black python blood spear. Die. Boa Xing didn't waste any more words. A ball of black light appeared in his hand. Then, the light turned into a long spear. It looked like a black python was coiled on the spear, and it was filled with an evil power. Whoosh, the black spear pierced through the air, forcibly piercing a crack in the space and shooting rapidly towards Xiao. Dark demon sword, heart destruction. The sword essence exploded to the extreme. The dark demon sword in Xiao's hand, wrapped in a terrifying fighting spirit, hit the black spear heavily. Boom, with a loud bang, Xiao was sent flying. The power of the black spear was simply terrifying. However, Xiao, who was sent flying, had a cold smile on his face. People were surprised to find that the black spear that Boa Xing had condensed by burning his blood essence and infusing the black python martial soul was being corroded by the black energy. It was constantly rotting. Its power was also rapidly decreasing. Damn it, how could this be? My martial soul. Boa Xing could feel his black python martial soul wailing. However, the black flame on the black spear was burning more vigorously. Is this the hell dragon fire? Finally, Boa Xing understood what was going on. One of the 12 sacred flames, the ancestor of the dark death flame, was the hell dragon fire. Although this flame was not as difficult to extinguish as the dark death flame, its instantaneous destructive power was even more terrifying. Xiao, just you wait. One day, I will destroy you. Boa Xing's martial soul was damaged and he did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately chose to leave the heavenly demon battlefield. Although he had to achieve his goal of killing Xiao, he had to deal with the matter of his martial soul first. Hey, are we really going to be enemies with such a guy? Even Boa Xing is not his match. Not far away, a group of martial artists was hiding. There were about 15 of them. They were martial artists born in Martial Zone Island and there were many of them who were stronger. They had originally received orders to kill Xiao. However, when they arrived, they saw the battle between Xiao and Boa Xing. Hence, they were terrified. Yeah, what a joke. Aren't we courting death by being enemies with such a person? But we can't ignore the orders from above. Then what should we do? Looks like we can only wait for the other experts to arrive before we fish in troubled waters. No matter how strong Xiao is, it's still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He definitely won't be a match for so many people. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can still eliminate him. In the end, one of the stronger martial artists spoke. That's right, we should do that. Everyone agreed. You should have chosen to leave instead of plotting to kill me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Suddenly, a cold voice resounded above them. Everyone hurriedly looked up. What he saw was a huge golden crow. Then, a terrifying radiance exploded among the crowd. In just one move, more than half of them were killed or injured. The martial artists of Martial Zone Island were not as strong as the 5 Immortal Island and the 2 Empires. After Xiao's attack, only 3 or 4 of them were left. However, the fear did not end there. Just as the few martial artists who were glad that they were not killed were thinking about how to escape, the cold sword intent had already pierced their throats. What a cruel guy. What a domineering guy. This is called taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. He is simply a role model for our generation. Yeah, what's so cruel about it? Do we have to wait for the other party to arrive before we counterattack? Who would do such a stupid thing? Outside the door of the ruins, the crowd was excited. Originally, they had not recovered from the battle between Ling Xiao and Boa Xing. That battle was too disappointing. They thought that it would be a battle of equal strength. Who knew that Boa Xing would be so weak and escape after one move? However, Ling Xiao's fighting style was to their liking. However, Ling Xiao is really not afraid of offending people. He offended the remaining 5 islands of Martial Zone Island. There were also people who were worried for Ling Xiao. You should think about it the other way around. The people of Martial Zone Island should be careful not to offend Ling Xiao with the previous 2 islands as examples. But what about them? They really did not take Ling Xiao seriously. They deserved to be killed. I think Martial Zone Island has to hold it in even if they are not convinced. Otherwise, they will be destroyed. Ling Xiao is not even afraid of the 5 Immortal Island. Why would he be afraid of him? That was a sensible person. What he said was the real truth. Ling Xiao did not intend to provoke others, but others wanted to kill him. What could he do? Stretch his neck and let them chop him off? He did not have that kind of masochism. Ling Xiao stepped into the secret Arts Tower and saw Xianxia, who was recuperating. He also harvested the head of the Black Crow Empire's 4th malefic star. When he was about to bring Xianxia out to hunt a few heavenly demons and then leave the heavenly demon battlefield, 3 people came to the secret Arts Tower. They were Phoenix Cry Mountain, Mount Fengming, and Xianxia. Ling Xiao, I know you're in there. Come out and die. Phoenix Cry Mountain roared furiously at the secret Arts Tower. What should come will come in the end. Ling Xiao knew it would be like this. It was impossible to hide. He told Xianxia to continue recuperating in the secret Arts Tower and then walked out. You guys came in the end. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Beggar, die. When Xianxia saw Ling Xiao, he was like a hungry wolf that saw delicious food. He unsheathed the noble sword in his hand. Sword light flashed, and there was a faint electric light. A jumping electric snake circled around the noble sword. The terrifying lightning sword Qi was like a ferocious lightning dragon, shooting towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia's sword with an indifferent expression. A black evil aura slowly rose from his body. The dark demonic sword in his hand, wrapped in a terrifying killing sword intent, stabbed out just like that. He did not even use any moves. However, the heavenly demon fighting will around the secret Arts Tower was stirred up because of this. It felt as if the world was spinning. You don't have to be in such a hurry to die. Ling Xiao's lips finally curled into a mocking smile. Xianxia's strength was not even on par with the Blackwater Immortal Island martial artist that he killed earlier. He was even worse than Boa Xing. Even Boa Xing was forced back by him with a single move, and this person actually dared to attack so rashly. It seemed like this Xianxia did not know about the things that had happened recently. Perhaps in his eyes, Ling Xiao was still an ordinary 4th or even 3rd level Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Crack, a crisp and clear sound rang out. The instant the 2 swords came into contact, Xianxia's lightning sword Qi immediately disintegrated. That arrogant lightning dragon was swallowed by the terrifying aura of darkness. After that, Ling Xiao's evil sword Qi ruthlessly pierced through Xianxia's protective elemental energy. Puchi, the sound of a body being pierced rang out in the air. When Xianxia's figure explosively retreated, he discovered that there was a hole in his chest. If it was just an ordinary injury, it wouldn't be fatal. However, this sword was infused with the terrifying immemorial hellfire, and it started burning within Xianxia's heart. Shrill screams continued to ring out. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming frowned. The 2 of them attempted to save Xianxia, but they realized that they had no way of doing so. That terrifying flame made them not even dare to approach. Finally, after struggling for a moment, Xianxia stopped breathing. Sigh, in the end, we still ended up provoking Ling Xiao. Looking at this scene, old ancestor Chang'e sighed. He wondered if this matter would affect the relationship between their Chang'e Immortal Island and Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Island Master. If Ling Xiao was such a narrow-minded person, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. He should know that Xianxia has nothing to do with us. Dan Feng said lazily while eating fruits. Furthermore, if Ling Xiao really finds fault with us, I'll kill him personally. A hint of worry flashed across old ancestor Chang'e's eyes. Dan Feng's arrogance was not inferior to Ling Zhao's. His cultivation was even much stronger than Ling Zhao's. He was probably the person who was closest to the Yinyang realm among the martial artists under the age of 30. Although this child admired Ling Xiao, he was definitely not afraid of Ling Xiao. However, this was also good. If a martial artist didn't have his arrogance, the path of martial arts wouldn't be so smooth. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, do the two of you also want to follow in Xianxia's footsteps? Ling Xiao shook off the blood on his sword, then looked at the two young masters and said, "Isn't it better to live well? Cut the crap. The hatred of killing our father is irreconcilable. If you don't die, how can we face our dead father?" Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain said angrily. "Since that's the case, then the two of you can go accompany your father. I'll fulfill your filial piety." Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Although he didn't want to kill them, if the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be merciful. Before his voice died away, Ling Xiao shook the dark demonic sword in his hand. In an instant, evil sword essence filled the sky. A terrifying sword chi tore through the void and pierced toward Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming. He actually planned to fight the two of them alone and solve the problem directly. Go. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming looked at each other and then attacked together. The power of the two long spears condensed together and pierced toward the terrifying sword chi. Boom, crack, the terrifying power collided in the air. The next moment, Ling Xiao took 3 steps back. However, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming took 4 or 5 steps back. 2 against 1, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming were actually at a disadvantage. It's not over yet. What are you waiting for? Ling Xiao took 3 steps back, and his figure suddenly disappeared. He shot out at an even faster speed, and his entire body turned into a terrifying giant sword. Tai Chi sword body, light and shadow escape, the two fused moves were used together, and a white light suddenly appeared in front of Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain. Damn it, I can't dodge it. Second brother, help. While Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain tried his best to resist, he roared at Mount Fengming. Big brother, I won't let you die in vain. However, what Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain heard was a cold and heartless voice. At that moment, Mount Fengming did not join forces to block Ling Zhao's attack. Instead, he hid behind Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and pushed him out with his hand, hitting the Tai Chi sword body. Mount Fengming knew very well how terrifying Ling Zhao's sword was. If the two of them joined forces, both of them would be injured. However, if he let his brother block this attack, he would not be injured. Although Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain might die if he did so. Poochie, the sound of the sword chi piercing through the body was heard. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain turned back to look at his second brother before he died. He probably did not expect that he would be killed by his brother's plot in the end. Damn it, the people from the royal family are ruthless. And shameless. Outside the door of the ruins, many warriors were stunned for a moment. Soon after, intense discussions rang out. Using his family as a shield. How could he do such a thing? Since ancient times, the royal family has been heartless. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain's corpse fell to the ground. Mount Fengming did not take the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he chose to run away. After a few hundred meters, he stood still. Ling Xiao, you killed my brother and officially offended the morality court. You're finished. That person from the morality court loves my brother the most. This time, you're dead. Let alone you, even your heavenly empire will be razed to the ground. Oh, I forgot to tell you. People outside can see what's happening inside. Ling Xiao scratched his head and smiled. What? Mount Fengming was dumbfounded. People outside can see inside, didn't that mean that the fact that he had used his brother as a shield had been seen by others? Impossible. This is the heavenly devil battlefield. That door to the ruins is just a portal. How can people outside see inside? Mount Fengming felt that Ling Xiao was fooling him. That idiot. Outside the ruins, Fengming Xiao's face was dark and uncertain. Mount Fengming's actions were really too stupid. I, Ling Xiao, hate people who stab people in the back the most. I originally thought that I didn't have any enmity with you two brothers. It was only because of the grudge with your father that I got involved. I didn't hate to kill you. But after seeing your actions, I feel that it's better for you to die, lest you stay behind and harm others. I believe that many people still remember the Battle of the Dragon Forest. It's not over yet. Destroy my heavenly empire, I'd like to see who dares to touch my people. I'll make them disappear first. The dark demon sword emitted a black sword light that pierced through the air. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of something shattering came from the void. Mount Fengming had actually trapped himself in a tortoise shell at some point in time. That was a real tortoise shell. It looked like the hard shell of a tortoise. Mount Fengming's entire body was curled up inside. The dark demon sword only left a shallow mark on the tortoise shell. It didn't even crack. That tortoise shell was clearly some kind of special treasure. However, although the tortoise shell was hard, the terrifying impact of the dark demon sword could not be completely cushioned. Mount Fengming was still bleeding from his nose, looking a little hideous. It was just that he was hiding in the tortoise shell and many people couldn't see him. At this time, Mount Fengming was very clear that he was absolutely no match for Ling Xiao. In addition, his elder brother was already dead, so there was no shield that he could use. At this time, he actually shouted without caring about his face, "No matter who it is, as long as you can help me kill Ling Xiao, our divine Phoenix Empire can give you a promotion, reward you with 10,000 gold, and all kinds of classic martial arts. Whatever you want, I can get it for you." At this time, in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, although there were no warriors from the big forces, there were still many scattered warriors who didn't belong to any sect, and there were also some warriors from small sects and small forces. Furthermore, there were close to 30 of them. Did you hear that? Anyone who kills Ling Xiao will be rewarded handsomely. What do you think? If we're able to become a prince in Divine Phoenix Empire, then wouldn't we be able to eat and drink well in the future? Aren't we fucking cultivating like this for the sake of standing out? That's right, there's also endless medicinal pills and martial arts manuals. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank can be obtained with a single thought. There are close to 30 of us, and Ling Xiao is just one person. Are we afraid that we can't kill him? The bold ones are stuffed to death, the cowardly ones starve to death, go. Humans were all greedy. Especially these small sects and forces, as well as scattered warriors. They were originally lacking in resources, and usually didn't have any backing. This time, they finally had the chance to establish a relationship with the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family, so how could they easily give it up? Close to 30 people, 27 or 28 of them were tempted. Of course, there were also people who chose to leave quietly. No matter how many benefits there were, they were afraid that they wouldn't have the life to take them. Not to mention Ling Zhao's terrifying strength, just that tortoise Mount Fengming, that guy could even push his own elder brother to his death. These people probably wouldn't have a good ending either. Thus, 27 killing intents pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Zhao's face was as calm as an ancient well. There was no smile, nor was there any fear. It was as if the ones rushing over weren't 27 people, but 27 moths. He took a deep breath, and the dark devil sword in his hand gripped even tighter. However, before he could make a move, 3 figures rapidly dashed over from afar. Kill! Ice-cold voices came from the mouths of those 3 people. Snowflakes danced in the air. Plum blossoms scattered, Ice Phoenix cried, the Emperor's sword moved unhindered in the air, 27 warriors, in an instant, became 27 corpses. The ones who attacked were precisely Fengming Piao Shui, Cold Plum, Fengming Lian, and Hai Mian Ko. Master, Benefactor, Big Brother Ling Xiao, are you alright? The 4 proud daughters of heaven rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time, and didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. This scene made the gazes of many people outside the ruins stiffen. After a long time, someone cursed with jealousy, this Ling Xiao is 2F** king popular with women. If any of these 4 women were given to me, I would wake up laughing for the rest of my life. Come on, Ling Xiao has done these 4 women a favor. What kind of thing did you do? But then again, these 4 girls are really terrifying. Those 27 warriors weren't weak, but they were actually destroyed by them in an instant. Anyway, I won't provoke them. Ling Xiao turned back to look at the 4 girls, revealing a happy smile. What could make a person feel happier than being saved by 4 such outstanding women? Thank you. There wasn't much to say, and there was no need to say so much. Everything was in these 3 words. On the other side, Mount Fengming abandoned the tortoise shell and sped up to escape into the distance. You guys just wait. After I get out, Mount Fengming will definitely make you die a horrible death. In the distance, the roar of Mount Fengming could be heard. Unfortunately, you don't have that chance anymore. Ling Zhao's figure flashed and turned into a flash of light. In an instant, he had already caught up with Mount Fengming, who had been escaping for a long time. Kill. Ling Zhao's sword stabbed out. Since Mount Fengming dared to threaten him, he definitely couldn't let this guy leave alive. Otherwise, there would really be endless trouble. However, at this moment, a phoenix cry was heard, followed by a cold flame that shattered Ling Zhao's sword chi. Then, a young man in black who looked full of a gloomy aura appeared there. It's not a man to kill all of them. Ling Xiao, you've already killed Mount Fengming. Why don't you spare his life? Hai Lu, help me. When Mount Fengming saw the person who came, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He was no match for Ling Xiao alone, but with the help of Dark Current, the result would naturally be different. You're also here to kill me, right? Ling Xiao asked. Dark Current was stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed a hideous smile and said, yes, you can die now. Before his voice died away, he suddenly pointed out a finger. The terrifying black flame condensed into a line, piercing the void and shooting towards Ling Xiao, who was close at hand. In that case, why are you still talking nonsense? Let's die together. Ling Zhao's figure flashed and easily avoided Dark Current's attack. Then, the Dark Demon sword in his hand once again attacked Mount Fengming. Bang! Dark Current suddenly attacked from the side and slapped Ling Zhao's right rib. However, Ling Zhao's body did not move at all. His body suddenly flickered, and a pitch-black flame rushed to Dark Current's arm along the Crimson Sun feather jacket. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao glanced at Dark Current coldly and said, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first. Flames rose, and Dark Current's right arm instantly burned. However, Dark Phoenix's son was also ruthless. As soon as he saw that the situation was bad, he directly chopped off his burning right arm with a hand chop. Although the pain made him sweat profusely, the terrifying Hell Dragon fire was no longer a threat to him. Are you happy? Unfortunately, it's too early. Ling Xiao actually abandoned Mount Fengming and launched a series of attacks on Dark Current. He stabbed out with the Dark Demon sword in his hand, and a shadow all pierced through the air. Dark Current had just lost his arm and was injured. He didn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge. While dodging, he shouted at Mount Fengming, come and help. However, he found that Mount Fengming not only didn't come to help, but also fled into the distance. Seeing that Dark Current had lost his arm, Mount Fengming didn't dare to stay. It killed 2 heavenly demons on the way and chose to leave the heavenly demon battlefield. Dark Current was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, after I kill you and leave the heavenly demon battlefield, I'll kill him too. Your grudges can be settled in hell. Ling Xiao kept attacking with his giant sword, forcing Dark Current to flee in panic. Ling Xiao, I was just bewitched by Mount Fengming. Now that I've lost an arm, why do you have to force me? The Nether Ocean Current shouted as it fled. I gave you a chance just now. It was you who didn't take your life seriously. You can't blame me. How could Ling Xiao possibly listen to Dark Current? He abruptly accelerated, instantly closing in on the Dark Current. The huge dark magic sword slashed down from above, directly splitting the Dark Current in 2. Those who kill me, die. His words were directed at the sky. In fact, he was speaking to the many warriors outside the door of the ruins. Not far away, Tomohiko Kuma and the second Bane, who had been hiding and observing the situation this entire time, knew that the situation was hopeless. They very wisely gave up on attacking Ling Xiao and quietly withdrew from the heavenly demon battlefield. They had already completed the test long ago, and they were only here to hunt down Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, there was no need for him to stay any longer. It seems that no one will come. Let's go. Hai Miankeo killed a few heavenly demons and completed the test. During this period, no new enemies appeared. Ling Xiao knew that this test was probably over, so he spoke up. The 5 of them left the heavenly demon battlefield at the same time and appeared above the killing dragon forest. The sun was high in the sky. It seemed to be noon, around 12 o'clock in the mystic world time. The door of the ruins finally disappeared, and the warriors who had passed the first round of the test stood on a high platform in the center that had been prepared long ago. The high platform seemed to be formed by the gathering of energy. It was clearly not a physical object, but it was harder than a physical object. The Sacred Dynasty Island was completely destroyed, the Permitha Island was completely destroyed, the 5 Martial Ancestor Islands were completely destroyed, the Imperial Family, Mount Fengming and Fengminglian, 2 remaining. The Phoenix Academy, Boa Xing, Fengmingpiao Shui, Zhiwen, and Xianxia, 4 remaining. The Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, and the Second Bane, 2 remaining. The Canopy Island, 10 people passed. The Changle Island, 12 people passed. The Qingshu College, 8 people all passed. As for the remaining warriors, 4 remained, including the heavily injured Ji Luoyu. There were more than 200 participants, but only 34 people passed in the end. Luoyu, what happened to you? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Luoyu in surprise. She was the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Sa and a member of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Who would dare to injure her like this? Hee, I did it. This girl refused to cooperate with me to deal with you, so I attacked her. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill her. Boa Xing laughed. It turned out that Ji Luoyu had also received the notice to surround and kill Ling Xiao. She wanted to rescue Ling Xiao, but on the way, she encountered Boa Xing, who was defeated by Ling Xiao, and they fought. Although her strength was not bad, it was still difficult for her to win against Boa Xing. In the end, she was heavily injured. Fortunately, she was the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Sa and was good at some strange pills. That was how she managed to survive. However, it was impossible for her to continue participating in the next battle. It seems like I really should kill you. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hatred surged. Regardless of whether he had feelings for Ji Luoyu was still very kind to him. What's more, this time, it was to help him that he encountered the python on the way. If he did not kill Boa Xing, his hatred would not disappear. Feeling the murderous intent released by Ling Xiao, Boa Xing sneered. You dare to attack me here? Sword, come. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Ice of Fury instantly appeared in his right hand. Then, a divine light sword quickly appeared above his head. Merge, the divine light sword merged with Ice of Fury, and its power suddenly increased greatly. In the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he used the Dark Demon Sword because of the Heavenly Devil fighting spirit. At this time it was noon outside, and the Scarlet Sun was releasing a blazing light. It was naturally better to use the Divine Light Sword. Sword Chi whistled, and a strong wind blew. With Ling Xiao as the center, the surrounding air seemed to have become hot in an instant. Boa Xing frowned, then snorted coldly. A terrifying aura was released from his body. The huge shadow of the black python appeared behind him. The 2 auras collided in the air, exploding and tumbling. It was terrifying. It is indeed the Yin and Yang Yuan energy of the half-step Yin-Yang realm. No wonder the giant python phoenix is ranked 4th among the 10 phoenix suns. Previously in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, people could not feel Boa Xing's aura and could only see his performance. Therefore, they did not have a thorough understanding of him. Some of their judgments were just guesses. But now, Boa Xing was right in front of them. They could clearly see how strong this guy was. Too powerful, this was Boa Xing's true strength. He had not shown it in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It seems that Ling Xiao did not kill Boa Xing in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It was a mistake. That's right. I knew it. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? This guy must have cultivated some kind of martial art that can make use of the Heavenly Devil fighting spirit. Therefore, while others were suppressed, he was not affected at all. His combat strength naturally increased. I suddenly feel that those warriors who were killed by Ling Xiao died unjustly. Perhaps they were killed by Ling Xiao, who was weaker than them. Boa Xing's words answered the doubts in many people's hearts. In fact, Ling Xiao also knew about this point. In the Heavenly Devil battlefield, one's strength decreased while another's strength increased. But so what, he didn't think that Mangxing would be a match for him outside. This battle, many people were not optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's performance previously was outstanding, that was because he was stained with the light of geographical advantage. It was not that his own strength was strong at all. There were even many people who thought that Boa Xing was the best candidate who was most qualified to contend with the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Ling Xiao probably really could not do it. I'll stop. This is the Dragon Phoenix selection. If you guys continue to make a move, then this seat will expel you guys from the Dragon Phoenix selection in the name of breaking the rules. Just as Ling Xiao and Boa Xing were at daggers drawn, that alliance chief spoke up. The Moon Lady and that alliance chief fought for a long time. The moment before Ling Xiao came out, they were still fighting fiercely. But in the end, the victor was not decided. This alliance chief's strength also obtained many martial artists' recognition. After all, to be able to take so many moves under the Moon Lady's hands, this was still the first. Which, how awe-inspiring of you. Isn't the one who broke the rules you? Right after that alliance chief spoke, the enraged Ling Xiao directly aimed the spearhead at her. If not for you, I wouldn't have encountered so many dangers in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield. If not for you, so many geniuses on the Divine Phoenix continent also wouldn't have died tragically. I'm very suspicious of your identity now, whether or not you're a spy from the White Tiger continent. The speaker had intentions, the listener also had intentions. Actually, many people expressed puzzlement over some of this alliance chief's actions. This first assessment was clearly to make the Divine Phoenix continent and Heavenly Dragon continent's martial artists kill each other. Doing so, the only one who benefited was the White Tiger continent. It was just that many people dared to think so, but did not dare to say so. Only Ling Xiao said it out loud. Furthermore, he actually called that exalted alliance chief a witch. This guts was really big enough. Insolence. That alliance chief shouted coldly. Am I being insolent or are you being insolent? A spy from the White Tiger continent ran to the Divine Phoenix continent to abuse your power and caused so many genius martial artists to die. Shouldn't you be responsible? Ling Xiao did not wait for the other party to finish speaking and directly retorted. Damn it, nearly caused to die by people, he was furious right now. Alliance chief? Whose alliance master are you? Who recommended you to be the alliance leader? What right do you have to give orders here? This series of angry shouts caused the alliance master's anger to soar to the sky. But she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. The Moon Maiden couldn't kill her. She couldn't kill the Moon Lady either. If she couldn't kill the Moon Lady, she couldn't touch Ling Xiao. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. I announce that Ling Xiao has insulted me and has been eliminated from the Dragon Phoenix selection. He will leave immediately. The alliance master suddenly sneered and said. Hee, do you think that after using me to kill those geniuses, I'm useless now and you can throw me away as a pawn? Unfortunately, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I killed them because they wanted to kill me, and I am not your chess piece. Between the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, I am the one who controls the game of chess. Who do you think you are to have the right to make me leave? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Tell me, should I withdraw? You shouldn't. Deafening shouts sounded in the sky above the killing dragon forest. Regardless of whether they liked Ling Xiao or disliked Ling Xiao, they didn't want Ling Xiao to withdraw at this time. Warriors who liked Ling Xiao wanted to see Ling Xiao take the lead. Warriors who didn't like Ling Xiao wanted to see Ling Xiao be killed. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't withdraw. This was the consensus of everyone. Only the stupid alliance master didn't understand this at all. To be inconsolable, Jiruolong, Raven Queen, what do you mean? Even you want to go against my orders? The alliance master looked at the three people coldly and questioned, Don't forget that Ling Xiao killed many disciples on your island. The three people who were questioned didn't say anything. No matter what the alliance master said, they couldn't let Ling Xiao withdraw. Once Ling Xiao withdrew, how could they take revenge? Furthermore, Ling Xiao's words had truly awakened him from his stupor. Although the alliance master was elected by the 5 island masters of the 5 immortal islands, to be honest, they were only shocked by this person's cultivation. At that time, they needed someone to mediate the conflict between the 5 immortal islands. Because of this, they had this alliance master. Although they feared and respected this person, they didn't need to listen to him. Alliance master, now you see, who is going to get lost? Ling Xiao looked at the alliance master mockingly and said coldly, I want to kill Boa Sheng, can you stop me? Kid, we don't want you to withdraw not because we support you, but because we want to kill you, so don't be too proud. To be inconsolable suddenly stood up and said. She believed that even if she said that, Ling Xiao wouldn't withdraw. In fact, the more she said that, the more Ling Xiao wanted to participate. Ling Xiao's character was like that. He would never be threatened by anyone. The more he was threatened, the more motivated he would be. Haha, you really dare to say that. Ling Xiao said with a smile. No matter who the alliance master is, you are the main culprit who killed so many geniuses of the opposite Bank Island. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. To be inconsolable said coldly, I believe you want to continue participating. Why don't you wait? There's no need to make the second assessment so troublesome. Let's have a real duel. Whoever wants to fight, just invite them. There's no need to talk nonsense. This way, you don't have any objections, right? I agree. Ji Ruolong said. I agree too. Raven Queen said. I agree. The island master of the Blackwater Immortal Island nodded. Although this suggestion is good, if there are many people inviting the same person to fight, wouldn't it become a tag team battle? Old Ancestor Changle said with a frown. It's simple. After the battle, you can rest for up to 2 hours before accepting the challenge again. Ji Ruolong added. Alright, since that's the case, I agree too. This is much more straightforward. Anyway, the Dragon Phoenix selection is to select the participants of the White Tiger meet. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain has already sent experts to participate in the selection. The young experts participating in the White Tiger meet will be able to see your battles. The 12 people with the best battle results will be qualified to head to the White Tiger continent and enter the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Zhu Tianlin, the island master of the Sky Canopy Immortal Island, nodded. What's the background of this Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Why is there such a force? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully, I don't have any objections to your rules, but you have to make things clear. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain is a sect jointly established by the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. It's located in a small country in the White Tiger continent. It's a mid-lower sect, but it's stronger than any of the sects in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. Zhu Tianlin explained, actually, the island masters of the 5 Immortal Island are all outer sect elders of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If you want to inherit the position of island master, you have to obtain the consent of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. There's such a thing? I didn't know about it. Ling Xiao was very surprised. He didn't expect the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent to be so hardworking in order to enter the White Tiger continent to cultivate. They even established their sects in the White Tiger continent. However, it sounded a little weak. Do you agree, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Senior He looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I agree. Ling Xiao looked at Boa Sheng. Wash your neck and wait. I'll take your life first. Some people are really in a hurry to die. That leader hated Ling Xiao to the core. She also had an indescribable fear of Ling Xiao. Therefore, she really wanted to seize every opportunity to mock and make sarcastic remarks about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's strength was far inferior to hers, this kid's eyesight was too terrifying. He actually saw through her intentions with a glance. That's right, she wanted the martial artists of Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent to kill each other. However, she wasn't a spy of White Tiger Continent, but an inner sect elder of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Dragon Phoenix Mountain was divided into the White Tiger and Divine Phoenix factions. White Tiger faction's martial artists wholeheartedly wanted Dragon Phoenix Mountain to completely integrate into White Tiger Continent. They even wanted to recruit disciples from White Tiger Continent and despise Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent's martial artists. Divine Phoenix faction's martial artists hoped that Divine Phoenix Continent could produce more geniuses to join Dragon Phoenix Mountain. They wanted Dragon Phoenix Mountain to become an exit for Divine Phoenix Continent's genius martial artists to go to White Tiger Continent. The two factions fought endlessly, and both had their wins and losses. Of course, Sky Dragon Continent was directly ignored because other than Ji Funing and his wife back then, there wasn't any other martial artist that could be brought out. As a martial artist of White Tiger faction, this leader naturally didn't want to see Divine Phoenix Continent gain the upper hand. Therefore, she tried her best to become the leader of 5 Immortal Island and used this Dragon Phoenix selection as an opportunity to greatly weaken the strength of Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists. This method was actually no different from a spy. She wholeheartedly wanted to become a complete citizen of White Tiger Continent. She didn't even want her ancestors. It was fine if she didn't want them, but she actually schemed against her own kind. Her intentions were punishable. This time's challenge is still a matter of life and death. Those who are afraid, just give up. The leader said coldly. Although she couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die, using this second stage of the assessment to kill Ling Xiao could be considered as helping her vent her hatred. This is inappropriate. Ancestor Chang'e said slowly, the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, in addition to the 34 people who passed the first round, are all our elites. No matter who dies, it will be a loss for the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Sky Dragon Continent. That's right. I think we should add another rule. If you can't win, you can admit defeat. It'll be considered a failure. If you refuse to admit defeat, you'll have to fight until you kill your opponent. Raven Queen pondered for a moment before replying. Many people agreed with this idea. Alright, so be it. That Alliance Master knew very well that he no longer had much authority. If he insisted on refusing, then he might not even be able to host the Dragon Phoenix selection today. Moreover, such a rule would not affect his plan. That was because he knew that at the very least, Ling Xiao would definitely not admit defeat. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. I want to challenge Ling Luo from Qingshu College. As soon as the rules were set and the challenge was about to begin, Boa Xing revealed a sinister smile and looked at the people from Qingshu College. He was not in a hurry to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted to let Ling Xiao watch him kill the martial artists from Qingshu College one by one. That way, Ling Xiao would suffer even more. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. You're shameless. You're a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert, and I'm just a 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. You actually dare to challenge me? Phoenix Academy and the Divine Phoenix Empire's reputation have been completely disgraced by you. Ling Luo really took after Ling Xiao. He could poke his opponent's sore spot with just one sentence. I admit defeat. I won't fight, okay? He was straightforward. If he could not win, then he could not win. He did not want to court death. This was what a person with self-awareness should do. He knew very well that Boa Xing would not give him the chance to admit defeat during the battle. Boa Xing gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He challenged everyone, including Hai Myung Ko, Hua Luiying, and Shang Guanhong, but they all chose to avoid the challenge. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. The difference in cultivation level was too big, and it was a life and death battle. Only idiots would accept the challenge. However, avoiding the battle meant that he would have one more defeat in his battle record. When the time came to evaluate the results, they would naturally be at a disadvantage. Even so, risking one's life was just asking for trouble. It was not worth it at all. Boa Xing's gloomy expression only blossomed when Long Chen was invited. Long Chen had agreed to the challenge. I have to say that your companions are very smart, but you are really an idiot. You actually dared to accept my challenge. You're dead meat today. Boa Xing was very excited. He could finally vent the anger in his heart and torture the martial artists of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao, I'm not in a hurry to deal with you. I want to let you see how your companions die in my hands. Don't cry when the time comes. You talk too much. Long Chen stepped out and floated above the killing dragon forest. He released a domineering aura that was not weak at all. Ling Xiao knew that this guy was the same as him. He had been suppressing his own strength. For example, he had only used his complete golden dragon form once in the Divine Phoenix continent, and it caused the martial artists of the Black Crow Empire to pay a heavy price. This time it was related to whether he could go to the White Tiger continent. It should not matter if Long Chen exposed his identity as a dragon. After all, there were many different races in the White Tiger continent. Unlike the Divine Phoenix continent, the dragon race was considered a rare species. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not stop Long Chen from challenging him. "Come on. Kid, you've got guts. You're stronger than your cowardly peers, but you're just foolishly bold." Boashing was also floating in the air. The huge black python behind him was spitting out its venomous tongue. Its huge eyes stared at Long Chen as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Ling Xiao looked on indifferently. This was Long Chen's choice. He would not stop him. However, he would not let Long Chen die. He would not hesitate even if it meant breaking the rules. At most, he would not participate in the White Tiger meet. Compared to fame, what he valued more was still his good brothers and good friends. Die. Boashing looked at Long Chen. His eyes were filled with Ling Xiao, who had beaten him up and forced him to escape. He was instantly furious. With a roar, he waved his fists and smashed them toward Long Chen. The black python behind him seemed to have merged with his fists, causing the space to distort and deform. It was clear that he wanted to kill Long Chen with a single punch. He wanted to use the most direct method to kill Long Chen. Long Chen looked at Boashing coldly. Strange cracking sounds came from his body. Then, his entire body began to change. The original pure human form entered the human dragon form. Whether it was strength or aura, it became much stronger. This kid actually has the bloodline of the dragon race. Such a martial artist is rare. No wonder he dared to accept Boashing's challenge. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. P.S. There's a power outage. The later updates may be a little late. However, the 5 updates a day will not change. The crowd was shocked by Long Chen's dragon bloodline, but they did not know that the dragon bloodline was different from the true dragon. The bloodline could be inherited or obtained through a fortuitous encounter. For example, Ling Xiao obtained the immemorial golden dragon bloodline. However, the true dragon was a pure-blooded dragon clan. The difference between the two was too great. Interesting. No wonder you're as arrogant as Ling Xiao. So you have something to rely on. But so what? You're still no match for me. Mangxing's terrifying punch finally came crashing over. The space in front of Long Chen had almost completely collapsed. At this moment, Long Chen swung his fists to meet the punch. This kind of collision between strength and strength, a contest between flesh and blood, was what he loved the most. Boom, after the two fists collided, the space around them began to collapse continuously, with the two of them as the center. What a terrifying collision. This Long Chen doesn't look simple. We've underestimated him. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Even if we've underestimated him, his current cultivation is only at the 5th or 6th Grotto Heaven realm. It's impossible for him to be a match for Boashing. That's true. Unless he has more powerful means. What means? Unless he's a true divine dragon or a colossal dragon, it's impossible for him to bridge the gap in cultivation. That's true. The dragon clan has been extinct for a long time. I've never heard of them appearing in the mystic world. Another person laughed as well. He seemed to think that what he was talking about was a little too bizarre. Right at that moment, Long Chen was sent flying from the high platform. The huge gap in strength was not something that the human dragon form could make up for. Ha, not bad, not bad. You're quite durable. I was afraid that I'd kill you with one punch. That wouldn't be fun. I'll torture you slowly and let Ling Xiao see how you die in despair. When Mangxing saw that Long Chen had been blasted away, he stood up again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward again. This made him a little surprised, but also a little excited. What he loved the most was to trample on these stubborn fellows. As he spoke, the terrifying shadow of the black python behind him became more and more solid. Moreover, it continued to twist and turn, as if it could pounce at any time. That kind of terrifying deterrence was really too strong. Many martial artists rejoiced that they did not encounter this fellow in the heavenly devil battlefield. Otherwise, they would definitely be dead. Many warriors who saw this scene despised Ling Xiao's victory even more. They felt that Ling Xiao had only defeated Bo Xing in the heavenly demon battlefield because he was more adapted to the environment there. It wasn't that he was stronger than Bo Xing. If you like to play, I'll accompany you. Human dragon form, complete form. Naturally, Long Chen had not fully released his power. Up until now, he was still restraining himself. He wanted to know how well he could fight Bo Xing before using the power of the giant dragon. Roar! Long Chen's roar came out of his mouth. His entire body was almost in the form of a giant dragon, but his body was still relatively small. This state was the complete form of the human dragon form. It was not as strong as the giant dragon form, but it was Long Chen's strongest strength. Interesting. Black Python Strangulation. Bo Xing's eyes shone with excitement. The black python behind him finally pounced out. His entire body merged with it and slammed into Long Chen's body. This time, Long Chen was sent flying again. He crashed into the boundary of the killing dragon forest and was sent flying back again. Blood kept coming out of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, see that, Ling Xiao? See that? He, this is the result of going against me. Bo Xing laughed maniacally as if he was enjoying the most intense joy in the world. However, Ling Xiao was still expressionless. Ling Xiao can't be afraid, right? With his character, he would go up to save Long Chen even if he had to break the rules, right? Yes, he must be afraid. Otherwise, with his character, he would definitely not be like this. Looks like Ling Xiao is only afraid at times. He is not as powerful as the rumors say. The crowd started to discuss. They were disappointed that Ling Xiao did not go to save Long Chen. They did not like to see such a one-sided battle. They wanted to see a battle that was truly evenly matched. Roar! Suddenly, Long Chen, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, let out a terrifying roar. Then, the aura on his body kept rising crazily as if it was going to burst the surrounding space. What's going on? The crowd looked at the scene in shock. They were all stunned by the situation in front of them. However, Long Chen's transformation did not end there. Originally, he was only 1.67 meters tall, but now, he suddenly became bigger and bigger. Like a small mountain, he stood there and his huge dragon mouth was spitting out golden flames. Oh my, it's a giant dragon. A golden giant dragon. He's from the dragon race? Oh my god, the dragon race still exists? This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The demonic liquor sword looked at Ling Xiao with interest as he muttered to himself, "Just who are you? You even have a member of the dragon clan by your side?" His admiration for Ling Xiao was even stronger than before. Bo Xing was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He had thought of many possibilities but he did not expect Long Chen to be a genuine golden giant dragon. Not only did the mountain and river martial spirit appear in the heavenly dragon continent, even the dragon race appeared. Could it be that they were really going to rise? No, so what if he's a giant dragon? I'm not afraid, Bo Xing roared and pounced towards the golden giant dragon. A hissing sound came from the mouth of the black python behind him as if it was demonstrating its power. Roar! Long Chen's roar rang out once again. He took a huge step forward, and the entire high platform trembled. A terrifying dragon's extinction was brewing in his mouth. It seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. The auras of the two people blended between heaven and earth and stirred up the surrounding space. Many warriors who were not very strong were trembling in fear because of this. How terrifying. This is a real battle between the top. Long Chen is too surprising. He might be the strongest person in Xianxia College. He's even stronger than Ling Xiao. People looked at Long Chen who had completely transformed into a giant dragon and had such a thought for the first time. There was more than one person. It seemed that Ling Xiao's title as the strongest person in Xianxia College would be taken away by Long Chen. Of course. Ling Xiao would not have such a shocking effect when facing Bo Xing. After all, Long Chen's aura was not inferior to that of Bo Xing, who was in the half-step yin-yang realm. Could Ling Xiao do it? Obviously not. Perhaps Ling Xiao would be instantly killed by Bo Xing. Everyone was secretly surprised. Even in the face of a giant dragon, Boa Xing's aura was not weak at all. How could Ling Xiao be compared to him? Hiss. Roar. The giant python's roar and the giant dragon's roar rolled like strange thunder. The loud noise exploded in the sky above the killing dragon forest. Everyone felt their hearts palpitate. At that moment, many people even had the illusion that the sky had cracked open. The giant dragon spat out a golden dragon's extinguish from its mouth. It turned into a ball of terrifying energy that burned the space. A fierce wind suddenly raged. Leaves flew everywhere. Many people's line of sight was blocked. This terrifying battle had already exceeded many people's expectations. The impact it brought was simply enough to make countless people tremble. Who would win? Everyone was asking questions. The terrifying roar gradually disappeared. The fierce wind also gradually stopped. The broken branches and withered leaves finally fell to the ground. The giant dragon and Boa Xing's figures appeared clearly in front of everyone again. The giant dragon lay on the ground, panting heavily. On the other side, Boa Xing was not in a good state either. His clothes were torn and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be in a worse state than Long Chen. After all, once Long Chen entered his giant dragon form, he would be a real golden dragon. His defense and strength were incomparable to other races. Dragons, even if they were only second to the divine dragons, were still existences that stood proudly at the top of all living beings. Humans were called the wisest of all things because they were good at learning and improving. However, dragons were born with incredible and terrifying strength. Today, Long Chen had completely unleashed his power and showed everyone what a noble giant dragon was. Of course, Boa Xing was actually able to fight the giant dragon to a draw. This was something to be proud of. This guy is indeed powerful. I'm not his match. With my current 6th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, even with the help of the golden dragon's body, I still can't defeat him. Long Chen's huge eyes stared at Boa Xing. He was unwilling to accept this. He originally wanted to defeat Boa Xing on behalf of his benefactor. Unfortunately, he failed to do so. Dragon. What a terrifying dragon. How tough is this guy's body? How terrifying was that power? If my cultivation was slightly weaker, I would have been either melted by long extinguishing or trampled flat by the giant dragon. I didn't expect that the most powerful person in Xianxia College is not Ling Xiao, but this guy. Looking at Long Chen, Mangxing was shocked as well. He wanted to kill Long Chen and torture him to make Ling Xiao suffer. But now, it seemed that he had been too complacent. I think this match should be considered a draw, lest the Divine Phoenix continent lose two outstanding geniuses. At this point in the battle, Ming Huang suddenly spoke. Boa Xing was a student of the Phoenix Academy. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to Boa Xing. After all, Long Chen was from the Dragon Clan. The fighting strength and endurance of the Dragon Clan were extremely terrifying. If this continued, the one who would suffer in the end would be Boa Xing. He didn't want to take any chances. Agreed. Feng Qingyan nodded and said. As the current dean of Xianxia College, Feng Qingyan did not want anything to happen to Long Chen. Long Chen's performance was enough to shock him. This child had to be nurtured well. The Alliance Master also nodded in agreement. Her eyes were fixed on Long Chen. A dragon clan, it was her first time seeing one. She could not bear to see such a rare species die just like that. Since someone suggested a draw, then she might as well go with the flow. I need to remind all the martial artists who passed the first round of assessment, as well as the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list, that in the second round of assessment, only those who have fought will have their results calculated. If you do not participate in the battle, then you have no results and will be disqualified. Do you understand? She added. This rule was naturally to weaken the strength of the Divine Phoenix continent's martial artists as much as possible. To be honest, he was a little surprised. He had also been there to watch the last 5 immortals grand meet. It could not be compared to this Dragon Phoenix selection. How many years had it been? The current Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent were simply full of talents. On Dragon Phoenix Mountain, their White Tiger series martial artists would not have an easy time. If they could do more, then they should do more. Ling Xiao, it's your turn. Boasheng did not challenge Cold Plum and Hua Fuguang. Because he did not have the confidence to win against these two women, he did not want to waste time. Cold Plum and Hua Fuguang's cultivation levels seemed to have reached the half-step yin-yang realm. He might not be afraid, but it was not worth it to lose too much energy. You should rest for a while first. Otherwise, others will say that I, Ling Xiao, took advantage of others. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was clearly mocking those martial artists who said that he took advantage of others in the heavenly devil battlefield. Excuses were not so easy to come up with. Hee, you're afraid, aren't you? Boasheng laughed. He must be afraid. Ling Xiao must have been shocked by the battle just now. The spectators naturally thought that Ling Xiao refused to fight because he was afraid of Boasheng. That's enough, Boasheng. Come back and rest for a while. There's no hurry to kill him. That kid is full of tricks. Don't fall into his trap. Ming Huang looked at Boasheng and said. Tisk. Boasheng looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly and said, you'd better not die in the hands of others. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Don't worry. I won't die before you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Boasheng. This person's strength was indeed unexpectedly strong. But so what, when had he, Ling Xiao, ever unleashed his true strength? Even when he had used the complete Tyrant martial soul when facing the sixth malefic star, he still had a trump card. This was him. He would never use all his trump cards. No one was qualified to make him use all his trump cards. Who will fight with me, Ling Xiao? He didn't take the initiative to ask for a fight. Because he knew it wasn't necessary. There were many people here who wanted to kill him. As long as he stood out, there would definitely be people who wanted to kill him. Outside of the top 10, there was Tomohiko Kuma, the second malefic star, and Mount Fengming. There were even more people in the top 10 who wanted to kill him. Ji Huangtian, Zhongyu Huangquan, Gao Yang Wu Qing, the first malefic star, He Yanbing, and Fengming Qishan, these people all wanted him dead. Ling Xiao stood there and waited. But the strange thing was that no one spoke. He suddenly understood. How could the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix continent think highly of him? It was unlikely that they would take the initiative to ask for a fight. He would have to challenge them or force them into a corner. As for Tomohiko Kuma, the second malefic star, and Mount Fengming, after seeing how powerful he was, they were a little cautious and didn't want to be the first to fight. They wanted others to lead the way. Why don't the three of you come together? Ling Xiao pointed at Tomohiko Kuma, the second malefic star, and Mount Fengming. His cold eyes were full of strong confidence. Is this guy crazy? Does he think this is the heavenly devil battlefield? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a madman. Did he think that this was the heavenly devil battlefield? Did he think that he could still fight 1 against 3 here? That was ridiculous. Can I? Tomohiko Kuma looked at the Alliance Master and asked. Of course, since this is the request of the challenger, then there's no problem. If he wants to die, then you can help him. The Alliance Master's tone was full of mockery towards Ling Xiao. It was definitely not a wise move to fight 1 against 3 in such an occasion. However, how could he understand Ling Xiao's feelings? Those 3 people were afraid of him and were unwilling to fight. If he wanted to kill these 3 people, the most straightforward way was to give them hope. Then, he would cruelly crush this hope. Tomohiko Kuma, Mount Fengming, and the second malefic star were not as strong as Boasheng, so they were unwilling to face Ling Xiao alone. However, if there were 3 of them, it would be different. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Then, the 3 of them walked out coldly and stood opposite Ling Xiao, full of murderous intent. Qi Yang rose even higher. Under Qi Yang, in the Killing Dragon Forest, it was a battle between the most outstanding geniuses of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. However, Qi Yang would eventually witness the end of an era and the rise of another. Some people would become stronger and stronger. Some people would be miserably eliminated. The mystic world was like that. In the world of martial artists, the way to be completely eliminated was death. However, this time, the entire Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent were watching. Whoever could stand out in the Dragon Phoenix selection would become the true top of the 2 continents. It was too difficult to guess. Ling Xiao, his battle record was once brilliant and his name was known throughout the world. He was also the one who single-handedly created the Heavenly Empire. However, if he were to lose today, then everything he had obtained in the past would be for naught. Even if he did not die, his prestige would drop to a freezing point. How could the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire be a loser? This was absolutely not allowed. Similarly, Tomohiko Kuma had no way out. He had already succeeded the throne of the Black Crow Empire, and there were many who were unconvinced. If he were to fail today, he would completely fall. To the second malefic, failure meant death. He was one of the two remaining members of the Black Crow Empire's 7 malefic stars. The other was one of the Dragon Emperor's strongest. As for him, he had to defend his dignity. Mount Fengming had no way out. In front of so many people, he had tricked his big brother Qin and the Dark Phoenix child, the Dark Current. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would definitely become the target of everyone's disdain. Once he killed Ling Xiao, he would be a hero, and no one would be able to do anything to him. Everything he had done before had become a necessity, and even a smart thing to do. None of the 4 of them could lose. However, someone had to lose. Reality was cruel. The 3 of you didn't have to die, but unfortunately, you did something you shouldn't have done in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him, like an emperor on a domineering throne, and said coldly and mercilessly. There's nothing we shouldn't have done. Perhaps we did something wrong, but as long as we kill you, all our mistakes will become right. Tomohiko Kuma said indifferently. That's right. Blood for blood. Mount Fengming said. 5 of my 6 friends died because of you. This battle is unavoidable. The second malefic star's voice was cold. In that case, let's do it. It didn't matter what grudges they had. This battle could be resolved. Kill. A fearful shadow appeared behind Tomohiko Kuma. It looked like a human, but also like a crow. Those pitch-black feathers wrapped around the human's body. Isn't that the founding king of the Black Crow Empire? Someone in the crowd recognized Tomohiko Kuma's martial soul. Good fellow, Tomohiko Kuma's martial soul is actually his own ancestor. No wonder it looks much stronger than his cultivation. But even so, he's still weaker than the other 2. Wait. While the crowd was discussing, a pitch-black long sword appeared behind Tomohiko Kuma's back. That sword was suffused with a black-red light, like the transformation of a crow. What was even more terrifying was that there was an extremely strong evil sword intent on the sword. It was filled with endless resentment and anger. Demonic sword. The legendary demonic sword of the Black Crow Empire. Tomohiko Kuma is really going all out. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he didn't hesitate to unseal the demonic sword. Isn't he afraid of being devoured? The demonic sword floated out. Tomohiko Kuma's eyes suddenly became hollow, as if he had lost his consciousness and handed everything over to the demonic sword. Ha ha ha, little kid, you did well. You should have left it to me. Leave it to me. This battle will be very simple. Tomohiko Kuma spat out a crazy laughter that made one's scalp tingle. You too, why aren't you attacking? If you can't finish off that kid in 10 minutes, just wait to become my nourishment. Tomohiko Kuma's strange laughter was extremely strange. Bullshit, why should I listen to you? Mount Fengming said angrily. Die. Tomohiko Kuma suddenly pounced on Mount Fengming. His body turned into a black crow, and he grabbed Mount Fengming's neck with his sharp beak. In just an instant, Mount Fengming became a bag of skin. It was as if the blood in his body had been completely sucked dry. Terrifying, this unexpected situation left Ling Xiao a little dumbfounded. The martial artists watching the show were even more dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It was supposed to be 3 against 1. How did it turn into an internal conflict? However, it was clear that Tomohiko Kuma's aura had become stronger. Although it was not as strong as Boa Xing's, it was very close. Trash, this body is too weak. His cultivation is only at the 7th grotto heaven realm? If only he was stronger. The demonic sword seemed to be very dissatisfied with Tomohiko Kuma's body. Even if it was stronger, it could not display its full power because it was too weak. Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to be the same as him? Tomohiko Kuma turned his head to look at the second maleficent star and coldly said. The second maleficent star gritted his teeth and could only brace himself. This was simply an unexpected disaster. When it was 3 against 1, he still had some hope. But now, it was 1 against 1. How could he possibly defeat Ling Xiao? The battle unfolded between Ling Xiao and the second maleficent star. Tomohiko Kuma licked his lips and watched nearby, as if looking for an opportunity. Leave the Black Crow Empire, and I can spare your life. In the middle of the battle, Ling Xiao suddenly said mentally, You've seen the Black Crow Empire's attitude. Do you really plan on dying for them? Impossible. My life was given to me by Her Majesty. I can only be loyal to her. The second maleficent star painfully said. Fine, then I'll give you a clean death, lest that monster sucks your blood dry. After 10 moves, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that Tomohiko Kuma was staring at the second fiend. He knew what that guy was trying to do. He couldn't let that guy get any stronger. Therefore, it was better for the second fiend to die a clean death. Divine Sword of Light, True Yang Change. The blazing sword light finally pierced the second fiend's body, and the terrifying light instantly burned him to ashes. This made the monster's face turn ashen with anger. It's your turn, demon. After killing the second fiend, Ling Xiao's only opponent was Tomohiko Kuma. However, the situation didn't get any easier. The demon sword was even more terrifying than the 3 of them combined. This was what everyone thought. Kakik, since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. How many years has it been? I didn't expect the younger generation to be so useless. The demon sword laughed eerily again. Then, Tomohiko Kuma's hand grasped the black sword. The terrifying aura caused his entire body to be enveloped by a blood-red light. Your era has long passed. Now, it's my era. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Ling Xiao's hand gripped the divine sword of light tightly. He knew that this opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with, but he was even more confident in his own strength. Terrifying destructive sword intent gathered around him. Sword chi tore through the void like a wild gale. Behind him, the ancient infernal dragon's soul kept roaring. Humph, hateful light power. But you're too weak. Your light power is too weak. In front of me, it will be blown out like a candle. Tomohiko Kuma snorted. The demon sword in his hand trembled, and he charged at Ling Xiao with terrifying killing intent. The desolation in the air grew stronger. Everywhere he passed, many trees began to wither and deteriorate. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Haven't you learned that before? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Then he took a step forward. The divine sword of light in his hand had become one with him. One with the sword, he had finally achieved this. The sword was him, he was the sword. This feeling was too mysterious. TSK, this Ling Xiao seems to have been underestimated by us. Can his divine sword of light defeat Tomohiko Kuma's demon sword? The aura of darkness and light collided in the air. As if they were natural enemies, neither willing to give way to the other. The sharp sword chi revealed a sharp killing intent. A duel between swordsmen was really different. That sharp feeling was enough to make people feel as if their skin was about to be cut open. It was not a pleasant feeling. Terrifying, one with the power of light and destruction. One with the other with the dark power and death sword. Is he trying to make everything wither away? The 2 swords had yet to come into contact, but the sword wills had already begun a fierce battle. A piercing sound was piercing through the air after a moment. Jioma Jian had a surprised look on his face. But in the blink of an eye, he was to Chiu. Little doll, your sword is not bad. You used the power of light well and reached the realm of one with the sword at the critical moment. It's a pity that this old man has reached the same realm 1,000 years ago, and I'm more experienced than you. Why don't you lend your body to this old man? This old man can help you conquer the world and let you become the top powerhouse in the mystic world. This person spoke as if letting you die was giving you face. That feeling of charity was too strong. Forget it. You haven't even conquered the divine phoenix continent, yet you want to conquer the mystic world. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. I've already said that your era is over. This is my era. What a stubborn little doll. To tell you the truth, this old man only used less than 30% of my power in that exchange, but you had to use all your strength to receive it. Do you want to live or die? Choose for yourself. Otherwise, you'll be dead in the next attack. Tomohiko Kuma spat out a disdainful voice. It seemed that not being able to kill Ling Xiao was not because Ling Xiao was strong enough. It was because he had shown mercy. Hearing this, everyone felt a strong shock. That sword just now was already strong enough. It was almost close to Boa Xing's strength. And he said that he only used 30% of his power. Even if he was bragging, he probably used 60 to 70% of his power at most. Ling Xiao was really in danger. Ha ha ha, my ears are about to grow calluses from hearing such words. Everyone says that they didn't use their full strength, then show me. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Facing the threat and disdain of the demon sword, Ling Xiao's words were full of ridicule and ridicule. Interesting. Little doll, you probably don't know that sometimes bravery and recklessness are not the same thing. Since you want to die, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Tomohiko Kuma's face turned cold. The demon sword in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge. The terrifying aura of death also became denser. It was as if it was a giant sword used by devils after being tempered in the depths of hell. The black and red light on the giant sword swallowed and spat out. Many of the surrounding warriors were trembling because of it. Some people were so frightened that they turned around and fled, causing chaos among the spectators. This old man's sword is a sword that I comprehended after cultivating the power of shadow for many years. It's called the Sword of Extinction. Annihilate everything and leave not even a blade of grass alive. To be able to die under this old man's sword, you have not lived in vain. Tomohiko Kuma looked coldly at Ling Xiao. The giant demon sword in his hand revealed boundless desolation and the intent of extinction. Some warriors with weak wills actually committed suicide, and that terrifying intent of extinction was still rising. It's indeed very strong. But I still say the same thing. You're old and can't keep up with the times. You actually dare to take out such a vaudeville sword move to disgrace yourself. Ling Xiao sneered. Vaudeville? Ling Xiao actually said that the terrifying sword move was a vaudeville, a backward move that could not keep up with the times. Then what sword move did he have that could be stronger than this one? Little doll, you really talk big. Then let this old man see what method you have to deal with this move. Tomohiko Kuma said with a gloomy face. No one had ever dared to say that his sword move was a vaudeville. This was an extreme insult to him. If you want to see, then I'll let you see. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, a towering aura of a king suddenly burst out from his body. This aura was many times stronger than those kings of the divine Phoenix continent. It actually made many warriors subconsciously kneel on the ground in fear. The majestic aura of a king was pure and powerful. Behind Ling Xiao, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon had already disappeared. In its place was a human figure. There was no crown on his head. There was no throne under his body. There was also no king character engraved on his forehead. Dressed in white, his long hair fluttering, he looked so simple and unadorned. However, it was this human figure that possessed an incomparably strong aura of a king that shook the world. In Ling Xiao's hand, there was an additional sword. A purple sword. On the blade of the sword, there was a purple aura of a king. Why does that sword look so familiar? In the crowd, many people muttered to themselves. Right. That's the treasured sword that the human king carried in the ancient books. Later generations call it the king's sword. Many people came back to their senses and searched their minds for the knowledge that they had read in books before. Each and every one of them was exclaiming in admiration. How did Ling Xiao obtain the king's sword? Could it be that he was really the successor of the human king? But Ling Xiao would not answer them. He only slowly pointed the sword tip at Tomohiko Kuma and said coldly, "This is called the human king's sword. To be able to die under its blade, you should be able to feel at ease. No killing intent, no intent of destruction, the pure to the extreme king's aura landed on every part of the killing dragon forest." Not only did those martial artists kneeling on the ground not stand up, they became even more pious instead. Old senior, after living for so long, you should have never seen the human king's sword before. In order to let you die in peace, I'll use the sword to send you away. By the way, only a frog at the bottom of a well would think that they have a trump card. Others are all idiots. The mystic world is very big and there are many powerhouses. It's just a pity that you won't have the chance to see it again. Ling Zhao's voice was not loud, but every word exuded a strong king's aura, making people have no choice but to listen. Amidst the worship of countless people, Ling Xiao moved. Holding the human king's sword in his hand, he charged towards Tomohiko Kuma with a vast king's aura. The aura of the devil sword actually trembled a little. Impossible, how can this old man's devil sword be afraid of a little child like you? Tomohiko Kuma muttered to himself, following which his expression became even crazier. That enormous devil sword also chopped down towards Ling Xiao. Since he was unable to suppress Ling Xiao in terms of aura, then he might as well use strength to completely destroy Ling Xiao. That terrifying devil sword was like a ray of devil light that cut apart heaven and earth. However, at this moment, it no longer gave off the same feeling as before. That was because the king's qi was too powerful. That kind of overwhelming righteousness suppressed the evil qi. Lose. Ling Zhao's majestic voice came out of his mouth. Between heaven and earth, there was only a brilliant righteousness and the might of a king. It was as if the king of men had come back to life and wanted to rule the mystic world once again. Boom. Crack. The huge demonic sword was blocked by the human king's sword, and then a terrifying explosion exploded in the sky. The overwhelming righteousness of the human king's sword, the might of a king, actually began to constantly suppress and consume the demonic aura and deathly sword intent on the demonic sword. The demonic sword trembled as if it was about to submit. What? Tomohiko Kuma looked at this scene in astonishment. The old ancestor of the Black Crow Empire in his body could not understand how his demonic sword could lose to the sword in the hands of this brat. Could it really be the resurrection of the human king? Otherwise, how could such a dense emperor qi be unleashed? An expression of disbelief and unbearable fear appeared on his face. He used the demonic sword to revive and control the body of his descendant. He thought that he could use this body to return to the mystic world and dominate it. But now, it seemed that everything had turned into nothing. He could not even kill this arrogant brat in front of him. His demonic sword should have been unstoppable. It should have advanced courageously. It should have made Ling Xiao tremble and completely lose the ability to fight. But at this moment, the person who was frightened was not Ling Xiao, but him. Such a sword full of overwhelming righteousness, boundless king's qi, and terrifying might should not appear on a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Even a Yinyang realm martial artist should not have such an aura. He did not understand what was going on with Ling Xiao. Of course, he did not understand because he did not know that Ling Xiao possessed the tyrannical martial spirit. He also did not understand that the tyrannical fighting spirit of the tyrannical martial spirit was even more tyrannical and powerful than the will of mountains and rivers of the human king. Retreat, this was the thought that came to him in an instant. He wanted to leave Tomohiko Kuma's body and protect his soul. This way, even if Tomohiko Kuma died, he could still preserve his life. But in the next moment, something even more terrifying happened. He realized that it was as if he was trapped in this body, unable to escape. What is that? He saw that there was a strange red three-leaf-shaped pattern in Ling Zhao's right eye. It was like a demonic power that imprisoned his soul, preventing him from escaping. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since you want to fight to the death with me, how can you escape without determining a victor? Ling Xiao knew very well that this demonic sword was very harmful to his soul. Once he found a stronger body, he would be able to fully unleash his strength. At that time, Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to suppress him. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him completely and prevent future troubles. Wait. Facing Ling Zhao's terrifying sword that was sure to kill, Tomohiko Kuma actually roared. Ling Zhao's sword was already aimed at Tomohiko Kuma's heart. The terrifying sword qi sealed off all directions that Tomohiko Kuma could escape in. It could be said that the current him could tear the person in front of him into pieces at any time if he wanted to. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to hear what the other party wanted to say. I am now the king of the Black Crow Empire. I can lead the entire Black Crow Empire to submit to your celestial empire. I only beg you not to kill me. These words came out of Jioma Jian's mouth. Raven Queen suddenly stood up from her seat and looked at her son in disbelief. You're crazy. That's impossible. How can the Black Crow Empire bow to the Celestial Empire? Raven Queen roared. What does a woman like you know? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor has the Human King's sword. It's only a matter of time before he takes over the mystic world. If you submit to him now, you can still get some benefits. There won't be such a good opportunity in the future. Tomohiko Kuma roared. There's no need to quarrel. If you had such thoughts from the very beginning, I could have spared your life. But now, you no longer have that chance. Ling Xiao spat out a bone-chilling voice. He must destroy the Black Crow Empire. It was impossible to make the people of the Black Crow Empire completely submit by relying on this method. After all, an empire was not a family. It would not be so easy for all of them to submit. Only by killing and uprooting all the sprouts of rebellion in the Black Crow Empire could he truly control the Black Crow Empire in his own hands. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and felt fear. Ling Xiao, who was draped in the aura of a king, had the decisiveness and coldness of a tyrant. Ling Xiao once again made everyone look at him in a new light. This guy's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. No. A mournful scream sounded in the sky. In that instant, many images of expectations flashed through old ancestor Demon Sword's mind. In those images, there were scenes of him holding the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of beauties. There were scenes of him conquering the world and destroying his former enemies. There were scenes of him recovering his strength and trampling on the White Tiger continent. In short, every scene was so exciting and beautiful. However, reality tore his dreams apart. Great Ancestor Demonic Sword thought that his beautiful wishes were about to fall apart at this moment. He regretted it, he thoroughly regretted it. Why did he offend Ling Xiao? He thought that Ling Xiao was just a small stumbling block on his path to resurrection, but he realized that Ling Xiao was not just a stumbling block. How was this a stumbling block? This was simply a fiend. Finally, Great Ancestor Demonic Sword's soul was annihilated. This world, along with the demonic sword, was buried in the swordlight of the Human King's sword. Tomohiko Kuma's body also began to fall apart. At this moment, he regained his consciousness, but he saw his own end. He felt extremely terrified. But there was nothing he could do. Jioma Jian, you managed to keep your life. You should have lived a good life. However, you've chosen the path of death. Since that's the case, go to the underworld and accompany your master. He might be happy. The sword light finally disappeared. Tomohiko Kuma's body was also completely torn apart, turning into specks of light and completely disappearing from the killing dragon forest. Everything was over, and nothing was left. Ling Xiao looked back at the crowd below and sneered, "What do you think?" The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people felt that their hearts were beating faster and faster. This Ling Xiao was so terrifying. Tomohiko Kuma, who was controlled by the demonic sword, was close to Boashing in strength, but he was destroyed by Ling Xiao so easily. He vanished into thin air, and not even his bones were left. Although the king's chi had been withdrawn, it left the crowd with endless fear and shock. Ling Xiao might be more powerful than they had imagined. Seeing that many people had lowered their heads, Ling Xiao put away the Human King's sword with satisfaction. Then, he crooked his finger at Boashing and said, "Come out and die. You've rested enough." He looked at Boashing with a cold gaze. He did not want to rest and wanted to directly challenge Boashing. Was this arrogance, or was it confidence? No one dared to make any assertions because Ling Xiao had already given them a tight slap in the face. Was Boashing stronger, or was Ling Xiao more terrifying? No one could make a judgment. After the battle just now, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. The saying that Ling Xiao was the strongest in the Heavenly Devil battlefield was simply a joke. Boashing sat there without moving. He was a little hesitant. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao was only powerful in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. However, after seeing the battle between Ling Xiao and Tomohiko Kuma, he didn't dare to think that way anymore. He originally thought that only the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list had the qualifications to make him pay attention. But now, Ling Xiao's strength made him have no choice but to take him seriously. Indeed, he was at the half-step yin-yang realm and possessed yin-yang essence energy. However, that 10% yin-yang essence energy was very precious. If he used it, he wouldn't be able to recover it for a long time. A half-step yin-yang realm martial artist wasn't a yin-yang realm martial artist and couldn't automatically recover yin-yang essence energy. To him, that was his trump card. He originally wanted to rely on this to counterattack the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. But now, it seemed that he had to use it against Ling Xiao. Are you afraid? It's fine if you don't want to fight. You just have to admit defeat. However, if I don't kill you today, you'll die sooner or later. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and determined. His words were very clear. If he couldn't kill Boa Xing today, he would kill him in the future. Even if Boa Xing hid in the Phoenix Academy forever, he would flatten the Phoenix Academy and drag this guy out to destroy him. Because what Boa Xing had done had completely angered Ling Xiao. Boa Xing's expression was very ugly. He actually had no choice now. Other than going up to kill Ling Xiao, there was really no other way. Now, he still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. In the future, Ling Xiao would become even stronger, and he would have even less of a chance. Come out and fight. Or surrender. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with contempt. Coward. Someone in the crowd shouted, but it attracted the response of a group of people. Coward. Coward. Their voices were like rolling thunder, echoing in the killing dragon forest. Everyone from Divine Phoenix Academy had ugly expressions on their faces, especially Meng Xing, whose face was ashen to the extreme. He hated these people. If he had the chance, he would kill all of them. However, could he not fight today? If he didn't take this step, he would become a laughingstock and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Finally, Boa Xing stepped onto the high platform and stood in front of Ling Xiao. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the huge black python floated behind him, its terrifying head raised high. Its triangular eyes stared at Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura began to spread on the high platform. Boa Xing was afraid of Ling Xiao, so he had to be prepared. He couldn't let Ling Xiao take advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on him. Boa Xing, you just said that you wanted to kill my people to torture me and make me suffer, right? Ling Xiao didn't release any aura. He just stood there calmly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. His voice was so indifferent that it was as if he was chatting with someone. That's right. So what? Boa Xing said coldly. I heard that you have a younger brother who's also in the Phoenix Academy. His voice was still calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. However, when he heard this, Boa Xing felt a chill all over his body. His whole body trembled violently. You. How did you know? Damn you, I won't let you touch a single hair on my younger brother. Boa Xing was terrified. Only then did he realize that the person standing in front of him wasn't a gentleman, let alone a great hero. This was a terrifying martial artist who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was willful and did things according to his heart. He was capable of doing anything. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, if you knew this day would come, why did you have to be so ruthless? If you were only targeting me, I would only kill you and not implicate your family. But now, you asked for it. You can't blame me. No. I'm going to kill you. Boa Xing's heart was in a mess. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Humans were pitiful, but they were also hateful. This Meng Xing was also considered someone who valued relationships. It was a pity that he offended a fiend. He did something that he shouldn't have done. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This person, who did not seem to have any killing intent, had only said a few words in such a casual manner, yet all of them felt terrified. I won't provoke this Ling Xiao even if you beat me to death. Devil, a pure devil. TSK TSK, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How ruthless. His success doesn't seem to be without reason. No wonder those people are willing to serve him wholeheartedly. This guy is really willing to become a devil for his own people. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. People once again recognized Ling Xiao. This proud young man used his actions to protect his family and friends. Since you've said such harsh words, I'll kill you even more. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also make your woman wail on my bed. Bo Xing roared angrily, and the power in his body began to rise. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying destructive intent had already attacked him. Ling Xiao didn't use the king's sword. Instead, he used the Sword of Light, which was a combination of the Sword of Destruction and the Sword of Light. Destruction was his will. He wanted to completely destroy Bo Xing and make him disappear from the world. The terrifying sword slashed open a terrifying gully in the air. The ferocious destructive sword intent was wrapped in Ling Xiao's anger, and it was extremely fast. Bo Xing didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly attack, and this made him feel very passive. He began to retreat continuously, and at the same time, he hurriedly channeled the origin energy of his domain and combined it with the Black Python martial soul, intending to block this terrifying attack first. People looked at Ling Xiao's sword and seemed to feel the anger in the sword intent. Ling Xiao truly loves his woman. Whoever dares to insult her must die. That's his reverse scale. It seems to be even more terrifying than hurting himself. Bo Xing had already retreated very quickly, and his reaction was also very fast. However, Ling Xiao's sword was even faster. As a result, Mangxing had no choice but to attack before he could fully condense his defensive technique. This was because if he didn't block it, he would have to bear the brunt of Ling Xiao's sword. A terrifying hissing sound was heard, and the black python flew out from Bo Xing's back, as if it wanted to devour Ling Xiao's sword intent completely. The evil and terrifying aura was even stronger than when Tomohiko Kuma had released the demonic sword. Roar! At this moment, the shadow of a divine dragon rose from Ling Xiao's back, and it actually merged into Ling Xiao's sword. The ancient hell dragon represented destruction. When it merged into the sword, the destructive aura became even more terrifying. If it was just his aura, it would have been fine. The terrifying power released by this sword strike actually caused Bo Xing's black python to feel a strong sense of fear. This is the same as the scene in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Is Bo Xing going to lose again? Surprised voices could be heard from the crowd. Similarly, the black anaconda faced the divine dragon. That time, the black anaconda lost miserably. Perhaps not. After all, Bo Xing still has the yin-yang essence energy. This is something that Ling Xiao cannot compare to. The person next to him said. But isn't Ling Xiao's sword a little too powerful? It doesn't seem like a sword move that a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator can release. Is he hiding his cultivation? Not to mention the confusion in the crowd, even the Alliance Master's expression became extremely interesting. Shock, regret, and confusion. All kinds of expressions appeared on her face, but she was wearing a veil, so others couldn't see it clearly. She had really underestimated Ling Xiao. She originally thought that he was at most a genius who could barely enter the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, but now it seemed that the situation wasn't so. Zhong Yu Huangquan's face was gloomy. Ji Huangtian's face was solemn. One of them was ranked 2nd on the Dragon Phoenix list, while the other was ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. Although this was only the ranking 3 years ago, there was no doubt about their strength. These two people had never really taken Ling Xiao seriously. Their opponents should have only been the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list. But now, the situation seemed to have changed. The shocking power that erupted from Ling Xiao's sword strike could no longer be underestimated. Ling Xiao must be eliminated as soon as possible. This kid is growing too fast. This was almost the same thought that came to Zhong Yu Huangquan and Ji Huangtian's minds at the same time. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen a guy with such a fast cultivation speed and such a ferocious cultivation advancement. They still remembered that when Ling Xiao faced the 7th malefic star on the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, it shouldn't have been so easy. At that time, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only around the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. They did not take it to heart at all. But how long had it been? This kid's strength was actually already able to fight with a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. In fact, this sword strike was clearly suppressing. Those who hated Ling Xiao and hoped that Ling Xiao would die all had ugly expressions at this time. Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, Permitha Immortal Island, Blackwater Fairy Island, Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, Phoenix Academy, and so on. These people had all read Ling Xiao's information before. They were very clear that just 2 years ago, Ling Xiao was still just a martial vein realm martial artist, and was still just a trash that was mocked by people. But more than 2 years had passed, and the current him was already able to contend with the most outstanding geniuses in the Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. What terrifying talent and potential was this, with such terrifying talent, if he was given another 1 or 2 years, who in the Divine Phoenix continent would be able to suppress him? At that time, even if the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword did not make a move, Ling Xiao would be able to crush everyone. Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble. It was too terrifying. Back then, we joined forces to destroy Ji Lingyue, which allowed Divine Phoenix Empire to have more than 10 years of peace. It seems that Ling Xiao must also be destroyed. The Divine Phoenix continent will not allow such a powerful person to exist. The Black and White Elders, who had once dealt with Ji Lingyue, looked at each other and made up their minds. But they seemed to have forgotten. Back then, Ji Lingyue did not have experts like the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword to protect her. Although Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue were also very powerful, these two people were too kind and had a strong sense of justice. That was why they were deceived and blinded. In the end, they could not even protect their own daughter. As a result, Ji Lingyue's fate was unknown. Boom, just as everyone was shocked by Ling Zhao's strength, Ling Zhao's sword had already slashed down. The black python that Boa Xing had painstakingly condensed was instantly destroyed upon contact. The terrifying power hit Boa Xing's body. This half-step Yinyang realm martial artist was sent flying like trash. He crashed heavily into the killing dragon forest, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. Don't play dead. Get up here and continue fighting. Ling Xiao believed that a half-step Yinyang realm martial artist could not be so weak. He could feel that Boa Xing's aura was still very strong. After all, he did not expect to kill Boa Xing with one strike. This guy was a half-step Yinyang realm martial artist. He was different from any of the geniuses he had faced before. Cough cough. Mangxing crawled out of the rubble. His wretched appearance was inconceivable to the onlookers. That's a half-step Yinyang realm martial artist. Although he only has 10% of Yinyang Yuan power, he is still in such a sorry state when facing Ling Xiao. Our previous estimation was very wrong. Yes, Ling Zhao's strength is not as simple as it seems. At this moment, the martial artists finally understood that they had underestimated Ling Xiao again. Ling Zhao's body contained a terrifying power that they could not imagine. It seemed that every time, there would be a surprise. Boa Xing crawled up from the ruins, looking battered and exhausted. However, his face was filled with malevolence and fury. You're the one who asked for it. Don't blame me. Boa Xing looked coldly at Ling Xiao as the Yinyang force in his body was released. He was going to use the precious Yinyang force to deal with the top 10 Dragon Phoenix. Now, he had no choice but to use it to deal with Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Zhao's strength had already exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use it now, he might not have the chance in the future. Hiss roar. Following the release of the Yinyang force, the huge black python behind Boa Xing began to shed its skin. A pitch-black demonic dragon drilled out from the shell. Although its size wasn't much different from before, its domineering aura and strength far exceeded the black python from before. Martial soul evolution? There were naturally people in the crowd who knew what was going on. What's martial soul evolution? Why haven't I seen it before? Someone asked. You're making a fuss out of nothing. Actually, in the White Tiger continent, the development of martial souls is much more outstanding than in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. Evolution, fusion, strengthening, sacrifice, these are the 4 special operations of martial souls. They can only be done with special materials. It seems that Boa Xing has mastered the method of martial soul evolution. Although these 4 operations are only temporary and can be maintained for a limited time, in a battle, one evolution might be able to end the battle. A capable person in the crowd said proudly, I reckon that Boa Xing's method of martial soul evolution is to combine the Yinyang force with another martial soul. However, I really don't know how it's done. It should be very strong, right? Of course it's strong. Isn't that nonsense? If it's not strong, who would pay the price to choose martial soul evolution? It requires a lot of resources. The ferocious demonic dragon stared at Ling Xiao. The demonic dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent and its aura was much stronger than the black python from before. Martial soul evolution? I really don't know about that. Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what if you've evolved? You're still inferior to me. Destroy. He didn't care about the evolved demonic dragon martial soul. Cold light flashed in his hand, and the sword of light of destruction cut through the void. Bright light bloomed again. Another sword thrust towards Boasheng. Boasheng's expression did not look too good. He had used up all of his yin-yang origin energy and the flood dragon martial soul that he had luckily obtained to evolve into a demonic dragon martial soul. If they still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then this battle would really be hopeless. A gloomy and violent aura surged from Boasheng's body. The demonic dragon pounced forward with bared fangs and brandished claws. Boom, the demonic dragon collided with the sword of light of destruction. In the sky, the two dragon silhouettes were particularly eye-catching. On one side was a pitch-black devil dragon, while on the other side was a primordial hell dragon wrapped in flames. After the two collided, the storm of chi produced once again sent sand and pebbles flying in the dragon-killing forest. For a time, the place became completely dark. A pitch-black light enveloped everything. The figures of Ling Xiao and Boasheng had been completely covered. The terrifying power produced by this attack was even stronger than when Boasheng and Longchen fought before. And it was much stronger. Everyone looked at this scene with trembling hearts and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This terrifying power, was it really just a battle between Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists? Boasheng, that trash, looks like he's going to lose. In the Phoenix Academy's array, a person laughed sinisterly and said disdainfully. Yuan Peng. Ming Huang glanced at this person. Yuan Peng, the flying phoenix son who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list, had a very mysterious origin. He appeared out of nowhere in the Divine Phoenix Empire and firmly became the #1 existence among the 10 great Phoenix sons. He even squeezed into the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list in one fell swoop, even higher than Feng Yinshan who was ranked 10th. Although the ranking of the 10 Phoenix sons wasn't too reasonable, after all, Yuan Peng and Feng Ming had never fought before, and neither had Feng Yinshan. It didn't make sense for Yuan Peng to suppress these two people. However, the ranking on the Dragon Phoenix list was still reasonable. His strength might really be stronger than Feng Yinshan, although he might not be able to compare to Feng Ming Qishan. Dean, why don't you let me kill this Ling Xiao? I believe that the Alliance Master won't object. Yuan Peng said with a smile. You think that Boasheng isn't a match for Ling Xiao? Ming Huang frowned and asked. Dean, why are you pretending to be stupid? With your eyesight, I don't believe that you can't see that Boasheng is already an arrow at the end of its flight, and Ling Xiao clearly still has strength left. Yuan Peng curled his lips and said. Why are you doing this? Did Ling Xiao offend you? Ming Huang asked, puzzled. Nope. Yuan Peng said indifferently, I just took a fancy to the few women by his side. Each of them is an outstanding woman. TSK, as long as I kill Ling Xiao, they will be mine. Yuan Peng, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go up now. Why don't you wait until after Ling Xiao defeats Boasheng? Feng Ming Piaoshui, who was listening at the side, was very unhappy and said coldly. Hee, are you also Ling Xiao's woman? This brat's luck with women is not bad. Yuan Peng chuckled and said, to be honest, it's very difficult to judge the depth of this fellow Ling Xiao. I'm just worried that if he finishes off Mangsheng, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to finish him off one-on-one. Now is the best opportunity. A real man doesn't care about trifles. To be able to treat despicable as not caring about trifles, you are truly shameless. However, if you dare to deal with him, then you will have to pass through me first. Feng Ming Piaoshui said coldly. Your strength is not bad, but you can't stop me. Yuan Peng glanced at Feng Ming Piaoshui and smiled. Then, he looked at Ming Huang. Dean, your son, Dark Current, was killed by Ling Xiao. Aren't you angry? Of course I'm angry, and I want him dead. However, if I make a move now, I will be breaking the rules. Don't you plan to continue participating in the Dragon Phoenix selection? Ming Huang asked doubtfully. Me? Actually, I don't need to participate in this bullsh T Dragon Phoenix selection. I have to participate in the White Tiger meet because I am from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Yuan Peng's words were really shocking. Ming Huang was about to be shocked. Suddenly, there was a roar from the other side. Once again, Boasheng's body was sent flying. Moreover, this time, he was even more miserable than the previous time. Not only were his clothes tattered, but he was also covered in blood. He looked like a bloody man. Even the extra bones were broken. One had to know that this time, he had used the yin and yang yuan qi. Facing Ling Xiao, such an outcome was unexpected. He had really lost completely. Ling Xiao must die. Ming Huang glanced at Yuan Peng and said, I will help you stop Feng Ming Piao Shui. You go and kill him. Hee, I knew we would reach an agreement. Yuan Peng chuckled. His body suddenly flickered and he was on the high platform in an instant. This scene made countless spectators who were still in a daze from the battle between Ling Xiao and Boasheng a little confused. They were a little confused. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Yuan Peng rush out. They did not understand what was going on. They only understood when Yuan Peng smashed the giant rod in his hand. This guy attacked Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th in the Dragon Phoenix top 10, attacked when Ling Xiao had just defeated Boasheng. He did not even greet Yuan Peng. This was a sneak attack. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Boasheng again, he did not kill him. This battle was not over yet. Yuan Peng attacked at this time. He was despicable and shameless. F***ck, why are all the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix Academy so shameless? They can even do such a thing, isn't that against the rules? Many people looked at the leader in the sky, but he did not say anything. It seemed that even if Yuan Peng killed Ling Xiao, he was willing to sit back and watch. He did not care at all. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what should we do? Ling Luo looked at the Moon Maiden and shouted in panic. It was impossible for any of them to save Ling Xiao at this moment because there was no time to do so. The only ones who could save Ling Xiao were the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword. Don't worry, your brother Ling Xiao is fine. Although the Moon Maiden was furious, she gave up the idea of attacking when she saw Ling Xiao's calm face. Of course, she could kill Yuan Peng. However, that was not what Ling Xiao wanted. The satisfaction of killing an enemy with one's own hands was completely different. Yuan Peng was extremely fast. He was above Ling Xiao's head in an instant. The Xianxia college students below the stage exclaimed in surprise. However, Ling Xiao did not turn his head from the beginning to the end. He did not even look at Yuan Peng. His gaze was fixed on Boasheng. I got him. Yuan Peng sneered. He did not care what method he used to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he could do anything. Boom, a terrifying roar resounded from the high platform. The explosion caused smoke to fill the air. They could not even see Ling Xiao's figure clearly. Many people were worried for this young man. It was not easy to force Mangxing to such an extent. Who would have thought that such a shameless fellow would sneak up on him at this time? Would he die just like that? It was a pity. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Ling Xiao's figure had yet to appear, but his voice had already sounded. If you want to die, you can do it one by one. The smoke and dust finally completely. Everyone's gaze froze as if they had been struck dumb. What did they see? There was a huge skeleton stood there. Cold ghostly flames flickered in his eyes. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. And a silver-gray armor was apiece. Yuan Peng's body was skewered on a rusty long spear. Yuan Peng was no longer breathing. This is impossible. Ming Huang was the first to stand up. He could not believe what he had seen. Yuan Peng, the first of the 10 Phoenix Sons, who attacked Ling Xiao, was killed by Ling Xiao. What happened in the smoke and dust just now? Where did that skeleton come from? Nothing is impossible. Yuan Peng is just a trash from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. He could not stay there anymore, so he was brought to Phoenix Academy by the Alliance Master. He was even crowned as the first Phoenix Son by that blind Fengming Wuliang. What a joke. Is he really stronger than Fengming Qishan and Fengming Wushan? In my opinion, he is not even as good as Boasheng. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. The moment he killed Yuan Peng, some of Yuan Peng's memories were also grasped by him. He finally knew the identity of the Alliance Master and Yuan Peng's origin. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I, Yuan Peng, have underestimated you. Another Yuan Peng descended from the sky. His face was full of smiles. That puppet of mine was also at the half-step yin-yang realm. Although it didn't even have 10% yin-yang yuanli, it was still killed by you in one move. Amazing, amazing. This must be your trump card. Not bad, it should be close to 20% yin-yang yuanli. You are much stronger than my puppet. Why don't you give it to me? Yuan Peng landed on the high platform with a smile on his face. However, one could see the killing intent in his eyes. The puppet that was destroyed by Ling Xiao was not easy to come by. It was gone just like that. What a waste. Are you a dog? Do you want everything you see? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng calmly. Haha, I don't necessarily want everything. However, your life and those women of yours are all coveted by me. Therefore, you must die today. No one can save you. Suddenly, Yuan Peng threw out a refining array stone. Then, the entire platform was wrapped up by the refining array stone's spirit formation boundary. Not good. This array refining stone must have been set up by an expert. If you don't understand its secrets, even I can't break it. This time, the Moon Maiden was finally anxious. She did not expect that Yuan Peng would be willing to spend so much to deal with Ling Xiao. An array refining stone of this level was worth 10 years of the Divine Phoenix Empire's revenue. Sister Moon Maiden, don't be afraid. He can't kill me. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden and smiled like the sun. If this was enough to kill him, then he would have died many times over. Array refining stone, perfect. Haha, you are quite confident, aren't you? Unfortunately, you don't know the power of this array refining stone. Just as Yuan Peng finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed. However, even though his reaction was so fast, his protective energy was still pierced through. A piece of his clothes was also pierced. Although he was not injured, this strange attack was indeed terrifying. What was that just now? It seemed a little similar to Gao Yangjuan's spatial door. Exclamations came from the crowd. This array refining stone is even more powerful than the spatial door. However, the principle should be similar. It was developed based on the spatial door martial soul. It is called the 10,000 gate array. The person controlling the array refining stone can suddenly attack from any angle and from any place. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, how fast he is, and how fast his reaction is, I'm afraid he will be in trouble. Then what should we do? That Yuan Peng is just a puppet, and his strength is close to that of Boa Xing's. Doesn't that mean that his own cultivation has reached 20% of the half-step yin-yang realm's yin-yang origin energy? In addition to this terrifying 10,000 gate array, won't it be easy for him to kill Ling Xiao? Who knows? Unless the people outside can go in and save him, Ling Xiao will be in danger. Even the neutral practitioners started to worry for Ling Xiao. After all, what Yuan Peng did was truly shameless. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, didn't you want to kill me? Now, can you still kill me? Boa Xing was also in the 10,000 gate array. However, with Yuan Peng standing beside him, his confidence instantly increased. Are you very proud of yourself? Ling Xiao looked at Boa Xing with disdain and said, I've said it before. Those who insult my woman and hurt my friends, even if you go to heaven or hell, I will still kill you. Right now, you are just a dog wagging its tail and begging in front of Yuan Peng. Are you worthy of being proud of yourself? Hearing Ling Xiao's words and looking at Ling Xiao's calm and composed manner, many female warriors in the crowd revealed expressions of longing and envy. Sigh, if only I could have such a boyfriend. He would do anything for me and kill those who bully me. That's right. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao lives or dies today, he has already proven his strength and his loyalty. He is definitely not just talking about it. The eyes of the crowd were bright. They could tell who was more popular from the discussions. Originally, Yuan Peng's reputation was still very high. First among the 10 Phoenix Sons and 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. No matter how one looked at it, he was more powerful than Ling Xiao. However, what he did was really shameful. Yuan Peng, the Flying Phoenix son? 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng mockingly, his eyes full of ridicule. I was originally wondering why Feng Ming Wu Liang would choose you to be the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons. How can someone who has never heard of be worthy? After thinking about it, perhaps you really have the ability. However, today, I finally understand. As the saying goes, wolves and villains are in cahoots. The shameless Feng Ming Wu Liang chose you to be the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons probably because you are as shameless as him. To be honest, I was really surprised that you would sneak attack. Although you have embarrassed the Phoenix Academy, you might not care at all. After all, this Phoenix Academy, from the dean to the majority of the disciples, is extremely shameless. Only a few of them have a conscience. Those who are more decent have been forced to the point where they can't survive. But aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Ah, I understand. You were probably kicked out by the Dragon Phoenix Mountain because you were despicable and shameless, right? Ling Zhao's words were laced with sarcasm, insulting the Phoenix Academy, Yuan Peng, and even Feng Ming Wuliang. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy and the imperial family were all gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Yuan Peng would destroy Ling Xiao and tear his mouth apart. If you die, this profound world will only have one less ant. Do you think anyone would care about how I, Yuan Peng, killed an ant, shameless? You can say whatever you want. As long as I kill you, not only will I not be seen as shameless, I will instead be seen as a hero by your divine Phoenix Empire. Who knows, you might even build a shrine for me. Do you believe it? Yuan Peng didn't care about Ling Zhao's words at all. For shameless people, this was nothing, because they were already shameless. Pa pa pa. Ling Xiao clapped his hands and said, well said, well said. This shameless country needs a shameless hero like you. Unfortunately, I'm just an ant, and I'm not that easy to kill. You'd better prepare yourself for the tragic outcome of capsizing in the gutter. When you die, all kinds of rotten vegetables, leaves, and eggs will be thrown at you, and all kinds of dirty water will also be splashed on you. At that time, no one will care about you being the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons, or the 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. Everyone will only see you as a dirty rat, sneak attacking others, and instead being killed by others. Although Ling Zhao's words were sharp and full of confidence, Ling Xiao was confident. But many people felt a little puzzled. Facing Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, and Boa Xing, who was injured but didn't completely lose his ability to fight. Did Ling Xiao still have a chance of winning? Moreover, Ling Xiao was still trapped in the 10,000 gate formation and was at a complete disadvantage. Was what he said true? People tried to see a trace of fear on Ling Zhao's face, so even a trace of it would be good. But there was none. Ling Zhao's expression was still so calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Now, you can only show off your ability to talk. Boa Xing said disdainfully. Is that so? Skeleton General, go and kill him. The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This Boa Xing was really stupid. He was clearly injured, and his injuries weren't light. Did he really think that Yuan Peng could protect him? The ghost fire in the Skeleton General's empty eyes flickered even more fiercely. It had already turned from blue to red. He turned around and looked at Meng Xing. Then, with steady steps, he walked over to him. Yuan Peng, save me. Boa Xing looked at Yuan Peng and shouted loudly. Don't worry, with the two of us working together, Ling Xiao will definitely die. This Skeleton General may be a little tricky, but it's nothing to me. Yuan Peng said coldly. If he allowed Ling Xiao to kill Boa Xing in front of him, Yuan Peng would really have lived in vain. You can't save him. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the aura of the sword of light in his hand suddenly became stronger. At the same time, he no longer hid his cultivation and released it completely. The sword of light in his hand became even more dazzling, and its power became even more terrifying. The 10,000 gate formation's boundary actually began to shake a few times under the influence of this power. The 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. He's actually at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. Damn, how did this guy cultivate? I thought he was at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm at most. This is too terrifying. With such talent, it's no wonder that so many people want him dead. If he doesn't die, wouldn't those so-called geniuses of the major forces become useless? Exclamations broke out from the crowd. This time, even the alliance leader couldn't remain calm. Although Ling Xiao still couldn't pose a threat to him, with such terrifying talent and such a terrifying cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before even the White Tiger continent couldn't suppress him, let alone the Divine Phoenix continent. You really surprised me. Although the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation is not bad, compared to me, it's still too far away. You could have had a bright future, but now, you must die. You really make people jealous. You make people jealous to the point of going crazy. Yuan Peng was also very surprised. However, the more surprised he was, the more he couldn't let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng. His power was still increasing. Everyone was surprised to find that the ancient hell dragon's shadow behind Ling Xiao had disappeared. In its place was a golden crow, a huge golden crow. A golden crow burning with golden flames. The ancient hell dragon was a martial soul, and Ling Xiao couldn't fully control its power. However, this ancient golden crow was a move that was purely based on battle intent and the light profound meaning. He had completely digested 100% of the ancient golden crow's battle intent. He wondered how much of it Yuan Peng could withstand today. 10%, 20%, 30%, it felt about time. The golden crow's battle intent wasn't fully released because it wasn't necessary. Ling Xiao only released 30% of his golden crow battle will. He felt that it was enough. However, even though it was only 30% of the golden crow's fighting spirit, its terrifying aura was already enough to make countless people tremble in fear. Many people's hearts were thumping faster and faster. They didn't know when they would jump out of their bodies. That feeling was really uncomfortable. No one expected that Ling Xiao still had the means to increase his strength after releasing all his cultivation. How many trump cards did this guy have? How much stronger could he become? No one noticed that Ji Ruolong's eyes were already fixed. Sure enough, the primordial golden crow battle will. This guy actually took away the primordial golden crow and can even integrate it. Huang Tian, if Ling Xiao doesn't die this time, you must kill him. If someone else kills him, you must also get the corpse. No matter what, the corpse must not fall into anyone else's hands. Ji Ruolong felt his heart trembling. Although the sacred dynasty's enchanted islands suffered a great loss this time, as long as they obtained the primordial golden crow battle will, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate stronger disciples. I understand. Although Ji Huangtian didn't know why Ji Ruolong was interested in Ling Xiao's corpse, he still chose to obey Ji Ruolong since he was a child. On the high platform, Ling Xiao's body was bathed in reddish-gold light, and his whole person was enveloped by the golden crow's radiance. The 11th profound meaning of light, primordial golden crow, 30% of power. Yuan Peng frowned as he looked at the terrifying golden crow, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. However, that was still deliberately controlling his emotions. In fact, he was even more shocked. Ling Xiao's performance was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It seemed that he had no choice but to get serious. Roar, a furious roar could be heard. Behind Yuan Peng's back, a giant ape's shadow appeared. The ape was wearing armor and holding a long rod. It was very majestic and domineering. Immemorial martial spirit? That's right, the soul of the elder ape king of the ancient apes, a warrior who fought alongside the human king in the past. His strength is no weaker than any of the primordial dragon kings. Yuan Peng said coldly. It's a pity that such a good martial spirit was obtained by you. What a waste. Ling Xiao looked at the martial spirit and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, the righteous and domineering ape king of the ape clan had smashed the dragon clan and the extraterrestrial demons into crying for their parents with a giant black iron rod. Who would have thought that after his death, his martial soul would be obtained by such a despicable person? You must be in a lot of pain. Today, I will set you free. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the great ape king martial spirit. The skeleton general alone was enough of a headache. Now that Ling Xiao's strength had increased so much, even Yuan Peng was afraid of him, let alone protecting Boa Xing. Boa Xing seemed to have realized this. His body trembled even more violently as he looked at Yuan Peng in horror. What are you afraid of? Can't you even deal with a summoned creature? Yuan Peng cursed and no longer cared about Mengxing. He waved the pitch-black staff in his hand and his body turned into an afterimage as he charged toward Ling Xiao. He felt that he couldn't let Ling Xiao continue to improve. Otherwise, even he would be in trouble. His figure suddenly disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was behind Ling Xiao and smashed the black long rod down. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge the attack at such a close distance. However, at this moment, Yuan Peng suddenly retreated and disappeared from the high platform. Boom! Ling Xiao, who was standing there, exploded and sparks flew in all directions. Many people didn't understand what had happened. However, those with good eyesight were very surprised. This Ling Xiao actually used the Gemini martial soul and the power of light to create a human thunderbolt bomb. You saw it too. Even if the Gemini martial soul exploded, it wouldn't disappear as long as the body wasn't destroyed. It would only consume inner strength. The highly concentrated power of light was extremely compressed and then exploded instantly. If Yuan Peng hadn't noticed this, he would have been killed by the explosion. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. I was still wondering how he was going to break the myriad gate formation. I didn't expect it to be so simple. This way, Yuan Peng wouldn't dare to approach him rashly. Not only is he powerful, but he's also very intelligent. Among the younger generation, he's the most outstanding at such a young age. While the crowd was discussing, the skeleton general had already arrived in front of Boa Sheng. The rusty long spear in his hand was wrapped in a strange ghost fire as he stabbed out fiercely. Boa Sheng must die, he wouldn't change his words. Not to mention that it was Yuan Peng who stopped him on the stage today. Even if it was the alliance leader, he would do everything he could to kill Boa Sheng. Boom, the black long staff shot out and blocked the attack. A glimmer of hope appeared on Mengxing's despairing face. Yuan Peng, although I'm injured, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. You restrain Ling Xiao first. I'll kill him. If we work together, we can kill him. Boa Sheng shouted. The reason why I left you in this myriad gate formation is to work together. Why are you still talking nonsense? Yuan Peng's sneak attack on Ling Xiao and then trapping Boa Sheng in the myriad gate formation was actually very clear. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to easily take down Ling Xiao alone, so he dragged Boa Sheng in as well. If the two of them worked together, the chances of killing Ling Xiao would be higher. Everyone looked at the alliance leader in the sky. Now that things had developed to this point, the Dragon Phoenix selection had long lost its fairness. However, the alliance leader didn't seem to be tired of such things and had no intention of stopping them. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as Yuan Peng didn't die, the life and death of others had nothing to do with him. He had brought Yuan Peng from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, so he naturally had to bring him back in one piece. Before the Dragon Phoenix selection started, no one thought that Ling Xiao would be able to take on the first-ranked Flying Ape Phoenix and the fourth-ranked Giant Python Phoenix by himself. It was simply like a dream. Now, the two phoenixes had actually joined forces to deal with Ling Xiao. Such a scene had never happened before. He's only a 17-year-old boy. Can he survive against two opponents like that? Among the crowd, there were martial artists who cherished talents who felt pity. The Dragon Phoenix selection had become like this. It had been wantonly trampled upon by others, and the rules had long become useless. What a pity. However, Ling Xiao, who was on the high platform, didn't seem to have been schemed against at all. His face was as calm as an ancient well, as calm and composed as ever. It was as if everything was under his control. I hate that face of yours the most. That expression, as if everything has been calculated by you. It's really disgusting. Boa Sheng stood up, and Yuan Peng threw something to him. It was a pill. Take it, and it can guarantee that you will recover to your full strength in 2 hours. Yuan Peng said. In order to kill Ling Xiao today, Yuan Peng had gone all out. He had only given 2 pills to Boa Sheng, and he had to beg his grandparents to get them. But today, he had to use them because Ling Xiao had to die. If Ling Xiao didn't die, it would be too difficult to kill him in the future. Previously, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and get Ling Zhao's woman. But now, he wanted Ling Xiao to die because he was jealous of Ling Zhao's terrifying aptitude and talent. No matter which reason it was, he couldn't let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he felt that he would definitely regret it. Just like when Ling Xiao first came to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, not to mention the giant python phoenix Boa Xing, even the sky rock phoenix Kong He, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, had enough strength to kill Ling Xiao. But they didn't do so because they were too arrogant and felt that there was no need to attack a warrior who was only in the sky realm. This was the reason why Ling Xiao had grown to such a terrifying level. He couldn't make the same mistake. Taking the pill, Boa Xing swallowed it without thinking. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he roared excitedly. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, let's see how you kill me now. Boa Xing in his prime was back. Although it was only for 2 hours. But it was enough. The demonic dragon behind him stretched out again, swaying its huge body and roaring at Ling Xiao. Strange black python patterns appeared on his body, as if he was attacked by the demonic dragon's aura. Kill. Boa Xing recovered his strength and was the first to pounce on Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng also smeared, and his body gradually disappeared from the high platform. With Boa Xing scouting ahead, Ling Xiao's twin martial soul's thunderbolt bullet would be difficult to use. His sneak attack would be even more effective. One was in the light while the other was in the dark. 2 half-step yin-yang realm martial artists attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. How was Ling Xiao going to deal with this? He's definitely going to dodge. He definitely won't dare to take on 2 people at the same time. What's more, once Boa Xing restrains him, Yuan Peng will have a way to kill him. This was what almost everyone thought. However, reality proved that they were all wrong. Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. He jumped onto the skeleton general's shoulder and looked coldly at Boa Xing, who was charging towards him. The sword of light destruction in his hand was emitting a terrifying sword light. He seemed to have completely forgotten about Yuan Peng's existence. Boa Xing looked at Ling Xiao and paused for a moment. Idiot, what are you standing there for? Try and see if that's a real person. Otherwise, I'll kill you first, you trash. Yuan Peng's voice sounded in his ears. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and continue attacking. He had no choice. This was the 10,000 gate formation. If Yuan Peng wanted to kill him, he didn't have Ling Xiao's methods. The cold smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. The fear in Meng Xing's heart grew stronger. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. He had no choice but to charge forward. Demonic Dragon Spear. With a roar, Boa Xing threw caution to the wind. The demonic dragon martial soul let out a terrifying roar. Then, a black spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Ling Xiao, who was standing on the skeleton general. Are you looking down on my summoned creature? Ling Xiao's voice sounded. The skeleton general's blood-red cape fluttered. It quickly raised the rusty spear in its hand and stabbed out. The spear was too big. Boa Xing had no room to dodge. He could only choose to meet force with force. Boom, an ear-piercing sound came from the high platform. Ling Xiao suddenly heard a gust of wind, followed by a cold killing intent. Yuan Peng attacked at the best time. However, his target wasn't Ling Xiao, but the skeleton general. In Yuan Peng's opinion, only by dealing with the skeleton general could he focus on dealing with Ling Xiao. With this guy around, it was really troublesome. Although it was said that they were working together to deal with Ling Xiao, in reality, they were facing 2 opponents. Holy King's Eye, Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. 2 rays of golden light shot out from its eyes and landed on the skeleton general. Then, the skeleton general actually put on Ling Xiao's Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. The Holy King's Eye was an ability of soul adjudication. It could increase the defense or combat strength of any object. It could also transfer the martial arts that Ling Xiao had learned to the target. The Scarlet Sun Feather Coat was originally a move of the profound meaning of light. After being converted by the Holy King's Eye, it could be used on the skeleton general. In order to do this, Ling Xiao had spent a lot of time researching. He had the skeleton general summoned from the Eye of the Tomb of the Gods, and he could summon other things in the future. In addition, the 3-leaf demonic eyes could also communicate with creatures from other worlds. If he could use the Holy King's Eye to convert his own martial arts moves, then he could strengthen these summoned creatures. The increase in combat strength would not be small. Just as the scarlet sun feather coat was released, the rod in Yuan Peng's hand also hit the skeleton general. However, because of the protection of the large scarlet sun feather coat, the skeleton general's body only trembled slightly. It didn't even sway. It didn't affect him from attacking Boasheng. The terrifying force sent Boasheng flying again. He crashed into the barrier and bounced back. At this moment, Boasheng was in a daze. He was completely unconscious from the impact. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart and he couldn't control it at all. His ears were completely buzzing and he couldn't hear any shouts. At that moment, he only saw the skeleton general take a large step forward and stab at him with the rusty spear in its hand again. It's over, Boasheng thought in horror. He had clearly recovered to his peak state, but he still couldn't block the skeleton general's attack. He didn't dare to act like this. Ah! The skeleton general's spear clearly hadn't attacked Boasheng yet, but Boasheng was already screaming in horror. Most people, no matter how strong they were, would cry bitterly at the moment when death was about to befall them. Moreover, the destructive and murderous sword intent released by Ling Xiao was something that Boasheng couldn't resist. He actually had a terrifying feeling that he had fallen into hell. Yuan Peng tried to save Boasheng. However, Ling Xiao stopped him at this moment. Almost every time he flashed and appeared, Ling Xiao would always appear near him in the shortest amount of time. He couldn't get close to Boasheng at all. He could only watch as Boasheng got closer and closer to the skeleton general's spear. Damn it, how did this guy figure out where I appeared? Could it be that he can lock onto my aura? Impossible. In the space of the 10,000 gate formation, one's aura would be instantly cut off. This was also the power of the 10,000 gate formation. How could Ling Xiao detect his existence, however, no matter what the reason was? The reality was that Ling Xiao blocked his attempts to save Boasheng time and time again. During this time, he had clashed with Ling Xiao twice. The first time was the real Ling Xiao. The second time was actually the twin martial soul's thunderbolt bullet. He was actually injured because he was too anxious. Although Yuan Peng's injuries were not serious, the feeling was too depressing. It was as if he was being played by Ling Xiao. That feeling was just too unpleasant. No one can save you. Die. A thunderous voice came out of the skeleton general's mouth. The rusty spear in his hand had already pierced Boasheng's protective origin energy. Boasheng was hit and blood flowed out of his mouth. He knew that he was beyond saving. Only Yuan Peng could save him in the 10,000 gate formation. However, Yuan Peng was blocked by Ling Xiao and could not get close to him, let alone attack the skeleton general. When the crowd saw this scene, most of them felt relieved for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was attacked by the two of them, so naturally, many people sympathized with him. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was also playing with Yuan Peng and sending Boasheng to the brink of death. Good. Well done. That's what you should do to a shameless person. Shu, lower your voice. Boasheng is from the Phoenix Academy. Don't you know how shameless that academy is? Be careful not to die if they hear you. He was obviously asking the others to lower their voices, but his own voice was very loud. He deliberately said it for the Phoenix Academy to hear. It seemed that there were some powerful people in the crowd who were not afraid of the Phoenix Academy at all. Whoosh, suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Everyone was shocked. Just as they were about to see what dark was, suddenly, they heard a huge roar. Clatter, then, everyone saw that on the high platform, within the 10,000 gate formation, the skeleton general had been completely destroyed, turning into a pile of broken bones. The person who attacked was actually the Alliance Master. Enough. Don't you feel ashamed to bully a dying man? The Alliance Master stood proudly in the air and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Her words made everyone feel that it was unreasonable. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at that Alliance Master and said, "Old witch, you really don't blush at all saying these words, me bullying a dying man, just now, when the two of them joined forces to attack me, as the host of this Dragon Phoenix selection, did you say anything fair? Now you're trying to pretend to be impartial. Don't you know that your words stink? That's right, that's right. You're really shameless. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at as a 5th level Yin Yang realm martial artist? Hurry up and scram back to your White Tiger continent. The Divine Phoenix continent doesn't need a despicable and shameless person like you. This time, the crowd was really in an uproar because the things that this alliance leader had done were really too disgusting. As a result, many cultivators who usually didn't want to talk much and only maintained a neutral stance couldn't stand it anymore. What's the point of being so obviously biased? Shut up, all of you. The profound world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. This king is stronger than all of you, and this is the truth. Whoever dares to be impudent, this king will destroy them. The alliance leader was so anxious that he actually released a powerful aura to intimidate the crowd. Yo yo yo, I'm really scared. You shameless witch, do you really think that the Divine Phoenix continent is your backyard? I've lived for so long and have seen many 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists, but you're the first one who's so shameless. You want to kill me, right? Come out and fight me for 300 rounds. In the crowd, a ragged old man dressed like a beggar shouted at the alliance leader with a smile. Isn't that Elder Beggar? I heard that he went to the White Tiger continent a few days ago. He's actually back? Many people in the crowd recognized this old man. Elder Beggar, is Xianxia related to you? When the alliance leader saw that it was Elder Beggar, he frowned and asked with an unpleasant expression. No. Since that's the case, why are you going against me? I'm going against you? Didn't you say that you represent strength and that your words are the truth? This old man can't stand people like you who pretend to be a wolf in sheep's clothing the most. Elder Beggar held the rod in his hand and scolded. Humph, I won't lower myself to your level. Let's talk after you enter the myriad gate array. If you don't have the ability, just stand there and watch. The alliance master snorted and looked at the moon lady. Today, I'll show you how I'm going to kill Xianxia. I'm going to make your heart ache and you're going to lose all hope. If you dare to kill him, I'll make sure that you don't have any descendants. The moon lady's voice was as cold as the flames of hell. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that I'll destroy your entire family. I'll even kill everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The demonic liquor sword's voice was equally cold. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that I'll grind your bones to dust. You won't even be able to reincarnate. Hong Chi had also arrived at the Slaying Dragon Forest. He looked coldly at the alliance leader in the myriad gate array. Ha ha ha, if you dare to kill that kid, I guarantee that those pretty boys you've taken in recently will marry beautiful girls. You'll be so angry that you'll die. Elder Beggar also laughed and said. The alliance leader's face was very ugly. At this moment, she was really in a dilemma. She could ignore everything and kill Xianxia. However, the consequences were really not something that she could bear. However, in the face of those people's threats, if she did nothing, she would be too cowardly. It would be difficult for her to survive in the Jianghu in the future. Thinking of this, she revealed a sinister smile and said, Don't worry, I won't kill him. Because there's no need for me to do anything. Someone else can kill him. Indeed, she didn't need to do anything. She only needed to use her powerful strength to help Yuan Peng in the myriad gate array. Then, she could easily kill Xianxia. This matter was very simple. In the end, you're still a coward, you old witch. Xianxia looked at the alliance leader in disdain and said, I didn't expect that this year's Dragon Phoenix selection would be presided over by trash like you. It's really an insult to a grand event like the Dragon Phoenix selection. So many geniuses who were willing to fight for the glory of Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent were killed by your schemes. Your sins are very grave. Evil creature, you're quite eloquent. However, so what if you can speak? You still can't avoid death. Don't expect that someone will come in to save you. Because of this myriad gate array, I can freely enter it because of one thing. As for them, they'll need at least 3 days and 3 nights to blast open this myriad gate array. By then, you'll be dead. The alliance leader looked at Xianxia coldly. She really wanted to kill this guy personally. However, when she thought of the threats that those guys outside had against her, she didn't dare to do anything. Is that so? The way I see it, this myriad gate array is nothing more than this. Wasting so much words, it's really a waste of time. Now, you old witch, watch carefully how I kill Boashing and Yuan Peng. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Using an array boundary to trap him, he wanted to tell everyone that this was the most foolish way to do it. You're saying you're going to kill the two of them in front of me? The Alliance Master thought he had misheard. That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. The Alliance Master was so angry that he laughed. I'd like to see how you're going to kill them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He stood there and looked at Mangxing and Yuan Peng, no longer paying any attention to the alliance leader. Everyone looked at him, shocked beyond words. Some people felt that he was acting recklessly and was bluffing. Some thought he was crazy. After all, he might be stronger than Yuan Peng and Boa Xing, but did he really treat a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm expert as if he didn't exist? However, those who truly understood Ling Xiao didn't think so. In the crowd, Feng Yanran regretted it. Seeing Ling Zhao's proud figure standing there, Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. For his beloved woman, for his friends, he killed Mount Fengming, killed Tomohiko Kuma, and dared to make the world his enemy for his own people. It didn't matter if it was the right thing to do. But as a woman, she really liked this kind of man. Unfortunately, she had already made her choice. She chose to stand with her cousin, Feng Yinshan, and not Ling Xiao. Today's battle, whether Ling Xiao lived or died, would leave a brilliant legend in the history of Divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Yinshan regretted it even more than she did. If he really decided not to work with such an ally, he should have killed him earlier. However, he was hesitant. He wanted to use Ling Xiao, but he wasn't willing to help Ling Xiao sincerely. Now, their relationship was getting worse and worse. Today, he saw Ling Xiao fearlessly facing Yuan Peng, Boa Xing, and even the Alliance Master. He felt that he had made a huge mistake in his judgment. What a pity. Zhou Yun also sighed and said, Crown Prince of Hidden Mountain, although it's a pity, from now on, we can't have anything to do with Ling Xiao. He had offended too many people. Now, almost the entire Divine Phoenix Empire had become his enemy. Now, he had offended the people of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If we work with him, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. In fact, Zhou Yun had always been unhappy that Ling Xiao had ousted him from the position of the dean of Qingshu College. Although he was old, he still held grudges. Most martial artists were good at holding grudges. After all, the profound world itself was a world where gratitude and grudges intertwined. Gratitude and grudges had always been the main theme of this world. Therefore, he did not want Feng Yinshan to be soft-hearted. He did not want Feng Yinshan to help Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Master. I won't help him. Besides, we've already parted ways. Even the two patriarchs of the Fiery Phoenix tribe don't like him. If I were to work with him, wouldn't I be making things difficult for myself? Feng Yinshan shook his head. Right now, he could only treat Ling Xiao as an enemy. An enemy that had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this guy was given 1 or 2 years, he might really become an uncontrollable monster. On the high platform, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. His figure pounced toward Boa Xing. However, at this moment, a powerful pressure came from the Alliance Master's body, causing Ling Xiao's limbs to feel heavy and stiff. This old witch said that she would not help, but in reality, how could she not help? Yuan Peng disappeared from the high platform. Everyone knew that he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Screech, a loud and clear cry of the golden crow sounded. An even stronger fighting spirit erupted from Ling Xiao's body. 40%, 50%, 60%, finally, when the golden crow fighting spirit was released to 60%, the restraints that the Alliance Master had placed on his body instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao was wrapped in terrifying power. He waved the sword of light in his hand and stabbed toward Boa Xing's throat. Die. Suddenly, less than a foot above Ling Xiao, a long black staff stabbed down. The staff was wrapped in a strong lightning intent, as if it could pierce through everything. At this moment, if Ling Xiao insisted on killing Boa Xing, he would definitely be attacked by Yuan Peng. In the end, it would definitely be a situation where both sides would suffer. And for Ling Xiao, this situation was definitely not worth it. However, at this moment, some people saw a smile in Ling Xiao's eyes, as if his scheme had succeeded. What is he trying to do? The warriors who caught Ling Xiao's subtle expression were extremely confused. In this situation, what else could Ling Xiao do? The next moment, he knew the answer. Everyone knew the answer. And at that moment, their gazes were completely frozen. Ling Xiao did something that no one expected. Even if they cracked their heads, they still wouldn't have thought of it. The sharp sword of light of destruction pierced the man's body. The ferocious sword essence of destruction rose to the extreme in an instant. The blazing heat of the immemorial golden crow burned in that person's body. Alliance Master. Many people stood up and shouted in horror. This was because Ling Xiao had disappeared at that moment. When he reappeared, the sword of light had already pierced that Alliance Master's body. At this moment, the Golden Crow battle intent had risen to 100%, even the Moon Lady was afraid of the 100% immemorial Golden Crow battle intent. Although this Alliance Master and the Moon Lady had fought to a draw after 100 moves, her strength was still inferior to the Moon Lady. After 300 moves, she would definitely die. Therefore, in terms of strength, there was still a gap between her and the Moon Lady. Even the Moon Lady was injured by the 100% immemorial Golden Crow battle intent. How could she not be affected? Moreover, she had really underestimated Ling Xiao. She would never have thought that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to attack her. Not only did she not think of this, but no one else thought of this either. After Ling Xiao attacked, he quickly disappeared again. He knew that a Yin-Yang realm warrior could not be killed so easily. This sword was just a gift to the arrogant Alliance Master. Wasn't she powerful? Wasn't she arrogant? Then he would let her see the price of being arrogant. The ferocious Golden Crow battle intent wreaked havoc in the Alliance Master's body. She was extremely angry. How dare you sneak attack me? She roared angrily. Boa Xing and Yuan Peng were completely dumbfounded. Until now, they still did not understand what had happened. Wasn't Ling Xiao attacking Boa Xing? How did he suddenly appear beside the Alliance Master and injure her? Could it be that he understood the secret of the 10,000 gate formation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the outstanding array masters of the White Tiger continent found it difficult to break the 10,000 gate formation. Could a mere Ling Xiao do it? There must be another reason. However, Yuan Peng could not figure out the reason no matter how hard he tried. Ling Xiao's body reappeared, and he was already far away from the Alliance Master. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Alliance Leader, does it hurt a lot? I said before that I will kill anyone who dares to stop me from killing them. Don't think that I am afraid of you just because you are at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You don't dare to kill me, but I dare to kill you. If you don't believe me, let's see who will be killed today. Ling Xiao might not have been able to injure the Alliance Master if they had been outside the 10,000 gate array. After all, the disparity between their cultivation levels was too great. He definitely wouldn't have been a match for the other party if they hadn't been in a specific environment. However, the Alliance Master had foolishly entered the 10,000 gate array. After such a long time, the Yuan Venerate had already taken control of the 10,000 gate array. If Yuan Peng and the Alliance Master tried to leave the 10,000 gate array now, they would realize that they simply couldn't. Ling Xiao hadn't intended to rely on his master's power. However, why would he do it openly when someone else was cheating? Wouldn't that be stupid? Since the other party treated the rules as child's play, there was no need for him to adhere to them. Wouldn't he be an idiot if he didn't use the array formation for no good reason? Outside, he had the protection of the Moon Lady, the demonic wine sword, and the Hong Qi. Inside, he could definitely toy with a 5th-level Yin-Yang martialist to death if he controlled the array formation. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was useless if one didn't understand array formations. Furthermore, he had the help of a Yuan Venerate in secret. Combined with the Golden Crow fighting intent, he would be able to grind this foolish Alliance Master to death. Did she still want to stop him from killing Boa Xing and Yuan Peng? She had to save her own life first. Ah! I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Alliance Master glared at Ling Xiao, her voice filled with anger and hatred. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. In her eyes, Ling Xiao had already been sliced into minced meat. Someone who dared launch a sneak attack on her definitely couldn't be forgiven. At first, she had been afraid of the people outside and hadn't wanted to do it herself. However, she couldn't help it now. Ling Xiao had actually dared to hurt her. This was something she couldn't tolerate no matter what. Hee hee. Tear me to pieces? You should worry about yourself first. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. My sword didn't feel good, did it? Although you are a Yin-Yang realm martialist, you still have a mortal body. You can't escape the nomological laws of the mystic realm. You will still die. Alliance Master, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. This kid is too despicable. He actually dared to plot against you. Boa Xing said loudly. At this moment, he had witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. If Ling Xiao could even injure a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, then wouldn't it be easy for Ling Xiao to kill him? Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't be able to survive. That's right, Alliance Leader. This kid is vicious and has no respect for his elders. He must be killed. If he goes to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause. Yuan Peng chimed in. Alliance Master, you are the supreme being of the 5 Immortals Island. Ling Xiao dared to hurt you, which is a capital crime. He must be killed. Ji Ruolong's voice came from the Sacred Dynasty's formation. At this moment, he no longer cared about his old face. I beseech the Alliance Master to kill Ling Xiao and exterminate the scourge, returning peace to the Divine Phoenix continent. To be inconsolable said righteously. That's right. The Alliance leader was chosen by the 5 Immortals Island. He dared to humiliate and even attack you. He must be killed. The Island Master of the Blackwater Immortal Island also spoke. Kill. Raven Queen only said one word, but it was clear what she meant. Sigh, how dare you attack the Alliance leader? Even we can't save you. Alliance leader, do whatever you want. The Black and White Elders were the most shameless. They wouldn't save Ling Xiao. They would only be happy to see the Alliance leader kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has harmed countless geniuses in the Divine Phoenix continent. He must die. The Dean of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang, also spoke. Kill. He must be killed. In an instant, there were all sorts of voices calling for Ling Xiao to be killed. This included those who had suffered at the hands of Ling Xiao and those from the Martial Grandmaster Island. Their disciples had been killed by Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Naturally, they were furious. Since Ling Xiao wanted to die, they would fulfill his wish. Ling Xiao looked at those people in disdain and said coldly, all of you want me to die, but I won't. Don't worry, if I survive, all of you will die. That cold and emotionless gaze made some of the shouting people lower their heads in fear. They wanted Ling Xiao to die, but they were afraid of Ling Xiao's talent and potential. If Ling Xiao really survived, it would definitely be a nightmare for them. That's right. If Ling Xiao dies, I'll make all of you accompany him in death. The Moon Lady looked coldly at those who were clamoring. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Count me in. If Ling Xiao dies, the Divine Phoenix continent will be flooded with blood. The Demon Liquor Sword's murderous intent quickly spread. Some of the warriors who were clamoring immediately shut their mouths. There's also this old man. The child that I've raised for so many years has been bullied by you. Even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I'll make all of you accompany him in death. Hong Qi said indifferently. However, his aura was not inferior to the two in front of him. Ling Xiao is a disciple of our Qingshu College. He's also the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Killing him is equivalent to becoming our enemy. I swear that even if I have to flatten the Divine Phoenix continent, I won't let any of his enemies go. Feng Qingyan also stood up and said firmly. The position of Qingshu College's dean was given to him by Ling Xiao. As the dean, if he couldn't even protect his own student, then he wouldn't have the face to see others. He wouldn't be like Zhou Yun who only cared about himself. Haha, our everlasting joy Immortal Island won't watch as Ling Xiao is killed. The Alliance Master is biased and doesn't care about the rules. He's no longer suitable to be the Alliance Master. The Everlasting Joy Ancestor smiled and said. Our Canopy Immortal Island also thinks the same. The Alliance Master's actions today are really disappointing. Such a shameless person doesn't deserve to be our Alliance Master. The Island Master of Canopy Immortal Island, Zhu Tianlin, also stood up and said. For a moment, those who wanted to kill Ling Xiao and those who supported Ling Xiao were divided into two factions. However, the most important thing right now was still the few people inside the Myriad Gate formation. This was because the people outside couldn't enter the Myriad Gate formation. If the Alliance Master was determined to kill Ling Xiao, the people outside definitely wouldn't be able to help. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Moon Maiden, Demonic Liquor Sword, Hong Qi, Dan Changle, Zhu Tianlin, so what if you're so aggressive? If you have the ability, come inside the Myriad Gate formation. Today, I'm going to trample on this kid in front of you and kill him so that you can't vent your anger. The Alliance Master's voice was filled with madness and arrogance. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Right now, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? If you want to kill me, then kill me. I want to see if you have the ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's body completely merged with the primordial golden crow. That reddish-gold giant bird was completely formed by light, and Ling Xiao was wrapped in it. They had already merged into one. 11 light profundities, primordial golden crow, 100% strength. The blazing battle intent continued to burn, and the terrifying aura made Yuan Peng and Boa Xing hide in a corner and tremble. They realized in horror that if Ling Xiao had used this method previously, neither of them would have survived. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from Ling Xiao's body, the Alliance Master frowned slightly. Then, it turned into a sneer. Fortunately, you are only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Otherwise, I would really be afraid. But now, in front of me, you are just a piece of trash that I can crush at any time. Oh? Is that so? However, you are the one who is injured now, not me. Ling Xiao said mockingly. From now on, you won't be able to meet me again. The Alliance Master said confidently and coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and approached Ling Xiao in an instant. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't move, and the golden crow's claws clawed through the air. In that instant, the Alliance Master felt a strong sense of danger. Her body, which was originally pouncing forward, suddenly stopped and then moved to the side. However, it was still a little too late. That golden crow's claws actually appeared from her waist, tearing apart her protective essence energy and clawing at her ribs. If she had been a little slower, her ribs would have been broken. What's going on? In the Kill Dragon Forest, all the martial artists felt that it was a little unbelievable. Why did this scene seem so familiar? It was clearly the method that Yuan Peng used to deal with Ling Xiao. He has mastered the mystery of the 10,000 gate formation. The Moon Maiden said excitedly, and a smile bloomed on her cold face. This smile instantly made everything colorless. Really? The Liquor Demon Sword couldn't believe that Ling Xiao actually had such an ability. It shouldn't be wrong. When Ling Xiao was in Yuehua school, he became the disciple of a formation master and learned the method of formation refinement. The Moon Maiden nodded. Yuehua school? What sect is that? It's a very inconspicuous small sect in the Sky Dragon continent. What kind of powerful formation master can come from such a sect? Nonsense. Although this was what many people were saying. They all felt that it was impossible. However, the reality before their eyes forced them to believe it. Ling Xiao had really grasped the secrets of the 10,000 gate formation. This time, the one in trouble was not Ling Xiao, but the Alliance Master. The terrifying thing about a formation was that once you entered it, you would be at the mercy of others unless you could break the formation. No matter how high your cultivation base is, it's useless if you don't know formations, let alone your cultivation base at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps sometimes, the stronger one was, the more troublesome it would be. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating? Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance Master mockingly and said, if you're afraid, then hurry up and scram. I don't have time to waste with you here. There are still those 2 fellows that haven't been killed yet. You really controlled the 10,000 gate formation? The Alliance Master asked. Not bad. Ling Xiao's answer was straightforward. Are you scared? Humph, so what if you control the 10,000 gate formation? Yuan Peng, remove the formation. The Alliance Master snorted coldly. No, Alliance Master. Once you remove the 10,000 gate formation, you'll have to face the Moon Lady, the Demonic Liquor Sword, and the others directly. Yuanpeng smiled bitterly. He could neither leave nor stay in the formation. He had put a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in such a difficult situation. Damn it! The Alliance Master was stunned. Then, he realized that he had acted rashly because he was suppressed by Ling Xiao. Yuanpeng was right. It was more troublesome to leave than to stay in the formation. However, how was he going to deal with Ling Xiao? He was a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he had a headache over how to deal with a mere 10th level Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. If this kind of thing were to spread out, it would really be a laughingstock. So what if you control the 10,000 gate formation? As long as you can't break my defense, you won't be able to hurt me. The Alliance Master suddenly revealed a smile. Then, a shadow appeared behind her. What's that martial soul? A snail? Yes, it should be a snail. No wonder the Alliance Master didn't want to reveal her martial soul. That's too much. A huge snail with a huge hard shell on its back lay lazily behind the Alliance Master. Although there was an awkward expression on his face, after releasing his martial soul, the Alliance leader had regained his confidence. Brat, you'll definitely die today. Her figure flashed again and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao chose to attack in the same way as before. However, he was in trouble this time. When the golden crow's claws reached the Alliance Master, they were blocked by the snail's shell. Ling Xiao vaguely realized that the Alliance Master's entire body was wrapped in the huge hard shell. The snail had already left the hard shell and was charging towards him. Ling Xiao dodged hastily and stared at the Alliance Master as he said, "You're a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, yet you're acting like a coward. Is this what you mean by wanting to kill me? Humph, cut the crap. You can't hurt me, but I can kill you. Let's see where you're going to run to." The Alliance Master snorted and charged towards Ling Xiao with the huge hard shell on her back. Together with the snail's martial soul's attack, she really caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the martial artists watching the battle felt a little awkward. The fact that a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was forced to use his martial soul was enough to shock them. Now, this level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist had to rely on the snail's shell to defend against Ling Xiao's attack. This made them feel strange. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. They had seen all kinds of weird things since the battle started. Do you really think I can't hurt you with a hard shell? Ling Xiao's body flickered continuously. Using the 10,000 gate formation, he could freely appear anywhere. If he was outside, he would definitely not be able to do so. Therefore, he was very confident that he could kill the Alliance Master. "Master, can you block the people outside? I want to use my tyrannical martial soul." Ling Xiao asked as he dodged. "It's a small matter. This 1,000-gate formation has the function of blocking qi. I only need to block their line of sight. However, you must kill these 3 people. Otherwise, the fact that you possess such a terrifying martial spirit will definitely be known by others." Yuan Venerate replied. "The 3 of them will definitely die." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. "Alright, give me 3 breaths." Ling Xiao continued to dodge while Yuan Venerate started to modify the 10,000 gate array again. After a short while, What's going on? Why can't I see the battle inside? Yeah, it's all gray and hazy. I can't see or feel anything. Did Ling Xiao do something? I don't know. Why is it like this?" Everyone was burning with anxiety. They couldn't see or feel any auras from such an exciting battle. This really made them depressed. After 15 minutes, no one could see what was happening inside. Half an hour passed. Inside the 10,000 gate formation, the Alliance leader fell to the ground in fear. He looked at Ling Xiao in shock. "Are you surprised?" Ling Xiao was panting heavily. There were many wounds on his body. He had used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the immemorial golden crow, and the 10,000 gate formation to kill the Alliance leader. However, he had paid a huge price. He had used up too much energy. Fortunately, he had many elixirs with him. After eating the pills like they were beans, his signature mocking smile finally appeared on his face. "You. So you're the martial artist who awakened the mountain river martial soul. Haha, it's too late for you to know now. Ling Xiao mocked, you wanted to kill me, but you trapped yourself in the myriad gate formation. I really have to thank you. Otherwise, even if I used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, I wouldn't be able to kill you, a peerless expert at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. You can't kill me. Why? I'm from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain and an inner sect elder. If you kill me, don't even think about stepping into the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. As an inner sect elder of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, can you have some backbone? You only came up with such a lame excuse to beg for mercy when you're about to die. There are many sects in the White Tiger mainland. I don't care about the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at the alliance leader in disdain. The Golden Crow clawed at him. It's over. Everything is over. After I kill you, I'll get rid of those two trash. No. I can't die. Crack, a crisp sound was heard in the 10,000 gate formation. Ling Xiao crushed the alliance leader's head. At the same time, the gray color gradually faded. Everyone stared at the 10,000 gate formation, hoping to be the first to see what was going on inside. At that moment, everyone's gaze froze. Ling Xiao was in a sorry state. He was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered like a beggar. However, the alliance leader whose head was crushed was even more miserable. What happened, what exactly happened, no one understood. Even those who supported Ling Xiao, including the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword, didn't understand. In just an hour, Ling Xiao had actually killed the Alliance Master? Hooray! Far away in the Heavenly Dragon continent, countless warriors were shouting in their homes. In their hearts, their Heavenly Emperor was invincible. No matter what kind of powerful opponent he encountered, it was all the same. For a period of time, they were worried to death, afraid that the legend in their hearts would be shattered. He was afraid that Ling Xiao's life would be lost in the hands of that expert. However, this scene caused them to be completely relieved. Their Heavenly Emperor His Majesty was the most powerful existence, invincible, although it was just a beautiful wish, Ling Xiao miraculously showed it to them. In contrast, the young geniuses who had once looked down on Ling Xiao were completely dumbfounded. How did he do it? This was everyone's confusion. Bah! Trash, scum! Ling Xiao directly spat on the corpse, then looked at Yuan Peng and Boa Xing, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. You really want her to kill me, right? Next, I'll let you die with her. Feeling the realm of origin energy in his body constantly recovering, Ling Xiao released the divine light sword again. However, this time, the immemorial golden crow had been kept. Although that thing was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. He couldn't afford to be tormented now. Moreover, there was no need to use the immemorial golden crow to deal with Yuan Peng and Boa Xing. Enough. Just as Ling Xiao's divine light sword pierced towards Boa Xing, that guy trembled and hid in the corner, not daring to move. A thunderous voice resounded in the void. You've already killed the alliance leader of the 5 Immortals Island, are you still not satisfied? As the voice resounded, a huge vortex appeared in the void, and then, a person walked out of it. It was an unfamiliar face, but it possessed terrifying strength. When everyone looked at this person, the sword in Ling Xiao's hand didn't waver. Now, no matter who it was, no one could stop his determination to kill the two in front of him. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The roar resounded again, and the terrifying aura directly shattered the myriad gate formation. Ling Xiao's body was also shaken, and he kept retreating. Master! Yuan Peng looked at that person and shouted in surprise. Don't worry, I'm here. You'll be fine. Yuan Peng's master was called Yuan Tianluan, and he was the array master of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The myriad gate formation was developed by him. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao had modified the myriad gate formation, he could still break it. When he was at the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he felt that something was wrong with Yuan Peng's aura, so he rushed over. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. His woman was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Yuan Tianluan coldly. Without the myriad gate formation, he definitely wasn't this person's match. But to let Yuan Peng and Boa Xing go, that was a dream. What? What's with that look in your eyes? Do you even want to kill me? You're simply a bloodthirsty beast. Yuan Tianluan looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and said coldly. If I'm a bloodthirsty beast, then your disciple is even worse than a beast. He's a scum. Ling Xiao swallowed another handful of pills. He ate the things that others treated as treasures like jelly beans. His body was rapidly recovering. Master, kill him. This guy used a very cruel method to kill Master's wife. Yuan Peng shouted loudly. With his master here, Yuan Peng's timid heart once again came to life. He gritted his teeth and shouted his wish to his master. Heavenly Master Yuan, Ling Xiao destroyed the Dragon Phoenix selection. Please uphold justice. Please uphold justice. Ji Ruolong, to be inconsolable, Black Crow Queen, Ming Huang, and the others who wanted Ling Xiao dead formed an alliance once again. It seems that you've offended quite a number of people. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Now, surrender obediently and follow me to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to receive your trial. Yuan. Tianluan looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. He also wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge his woman. However, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to kill his woman just because of the myriad gate formation. There should be something strange in this guy's body. Therefore, he wanted to bring this kid back and study him properly. After obtaining the treasure in this kid's body, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. Who would go back with you, idiot? You can kill me if you have the ability, but you want me to surrender? No way. Ling Xiao cursed. Since that's the case, I can only take action. After saying that, Yuan Tianluan crossed the void and arrived at the high platform in an instant. His huge hand that covered the sky grabbed Ling Xiao. Old dog, how dare you hurt him? Just as Yuan Tianluan made his move, the Moon Maiden made her move. The Moon Lady had been holding back for a long time. She couldn't help Ling Xiao in the 10,000 gate array just now. Now that the 10,000 gate array was broken, she could finally protect her little man. Dazzling moonlight streaked across the sky. Her slender hand turned into a huge hand that covered the sky and clashed with Yuan Tianluan's palm in the air. You dare to stop me? Yuan Tianluan looked at the Moon Lady coldly with a gloomy face. So what if I stop you? Do you think you're better than anyone? The Moon Lady said indifferently. I'm Heavenly Master Yuan from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. My cultivation is definitely above the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You should know that. However, the Divine Phoenix Continent's laws don't allow martial artists above the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm to appear. Therefore, my cultivation is temporarily suppressed. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Yuan Tianluan squinted his eyes and said coldly. Are you the only one whose cultivation is suppressed? The Moon Lady said in disdain. Little man, listen to me. Today, no one can stop you from killing those two scums. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop you, including the martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Her voice was filled with adoration and dominance. She ignored everyone, including Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Hee, Sister Moon Lady, let's compete. Let's see if you can get rid of that old thing first or if I can get rid of those two scums first. Ling Xiao grinned. He really didn't care about Dragon Phoenix Mountain. His eyes were on the Heaven's chosen sect. The White Tiger Continent was a place that he would have to cross sooner or later. If he was afraid of a sect in the White Tiger Continent, then he might as well quit. If he offended them, so be it. It wasn't like he hadn't offended anyone before. No problem. The Moon Maiden smiled, once again causing countless cultivators to fall head over heels for her. Unfortunately, her smile only lasted for a moment before it turned cold and ruthless. Ling Zhao's gaze returned to Yuan Peng and Mangxing. A cold, murderous intent surged out from within his body. Yuan Peng, what happened today had nothing to do with you. However, you ambushed me and even insulted my woman. I must settle this score. So what if your master is here? Even if you brought the entire Dragon Phoenix Mountain here, no one would be able to save you, Boa Xing. Not only did you sneak attack me, you also injured my brother and my friend Ji Luoyu. Afterwards, you colluded with Yuan Peng and tried to use the power of the Alliance Master to kill me. If I don't fool you, I swear I'm not human. Ling Xiao held the sword of light obliteration in his hand and shot towards Boa Xing like a bolt of lightning. Right now, Mangxing was at his weakest state. He had to kill him first. Ling Xiao believed in the Moon Lady. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Moon Lady was definitely an invincible existence. Unless someone could break the laws here, no one was a match for the Moon Lady. Therefore, what he needed to do now wasn't to care about the Moon Maiden, but to figure out how to kill the two of them. Of course, there was another reason for killing these two. Earlier in the Myriad Gate Array, the two of them might have seen him unleashing his martial soul. If he let the two of them live, his secret might be exposed to everyone. At that time, there would be more trouble. Therefore, regardless of the reason, Yuan Ping and Boa Xing were doomed to die. The void trembled and a terrifying killing intent filled the sky. The ferocious sword essence pierced towards Boa Xing, causing Boa Xing to fall into despair once again. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Boa Xing, you piece of trash. Let's join forces. Do you think we're afraid of him? But he even killed the Alliance Master. You idiot. He must have used some trick to kill the Alliance Master. Moreover, can't you see that he's exhausted? This is an opportunity. These words woke up Boa Xing from his despair. He stood up abruptly and the demonic dragon behind him roared again. Yes, you're right. He's weak now. How can he kill us? Let's destroy him first. That's right. Let's attack together. Soon, Boa Xing and Yuan Peng reached a strategic cooperation agreement. The two of them unleashed their martial souls at the same time and charged towards Ling Xiao. It's useless. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. The two of you are useless. You're no match for me even if you join forces. His first target was naturally still Boa Xing. As for Yuan Peng, there was nothing to fear after he lost the Myriad Gate Array. It would be easier to defend against him. Roar, the demonic dragon roared and pounced from behind Boa Xing to devour Ling Xiao. The sword essence that filled the sky hit the demonic dragon's soul and made an ear-piercing roar. The demonic dragon's body trembled continuously. What are you waiting for, Yuan Peng? Boa Xing roared. Yuan Peng nodded, and his body suddenly became huge. The black staff in his hand also became a 1,000-kilogram staff and smashed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still didn't look back. It was as if Yuan Peng's attack didn't exist at all. That's strange. His skeleton general should have been destroyed by the League Master. What means does he have to block Yuan Peng's attack? Puzzled voices came from the crowd. This person was right. Ling Xiao's skeleton general was destroyed, and it was impossible for it to recover in a short time. However, did he only have the eye of the tomb of the god of sin? Obviously not. Boom, the huge staff hit something, and the terrifying rebounding force actually made Yuan Peng's body, which was 4 to 5 meters long, retreat a few steps. He took a closer look and saw that it was actually a tall and big bronze troll. The bronze troll was holding a bronze spear in its hand. Mighty and domineering, tri-leaf demonic eyes, communication with the other world, Ling Xiao didn't forget this ability. The bronze troll blocked Yuan Peng's attack, and Ling Xiao didn't have to block it anymore. The light of the sword of light in his hand became even more dazzling and intense. Let's see who can save you now. Die. Boa Xing. Rumble, the terrifying light tore the huge demonic dragon apart. The demonic dragon's body shattered, and it turned back into a black python. However, this wasn't the end. The terrifying sword light was still advancing unstoppably, and it completely tore the black python to shreds. There was nothing that could stop Ling Xiao's sure-kill attack. Boa Xing despaired again. Ling Xiao. Why did he offend Ling Xiao? Originally, he didn't have any grudges with Ling Xiao, but he just had to provoke that person. Now, the shadow of death completely enveloped his body. The terrifying sword intent completely stunned him. He couldn't even move. It was as if his whole body was fixed, and he could only accept the judgment of fate. Die. The sword light finally split Boa Xing's body. The bright light completely turned Boa Xing into nothingness. To Mangxing, this was a sword that he could not block. However, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He didn't even use much strength. Compared to him, Boa Xing's strength was much greater. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, his combat strength was more powerful than a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist with 20% Yin-Yang essence energy. In addition, he had terrifying soul power. Boa Xing was nothing. If Yuan Peng and the alliance leader hadn't interfered, Boa Xing would have become a dead snake. Killed. The 4th-ranked Python, Phoenix Boa Xing, has been killed. Ji Tianming, Phoenix Cry Mountain, Gao Yangjun, Dark Current, Tomohiko Kuma, and now Boa Xing. This guy is definitely the nemesis of geniuses. So many geniuses have died in his hands. The hearts of the people trembled again. However, Ling Zhao's face appeared very relaxed. It was as if killing Boa Xing was just a trivial matter. It was as if Boa Xing was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Yuan Peng was still in a life-and-death battle with the bronze troll. This made him very depressed. It also made the spectators feel incredulous. Generally speaking, even if a summoned creature was powerful, its combat skills still could not compare to a martial artist's. However, this bronze troll was like another Ling Xiao. Not only were its moves varied, but they were also extremely strange and cunning. Apart from the different attack methods, people even suspected that it was a second Ling Xiao. Including Yuan Peng and the spectating martial artists, they did not understand what was going on. Of course, they did not understand that Ling Xiao cultivated the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll. Not only could his soul leave his shell, but he could also split into dozens of souls to control different summoned creatures. At present, Ling Zhao's cultivation level of the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll was not high. He could already take care of one thing and another at the same time. Easily releasing dozens of souls with his main body's consciousness was not a problem at all. It seemed like the bronze troll was fighting, but in fact, it was Ling Xiao controlling the bronze troll's body. It would be strange if Yuan Peng could defeat the bronze troll. Tell me, how should I kill you? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng and mocked, you can't even defeat my summoned creature. How can you defeat me? My martial soul has the invincible Vajra ability. What can you do to me? Yuan Peng suddenly stopped fighting. The Great Ape King's martial soul fused with his body. Then, his body was wrapped in a layer of golden things that emitted a metallic luster. The bronze giant demon attacked many times, but all it did was make a loud rumbling sound. It was unable to break this golden armor-like thing. As expected of the jackals of the same tribe as the Alliance Master. Both of you like this kind of tortoiseshell tactic. Ling Xiao sneered and said, but it seems that you can't fight in this state. So what? Since you can't break through my defense, you can't kill me. At this moment, Yuan Peng no longer cared about his reputation. As long as he could preserve his life, he didn't care what methods he used. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because of this? If I can't, I'll burn you to death. Your invincible Vajra divine ability can't even resist high temperatures. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Then, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. Hellfire, burn! The terrifying black flames enveloped Yuan Peng, and in that instant, the surrounding temperature rose by a lot. As the flames continued to burn, the temperature continued to rise. Yuan Peng's face instantly turned pale. Let him go, and I won't pursue everything you've done before. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan roared. What was his relationship with Yuan Peng? Why did he care so much about him? His woman was dead, and he chose not to take revenge. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Yuan Tianluan, not only will he die today, but you will also die. I've seen enough of you self-righteous people. You wanted to kill me just now, so I'll kill you now. There's nothing wrong with that, right? He even wants to kill Yuan Tianluan. The crowd was shocked again. Originally, many people thought that the Moon Lady was only going to restrain Yuan Tianluan, and then give Ling Xiao a chance to kill Yuan Peng and Boa Xing. Who knew that Ling Xiao would be so bold as to not even let Yuan Tianluan go? However, on second thought, if Yuan Tianluan wanted to kill him, why couldn't he kill Yuan Tianluan? Wasn't it normal to give him a taste of his own medicine? Yuan Peng, you're the first of the 10 Phoenix Sons, the 8th genius of the Dragon Phoenix Top 10. Do you really want to be burned alive like this? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng, who was struggling in the flames, and revealed a disdainful smile. I don't care, I'll kill you however I want, but don't you think it's too humiliating to die like this? don't think that anyone can save you. No matter who it is, you won't be able to survive today. Yuan Fei Huang is just a piece of trash in front of Ling Xiao. In the crowd, countless pairs of eyes were filled with shock. The 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard didn't even have the courage to attack Ling Xiao. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao was really that terrifying? The roaring ancient hell dragon behind Ling Xiao looked majestic and awe-inspiring. In Ling Xiao's hand, the light destroyer sword was still shining brightly. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a martial artist, but a legend that couldn't be fought. If you have the ability, don't use the Hell Dragon fire. I'll fight you fair and square. Yuan Peng finally couldn't take it anymore. The black flames had already caused him great pain. Although there was no problem now, as time passed, he was sure that he would be burned to ashes. That way of dying was too cowardly. You're smart, but what qualifications do you have to talk to me about demands? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng. He had no intention of withdrawing the Hell Dragon fire. He had always been unscrupulous when fighting with despicable people. Damn it, but do you think you can trap me like this? Yuan Peng was the 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard after all. Naturally, his strength wouldn't be so weak. However, he wasn't willing to use some of his techniques, because once exposed, he might not have the chance to use them again. Magic Treasure, Mortal Grade Spirit Weapon, 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield was a magic treasure that specialized in restraining fire. Of course, it was a general term for magic treasures and was divided into many grades. In Yuan Peng's hand was a mortal grade spirit weapon, the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield. As the magic treasure was summoned, 9 blue dragons soared into the sky, followed by a violent storm. Although the Hell Dragon fire wasn't extinguished, it was clearly much smaller. Yuan Peng took the opportunity to turn and flee. In the end, he didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao. His first choice after escaping was to escape. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Body of light, lightspeed godly excursion. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body turned into a beam of light. His speed was raised to the extreme. Son of light, bind. In an instant, Ling Xiao caught up to Yuan Peng. Then, a ball of light separated from his body and turned into a huge tentacle that tightly bound Yuan Peng. Break for me! Yuan Peng used all his strength and finally shattered the Son of Light. However, even though the light was shattered, it was still light. The moment it shattered, it reconnected again. The most terrifying thing was that the closer Ling Xiao got, the stronger the Son of Light became. Yuan Peng couldn't break it for a while. Fury of the Great Ape King, destroy. Destroy them all. Yuan Peng's explosive power increased once again. The martial soul of the Great Ape King had further merged with his body. In the battle with Ling Xiao, he had been constantly defeated and his combat strength had increased unknowingly. However, it was all too late. Ling Xiao's sword of light destruction had already pierced his back and was aimed at his heart. If the sword pierced him, he would definitely die and there would be nothing left. Block it for me. Yuan Peng had no time to escape. He could only turn around and swing his staff in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's attack. This strike of his was definitely not weak. However, Ling Xiao, who was holding the sword with both hands, was even more terrifying. Crack, puff, the first sound was the sound of the black staff breaking. The second sound was the sound of Yuan Peng's arm being cut off. A shrill scream rang out in the void. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd. It was as swift as a ghost and appeared behind Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. The crowd didn't even see clearly who the person who suddenly leaped out was. Die. It was only when the figure stopped moving and the sharp blade in his hand was aimed at Ling Xiao's back that everyone saw the person's appearance clearly. The first malefic star, He Yongbing. It's not surprising that he would attack. Other than him, all the geniuses of the Black Crow Empire have been killed. How could he tolerate Ling Xiao? But can he really kill Ling Xiao like this? After experiencing Yuan Peng's sneak attack on Ling Xiao, everyone had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Would He Yongbing's sneak attack really work? You're really stupid. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. He did not care about He Yongbing's sneak attack and directly stabbed his sword towards Yuan Peng. Once again, Yuan Peng was pierced by the sword. His body could no longer support itself and started to fall from the sky. At the same time, Ling Zhao's body was also pierced by black rock ice. I said you were stupid, but you didn't believe me. You know I killed the sixth fiend. Do you really think you can kill me with such a method? This voice actually came from behind He Yaobing. At the same time, a shadow all pierced through He Yaobing's defenseless body. Gemini martial spirit. That's impossible. If Sixth Brother's twin martial spirits didn't possess his body, he wouldn't be able to attack. He Yaobing looked at his chest in horror. There was a huge bloody hole there, and black flames were still burning. He knew that there was no hope for him. However, he didn't understand. Wasn't the Gemini martial spirits just a means to save his life? His twin martial souls can't attack, but mine can't? You're too naive. Ling Xiao looked at He Yaobing with disdain. The person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list should have had a glorious future. Yet, he was killed so easily. Who knew whose sorrow it was? I can't accept this. A shrill and angry roar resounded in the sky. He Yaobing's body was finally completely incinerated in a ball of black flames. Ling Xiao is too strange. Yeah, it's fine if he's strong, but he's so crafty. Who can kill him? Even the person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list was killed by him in one move. Do the others still have a chance? In the crowd, many warriors were trembling with fear. Once upon a time, they had also treated Ling Xiao as a stepping stone for a meteoric rise. Because if they killed Ling Xiao, they would be put in an important position by the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, now it seemed that it was simply wishful thinking. Facing such a terrifying Ling Xiao, there was only one ending for them, and that was death. Raven Queen sat there, her body trembling violently. Blood spurted out from her mouth. She was furious, yet helpless. Dead, they were all dead, her son, Tomohiko Kuma, and the number 1 fiend, He Yaobing, whom she valued the most, were killed by Ling Xiao just like that. I'm going to kill you. Raven Queen charged forward without hesitation. Pfft. Blood splattered everywhere in the sky. What welcomed Raven Queen was a black longsword. The demon wine sword attacked. How could he watch Raven Queen deal with Ling Xiao without doing anything? Ling Xiao's performance today had given him too many surprises. It made him even more certain that his previous thoughts were correct. Helping Ling Xiao was helping himself, and he would be able to save Ji Lingyue from that place. The Black Crow Empire is finished. The crowd shook their heads. This time, the Black Crow Empire only sent so many people, and in the end, all of them died in the dragon-slaying forest. Even if the Black Crow Empire still had experts, they would not be able to recover for a long time. While everyone was shocked by the deaths of He Yaobing and Raven Queen, Ling Xiao was not idle. The terrifying sword radiance was like a demon chasing after souls, and it instantly reached Yuan Peng's side. At this moment, Yuan Peng had not even landed on the ground. No. Yuan Peng's eyes were filled with anger, shock, regret, and other complicated emotions. However, so what? Time could not be reversed. Everything could not be reversed. From the moment he sneaked an attack on Ling Xiao and insulted Ling Zhao's woman, he was destined to end up like this. No one could save him. He had a good plan. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before he could because Ling Xiao had grown too quickly. However, he neglected a problem. Was he the only one who thought of such a thing? Obviously not. Many people had seen Ling Zhao's outstanding talent and wanted to kill him in the cradle. Unfortunately, no one succeeded in the end. Boom. It was another death without a corpse. The burning ashes floated in the air above the killing dragon forest. Countless people were terrified when they saw the scene. Ling Xiao had really killed him. And he had really succeeded. He had killed Yuan Tianluan's disciple under the nose of the Dragon Phoenix Mountains expert. 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list? 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. In Ling Zhao's eyes, he had been killed like an ant. If Ling Zhao's name was not on the Dragon Phoenix list, would it still be considered authoritative? Many people were doubtful. Zhongyu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao and clenched his fists tightly. He was 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, did he really have the ability to kill Ling Xiao? He used to be full of confidence, but now he actually began to doubt himself. It was just an experience of watching a battle. Ji Huangtian looked calm, but his heart was still in turmoil. Grandfather, I'm afraid I can't kill Ling Xiao for you. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. To kill Ling Xiao, my cultivation must surpass the Moon Maiden. Otherwise, it's impossible. Ji Huangtian shook his head and said indifferently, let's go back, grandfather. I'll keep today's grudge in my heart for the time being. I still have to return to the Jingyi school. But don't worry, I'll avenge you sooner or later. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but he could also see that it was impossible to kill Ling Xiao under the protection of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword. Even Yuan Tianluan couldn't do it, so what could he do? With a sigh, Ji Ruolong nodded and left the Killing Dragon Forest in a daze. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhu Wen and Xianxia from the Phoenix Academy. The two of them wisely chose not to deal with Ling Xiao. Although they were the weakest among the 10 Phoenix Sons, they were the ones who survived in the end. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Extremely ironic. Sister Moon Maiden, I've already dealt with these guys. You haven't dealt with that old man yet? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the battle between the Moon Maiden and Yuan Tianluan and asked with a smile. He still hadn't forgotten about Yuan Tianluan. He wanted everyone to remember that even the inner sect elders of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain would die if they offended him. He didn't believe that no one would remember such a bloody lesson. Right away. The Moon Maiden was getting faster and faster. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's body was covered in wounds. He didn't understand why he was so weak in front of the Moon Maiden despite having the same cultivation. It was still okay for the first 100 moves. After 100 moves, he started to get injured. After 200 moves, he was only thinking about how to escape. However, the Moon Maiden obviously wouldn't give him the chance. At the 296th move, the Moon Maiden hit Yuan Tianluan's vital point with her palm and severely injured him. Little man, I'll leave him to you. The Moon Maiden looked at Yuan Tianluan, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Then, she said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and went to Yuan Tianluan's side. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's aura was about to be exhausted. His face was pale and the vitality in his body was quickly fading. If someone treated him, he would definitely be able to survive. After all, he was a Yin-Yang Realm level 5 expert. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's eyes were filled with regret. If he knew that the Moon Maiden was so powerful, he wouldn't have come. In the White Tiger mainland, he was confident that he was stronger than the Moon Maiden. But now, it was too late. His life was in danger. Moreover, he had to watch his disciple, who was also his illegitimate son, being killed by Ling Xiao. Speaking of tragic, it was truly tragic. But who was the one who caused all of this? If he hadn't come up with the idea of letting his wife be the leader of the Divine Phoenix mainland and host the Dragon Phoenix selection to attack the geniuses of the Divine Phoenix mainland, if he hadn't let his son sneak into the Phoenix Academy and become Yuan Fei Huangzi, if his wife hadn't targeted Ling Xiao, if his son hadn't ambushed Ling Xiao, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. It was a pity that things could not be reversed. What had happened was what had happened. No one could change it. At this moment, no one could and dared to save him. Even the martial artists of Dragon Phoenix Mountain did not dare to rashly come. This damned law of the profound world made it so that martial artists who had surpassed the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm were unable to display their true strength. No one would risk coming to the Divine Phoenix continent for him. At this moment, he only felt despair and regret. Ling Xiao looked at the old man indifferently. His cold gaze did not have the slightest hint of pity or sympathy. You think you can look down on me just because you're an expert of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? You can kill me just because you want to? You didn't allow me to kill Boa Xing and Yuan Peng. You were so arrogant as if you were ordering a dog. But now, don't you look like a dying dog? Ling Xiao's voice was filled with sarcasm and mockery. He wanted to kill him just because of a disagreement. Did such a person really treat him as a human? Since the other party didn't treat him as a human, why should he sympathize with him? Yuan Tianluan didn't argue. There was no need for that. Everything Ling Xiao said was the truth. He admitted his defeat. However, he didn't want to die. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "The grudge between us can be written off. I'll arrange for you to cultivate in Dragon Phoenix mainland. That way, no one will dare to bully you and your future will be even brighter." "There's no need for that. I've never been afraid of others bullying me. I'll kill whoever dares to bully me, just like Boa Sheng, Yuan Peng, and you." Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "As for my future, I really don't need you to worry about it. I have my own path to walk. Even if this path is full of thorns, I'll just cut it open. Today, you must die. When you were strong, you wanted to kill me. Now, it's my turn to stand on the strong side. Do you think I'll let you go?" The crowd nodded. Ling Xiao had never really relied on any power. Starting from the Sky Dragon continent's Tianfeng city's Ling family, he was the one who saved these powers. First, when the Ling family was surrounded, he stood out and saved the Ling family from being destroyed. Now, the Ling family was also a rich and powerful family in the Sky Dragon continent. Then, it was Master Baiyun. This person didn't like him at all and didn't value him. It was only when he was betrayed by his disciple that he truly saw him in a new light. As for him, not only did he kill Master Baiyun's enemy and save Master Baiyun's daughter, he even helped Master Baiyun find his lost wisdom. After that, it was Yuehua School and Sacred Dynasty. When it came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, Xianxia College became what it was today because of him. He never relied on any power. He only helped his own power. Did such a person need Dragon Phoenix Mountain? There was really no need. Yuan Tianluan looked up and sighed. His voice was filled with endless desolation and regret. But what was the use? Some things couldn't be undone once they were done wrong. Do it. He had nothing else to say. He only hated himself for thinking too highly of himself. He actually came all the way to the Divine Phoenix continent to die. He was really unlucky. Just die peacefully. Go down and accompany your wife and son. Don't let them do anything stupid." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, a crimson sun all had already pierced through Yuan Tianluan's forehead. To completely kill a Yin Yang realm martial artist, one had to destroy their soul realm. Otherwise, who knew if they would revive? Yuan Tianluan's eyes were wide open. His eyes were still filled with regret and helplessness. However, he had already lost all signs of life. Another 5th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist had died. If Ling Xiao had killed Yuan Peng, Boa Sheng, and Tomohiko Kuma, it wasn't much. After all, they were all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. However, killing 2 5th-level Yin Yang realm martial artists consecutively was too shocking. If word got out, it would probably scare people to death. Just like before, Ling Xiao took Yuan Tianluan's storage ring. Including this storage ring, he had already obtained at least 5 storage rings today. Of course, the most valuable one was probably this one and the one in the female leader's hand. 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm definitely had good stuff in their storage rings. Let's go, Sister Moon Maiden. There's no need to participate in this Dragon Phoenix selection. I'll think of another way for the White Tiger meat. After killing Yuan Tianluan, Ling Xiao was completely disappointed in this Dragon Phoenix selection. The so-called alliance to choose the true geniuses to compete with the White Tiger continent's geniuses to defend the glory of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, looking at it now, it was simply a huge joke. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the so-called Dragon Phoenix selection had been used by some big shots as an opportunity to eliminate dissidents. If my little man isn't qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet, I'll go and destroy this so-called event. The Moon Lady sneered. Then, she left the dragon-slaying forest with everyone from Xianxia College. After they all left, the atmosphere calmed down a little. However, many people were still in shock and couldn't recover from the shock. Ling Xiao came and killed dozens of genius martial artists, including He Yanbing, who was ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. As well as Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. The most terrifying thing was that he even killed 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. Everyone could understand Yuan Tianluan's death. After all, it was the Moon Lady who killed him. However, what happened to the female leader? Many people couldn't figure it out. What method did Ling Xiao use to kill her? The only people who might know the truth, Boa Xing and Yuan Peng, were killed by Ling Xiao. This became a mystery that could never be solved. However, Ling Xiao's power and terror were deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Are we still going to continue? Finally, Dan Feng, who was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, spoke. Of course. Without Ling Xiao, could it be that the Dragon Phoenix selection is not going to continue? Zhongyu Huangquan gritted his teeth. It's not just Ling Xiao. Ji Huangtian is gone too. Dan Feng said indifferently, to be honest, I'm very disappointed with the Dragon Phoenix selection today. It's a waste of time. If I have the time, I might as well play a killing game with the experts from the White Tiger continent. He stood up and glanced at Patriarch Chang'e. Patriarch, I'm bored. I want to go back. If you want to leave, then leave. The Dragon Phoenix selection has indeed been ruined. The Everlasting Joy ancestor sighed. In today's Dragon Phoenix selection, Ling Xiao had been in the limelight. Now that Ling Xiao had left, if the others were to continue, they would feel like newbies pecking at each other. It was meaningless. Senior brother, if you want to leave, then there's no need for me to stay. Mou, ranked 7th on the Dragon Phoenix list, was also a disciple of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Let's disperse too. It's boring. Zhu Tianlin also stood up and looked at the people of Tianpeng Immortal Island behind him. For a time, many people were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. After all, to them, Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking. No matter how the following battle turned out, they would always feel a little dull. Stop. Feng Mingqishan, who was sitting high up in the imperial family seat, suddenly stood up and said coldly. Why? Does Crown Prince Qishan still plan to continue this Dragon Phoenix selection? Zhu Xiaocong of Tianpeng Immortal Island, who was ranked 6th on the Dragon Phoenix list, asked coldly. Forget about the Dragon Phoenix selection. Ling Xiao has already stolen the limelight, so there's no point in it. What this king wants to talk about now is another matter. He sneered as he looked at the people from the Five Immortals Island and the Martial Grandmaster Island. Then, he waved his hand gently. Armored soldiers rushed over from all directions and surrounded the killing dragon forest. Everyone felt that something was wrong, and they all looked at Feng Mingqi Mountain angrily. Junior, what are you trying to do? Ancestor Chang'e asked coldly. What am I trying to do? It's very simple. Your Five Immortals Island has ruled this world for too long. It's time to change people. From today onwards, the Five Immortals Island and the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island will all belong to the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the new emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire will be me, Feng Mingqi Mountain. Feng Mingqi Mountain said domineeringly, not putting anyone in his eyes. Including Feng Yinshan and the Black and White Elders. You're simply courting death. Do you think you're Ling Xiao? To be inconsolable, Feng Mingqi Mountain had already had enough of Ling Xiao's attitude. Now that Feng Mingqi Mountain actually stood up and spoke to them seniors like this, how could she tolerate it? That's right, Feng Mingqi Mountain, is your brain filled with shit? Ling Xiao has the Moon Lady and the Demon Wine Sword, what do you have? I don't think the Black and White Elders and Senior Feng Mingxiao will let you mess around with this matter, right? Zhongyu Huangquan also said angrily. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, could it be that he didn't even have the qualifications to leave? He was also holding back a bellyful of anger. Feng Mingxiao and the Black and White Elders also looked at Feng Mingqi Mountain, shocked by this young man's actions. If he just wanted to be in the limelight, there was no need to offend so many people at once, right? Qi Mountain, apologize to the seniors. Feng Mingxiao said coldly. Apologize? Is this what you, a senior of the Ice Phoenix clan, should say? Divine Phoenix Empire has already fallen, Five Immortal Island has also fallen. It's really shameful to be turned upside down by a Ling Xiao. Since you guys can't do it, then let me take control of everything. I will make Divine Phoenix Empire the strongest empire in the profound world. Feng Mingqi Mountain declared like a madman. These words attracted a burst of laughter from the crowd. Although everyone knew that Feng Mingqi Mountain was powerful, no matter how powerful he was only ranked 5th on the Dragon Phoenix list. He wasn't even as high as Zhongyu Huangquan's ranking. Even if he could defeat Zhongyu Huangquan, he couldn't be arrogant in front of those seniors. the laughter stopped abruptly. A strange sound of armor colliding suddenly rang out. Then, there was boundless killing intent. Kill everything, destroy everything. A terrifying aura filled the air above the killing dragon forest, causing everyone's expression to become ugly. How could this be? To be inconsolable, Fengmingqi Mountain's martial spirit was so cold that it made people tremble. Killing God White Blade. His martial spirit is actually one of the 12 immortals, killing God White Blade, one of the 12 strongest warriors who fought side by side with the human king in the past. Rumor has it that White Blade once slaughtered millions of beasts in one battle. At that time, blood flowed like a river. Even the river was dyed red with blood and cut off by the corpses. That battle established the name of Killing God White Blade. At the same time, because of this, his name caused countless beasts to tremble in fear. At least you guys are tactful, recognizing the Killing God White Blade martial spirit. Fengmingqi Mountain looked coldly at Zhongyu Huangquan and to be inconsolable. Are you guys convinced? Are you kidding? Even if you have the Killing God White Blade martial spirit, do you think we are afraid of you? To be inconsolable was a third-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although she was not as strong as the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon's sword, it would be too embarrassing if she knelt down and begged for mercy in front of Fengmingqi Mountain. Is that so? Then you can experience what killing intent is. Fengmingqi Mountain sneered. The martial spirit behind him suddenly disappeared and appeared in the square formation of the Permitha Immortal Island. Stop him! To be inconsolable roared furiously as she gathered the yin-yang origin energy in her body to resist the terrifying martial spirit. Kill! 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 The killing god's voice sounded like he was chanting scriptures. Every word made to be inconsolable and Zhongyu Huangquan feel a splitting headache. Bang! Zhongyu Huangquan only touched the boundless killing intent and his body was sent flying. Then, his face turned pale and he spat out blood. It was as if his body was infected by a plague and he could not use any strength. Under Phoenix Cry Qishan's attacks, the other disciples of the Permitha Immortal Island had their meridians severed, and their bodies were mangled as if they had been torn apart by countless sword qis. Blood splattered everywhere, but Phoenix Cry Qishan had no intention of showing any mercy. Enough! To be inconsolable suddenly shouted. Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Qishan asked coldly. My Permitha Immortal Island is willing to join the Qishan Crown Prince. To be inconsolable actually knelt on one knee and said with a pale face. In just one exchange, she knew that everyone had underestimated Phoenix Cry Qishan. What Ling Xiao? In front of Phoenix Cry Qishan, he was not even worth mentioning. This guy was the real terror. He was not even 30 years old, but he had the strength of the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon sword. Coupled with that terrifying martial soul, who could be his match? If they did not submit now, did they want to be completely wiped out? Phoenix Cry Qishan and Domineering Dao looked at to be inconsolable and nodded in satisfaction. However, this matter did not end here. In the square formation of the Permitha Immortal Island, miserable screams sounded again. It was not that someone was killed, but that a bloody Phoenix Cry character had appeared on the faces of the surviving martial artists. This meant that they would become the private property of Phoenix Cry Qishan. To be inconsolable and the others were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Facing Phoenix Cry Qishan, they had no way to deal with him. What about you? Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Qishan looked at the other factions. Blackwater Immortal Island is willing to pledge loyalty to the Qishan Crown Prince, Phoenix Academy is willing to pledge loyalty to the Qishan Crown Prince, Righteous Alliance is willing to pledge loyalty to the Qishan Crown Prince. In addition to the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and the Qingshu Academy, among all the forces present, only 3 parties did not take Fengmingqi Shan's words seriously. Changle Immortal Island, Canopy Immortal Island, and the Fire Phoenix Tribe. Hee, not bad, not bad. Brother Qishan, you didn't waste your time cultivating all these years. Your cultivation base is so ferocious. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. However, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. No one can make it submit. Facing Phoenix Cry Qishan, most of the martial artists didn't even dare to say a word. Even Ancestor Changle and Zhu Tianlin were trembling with fear. The reason why they were not willing to pledge their loyalty to Phoenix Crychi Mountain was because they did not want to be used as a tool by Phoenix Crychi Mountain. He didn't want to lose his dignity either. However, Dan Feng smiled so calmly, as if the terrifying cultivation of Phoenix Crychi Mountain didn't make him feel the slightest bit of surprise or fear. Uncle Zhu, let's go together. Dan Feng squinted at Zhu Tianlin and said with a smile. Leave? Where do you want to go? Feng Mingqishan stared at Dan Feng, releasing his terrifying aura once again. But this time it was aimed at Dan Feng. However, no matter how terrifying and powerful the aura of Phoenix Crychi was, Dan Feng only smiled faintly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It's not good for you to offend me. Dan Feng said with a smile, I'm not in the mood to compete with Brother Qishan for supremacy, but don't push me too far. Boom, then, he struck out with his palm. It seemed soft and powerless, but the palm wind in the void seemed to have turned into a monstrous wave that crushed toward Phoenix Crychi Mountain. The two of them exchanged blows. Phoenix Crychi Mountain frowned and said, You are indeed very strong. It seems that I won't be able to get the first place on the Dragon Phoenix list for the time being. Of course, I'm very strong. Dan Feng said with a smile, then really left with the people of Changle Immortal Island and Canopy Immortal Island. Now, they were allies. Yinshan, what's your choice? Phoenix Crychi Mountain looked at Feng Yinshan and asked. I'm just the crown prince elected by the Fire Phoenix tribe. The ones with the real power are the two ancestors. Ask them. As long as they are willing to submit to you, I have no objections. Feng Yinshan looked calm and composed, and there was not the slightest bit of panic in his expression. Emperor, you can be the emperor, but don't think that our Fire Phoenix tribe will become your slave. Black and White elders said coldly. Hee, sure. You can leave. Phoenix Crychi Mountain did not pressure the Fire Phoenix tribe into a desperate situation. It seemed that this guy also had some things that he was afraid of. Then, he looked at the remaining people and said, The era of the Five Immortal Island has passed. This era is not called Lingxiao, but Phoenix Crychi Mountain. This is my era, my stage. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. In the crowd, someone took the lead and shouted. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Then, more and more people followed suit and shouted. Originally, the Divine Phoenix Empire used a competition to determine the position of the emperor. But this time, Phoenix Crychi Mountain acted domineeringly. With his terrifying strength, he intimidated the Blackwater Immortal Island, Spider Shore Immortal Island, Seven Martial Sect Island, and countless small countries on the Divine Phoenix continent. Even Feng Yinshan completely admitted defeat in front of him. The incident that happened later in the dragon-slaying forest had a great impact on Ling Xiao. He understood that he still had a long way to go. The current him was definitely not a match for Phoenix Crychi Mountain and Dan Feng. Therefore, he had to use an even crueler method to train himself. What do you plan to do? Moon Maiden asked. Head to the Black Crow Empire. While dealing with this tough bone, I can also train myself better. Ling Xiao replied. Do you want me to go with you? Moon Maiden asked again. No need. With Sister Moon Maiden by my side, I'm afraid I'll never be able to grow. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Moreover, this trip to the Black Crow Empire is a secret. Sister Moon Maiden, you're too eye-catching. It's better if I go alone. No matter what, you can't go alone. At the very least, you have to bring Cold Plum with you. Moon Maiden said. Alright, since Sister Moon Maiden has said so, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao also wanted someone to accompany him. This way, it would be more convenient for him to do many things. Since he had made the decision, he and Cold Plum quietly set off on the same day. On the way to the capital of the Black Crow Empire, Black Crow City, yellow sand filled the sky. The environment was extremely harsh. When Ling Xiao was chasing Tomohiko Kuma, he had walked through this path. However, he had not stepped into the worst place. Even though he had powerful soul power and the Tai Chi Eye, the terrifying black sandstorm in the desert caused him and Cold Plum to lose their way time and time again. There seems to be an oasis over there. There are people. After dodging the terrifying black sandstorm, Ling Xiao relied on his amazing intuition to find an oasis with a few living figures. These days, they had not seen a single living person. There were only some monsters that resided in the desert. Of course, those monsters were not much of a problem for them. With their cultivation, they could easily deal with them. Under the harsh environment, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum's cultivation slowly improved. Ling Xiao broke through to the half-step yin-yang realm and finally grasped 10% of the yin-yang origin energy. Cold Plum grasped 30% of the yin-yang origin energy. If their current strength was compared to the Dragon Phoenix selection, it would be even more shocking. Yin and Yang Yuan Qi was a very special thing. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his moves would be even more terrifying when he used it. Seeing Ling Xiao and Ling Mei coming over, the few people who were originally relaxed quickly formed a battle formation and looked at the two of them vigilantly. There were 6 people in total, 2 women and 4 men. They had the typical dark skin of warriors from the Black Crow Empire. Even the women were the same. There were 2 kinds of beauty in women. One was a beautiful vase. The other was a powerful warrior. Obviously, the 2 dark-skinned foreign beauties in front of them had a fighting strength that could not be underestimated. Of course, they were not a threat to Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are warriors who went to Black Crow City to study. We encountered a black sandstorm and got lost. Don't be nervous, we are just asking for directions. Because they were not afraid of the other party, they were calm when they asked questions. Seeing Ling Xiao coming over, the 5 people looked at Ling Xiao. The other party did not seem to feel any hostility from Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, so they relaxed a little. One of the women stepped forward, but the remaining 5 people were still vigilant. After all, it was possible to meet any kind of people in the Black Desert. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. These people obviously liked the life in the Black Desert, so they were also vigilant. Black Crow City is quite far from here. If you need a guide, we can help, but not for free. You know, it's not easy for us to hunt in the Black Desert. The woman said with a smile. Her words were meticulous and sounded reasonable. After all, if you asked for help, it would be unreasonable if you were not willing to give anything. Is spiritual stones okay? Ling Xiao asked. He knew that he could not show off his wealth, but he was not afraid of these people. Of course, if you want us to take you out of the Black Desert, the guide and bodyguard fee will be 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If you want to go directly to Black Crow City, the fee will be doubled. The woman said. Deal. Ling Xiao was very straightforward. Seeing how straightforward Ling Xiao was, the woman relaxed and said, My name is Lan. I hope that you can pay a 20% deposit first. How about it? No problem. For Ling Xiao, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing. He would not haggle over this kind of thing, not to mention the other person's request was also very reasonable. After paying 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the 2 sides reached the initial agreement. The 5 of them also put down their weapons, and their expressions became somewhat friendly. It seemed like they often relied on this to earn money in the Black Desert. It was not a bad choice. After a short rest in the oasis, they set off. Lan didn't say much. She didn't even ask about the background of Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Anyway, she was just doing her job for money. There was no need to dig out their 8 generations of ancestors. But on the way, Lan told Ling Xiao a very important thing. Since the death of Raven Queen and Prince Tomohiko Kuma, the empire has been in chaos. Various forces have risen, and the warlords have been fighting constantly. The place we are in belongs to the Black Desert General. Be careful. If you meet his people, try to avoid them. Otherwise, we can't help you. The Black Desert General, Ling Xiao, was really unfamiliar with the Black Crow Empire. He didn't know who this Black Desert General was or how strong he was. But looking at Lan's expression, she was really afraid of this person. The Black Desert General won't take the initiative to attack passers-by, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No matter what, he was once a general of the empire. Haha. A man sneered, as if he thought Ling Xiao's question was very naive. Lan sighed and said, in order to obtain a large number of military bearings, not to mention passers-by, even the people under his jurisdiction have become the targets of plundering. He is very cruel. There was once a martial artist from the Divine Phoenix Empire to the Black Crow City who was met. The man was stewed into meat soup, and the woman was turned into a military prostitute. He is even more terrifying than a bandit. How barbaric. Ling Xiao had seen many cruel people. No matter how bloodthirsty they were, it was rare to see people stewing soup. It seemed that this Black Desert general was really cruel and ruthless. He had to deal with it. In Ling Xiao's opinion, this Black Desert would sooner or later be the territory of the Heavenly Empire. If a guy like the Black Desert general was allowed to exist, then he would probably turn this place into hell. Do you know where the Black Desert general lives? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Lan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said earnestly, "Young man, don't think that you can be a hero just because you have some strength. That's a very stupid way of doing things. The Black Desert General is incomparably powerful. In this generation, there is no match for him. Not to mention that he still has 4 fierce generals under him, each of them incomparably powerful. Even his dozen or so sons are all experts. No matter who you meet, you won't be a match for him. Don't worry, I won't look for him. I'm just thinking about how to avoid him." Ling Xiao laughed. "Follow us. If you're lucky, it's easy to avoid him." Lan did not speak anymore. Instead, he vigilantly observed the surroundings and carefully advanced. "There's someone." Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked ahead warily. Lan and the others were puzzled. They didn't see anyone. "Young man, you're too cowardly. Don't listen to the wind and rain." One of the dark-skinned men, holding a strange spear, continued to walk forward, as if he wanted to scout the way. However, at this moment, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the sand. Dozens of scimitars looked at the dark-skinned man. No matter how strong that person was, in the face of this sudden attack, he couldn't save his life and was instantly chopped into meat paste. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. He had reminded the other party, but the other party didn't listen. What could he do? Damn it, it's the bandits. Prepare to fight. Lan seemed to be the leader. When she saw her companions being killed, although she was sad, she instantly threw herself into battle. However, before they were ready to fight, an even more terrifying sound of horse hooves came, followed by the rolling black sand. Lan's calm face revealed an expression of extreme fear. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on and looked up. The people galloping over from afar were all regular troops riding black warhorses. After they arrived, without saying a word, they launched an attack on the dozens of bandits. Their powerful combat strength was fully displayed at this moment, instantly killing the bandits. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel that these people were here to help them. These people's eyes were filled with greed. After the crazy killing, it was time to plunder. Not a single piece of the bandits' clothes and belongings were left behind. It felt like they were the real bandits. Oh no, it's General Scorpion under General Hamo. We're really unlucky. We don't want to encounter anything, but we have to encounter it. Alan's face was a little pale, as if he had not expected this situation to happen. In fact, Ling Xiao had already guessed it without him saying it. Other than General Hamo and his subordinates, there seemed to be no one else who could run amok here. After General Scorpion killed dozens of bandits and plundered their belongings, he turned his gaze to Ling Xiao and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on Alan, and he chuckled. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Golden Condor mercenary group. The Scorpion General looked at Alan with a hint of greed and a hint of fear in his eyes. It seemed that the Golden Condor mercenary group that Alan belonged to was not weak. Otherwise, General Scorpion would not be afraid. He would have made a move long ago. How could he stand there and joke? General Scorpion, we're only here to hunt in the Black Desert. If you need it, we'll give you all our belongings. After all, General Hamo is the guardian of the Black Desert. With him around, our Golden Condor mercenary group can prosper. Of course, these words were just flattery. Ling Xiao could understand Alan's approach. When encountering someone stronger than him, he could only do this. The key was to save his life first before he could talk about anything else. Otherwise, if he lost his life, he would have nothing. However, sometimes, not only would this not make the other party let you go, but it might also make the other party even more arrogant and greedy. He, it seems that you're quite obedient. Unfortunately, I don't only want your belongings. I also want your people. General Scorpion's gaze swept over Cold Plum and Alan. After a while, he smiled and said, "Brothers, let's do it. Capture the 3 women alive and kill the rest of the men on the spot." It was obvious that Alan's surrender did not gain General Scorpion's sympathy. Instead, it made him even more greedy. A cold light flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes. If it were him, he would only have one choice in such a situation, and that was to kill. Even if he was not as strong as the other party, he had to capture the leader first and make the other party retreat. Otherwise, if he retreated a foot, the other party would retreat 10 feet. This was called give an inch and you want a mile. Moreover, he was now much stronger than the other party, so why would he be afraid of these fellows? Pooh! A shadow all shot out from Ling Zhao's hand. Other than Cold Plum, no one else noticed. The shadow all pierced through the shadows and accurately pierced the Scorpion General's throat. The arrogant and despotic general had now become a corpse. The soldiers who were planning to surround and kill Ling Xiao and the others suddenly stopped when they saw their general killed. An expert, there must be an expert. Before they could come back to their senses, a few more people suddenly died inexplicably. No one noticed that there was a terrifying crocodile in the Black Desert. Run! So what if they were a regular army? After following a scum like the Black Desert General for a long time, he would soon become a bandit. After a few people died mysteriously, they didn't have the courage to continue staying. One by one, they turned their horses around and fled madly into the distance. Alan turned back to look at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum but didn't find anything strange. She felt a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what had happened. She could only say to Ling Xiao, "You too, the Scorpion General has been killed. The Black Desert General will definitely not let this go. We plan to return to the mercenary group first and can't escort you too. You can take back the spirit stones first." "It's okay. We can go with you to your Golden Eagle mercenary group first. In this wilderness, if we encounter the Black Desert General's men again, we'll die without a burial place," Ling Xiao said hurriedly. He appeared very anxious, as weak as a little sheep that was about to be abandoned. "In that case, let's speed up." Alan seemed to be a kind-hearted girl. She couldn't bear to leave Ling Xiao and Cold Plum to die. Moreover, she had just received other people's spirit stones. If she didn't do something, she would be letting down those spirit stones. "Alan, how terrifying is the Black Desert General?" On the way, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. He needed to figure out the enemy's strength. In this way, when he made a move, he would have a better sense of propriety so that his identity would not be exposed. The Black Desert General's strength is at 30% of the half-stepping young realm. As for the 4 fierce generals under him, their cultivations are at 10% of the half-stepping young realm. I don't know what killed the Scorpion General. There are some strange monsters in the Black Desert that I can't identify. In the Black Desert General's army, the weakest cultivator is at the Celestial Realm. Their powerful strength allows them to run amok in the Black Desert. When Alan said this, she felt her body trembling. What about the Golden Eagle mercenary group? I just felt that the Scorpion General seemed to be a little afraid of you. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Ling Xiao asked. Just a little. The Scorpion General's cultivation is similar to our leader's. It's just that he suffered a loss at the hands of our leader, but it was just a little loss. Alan smiled bitterly. After we return to the mercenary group, the 2 of you can leave. I'm afraid the Golden Eagle mercenary group is doomed this time. Why? You didn't kill the Scorpion General. Ling Xiao asked. It doesn't matter whether we killed him or not. The Black Desert General has been coveting the Golden Eagle mercenary group for a long time. He wants to take us in, but our leader is arrogant and unwilling to cooperate. The Black Desert General once sent the Scorpion General to destroy us, but we defeated him. He has been suppressing his anger. He will definitely take this opportunity to denounce us. Alan sighed helplessly. Your leader must have something to rely on. Otherwise, the Black Desert General would have destroyed you long ago, right? Ling Xiao asked. Alan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, I didn't expect young master to be so smart. Yes, our leader has a golden eagle left behind by his father. Its strength is comparable to the Black Desert General's, so he won't dare to attack easily. It's just that the golden eagle is not in good condition recently and is always groggy. The Black Desert General will definitely take this opportunity to attack. Ling Xiao lowered his head and pondered. The reason why the golden eagle was not in good condition should be related to the Black Desert General. There was a spy in the Golden Eagle mercenary group. He thought so in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Everyone continued to move forward. Not long after, they saw a sand castle made of black sand and yellow soil. The size was not big, but it looked quite majestic. On the sand castle, a golden eagle flag was hanging. It was very mighty. Alright, the two of you can leave now. We can't let you get involved in the battle between the Black Desert General's army and the Golden Eagle mercenary group. Alan stopped in his tracks and said seriously. Why should we leave? Ling Xiao asked. Alan sighed and said, not everyone thinks like me. I took your spirit stones and didn't want you to get involved in this dispute. But once you step into the Golden Condor mercenary group, it's different. You might be in danger. Although Alan did not explain what kind of danger there would be, Ling Xiao could tell. Of course, he knew that there were not many kind-hearted people like Alan in this world. Most of them were deceitful people who only schemed for their own interests. Perhaps the people of the Golden Condor mercenary group would really betray him to save their lives. However, it was because of this that he decided to stay. As mentioned before, the Black Desert, and perhaps even the entire Black Raven Empire, would become his sooner or later. Since there were parasites around, he had to get rid of them first. In fact, after he went to Black Crow City, Ji Ning had already ordered Xiali to lead the army into the Black Desert. Xiali lived in the Black Desert and was naturally very familiar with this area. It was best for her to lead the army. If Ling Xiao could get rid of the trouble on this road, Xiali's progress into the Black Desert would be faster. The Divine Phoenix Empire could only be in a stalemate for the time being. After all, Phoenix Crychishan was a domineering king. It was not realistic to get rid of them for the time being. However, if they invaded and swallowed the Black Crow Empire first, the Celestial Empire would have strategic depth on the Divine Phoenix continent, and their advantage would be greater. Ling Xiao did not forget what he was here for this time. If the Golden Condor mercenary group really tried to betray him, he would not mind getting rid of them to avoid trouble in the future. Alan, did you bring a distinguished guest? Just as Alan was about to persuade him, a head popped out from the sand castle. The guy had dark skin and was 2 meters tall. His terrifying muscles were taut and full of strength. Deputy leader. Alan sighed helplessly. Now, even if Ling Xiao wanted to leave, it would be difficult for him to do so. Their vice-captain was called Ebony Bald Eagle. He was strong and had a vicious personality. He was not inferior to the Black Desert General. His strength was on par with the leader, Ebony Golden Eagle. Moreover, the two of them were blood brothers. In the Golden Eagle mercenary group, their status was very high. They are two friends I met in the Black Desert. They were going to Black Raven City to study, but got lost. Alan could only tell him everything in detail. Then what are you waiting for? Let our honorable guests in. The Golden Condor mercenary group is a hospitable place. The Ebony Condor said with a smile. However, this smile made people feel a little uncomfortable. Others might not be able to sense it, but Ling Xiao could feel it very clearly. Following Alan into the sand castle, many members of the mercenary corps looked at the two strangers curiously. In terms of appearance, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were quite different from these people. Therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be regarded as a rare object. Lon, didn't you guys go hunting? Why don't I see any prey? The Ebony Condor glanced at Alan and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Also, when you went out, there were 6 of you. Why did you come back with one less? Did something happen? We met the Scorpion General. Alan sighed and said, one of our warriors was killed. The Scorpion General, hearing this name, the people who were watching Ling Xiao and Cold Plum suddenly gasped and looked at Alan one by one. Panic began to spread throughout the sand castle. Everyone began to be on edge. You met the Scorpion General and came back alive? The ebony condor asked coldly. Vice Captain, it's strange. The scorpion general was attacked by some monster and died in the Black Desert. That's why we were lucky to come back. Alan still didn't understand how the scorpion general died, and what kind of attack the people who followed the scorpion general encountered. I only saw a strange black shadow. It looked like the crocodile in the Oasis Lake, but bigger and scarier. Nonsense. Men, arrest this woman and the two strangers. How dare they attack the scorpion general? This is putting the golden condor mercenaries in danger. The ebony condor's face suddenly changed. He waved his hand and a group of mercenaries surrounded Alan, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum. Cold Plum wanted to attack, but Ling Xiao stopped her. He wanted to see what this mercenary group was up to. Everyone, stop. Right at this moment, a steady, capable, and somewhat domineering voice sounded. Captain. Everyone saw the captain of the Golden Condor mercenaries walking out. The ebony condor looked very similar to the ebony condor, but he looked a little thin and weak. His originally tanned face was a little paler. It was very strange. How can you arrest your own people before you investigate the matter? Condor, you're getting more and more unruly. Although they were brothers, it seemed that the relationship between the two was not as good as one would imagine. Big brother, think carefully. We were lucky to defeat the Scorpion General last time and we lost a lot. Now that your condor is in bad shape, it can't fight. If the Scorpion General attacks the Golden Condor mercenaries in the name of revenge, we'll all die. The ebony condor shouted, I'm doing this for the good of our mercenaries. Then what do you plan to do? Hand over Alan and the two strangers? Do you think the Scorpion General will let us go? The ebony condor said disdainfully, you should know that devil's character, right? Still, we can't let them go. Otherwise, the Scorpion General will punish us and we won't even have an explanation. The ebony condor glanced at Cold Plum as he spoke. Cold Plum's fair skin, indifferent face, and beautiful face were rare in the Black Desert. He obviously had other ideas. You two, please stay in the sand castle for a few more days. If the Scorpion General's people come to punish us, I'll need you two to help explain. The ebony condor looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and said. This person was very smart. In fact, he agreed with the ebony condor's suggestion, but it was very beautiful. It was hard to dislike it. Of course, we saw the Scorpion General being killed by a strange monster with our own eyes. Ling Xiao also began to show his acting skills. He acted like a young master who had just come out of the city. Not only was he naive, but he was also stupid. I don't know where this idiot came from, but he has such a beautiful girl by his side. I'll enjoy her first and then give her to the Scorpion General. The ebony condor heard Ling Xiao's words and was secretly happy. He liked this kind of idiot. Because idiots were the easiest to fool. Bald Eagle, I'll leave the two guests to you. Remember, don't neglect them. After speaking, the ebony golden eagle coughed twice and then waved its hand. The moment he turned around to leave, the ebony bald eagle's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ling Xiao seemed to have understood something, but it was just a guess, so he didn't say it out loud. Ebony Bald Eagle didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. He did arrange a very good place for Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. This place was right next to Alan's room. And there were people to serve them. If they needed anything, they just needed to tell them, but they couldn't step out of the room. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. This was clearly putting him and Cold Plum under house arrest. It seemed that Ebony Bald Eagle really intended to give them to the Black Desert General as a gift. But this guy was really ridiculous. If he wanted to leave, let alone those few people who were monitoring him, even if all the mercenaries in the sandcastle were here, how could they stop him? In the dead of night, the door of Ling Xiao's room was quietly pushed open. Alan came in from outside and said in a low voice, "You two, don't sleep. Get up quickly, I'll take you out of here." Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't sleep in the first place, so they were naturally very awake at this time. "If we leave, I'm afraid you'll be used as a scapegoat, right?" Ling Xiao sighed. "After all, I'm one of them. What's more, the leader is interested in me. He definitely won't give me to another man easily, so don't worry." Alan smiled and said, after leaving the sandcastle, keep going east and you'll reach Black Raven City. Although the road ahead is quite dangerous, it's safer than the Black Desert. As long as you don't meet the Black Desert General, there won't be any problems. Ling Xiao looked at Alan and said, we appreciate your kindness, but I really don't plan to leave. I believe that as long as we make things clear, the Black Desert General won't make things difficult for you. Oh, you idiot. Alan stomped his feet anxiously. Meanwhile, on the other side. In the room of the Ebony Golden Eagle. The leader of the Golden Condor mercenaries had a sharp blade stuck in his chest. The Ebony Bald Eagle was sitting beside him with a cold look in his eyes. Why? You're my younger brother. Ebony Golden Eagle asked weakly. So what if he's my younger brother? You're really too stupid. You're actually trying to make an enemy out of the Black Desert General. You're simply overestimating yourself. Ebony Condor sneered. As your brother, I will give you a proper burial. Consider it a continuation of our blood relationship. After tomorrow, the Golden Condor mercenaries will join the Black Desert General's army. I will leave my brothers to eat and drink well, but you must die. Humph, the people of the Golden Condor mercenary group were all brought up by me. They will definitely avenge me. They will definitely not submit to you so easily. The Ebony Golden Eagle snorted. Big brother, why are you so stupid? Why do I have to keep those two strangers alive? Because they are the scapegoats sent by the heavens for me. Ebony. Bald Eagle sneered. Tonight, I will become a hero and kill those two assassins with my own hands. Then, I will openly become the leader of this mercenary group. The Ebony Golden Eagle was stunned for a moment. An expression of despair appeared on his face. He knew that he had been schemed against, and the other party's plan was flawless. If it wasn't for my cultivation, I would never have let you succeed. The Ebony Golden Eagle roared angrily. Hee hee, big brother, why don't you understand? Do you really think that something went wrong with your cultivation? And why is your Golden Eagle dispirited? The Ebony Bald Eagle laughed mockingly. That's all because of the Black Deathworm that the Black Desert General gave me. The Black Deathworm can absorb the power of darkness and death in the Black Desert. Unless it's a heavenly demon or a martial artist from the Hell Continent, no one can withstand this evil and terrifying aura. You and your Golden Eagle were both corroded by this dark power. So that's how it is. The Ebony Golden Eagle was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes almost spat out fire. He tried to stand up and attack the Ebony Bald Eagle. However, the terrifying dark power in his body had already tortured him to the point that he had no strength left. In addition to the black dagger in his chest, the only thing he could do was to wait for the Ebony Bald Eagle to come. Alright, since you already know the truth, you can die now. As your brother, at least I didn't let you die without knowing why. The Ebony Bald Eagle sneered. He grabbed the dagger in the Ebony Golden Eagle's chest and twisted it fiercely. The Ebony Golden Eagle died in miserable pain. Do it. He looked out of the window and said. The people outside had long been prepared. Then they began to shout, catch the assassins, catch the assassins. Ling Xiao was thinking about how to explain to Ellen that he didn't want to leave when the door was suddenly kicked open. Seeing their neatly dressed appearance, the people outside the door shouted, you really want to escape, catch them and interrogate them. What do you want? Alan stood in front of Ling Xiao and questioned. What do we want? These two people assassinated the leader, Miss Allen, you'd better get out of the way. This way, the leader won't treat you well in vain. The cultivators standing at the door spoke confidently, as if they were really here to uphold justice. Impossible, I've been with them all this time, how could they have the time to kill the leader? You must be mistaken. Alan shook his head and said. So, Miss Allen, you are also an accomplice? I didn't expect the leader to be so good to you, you actually helped these assassins to catch him too. The person outside the door said coldly. Alan, there's no need to explain, these people obviously came prepared. I saw your leader during the day, his body was clearly eroded by some kind of dark power, presumably his Golden Eagle is the same. There are spies in your mercenary group, and more than one. I don't know about the others, but that Ebony Bald Eagle should be the leader of these spies. Alan still wanted to explain but was stopped by Ling Xiao. They are brothers. Alan couldn't believe it. In this world, there are many evil people who dare to kill their own parents, not to mention their own brothers. Ling Xiao sighed. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to stay in the Golden Eagle mercenary group tonight. Although he wasn't afraid of the Ebony Bald Eagle, he had his own plans and didn't want to become enemies with them so soon. Not only did you assassinate the leader, you even dared to slander the vice leader. All of you, attack. 4 to 5 martial artists directly rushed out of the door, pouncing towards Ling Xiao, Leng Mei, and Alan. Ling Xiao didn't move, a disdainful sneer hung on his face. Leng Mei suddenly released an astonishing killing intent, making the bodies of those martial artists who were originally pouncing out actually stop there. Scram, or I'll kill all of you. A cold voice came out from Cold Plum's mouth. After following Ling Xiao for so long, this kind of domineering killing intent had gradually been honed. What are you afraid of? Get her. The warriors outside continued to shout. Leng Mei did not speak any more nonsense. With a flash of her figure, she directly passed by the few martial artists who had rushed in and killed the guy who was the most arrogant. A bunch of good-for-nothings like you actually dared to attack my master? You overestimate yourselves. Lan looked at all of this in shock. She couldn't believe that this was real. Let's go. Let's leave this place, this filthy place. Ling Xiao glanced at Alan. He really couldn't bear to leave such a pure lotus flower here to suffer. You guys go. I still have family here. No matter what, I can't leave. Seeing that you guys are so strong, I'm relieved. Lan smiled. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and left with Cold Plum. No one dared to stop them. As for Lan, this girl had to experience being framed and persecuted by her companions. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to wake up. Just like Xiaoxia back then. Kindness was a good thing. But being too kind would make one naive and stupid. Sometimes, this kindness would be used by others. Anyway, they wouldn't go far. He still had to save Lan, but he wasn't in a hurry. Not long after they left, Lan was tied up and brought to see Ebony Bald Eagle. A bunch of trash. You can't even watch 2 young people. What's the use of keeping you here? Do you only know how to eat? Ebony Bald Eagle was furious that Ling Xiao and Cold Plum had escaped. Then, he stared at Lan and sneered. Luckily this bitch didn't escape. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer to General Hey Mo. Keep an eye on this B*TCH and her stupid brother. Ebony Bald Eagle understood that the reason why Lan didn't choose to escape with Ling Xiao was because of her stupid brother. He had always been unhappy about this. His big brother had raised such a useless person to eat for free in the group. If it wasn't for the fact that he thought that the idiot was still useful, he would have killed him long ago. But Ebony Vulture had never considered that even though the idiot had not contributed much to the group, Alan had contributed more than any other warrior in the group. The benefits that a girl could bring to the Golden Condor mercenary group were even greater than what he, the deputy leader, could get. In any case, selfish people would never see the good in others. They would only see the dark places. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't go too far. They were actually near the sandcastle. Seeing that Alan was fine, they found a quiet place to sit down. The night in the Black Desert seemed to be darker than other places. A terrifying aura of darkness and death was constantly being released from the ground. If it were anyone else, they would probably be on tenterhooks right now and might even be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were special. Ling Xiao cultivated the Shadow Profound and could control the power of darkness. He also had the immemorial heavenly demon battle will in his body. Cold Plum had a special ghost spirit martial spirit. Not only did she not hate the aura of death and darkness, she actually liked it very much. The two of them sat there cross-legged, allowing the aura of darkness and death to invade their bodies. Those powers were originally very arrogant, trying to destroy the two bodies on a large scale. But in the next moment, they realized that the two bodies were actually two traps. Once they entered, the power of darkness and death seemed to be trapped and began to rapidly devour and fuse with them. After only 2 hours, Ling Xiao discovered that his cultivation had broken through again. This kind of breakthrough made him overjoyed. It was much faster than he had imagined. Cold Plum's cultivation did. Not break through, but it was on the verge of breaking through. As for her martial soul, it was obvious that it had become much stronger. The ghost spirit, who was originally in ragged clothes, was now wearing armor and looked much more impressive than before. Master, there's something strange about this black desert. Is there something underground? It's very beneficial to our cultivation. Cold Plum opened her eyes and asked excitedly. If she had discovered the benefits of this place earlier, she believed that it was not impossible for her to break through to the Yinyang realm. It's not just the Black Desert. I feel that the closer we get to Black Crow City, the more terrifying this power is. So I suspect that the source of this power of darkness should be near Black Crow City. Ling Xiao analyzed. Master's eyesight is indeed not something I can compare to. I thought it was under the Black Desert. Cold Plum said. This time, we might be able to obtain an unexpected harvest in Black Crow City. Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little excited. But when he thought of Feng Min Qishan's terrifying cultivation, his joy immediately disappeared. I must continue to grow. I can't always rely on Sister Moon Maiden's protection. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He also discovered that he was now in the Divine Phoenix continent, so the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword could still protect him. But once he went to the White Tiger continent, there would be Grotto Heaven realm martial artists everywhere. There would also be many Yinyang realm experts. It was almost impossible for the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword to protect him. His own strength was the most important thing. Let's continue. Ling Xiao glanced at Cold Plum and said. Yes, but Master, I have a question. Do you plan to take Alan away? Cold Plum hesitated for a moment and said. She is a kind girl. It's a pity to waste her in this black desert. Moreover, she is very familiar with this area. If we can take her for our own use, it will be very important for the Heavenly Empire to control the Black Desert. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Master's thoughts are indeed the same as Cold Plum's. Cold Plum smiled. When she looked at people, she did not look at their beauty. It was purely based on their practicality. Alan was a useful person to Ling Xiao. This was her judgment. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and cultivate. Ling Xiao gently rubbed Cold Plum's head, then closed his eyes and continued to sense the dark force coming from the Black Desert. The sun had just risen and the Black Desert was not that hot. A group of people was galloping across the desert. Smoke and dust were flying everywhere. Murderous intent filled the air. It was clear that they were going to find someone to settle the score. In the sand castle, the ebony bald eagle was sitting on a deck chair, drinking herbal tea while tasting grapes. In front of him, two people were hanging on the tower. One was Alan, the other was Alan's brother. At this time, Alan's face was pale. It was obvious that she had been hanging for a long time. She looked at her brother in despair and sighed helplessly. If she could, she really wanted to bear all the pain for her brother. Ebony Bald Eagle, this matter has nothing to do with my brother. Why should he be punished? Alan shouted angrily. What a joke. I am the leader now. If I say it has something to do with it, then it has something to do with it. You worked together to kill my brother. This blood debt should be paid with blood. But for the sake of the brothers in the sand castle, I plan to give you to the Black Desert General as a gift. Ebony Bald Eagle sneered. You're too naive. You're willing to stay for a fool. Wouldn't it have been better if you had left with those two strangers? I can't leave. Lan gritted her teeth. She remembered clearly that her parents had given her brother to take care of. How could she go back on her word? Moreover, her parents had been killed because they had taken a knife for her and her brother. If she couldn't even fulfill her parents' wishes, what kind of sister would she be? The atmosphere in the Golden Condor mercenaries was oppressive. Not everyone believed Ebony Bald Eagle. Nearly half of them had guessed the truth, but they didn't dare say anything. Ebony Bald Eagle had power and righteousness in his hands. If they stood up now, they'd be courting death. If they wanted to rebel, they'd need an opportunity. Of course, there were some who didn't care. After all, it was the same no matter who they followed. Lan didn't know what she'd done wrong. Her heart was being tortured. This was also the effect that Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted Lan to know that blindly being kind was meaningless. Sometimes, she'd be in danger. In reality, Lan was no weaker than Ebony Bald Eagle. If she'd waved her arm, the Golden Condor mercenaries would have followed her. But the naive Lan didn't do that. This was why she was in such a dangerous situation. Lan needed to wake up on her own. No one else could help her. Looking at her younger brother, she had already begun to doubt whether everything she had done was right or wrong. In the distance, yellow sand filled the sky. A team was approaching at breakneck speed. "They're here." Ebony Bald Eagle looked into the distance excitedly. He jumped down from the sandcastle and knelt in front of the door. The people behind him knelt as well. There were such people who did not want to be a good person and insisted on being someone else's dog. It was hard to understand. "Welcome, General Ebony Desert, General Lizard, General Miasma, and General Sandstorm." Ebony Bald Eagle didn't dare to raise his head. After that, many people behind him began to shout. This scene was truly filled with awkwardness. Many of the Golden Condor mercenaries couldn't understand. The Golden Condor mercenary group, which could obviously contend against the HMO general, had to kneel to the other party. This made people speechless. The person in the lead was dressed in pitch-black armor, revealing only 2 eyes. He glanced coldly at the sandcastle in front of him, then looked at Ebony Bald Eagle and asked, "Is your big brother dead?" "What?" The Ebony Vulture was startled. He had worked so hard to blame the 2 strangers and Alan. This Black Desert General's words exposed him. How should he answer? It's settled." The Ebony Buzzard braced himself and replied. "Ha ha ha, well done. You even dare to harm your own brother. This general likes people like you." Ha 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 ha. The Black Desert General was truly cunning. He'd said that to make the Ebony Condor lose control of the Golden Condor Regiment. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to subdue these people? What if the Ebony Vulture betrayed him? No, there was no problem. Most of the members of the Golden Condor clan hated this guy who killed his own brother. The Ebony Vulture's face was numb. It was as if he thought he'd drunk a mouthful of wine, only to find that it was horse urine in his mouth. That feeling was too depressing. "Is there anyone who disagrees?" The Black Desert General glanced coldly at the sandcastle. Without the Ebony Golden Condor Regiment, he didn't care at all. Whoever dared to rebel, he dared to kill. "Bah! Ebony Vulture, you shameless bastard. You really killed the leader." When the guest told me, I was still fantasizing that he'd guessed wrong. I didn't expect all of this to be true. Alan was completely depraved at this time. The leader of the Golden Condor Regiment was interested in her and took care of her. She was also touched. Although she didn't like him, she had always regarded the leader as her savior. But she didn't expect her savior to die so tragically. He was killed by his own brother. She was greatly affected and her personality began to change. The Ebony Golden Condor didn't know what was good for him. He insisted on being the enemy of the Black Desert General. "I killed him for everyone in the regiment." The Ebony Bald Eagle snorted coldly. "Well said. Where's the guy's body?" The Black Desert General asked. "General, it's already been buried." The Ebony Bald Eagle replied. This guy was afraid that others would find clues from the corpse, so he buried the body directly. Unfortunately, his painstaking efforts were of no use at all. "Dig it out and whip it." The Black Desert General looked at the Ebony Bald Eagle and said coldly. "This." Even though the Ebony Bald Eagle was shameless and ruthless, he was stunned when he heard this. Of course, it wasn't because he had feelings for the Ebony Golden Condor. It was purely because he would be seen as an enemy if he treated his brother like that in front of the Golden Condor Regiment. Wouldn't he be killed in the future? "You don't want to?" The Black Desert General looked at the Ebony Bald Eagle with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes, yes." The Ebony Vulture's body trembled, and it actually agreed. "Ha ha ha, that's an obedient dog. I like you even more." The Black Desert General laughed loudly. The humiliation of the Golden Condor Regiment satisfied his strong desire for revenge. After all, the Ebony Golden Condor had severely injured his men. "Today is an eye-opener for me. I can't believe I met such a shameless person. Not only did he kill his own brother, he even wants to whip his body, and the Golden Condor Regiment, there are so many men, but they can't even compare to a woman. At this moment, a cold voice was heard from afar. Before the person could be seen, the voice was very clear. This voice caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, they looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, two figures came together. It was Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. The one who spoke was naturally Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao had walked into the trap, the ebony bald eagle looked at the Black Desert General excitedly and said, "General, these two outsiders killed General Scorpion." "Idiot, why did you two come back?" Although Lan had become evil, it didn't mean that she couldn't differentiate between good and evil. She was just more determined than before. Although her voice was full of resentment and confusion, to be honest, she felt warm in her heart. Her own people weren't willing to help her, but two strangers were willing to step into the tiger's den for her. How could she not be excited? "We just went out for a walk. We didn't say we were leaving." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I just didn't expect to see such a good show." The Black Desert General looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and couldn't make up his mind. Although these two young people didn't look very strong, they were probably not weak if they could kill General Scorpion. The Black Desert General couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's strength, so he naturally wanted to find someone to be his cannon fodder. He suddenly looked at the ebony bald eagle and said, "We'll talk about whipping the corpse later. Go and kill that man first. If you succeed, I'll let you live a good life by my side." "Yes, sir." The ebony bald eagle obviously preferred this to whipping the corpse. After all, in his eyes, these two youngsters who came out of nowhere should be easy to deal with. He stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his entire body erupting with a powerful aura. "Kid, you're out of luck. Why did you come back when you left?" The ebony bald eagle sneered and pounced forward, his hands as sharp and terrifying as an eagle's claws. One could even hear the sound of something tearing through the air. "Not bad. This ebony bald eagle is comparable to the three of you." The Black Desert General smiled. He was quite satisfied with this new dog. The ebony bald eagle became even more excited when he heard the Black Desert General's words. It seemed to be an honor to be treated as a loyal dog by the Black Desert General. In an instant, the ebony bald eagle was in front of Ling Xiao. It was too fast, it was impossible for an ordinary martial artist to dodge at this distance. This guy only knows how to bully the youngsters. It's a pity that these two had nothing to do with Scorpion's death, right? The Lizard General smiled and said, "It's good enough that they've reached the third Grotto Heaven realm at this age. They're not even comparable to Scorpion General's Pinky, right?" Many people agreed with this. Everyone in the Black Desert General's army and the Golden Condor mercenaries thought so. Lan's face was sad. She couldn't save her brother and had caused the death of innocent people. This made her feel guilty. This was the ebony bald eagle. In the Golden Condor mercenaries, besides the leader, this guy was the strongest. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be on guard at all. He was too arrogant. If he was hit, it would be too late for regrets. A few people on the Black Desert General's side smiled proudly. It seemed that this stranger was an idiot. Bang! The ebony bald eagle's sharp talons struck Ling Xiao viciously. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze froze. The mockery and laughter stopped abruptly. Although Ling Xiao was hit, he was unharmed. Not only that, even his clothes didn't flutter in the slightest. "This is your so-called strength?" Ling Xiao looked at the ebony bald eagle mockingly and said with a cold smile, "You only know that the Black Desert General is strong, but you don't know that there is always someone stronger. Are you used to being a frog at the bottom of a well? No. This is impossible." The ebony buzzard screamed crazily, its face contorted. He attacked continuously in a frenzy. Ling Xiao still didn't fight back. He didn't even move an inch. He just looked at this guy coldly. "Are you tickling me?" He couldn't help but yawn as he teased. It wasn't just him. Even the Black Desert General's eyes had turned serious. He knew the ebony bald eagle's strength. Compared to the 4 fierce generals under his command, the ebony bald eagle wasn't inferior at all. His frenzied attacks couldn't even tear his opponent's clothes apart. He could clearly see that there was a ball of energy around the kid's body that was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was the protective yuan energy. Every Grotto Heaven Realm warrior had this, but how could the protective yuan energy be so strong? What was this kid's cultivation level? Are you done? If you are, it's time for you to die. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded again. Although I didn't have much interaction with your dead brother, I hate people like you the most. If I don't kill you, I'll feel disgusted. After speaking, Ling Zhao didn't make a move. A ball of light appeared on the surface of his body, and then a scorching heat spread through the ebony bald eagle's body. The poor ebony bald eagle, a half yin-yang realm warrior with yin-yang origin energy, had died at the hands of Ling Zhao. There was no corpse left, not even a strand of hair could be found. The ebony bald eagle died just like that? Did he really kill the scorpion general? The Black Desert General was shocked when he saw this. He didn't believe the ebony bald eagle's words at first, thinking that the ebony bald eagle was just randomly biting people. But after seeing this scene, he had no choice but to believe it. If this young man could kill the ebony bald eagle without making a move, then he could easily kill the scorpion general. I feel so much better after getting rid of a scumbag. Cold Plum, go save Lon and his brother. Ling Zhao stretched lazily and said with a smile. Yes, master. Cold Plum flashed to the top of the city gate tower and untied the two of them from the ropes. No one dared to stop her. At this moment, both the Golden Condor mercenaries and the Black Desert General's men were shocked by Ling Zhao's strength. No one thought of stopping Cold Plum. Who was the one who said that they wanted to arrest me as an assassin last night? Ling Zhao glanced at the mercenaries on the sandcastle, his Tai Chi eyes flashing fiercely. He planned to take in the Golden Condor mercenaries, but he wouldn't let the Black Sheep live. In just a moment, Ling Zhao had seen through everyone's thoughts in the sandcastle. People were the easiest to recognize when they panicked. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but the Tai Chi eyes could. Kill. As a cold voice sounded, the martial artists who followed the ebony bald eagle's rebellion all fell into a pool of blood. A black shadow flashed beside each of them. Lon had been saved by Cold Plum. She looked at all of this in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. She thought that Ling Zhao and Cold Plum were just two arrogant young heroes who were naive and had a sense of justice. She didn't expect that she was the most naive one. Ling Zhao's strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Kid, did you kill the Scorpion General? The Black Desert General suddenly asked. I killed him, so what? He thought that Ling Zhao would beat around the bush, but he didn't expect this guy to answer directly without thinking. A scumbag who deserves to die as much as the ebony bald eagle, especially since he dared to target my woman. Ling Zhao said coldly. Very well, it's good that you admit it. I'll let you go today, but I'll kill you when we meet again. The Black Desert General had good eyesight and could see how terrifying Ling Zhao was. He didn't have full confidence in killing Ling Zhao, so he planned to find a few more helpers after leaving. However, did he think that Ling Zhao was waiting for him here just to save Lon? Lon was naive, and the Black Desert General was naive enough. Since you're here, don't leave. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and calm, as if the hundreds of people brought by the Black Desert General were made of paper. Kid, what did you say? The Black Desert General frowned. He didn't want to provoke the other party, and he thought that the other party didn't want to provoke him, but it seemed that he was wrong. I said, since you're here, don't leave. How about all of you die here? Ling Zhao said with a smile. But that smile was a little creepy. Lizard, bring your men and teach this brat a lesson. The Black Desert General roared. General, don't be angry. There's no need for others. I alone can swallow this kid. The Lizard General's eyesight obviously couldn't compare to the Black Desert General's. The Black Desert General knew that Ling Zhao was powerful, so he asked the Lizard General to bring his men. But the Lizard General was an idiot, and he insisted on going alone. Let's go together. This kid is not easy to deal with. The Black Desert General said coldly. Okay. The Lizard General didn't dare to disobey the Black Desert General's words. He called a dozen of his subordinates and charged at Ling Zhao with weapons. The Lizard General was a warrior of the Lizard tribe. He was huge, at least 3 to 4 meters tall. His terrifying body was like a huge lizard. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he charged at Ling Xiao. Saliva kept flowing out of his bloody mouth. Golden Crow Rising Sun. Without drawing his sword, Ling Xiao just waved his hand. A golden crow flew into the sky and plunged into the crowd. For a moment, screams came one after another. It was like purgatory on earth. The first to bear the brunt was the lizard general. His body had become a roasted lizard. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It even emitted a fragrance. Although this move wasn't too powerful when used barehanded, the opponent was too weak. For the current Ling Xiao, this move was more than enough to deal with him. Thinking back to when he was in the Killing Dragon Forest, he had to draw his sword and use his martial soul to win against Boa Sheng. Although it was easier to win, it was more exhausting. Today, facing the lizard general, who was at the same cultivation level as Boa Sheng, it was too easy to kill him. This time, the Black Desert General's expression became worse. It was just that he was wearing a black mask, so others couldn't see his ugly expression. However, the expressions of the other two generals were absolutely fascinating. It was a strange expression that was almost a mixture of stupefaction and panic. The lizard general and a dozen or so Grotto Heaven Realm experts were gone, just like that. Where did this kid come from? How could he be so terrifying? It's meaningless to let your subordinates die. You should do it yourself. Perhaps you'll have a small chance of winning. Ling Xiao looked at the HMO general with contempt and said disdainfully. Brat, I didn't make a move because you're so powerful at such a young age. I don't want you to die. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Black Desert General said coldly. That sounds nice, but why does it sound like you're running away? If you're not going to make a move, then I'll start killing first. Ling Xiao smiled. Kid, let's mind our own business. Why do you have to force me so bitterly? The Black Desert General was clearly afraid. The more discerning a person was, the more they understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Mind our own business? Now you're saying that? But what were you doing just now? You let the ebony vulture kill me? Let your lizard general kill me? If I wasn't strong enough, wouldn't I have become a corpse by now? Ling Xiao mocked. Those who don't know are innocent. In this Black Desert, befriending me will bring you great benefits. The Black Desert General's words made the others feel dizzy when they heard it. Was this still the Black Desert General who was known for his cruelty and ran rampant in the Black Desert? It didn't seem like it at all. How could the Black Desert General say such words? They didn't understand because the Black Desert General had never met such a terrifying opponent so far. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised. The Black Desert is going to be mine soon. Why should I care about your face? Ling Xiao mocked. You. Are you Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire? The Black Desert General's eyes widened in horror. Ling Xiao was the terrifying existence who killed the Raven Queen, Prince Tomohiko Kuma, and State Preceptor Tamur Mutu. Good eyesight. Unfortunately, it's useless. I don't even have the thought of taking someone like you as a slave. Ling Xiao seemed to have lost his patience. Scorpionly, do it. I know you're here. He yawned and didn't even have the thought of doing it. Yes, Your Majesty. A voice suddenly came from the desert. Then, one by one, the Scorpion Men warriors came out of the Black Desert. Following their appearance, a series of mournful screams could be heard. The Black Desert General was horrified to find that the warriors around him fell to the ground one by one and died one by one. In the blink of an eye, he had become a complete loner, shivering in the cold wind. The black war horses were whining, the wind was whistling, and blood was flying all over the sky. It was like a terrifying azure field. These people didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Under the leadership of the Black Desert General, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao and take away the women around Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't even have to do anything and they died one by one. This was simply a textbook case of karma. I surrender. I'm willing to be loyal to the Celestial Empire and will never betray it. The Black Desert General was extremely terrified when he saw the people around him fall one by one. He couldn't deal with Ling Xiao, and he knew the newcomer, Scorpion Li. He was one of the experts of the Scorpion Men tribe in the past. At that time, he was no match for Scorpion Lee. Scorpion Lee was obviously a Yin-Yang realm expert now. He had no chance of winning. If he continued to stubbornly resist, only death would await him. Benefactor, can you give me his life? Alan suddenly said, although this request is a bit too much, I still hope you can agree. My parents were killed by him. I still can't forget that dark day. Okay. It was the same whether Ling Xiao killed the Black Desert General or not. It was better to let Alan handle it and let Alan owe him a favor. Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, you have to think clearly. Although I, the Hamo General, am no match for you, I belong to the Blood Prince. If you kill me, you can forget about agreeing with the Black Raven Empire. The Black Desert General stared at Ling Xiao and said, the Blood Prince is now the most powerful warlord in the Black Crow Empire. If you want to get the Black Crow Empire, leave me alive. This way, there will be a buffer. I'll naturally serve you. Alan looked at Ling Xiao and said, he's right. Your Majesty, my benefactor, I can let go of my personal grudges for your sake. He's not that valuable. Do it. Ling Xiao didn't even blink. He didn't know the Blood Prince, and there was no need for him to know him. He was definitely not a good person to have raised such a guy. Sooner or later, he would be destroyed. Father. Mother. You have avenged your father. After killing General Hamo with her own hands, Alan burst into tears. She was excited and touched, mixed with the pain of the past. From today onwards, I, Alan, swear to follow His Majesty the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. After killing General Hamo, the second thing Alan did was to pledge her loyalty to Ling Xiao. She swore in front of her parents' corpses that if someone could avenge her, she would never regret it. You're too serious. I don't mind being a servant, but I do need a valiant general like you. How about this? The rest of the Golden Condor mercenary group will be under your command. You will follow Xiao Li's orders directly. What do you think? Ling Xiao did not need so many slaves. For someone like Alan, being a general was much more useful than being a slave. I will do as you say. Good. Xiao Li, what about General Hamo? Ling Xiao asked. Your Majesty, more than 50,000 people have been killed and 100,000 surrendered. They are now under the command of my general, Xia Meng. Xiao Li replied. Very good. I estimate that the Blood Prince's army will arrive soon. This duel will be the best opportunity for these people to show their loyalty. Ling Xiao certainly would not kill all of them. If he did, his army would not be able to expand. In his memory of the other world, there was an army that had grown from a few hundred people to 1,000,000. Many of them had surrendered and were equally powerful. He felt that this method was much better than pure slaughter. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. If he was not forced into a corner, he would not have taken action. Your Majesty, listen to me. The Blood Prince has hundreds of thousands of soldiers and his strength is even more terrifying. We should not be enemies with him before we stabilize the city. Alan said, in particular, the Blood Prince's 13 generals are all as powerful as General Hamo. He has even reached the Yin-Yang realm. He is not to be trifled with. Oh? The Blood Prince is a Yin-Yang realm warrior? This is interesting. After last night's cultivation, Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm and possessed 30% of his Yin-Yang essence energy. If the Blood Prince's cultivation was only around the first level of Yin-Yang realm, he could still give it a try. With his current cultivation speed, he was still not satisfied. Only a battle of life and death could fully stimulate the potential in his body. Perhaps the heavenly demon fighting spirit could completely erupt in this black desert and help him enter the Yin-Yang realm. As long as he stepped into the Yin-Yang realm, the gap between him and Feng Ming Qishan would not be that big. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Alan, I know you have good intentions, but I came to the Black Crow Empire this time to annex it. Although I may not be able to do it completely, as long as I can conquer the Black Desert and Black Crow City, I'll have a firm foothold. Do you understand? I don't have a path of retreat right now. The moment I retreat, the Black Crow Empire might very quickly become a vassal of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since your Majesty has said so, Alan is willing to be the vanguard. Alan gritted his teeth and said. No problem. Xiali, gather the army and build fortifications. The Blood Prince will be back soon. After all, this place is very close to Black Crow City. The Blood Prince will definitely not allow a riot to happen behind his back. Ling Xiao ordered. I'm already doing it. Xiali replied. Okay, when the battle starts later, you'll still have the command. Just pretend that I don't exist. My target is only the Blood Prince. You can deal with the rest. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He felt that his subordinates had gradually grown up. There were many things that he did not have to do personally. No problem. Xiali nodded confidently. Then, the army gathered. General He Mo had more than 100,000 subordinates. The Golden Condor mercenary group had more than 10,000 subordinates. The Heavenly Empire had more than 50,000 subordinates. A total of 160,000 subordinates. However, this time it was General He Mo and the 110,000 subordinates of the Golden Condor mercenary group who were going to charge in front of the Blood Prince's army. Ling Xiao floated in the air and said in a cold and domineering voice, you may feel that it's unfair and cowardly. But let me tell you, fair treatment is bought with blood and achievements. If you want the same rights and treatment as my army, you have to show your bravery and loyalty on the battlefield. When this war is over, all the survivors will get the rewards and treatment you deserve. From then on, there will be no distinction between nobility and lowly. Now, whether you think you are cannon fodder or warriors, you have to charge in front of me. Those who dare to desert will not only die, but also have their divine souls destroyed and can never be reincarnated. Fight bravely. Good wine and beautiful women are beckoning to you. Your family will also receive the best care. A meteoric rise is just around the corner, only death awaits those who betray me, your family will also be implicated. From then on, they will be slaves and will never be able to raise their heads. Kill. 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 Only by completely severing these people's thoughts of betrayal and escape could they truly cut off all means of retreat and fight to the death. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let them be cannon fodder. This war was just a test. A test of loyalty and bravery. For those warriors who were truly willing to fight with their lives on the line, he would do everything he could to protect them. He would not let them bleed and cry. For cowards and traitors, just as he said, not only would their death not be regretted, they would never be reincarnated. He had the ability to do so. In the army, there were waves of roars that shook the sky. At this time, these people were not fighting for Ling Xiao, but for themselves. This was enough. On the battlefield, as long as one was brave enough to fight, it did not matter who they fought for. The next morning. After a night of rest, the army spirit had more or less recovered. Ling Xiao gave them the best recovery elixirs, although the elixirs in Ling Xiao's storage ring were almost used up. However, this action also made everyone believe Ling Xiao's words. He really did not let them be cannon fodder and die. This war was just to test their loyalty and bravery. In the distance, the earth began to shake. Black sand danced in the air, and a murderous aura surged, making everyone a little nervous and a little excited. The Blood Prince was here, he was here for revenge, the army did not stop. After seeing the target, the red-robed man in the lead directly gave the order, kill. Leave no one alive. Kill. 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 The Blood Prince's army was also in high morale. They wanted to use killing the traitors to gain military merits for themselves. On the side of the Heavenly Empire, Xiali also waved the battle flag in his hand and gave the order, kill. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. The enemy's number is not much more than ours. For your future, kill with all your might. The Blood Prince's army was only around 150,000 people. After all, his territory was relatively large. It was impossible for him to bring all of his people. Otherwise, there would definitely be trouble elsewhere. Kill. The Heavenly Empire's army also charged out. Both sides did not play any tricks. It was just a serious head-on clash. This was the true meaning of meeting enemies on a narrow path and the brave wins. Boom, the two armies collided. The two forces exploded in the black desert, raising black sand that filled the sky. The curtains of a bloody battle had been drawn. Very few people noticed that a strange white light appeared under the ground of this black desert. This white light enveloped the Heavenly Empire's army. Everyone immediately felt that their bodies were filled with strength. Even their defense and speed had increased a lot. Of course, this was one of the preparations that Ling Xiao made. He said that he wanted to test the quality of the team, not to send these people to their deaths. One night was enough for him to set up a powerful formation. But this was not the end. Ling Xiao opened the Holy King's eye. In the sky, a white-cloaked Holy King appeared. Then, a blood-boiling battle song resounded through the clouds. The Heavenly Empire's army in the battle discovered that the wounds on their bodies, as long as they were not fatal, began to heal faster and faster. This scene caused their fighting spirit to soar and their morale to soar. Kill. Although the Black Desert General was cruel, there were no cowards under his command. In addition, Ling Xiao's previous words made them fight to the death as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There were a few who wanted to defect, but before Ling Xiao could make a move, they were killed by the people beside them. This was the true meaning of unity as an impregnable fortress. The desire to live and the hope of victory made them willing to fight to the death. Not to mention those people from the Golden Eagle mercenary group. Under Alan's leadership, no one surrendered. Although there were many who died in battle, more people were still alive. One of them, after killing more than 10 enemies, finally fell to the ground and could not get up. Just as he was about to be assassinated by the enemy, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside him and saved him. He was brought back to the barracks and began to receive treatment. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is indeed true to his words. He won't let us bleed and cry. This scene was happening all over the battlefield. Many people saw this, so they were even more willing to fight to the death. Previously, some people had held back because they were afraid that they would be killed after being injured. But now, they felt that there was no need to hold back. As long as he wasn't killed directly, even if he was injured, he would still be saved. It was obvious that the Blood Prince had also noticed the situation. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao, who was hovering in midair. He knew that the key to this war was this guy. If they didn't kill this guy, they might really lose this war. After Ling Xiao released the Holy King, he released the Son of Shadow and the Son of Light to save people. After that, he did not do anything else. In this battle, other than assisting, he tried his best not to do anything if he could. Your Highness, please allow this subordinate to take that bastard's head. With him around, this battle is extremely disadvantageous for us. Next to the Blood Prince, a young man in black said respectfully. My dear 100 sons, since you have such thoughts, go and take that person's head for your father. The Blood Prince nodded and said. Legend had it that this Blood Prince was even older than the Raven Queen. He had 100 children, all of whom were sons, and each of them was quite powerful. This 100 sons were the best of the best. Their cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm, and their Yin-Yang Yuan force was extremely powerful. Your Highness, I will use my sharp teeth to suck his blood dry and turn him into a dried corpse to make a battle robe for you. The 100 sons smiled and then slowly rose into the air. A pair of fleshy wings spread out from his back. They looked like the wings of a bat. Could it be that this Blood Prince is actually the leader of the vampire bats? Ling Xiao knew that in the mystic world, there were thousands of races competing for supremacy. Especially in the primordial age, after the human emperor established himself, there were too many races of different races that could reproduce smoothly. A race of vampire bats was really rare. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen one before. When he was about 50 meters away from Ling Xiao, Baizi revealed his sharp teeth and claws, and laughed sinisterly. Brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to use my teeth to pierce a hole in your clean neck. Then, I will suck your blood dry and let you wail in pain and struggle until you finally die. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the 100 sons. His gaze was fixed on the Blood Prince. On this battlefield, only the Blood Prince could arouse his interest. Although he might not be able to defeat the Blood Prince with his current strength, this battle was a must. He needed stimulation, only this kind of stimulation could allow him to grow faster. In fact, many people in the mystic world knew of this method to increase one's strength, but not many dared to try it. This was because most people were afraid of dying. It was fine to do it once or twice, but if he kept risking his life like this, he might really die one day. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Especially now, he had the 9 deaths reincarnation technique. Even if he really died, it was possible to break through the shackles and break through cultivation. Moreover, his movement technique was so powerful. With so many life-saving methods, how could he die so easily? Ling Xiao's contempt made the 100 sons full of anger. The reason why he said those words was nothing more than to make Ling Xiao feel fear and then panic. What he loved the most was to see the struggling faces of his prey before they died. It really made him feel a strong sense of excitement. But Ling Xiao's face didn't have it. He didn't even look at him. This made him furious to the extreme. In his eyes, a furious red light flickered. That red light really looked different from that of a human. It looked like he really was the descendant of the vampire bat clan. Die, human! The 100 sons let out a strange scream, making many people's ears hurt. Then, he turned into a black shadow and closed the distance of 50 meters in an instant. At this time, Ling Xiao glanced at him and found that the power of darkness in the black desert was somewhat similar to the inner strength in this guy's body. Could it be that the power of darkness and death in the Black Crow Empire was actually related to the vampire bat clan? Facing the enemy flying towards him, he was still thinking about other things. He didn't take his opponent seriously. The moment he closed in on Ling Xiao. When he was about 1 or 2 meters away, the nails of the 100 sons suddenly grew long, like the claws of a bat. The pair of long teeth in his mouth also became sharper, and even flickered with a cold light. The warriors of the vampire bat clan generally didn't use weapons. This was because they carried their own weapons, which was very similar to many avian and beast clan warriors. Kill him! A shocking roar came from the Blood Prince's battle formation. This was because the Blood Prince's army was at a huge disadvantage on the ground. 150,000 soldiers against 110,000. In just a few minutes, they had already lost more than 10,000 soldiers. If this situation continued, their advantage in numbers would soon be completely wiped out. And the main culprit was Ling Xiao. Therefore, they really hoped that Ling Xiao would die. As long as Ling Xiao died, they would naturally be able to quickly regain their advantage. A sinister smile appeared on Blood Prince Baizi's face. It was as if he could already see Ling Xiao lying in a pool of blood and gradually turning into a dried corpse. However, Ling Xiao still had no intention of making a move at such a close distance. The 3-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly appeared, and a soul-sucking ray of light shot towards Baizi. Baizi was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao, but his body seemed to be bound by lightning, and he was completely unable to move. Then, a cold ray of light shot out from Ling Xiao's side. It was cold plumb, like a blade of death drawn from the realm of ghosts. It directly pierced through Baizi's forehead. From the beginning to the end, Baizi's eyes were only filled with fear. But he was unable to resist at all. In fear and regret, he quickly extinguished his life and turned into a corpse. Then, he fell to the ground and was trampled into meat paste with the other corpses. Yes, after my cultivation increased, the power of the 3-leaf demonic pupil has indeed increased by a lot. Although this Baizi was a little stupid, he was still an expert with 30% of his yin-yang essence energy. He was actually completely stunned by my 3-leaf demonic pupil in an instant. Terrifying. Ling Xiao lowered his head and muttered to himself. He was very satisfied with his attempt this time. Cold Plum, how do you feel? Ling Xiao suddenly asked Cold Plum. Master, just as you expected, after killing this vampire bat clan's warrior, a warm current suddenly appeared in my body. Then, I could clearly feel that my strength had increased, even though it was only a small increase. Cold Plum replied. Interesting. Let's start the slaughter then. I believe that we will encounter something very interesting in this trip to the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps it will be something that you and I have never encountered before. It's dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had not only set up the array formation last night, but he had also studied the characteristics of the energy under the Black Desert. For martial artists with dark attribute internal energy, they could actually directly absorb it. No wonder his cultivation could rise so quickly. The vampire bat clan's internal energy was very similar to this kind of power. Since that was the case, killing them to obtain an increase in cultivation was also valid. Of course, last night was just a guess, but now, it was a real test and confirmation. Cold Plum entered the battlefield and began her slaughter. Originally, neither she nor Ling Xiao had planned to participate in this battle. However, since there was such a great benefit to killing the vampire bats, the situation was different. Wings of darkness appeared on Ling Xiao's back. He could feel that the energy absorbed from the Black Desert had increased. The Holy King was still floating in the sky while he charged towards the Blood Prince. Since the Blood Prince was unwilling to take action, he could only force him to take action. His body released a terrifying killing intent that was enough to incite the Blood Prince's battle intent. Long live! Seeing Ling Xiao kill 100 of the Blood Prince, the Heavenly Empire's army cheered loudly. Their morale soared once again. On the other hand, the Blood Prince's morale dropped even further. They did not expect Ling Xiao's strength to be so terrifying. 100 half-step Yinyang realm martial artists with 30% of their Yinyang origin energy couldn't even touch him. What was even more terrifying was that this attack had angered this expert. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire battlefield, causing all the Blood Prince's soldiers to tremble. Your Highness, let us go. You don't have to take action. This time, the Blood Prince did not bring his 13 generals. That was because the 13 of them each had their own duties and areas under their control. However, he brought his 100 sons. He believed that they could improve on the battlefield. Seeing 100 of his sons killed, the other 99 were enraged and swore to avenge their brothers. Yes. The Blood Prince glanced at his sons. His originally ashen face looked much better. He did not believe that his 99 sons could not kill a brat who looked like he was still young. Everyone attacked together. Don't let that bastard escape. Avenge our brothers. One of the 99 sons shouted. Then, all 99 of them spread their wings and soared into the sky. They were like 99 huge vampire bats. Quite united. Unfortunately, they're only here to die. There was only coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes. His target was the Blood Prince. However, if anyone dared to stop him, he would not show mercy. This Blood Prince was quite ambitious. He actually dared to bring all his sons to the battlefield. If they all died, wouldn't he die in pain? He did not notice that the blood on the corpses of the 100 sons killed by Cold Plum seemed to have been sucked away by something. They instantly turned into dried corpses. This seemed to be the beginning of some evil ritual. No one knew who was behind all this. Of course, it could also be that no one was behind it. Perhaps some ancient array was activated by the blood of the Blood Prince's sons. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know any of this. He only had eyes for the Blood Prince. Ice's fury had already appeared in his hand. Then, the dark demon sword hung above his head. The two swords merged into one. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands. The killing sword intent became even more violent. A pitch-black demon sword appeared behind him. It was the ancestor of the sword demon, Yi Guxin. He was the ancestor of all the demon swords with dark and chaos attributes. The moment Yi Guxin's figure appeared, the dark demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand became even more terrifying. Kill! Killing intent rumbled, all of the 99 scions were stunned. In this black desert, there was actually someone even more frightening than their dark power. Don't be afraid. Attack together. Don't forget, His Highness the Prince is right behind us. Letting him pass will be a disgrace to all of us. Amidst the angry roars, the 99 sons attacked at the same time. 99 dark auras shot toward Ling Xiao like lightning. Here comes the experience. Ling Xiao looked at the 99 figures, and his eyes actually shone with excitement. Dark demon sword, body destruction, the explosive sword chi danced in the air, and any figure that came into contact with this terrifying sword chi was torn apart, turning into corpses. Fresh blood sprayed onto the black desert and was quickly absorbed by the desert. At the same time, strange symbols and inscriptions flickered on the black desert. Although they disappeared in a flash and no one noticed, it could not be denied that they had appeared. the battle continued. None of the 99 suns could block Ling Zhao's attack. Ling Zhao's figure flashed in the crowd, and the corpses fell to the ground like rain. Then, he could feel a warm current flowing into his body. It's indeed a little, but it's much more than sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Ling Zhao muttered in his heart as he discovered that his cultivation had actually broken through yet again. 40% of Yin Yuan energy, it was amazingly fast. He felt extremely lucky to have come to the Black Crow Empire this time. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity. 90 of his 99 sons had died, and only 9 of them were left. Their cultivation was 40% of Yin Yuan energy. Previously, they could still cause some trouble for Ling Zhao. However, as Ling Zhao's cultivation increased, they no longer had the ability to resist. However, Ling Zhao, who was attacking, suddenly stopped. He finally found the strange situation in the Black Desert. It was normal for the blood to be absorbed. After all, it was a desert. However, the strange black inscriptions and symbols that flickered frequently made people feel very uncomfortable. The Blood Prince seemed to have noticed this too. However, unlike Ling Zhao's astonishment, the Blood Prince's expression was different. This guy actually did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He killed all of his remaining 9 sons. Then, he actually laid down on the Black Desert and shouted with a voice that was close to madness, "O Dark Earth, O great Blood Devil God, your lowly servant has always believed that the legend is true. Now, your servant is willing to sacrifice the blood of 100 sons to you. I hope you can accept it." Not enough. Not enough. A terrifying voice came from underground, and both armies were suddenly stunned. Ling Zhao felt the seriousness of the matter. He turned back and said, "Xiaoli, lead the army and withdraw from this Black Desert immediately. I feel that something terrible is about to happen." "But Your Majesty, what about you?" Xiaoli asked. "Don't worry about me. Take them away first. These warriors have already proven their loyalty and bravery on the battlefield. From now on, they are all warriors of our heavenly dynasty empire. We must treat them all equally. Go, but send people to pay close attention to the situation here." Ling Zhao ordered, "This is an order, a decree from the Celestial Emperor. You cannot disobey." "Understood." Helplessly, Xiaoli could only order the army to retreat. The remaining 100,000 soldiers of the Blood Prince's side didn't give chase. Because something strange happened. As the terrifying sound came from underground, the warriors of the Vampire Bat clan were entangled by the black inscriptions and dragged into the pitch-black desert. This included the Blood Prince himself, who had sacrificed himself as well. Even Ling Zhao was dumbfounded by this terrifying scene. "Your Majesty, let's go. Either we return to the territory of the Celestial Empire or go to the Black Raven City. We can't stay here any longer. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Everyone treated it as a joke." "Alan? Why didn't you leave?" Ling Zhao turned around and realized that Alan had appeared beside him. "Your Majesty, if you want to stay, I'm the best guide." Alan replied. "That's true." Ling Zhao had to admit that Alan's words made sense. Then, he touched the beast ring in his hand and a golden eagle flew out of it. "It's the golden eagle of Leader Ebony." Alan shouted in surprise. "That's right, this guy was almost killed by the ebony bald eagle. I saved him, so after his master was killed, he followed me. There's no time to explain, so come on up. Lan, tell me, what is the legend of the Black Earth?" Ling Zhao gave a simple explanation as to why he had obtained the green-eyed golden eagle. Then, he led the conversation to the terrifying legend. "It's too late. Your Majesty, where are you going? We must set off immediately." Alan shouted anxiously. "Let's go to the Black Raven City. No matter what happens, we can't change our plan." Ling Zhao thought for a while. "Okay." The blue-eyed golden eagle screeched and then flew in the direction of the Black Raven City. But at this moment, a black light came from the desert. It was extremely fast. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's reaction was fast enough. He blocked it with the dark demon sword and prevented the golden eagle from being shot directly. But even so, they were almost sent flying to the ground. Ling Zhao leaned over and looked. On the ground, a strange guy appeared. In the direction where the blood prince disappeared, a blood shadow appeared. The black light was released from the direction of the blood shadow. Puff, another beam of black light shot out. But this time, Xianxia was fully prepared. He slashed down with the dark demon sword. Although its body was sent back a few meters, the golden eagle was not affected. You two, stay away for now. Xianxia ordered, but his eyes were fixed on the blood shadow on the ground. Soon, the blood shadow became clear. The blood prince's figure appeared. But the blood prince at this time was very different from before. On his back, the black fleshy wings turned blood red. On his head, there was a pair of long scarlet horns. His body grew from about 2 meters to about 4 meters. His burly body and ferocious face made this guy look more like a terrifying monster. At the same time, the terrifying aura of darkness and death on his body became more intense. It was almost exactly the same as the aura under the Black Desert. What the hell? Xianxia felt as if he was flying on a flying sword today. It was so King exhilarating. Your Majesty, be careful. This guy may be the legendary blood demon. Like the sky demon, earth demon, human demon, and insect demon, they are all demons that appeared during the ancient war. The sky demon and insect demon came from outer space. The earth demon came from hell. The human demon was formed by the warriors of the 10,000 races. The blood demon was born from the blood and resentment of the ancient battlefield, so it was almost impossible to destroy. Wherever there was war, there would be blood demons. The blood demons generally did not have a specific form. They were just blood shadows, but like the sky demon, they could also possess bodies. And the most terrifying thing was that they could use blood to strengthen the creatures they possessed. This is exactly the same as in the legends. On the blue-eyed golden eagle in the distance, Alan explained to Xianxia. TSK, a blood prince is actually being controlled by the blood demon. This sounds really embarrassing. However, it seems like he asked for it. Xianxia saw that the blood prince's eyes had lost their original light. There was only killing and hatred left. He knew that this guy was being controlled. It was probably the same for the 100,000 troops under his command. It was just that this guy was stronger, so his conversion speed was faster. Those guys were weaker, so their conversion speed was slower. This guy doesn't want us to leave, right? Xianxia realized that the moment they tried to leave, the blood prince would suddenly attack. A black light would shoot out of his mouth. It was fast, powerful, and extremely accurate. If it was Xianxia, he could dodge it. But the blue-eyed golden eagle couldn't. You two go to Black Raven City and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Don't argue. Without you, it'll be easier for me to escape. Xianxia was very direct. Cold Plum accepted it instantly, but Lon was a little choked. Let's go. Master is like that. You can't understand his speed. Cold Plum glanced at Xianxia and gently touched the golden eagle's neck. Then, the golden eagle screeched and flew toward Black Raven City. The blood prince attacked again, but Xianxia stopped him. Then, Xianxia held the dark demon sword and released a terrifying slaughter sword intent toward the blood prince. He wanted to test how strong the blood prince was after being transformed by the blood demon before he escaped. When the blood prince saw Xianxia, the blood-red wings on his back stretched out. His legs bent and a terrifying power burst out in an instant. His body suddenly exploded, and the place where he was standing had caved in. A huge sand pit was formed. Xianxia slashed down with the dark demon sword in his hand. Dark demon sword, God Slayer. This was the highest level that Xianxia could reach with the Sky Demon Destroyer art. Body Slayer, Heart Slayer, Soul Slayer, God Slayer. Roar, the Blood Prince's voice was no longer a human's, but a monster's roar. The sharp claws on both hands were like tough and sharp blades as they clawed at Xianxia. On the claws, there was a strange red light, and the aura of darkness and death continued to spread. Bang, the Blood Prince's right claws blocked Xianxia's sword. Then, his left hand continued to attack. His arm stretched out strangely and grabbed at Xianxia's chest. Retreat, Xianxia was unable to defend himself at this moment, but with the help of his opponent's strength, his figure flashed and instantly retreated dozens of meters away. In terms of power, he was temporarily inferior to the Blood Prince. However, in terms of speed, he still had an advantage. What a guy. His strength is too strong. I'm no match for him. Ling Xiao felt as if his internal organs were churning. The Blood Prince was originally a first-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. After being transformed by the Blood Demon, his strength increased to a terrifying second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. For Ling Xiao to be able to withstand the attack and not die, it was all thanks to his powerful movement technique and fast speed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle it. F*CK, since there's no one here, I'll play with you. Although he knew that he couldn't win, it was too meaningless to run away like this. Ling Xiao used his soul force to search the surroundings and found that there were no other martial artists around. Thus, he made up his mind. Then, a vast universe appeared behind him. The Sky Tyrant martial soul appeared again after a long time. With the appearance of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the dark force and death force in the entire Black Desert began to surge in crazily. Ling Xiao felt extremely comfortable. His cultivation seemed to be on steroids as it rose steadily. 50% of the Yin-Yang force, 60% of the Yin-Yang force, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%, the half-step Yin-Yang realm was only a realm equivalent to the Grotto Heaven realm. It was higher than the 10th Grotto Heaven realm but not the Yin-Yang realm. The stages in the middle were only considered small stages. It was similar to the 10th Grotto Heaven realm's early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. However, it wasn't easy to surpass this 100% and possess 100% of the Yin-Yang force. Even Phoenix Kraichi-shan took a month to surpass this stage. As for Ling Xiao, he basically took 3 days. However, possessing 100% of the Yin-Yang force didn't mean that one could enter the Yin-Yang realm directly. This was a true super stage. It was much more difficult to surpass the super stage than simply accumulating strength. However, no matter what, Ling Xiao's current strength was already terrifying enough. He even believed that even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a level 1 Yin-Yang realm martial artist. If he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, even if he couldn't win against a level 2 Yin-Yang realm martial artist, he wouldn't lose miserably. Of course, this was only his speculation. He still had to test it in real combat to see if it was true. The Blood Prince in front of him was the best test target. Roar! The Blood Prince roared again. He opened his mouth and shot out more than a dozen black rays. Even though they weren't as powerful as before, they were much faster and more concentrated. At the same time, the Blood Prince pounced forward. Even though he didn't have much intelligence, the Blood Prince still had a powerful battle sense after being transformed by the Blood Demon. He seemed to know that Ling Xiao had become stronger, so his attacks were obviously stronger. Come on, monster. Let me see your strength. Ling Xiao still held the Dark Demon sword in his hand, but it was obviously more powerful than before. He had injected 10% of his Yin-Yang power into the Dark Demon sword. It was difficult for the Yin-Yang power to recover automatically, so Ling Xiao was very careful when he used it. Even though it was only 10% of his Yin-Yang power, coupled with the terrifying power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the Dark Demon sword was still filled with a terrifying aura. The black rays were easily blocked by Ling Xiao. The Blood Prince suddenly stopped charging forward. He roared into the sky. Then, he saw blood-red power continuously entering his body from the Black Desert. His expression became even more ferocious. A ball of blood-red energy condensed in his hands. The ball of red energy accumulated a terrifying power of death. Then, the Blood Prince tore through the air again. He carried that terrifying power and wanted to clash head-on with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge. Since he had already summoned the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he had no reason to retreat. Dominate the heavens and the earth. The Sky Tyrant martial soul didn't allow retreat. Otherwise, its power would weaken. This was a head-on clash. Of course, Ling Xiao was much better than the Blood Prince in terms of the use of power. Boom! Boom! Crazy power exploded in the sky. It actually formed a huge black-red tornado, wreaking havoc on the ground, rising up, and triggering black lightning. Such a terrifying scene made the warriors of Black Raven City feel terrified. Which expert is fighting in the Black Desert? Why is it so terrifying? It must be a peerless expert in the Yin-Yang realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying scene. Many people were trembling. A bad premonition was growing in their hearts. They had never had such a feeling before. But today, it was so clear and unsettling. Not far away from Black Raven City, several warriors were fighting. They didn't notice the black and red inscriptions and symbols flashing on the ground. The stronger warriors killed the weaker ones, and blood flowed on the ground. This kind of thing was very normal. However, something abnormal happened very quickly. A ferocious beast crawled out from the pool of blood. It was blood-red all over, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, like a fierce tiger, but much bigger. Its blood-red eyes stared at the strong warrior, and it opened its bloody mouth and roared. Blood-sucking scourge. The blood-sucking scourge has appeared. The terrifying roar attracted the attention of many martial artists. Among the crowd, someone finally recognized what that terrifying monster was. Hearing the name, people's faces changed, and then they fled madly in the direction of Black Raven City. As they fled, they shouted. The blood-sucking scourge chased after them, and every warrior who died would leave behind a pool of blood. Then, a blood-sucking scourge would crawl out of the blood. The more powerful the warrior's blood, the more terrifying the blood-sucking scourge would be. It seems that Black Raven City is not safe. Cold Plum, who had arrived near Black Raven City, saw this scene, so she turned the golden eagle and flew back to the Black Desert. When they arrived at the Black Desert, the horrible black and red tornado was still going. Seeing the dark and horrible universe behind the young Sky Emperor, Lon and Cold Plum were so shocked that they couldn't control their emotions. Of course, they didn't know that it was the mutated Mountain River martial spirit, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. They just felt that it was very powerful. Ling Xiao was sometimes too cautious. His Sky Tyrant martial spirit had changed a lot compared to the Human King's Mountain River martial spirit. Almost no one could recognize it. But considering that this martial spirit was too powerful, he still didn't want to use it easily. Cold Plum and Lon saw it when he used it today. Fortunately, he trusted these two people very much. He thought that they would never betray him. Otherwise, he would have to kill them. His Majesty, this is too powerful. Lon didn't even think about the martial spirit. She was just shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. He was actually able to fight to a draw with such a powerful blood prince. Could it be that Ling Xiao was a Yin-Yang realm martial artist? In fact, not to mention her, even Cold Plum, who had always been by Ling Xiao's side, was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was simply too terrifying. How long had it been since they last met? It hadn't even been 5 minutes. How could his yin-yang elemental energy have risen from 40% to 100%, and what exactly was that terrifying martial soul? He had never seen it before. It seemed that his master was much more powerful than he had imagined. Basically, there was no one who could make his master use his full strength. She suddenly thought of the 10,000 gate formation in the dragon-slaying forest, where the space suddenly turned pitch black. When it became clear again, she saw the corpse of the Alliance Master. All this time, many people did not understand how her master had killed the Alliance Master. Now, she finally understood. Other than controlling the 10,000 gate formation and the 100% ancient Golden Crow battle intent, it should be this terrifying martial soul. It was really too terrifying. With this martial soul, other than Feng Ming Qi Shan, Dan Feng, Ji Huang Tian, and a few others on the Dragon Phoenix list, who could be her master's match? Boom! The terrifying tornado finally dissipated. The Blood Prince and Ling Xiao retreated at almost the same time. Ling Xiao wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed fiercely, "Bah, this guy is really strong. Even with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, I'm still weaker than him." However, even though he was cursing, the expression on his face was filled with excitement. This time, Ling Xiao's black hair fluttered, and the dark demon sword in his hand disappeared. In the terrifying universe behind him, something seemed to be brewing. Sky Tyrant Dark Demon Sword, God Slayer. Suddenly, in the pitch-black universe, a huge dark demon sword appeared like a shooting star. It streaked across the silent and empty void and stabbed towards the Blood Prince in the direction that Xianxia had pointed. Boom! This sword was completely combined with the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The Blood Prince was finally unable to block it completely. His body was sent flying and smashed into the black desert. This power was really too terrifying. The Sky Tyrant Dark Demon sword didn't stop because of this. Instead, it stabbed into the black desert, and the entire black desert shook because of this. Alan was completely dumbfounded. She was thinking, if she hadn't chosen to stand with Xianxia and had done the same thing as the ebony bald eagle, what would have happened? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but tremble. Previously, she felt that she had done something stupid because of her kindness. It was a little extreme, and she felt that kindness wasn't worth mentioning. However, at this moment, she understood that as long as one didn't blindly show unrestrained kindness, good things would still happen. Boom! The Blood Prince's roars and rumbles could be heard in the black desert. The terrifying Sky Tyrant Dark Demon sword was chasing after the Blood Prince. In the sky, Xiao's Tai Chi eye kept flashing. He could see everything in the black desert clearly. It's still not enough. I've already used 20% of my yin-yang origin energy. With my current cultivation, it's still a little difficult to deal with a monster at the second level of the yin-yang realm. Although he had the upper hand, Xiao sighed helplessly. The Blood Prince was at a disadvantage because his opponent was brainless. If it was a martial artist at the same cultivation level, Xiao wouldn't be so relaxed. Although the Blood Prince's strength had increased after transforming into a blood demon, his actual combat strength had decreased. Bang! A figure flew out of the black desert. Bang! 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 Figures flew out of the black desert one after another. Xiao's expression turned grave. The Blood Prince's soldiers and subordinates had all turned into terrifying blood demon puppets. As their combat strength increased, their bodies also grew larger, and they gave off a shocking feeling of suppression. The most eye-catching ones were the Blood Prince's 100 sons. The blood demon monsters they had transformed into were completely different from the soldiers. They were blood demon generals of the same level as the Blood Prince. Although their strength couldn't be compared to the Blood Prince, their appearances were similar. If there was a difference, it would be that the Blood Prince's body was bigger. As Xiao thought of this, he suddenly frowned. The battle in the Black Desert had changed. The Sky Tyrant Dark Demon sword flew out and returned to the Sky Tyrant universe. However, the Blood Prince had mutated once again. The originally blood-red wings had turned golden. His eyes, which were originally cloudy and confused, became clear at this moment. This is troublesome. Xiao smiled bitterly. The clear eyes meant that the blood demon monster had completed its transformation. Now that he had regained his intelligence, the battle would be even more difficult. What should I call you? Golden Blood Demon King? Xiao looked at the golden monster and sighed. Run! Run, Your Majesty! Alan suddenly exclaimed. The revival of the legendary blood demon was already shocking enough. She didn't expect that another legend would also show signs of revival. This caused her heart to sink into extreme fear, causing her to scream without regard for anything else. Since ancient times, this black land had been regarded as a place filled with demonic qi. It was rumored that this place was once one of the main battlefields of the ancient times. At that time, no less than billions of warriors and beasts died here. The entire land was dyed red. Then it solidified and gradually turned into a pitch-black color, and it never retreated. The terrifying blood demon was born from the blood and resentment. Although the blood demon was later suppressed by the human king, the successive holy emperors of the sacred dynasty also adopted a high-pressure strategy against the blood demon, absolutely not allowing the existence of the blood demon. However, the sacred dynasty collapsed in the end. The reappearance of the blood demon seemed to be logical. But if it was just an ordinary blood demon, it would be fine. According to legend, once the Golden Blood Demon King appeared, the originally scattered and disbanded soldiers would gather together and become a terrifying force. Xiao didn't know this, but as a race in this black land, it was impossible for Ellen not to know. That was why she was so panicked and fearful. Your Majesty, leave here quickly. Black Crow City, no, the entire Black Crow Empire is doomed. Lai exclaimed again. Seeing her so frightened, Ling Xiao didn't intend to stay and fight the Golden Blood Demon King. Anyway, this guy was too strong now. Unless he broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, he couldn't even think about defeating him. Retreat. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, withdrew the Sky Tyrant martial soul, and then turned into a flash of light and flew onto the back of the Golden Eagle. The Golden Blood Demon King seemed to be still in the process of mutation, so it didn't attack. Instead, the 100 Blood Demon generals flew up to chase after him. But their strength was still unable to contend with Ling Xiao. After being repeatedly repelled by Ling Xiao, they lost track of Ling Xiao. However, because of the battle, Ling Xiao and the others once again lost their way in the Black Desert. Originally, he had planned to go out, but unexpectedly, he was getting closer and closer to Black Raven City. Black Raven City was not peaceful either. Although there were no blood demon generals or blood demon puppets, there were a large number of blood-sucking scourges, densely surrounding Black Raven City like ants. It's over. We're dead for sure this time. I didn't expect the blood-sucking scourge to appear as well. Alan's expression became extremely unsightly. Blood demons were even harder to deal with than sky demons, earth demons, and insect demons because they were born from fresh blood, and their consciousness was based on resentment and hatred. As long as someone in the profound world died, they would appear. Unless it was the sealed first-generation blood demon. This was what the human king and the sacred emperors of the sacred dynasty had done. To put it bluntly, if the first-generation blood demon had not been sealed, the rise of the sea race and the emergence of the true demon empire would not have been possible. The blood demons would have already ruled the entire profound world. Do you think that Golden Blood Demon King is the reincarnation of the first-generation blood demon? Ling Xiao asked. It shouldn't be. The first-generation blood demon was very cunning and never revealed his true face. If the human king didn't have the mountain river martial spirit, it would be impossible to see through the first-generation blood demon. The later generations only strengthened the seal. Once the first-generation blood demon escaped, only the mountain river martial spirit or an eye technique similar to the fiery golden eyes could find him. Alan replied. What a headache. This first-generation blood demon should have an intelligent body. What does he want to do? Could it be that he also has a Chunibu dream of ruling the profound world? Ling Xiao scratched his head. That's unknown. However, the place where the blood demons were born must be filled with rivers of blood. There will be no signs of life, just like a land of death. If the records in the book are correct, I think the blood demons will start a crazy massacre in the Divine Phoenix continent. When Alan said these words, he could feel his entire body trembling. That won't do. The Divine Phoenix continent is already in my bag. I will not allow them to destroy it. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. The golden eagle that was flying suddenly stopped. It turned out that there were many blood-sucking scourges around them. These blood-sucking scourges were different from the ones on the ground. They all had wings and could fly. It seems that we will have to fight before we reach Black Raven City. Ling Xiao looked at the flying blood-sucking scourges. Some were strong, some were weak. They ranged from the celestial realm to the half-step Yin-Yang realm. According to Alan, these blood-sucking scourges were born from the blood of warriors who were killed. The cultivation of warriors was basically the same as the blood-sucking scourges. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Alan and asked. No, I'm not afraid. With His Majesty here, I'm not afraid. Alan suddenly recalled the scene of Ling Xiao's battle with the Blood Demon Prince. Until now, she still felt that it was incredible. That's good. You just sit on the Golden Eagle and protect yourself. Cold Plum and I will lead the way. Ling Xiao made this arrangement because for him and Cold Plum, these flying blood-sucking scourges were important resources to improve their cultivation. Whoosh, before he finished speaking, Cold Plum had already rushed out and stabbed one of the blood-sucking scourges with her sword. Then, the energy of darkness and death flowed into her body. 60% of Yin-Yang Yuan energy, Master. I don't think this is a crisis. It's simply an opportunity. Cold Plum said excitedly. Then kill to your heart's content. But be careful. Be careful that there are Yin-Yang realm guys among the blood-sucking scourges. Ling Xiao reminded her. Understood, master. The battle began. Ling Xiao killed the blood-sucking scourges blocking the way while looking at the horrifying scene on the ground. The ruthless and ferocious blood-sucking scourges were constantly devouring the lives of the human warriors. Even a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert was helpless when facing dozens or hundreds of blood-sucking scourges. In the end, they died tragically under the sharp teeth and claws. The number of human warriors was decreasing, but the number of blood-sucking scourges was increasing. The crisis was getting worse, and people began to swarm towards Black Crow City. After all, the sturdy city walls combined with powerful formations were the best way to resist the invasion of the blood-sucking scourges. This was a disaster. It was the end of the Black Crow Empire. The scene around Black Crow City was only a miniature version. If Ling Xiao could see the entire black soil, he would find that dozens of cities around the Black Crow Empire were facing the same situation. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Although he was vengeful and ruthless, it did not mean that he had no sympathy. He also used to be an insignificant warrior and hoped that there would be powerful warriors to protect them. Now, he was thinking of saving as many people as he could without endangering his own safety. Ling Xiao's figure flickered under the sky, like a light in the dark night, giving hope to those who were being chased by blood-sucking scourge. He didn't speak, but felt the power accumulating in his body after killing blood-sucking scourge. There was still no sign of a breakthrough. It seemed that if he wanted to break through to the Yin-Yang realm, he had to fully control the heavenly devil fighting spirit. As for the 9 deaths reincarnation technique, he still maintained a relatively restrained attitude. If he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. What's the situation over there? In the distance, Black Raven City came into view. Ling Xiao found that a large number of warriors were blocked at the gate of the city. They thought they had found hope, but in the end, they were driven into a corner and were killed by blood-sucking scourge outside the gate of Black Raven City. Oh no, it seems that Black Raven City has closed all the gates. We can only go out, not in. I'm afraid we can't go there anymore. Alan also found the situation over there and said helplessly, Black Raven City is basically inhabited by the nobles and rich people of the Black Raven Empire. They only care about their own lives and don't care about the lives of ordinary people. I almost forgot that Black Raven City was originally a shelter for the nobles. What right do ordinary people have to enter? Ling Xiao glanced at the city and found that it was divided into 3 parts, the inner city, the middle city, and the outer city. According to Alan, the inner city was the royal city, where the royal family lived and was guarded by powerful royal guards. The middle city was where the nobles lived and was also guarded by royal guards. The outer city was where the rich and the Black Raven City Defense Army lived. There were also some ordinary people, but they were all businessmen. After all, even the nobles and the army needed high-grade goods. At this time, the 3 city gates were tightly closed. The tall city gates not only blocked blood-sucking scourge, but also cut off the hope of all the warriors who came to ask for help. It's not impossible to go in. Ling Xiao smiled and said, in any case, I came to the Black Raven Empire to overthrow this decaying imperial court. Tell me, if I saved the lives of those commoners in front of so many people, wouldn't the Heavenly Dynasty Empire be welcomed by the people? Of course. Alan's eyes lit up. Although Ling Xiao's idea was risky, it was worth a try. Because if it succeeded, the benefits would be huge. Soon, they killed their way to the outskirts of Black Crow City. Black Raven City had also set up a no-fly array. Flying was forbidden within 1,000 meters of Black Raven City. The only way to get there was on foot. It couldn't be helped. After all, this was the Imperial City. It was normal for it to have such powerful defenses. The only way was to do what Ling Xiao did when he broke into the Divine Phoenix capital. First, he had to destroy the people inside and destroy the defensive array formation. But this time, the situation was a bit special. The city was surrounded by blood-sucking scourges. Once the formation was destroyed, Black Raven City would be completely destroyed. This was not what he wanted. After all, he still wanted to keep such a sturdy city. The closer they got to Black Raven City, the more they could see the majesty of the city. Although it did not cover as much land as the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, the degree of grandeur of these buildings was even more impressive than the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. Roar, roar, roar. Outside Black Raven City, the civilian warriors were fighting fiercely with the blood-sucking scourges. Although they could not enter the city, it was better to have their backs against the city than to be directly surrounded. At this moment, they were fighting desperately, hoping that the masters of Black Raven City would appear and help them repel these terrifying blood-sucking scourges. The terrifying roars of the blood-sucking scourges were constantly heard. Not only did they bring great pressure to the civilian warriors, but they also summoned more blood-sucking scourges to come from all directions. On top of the city wall, the leader of the city defense army looked coldly at the scene outside the city. He did not give the order to open the city gate. Nor did he give the order to attack the blood-sucking scourges. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the killing outside the city. Next to him sat an old man in luxurious clothes. On both sides of the old man were beautiful women who were feeding him grapes and wine. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, fun, really fun. These lowly commoners are helping us block the blood-sucking scourges. Kill as many as you can. It's worth it to die, ha ha ha. Among the soldiers, there were some who couldn't bear it and some who were angry, but they dared not speak out in front of the old man. The old man was a half-step Yinyang realm warrior with Yinyang original energy cultivation. He was also the governor of the outer city of Black Raven City, a true noble. Whoever dared to offend him would probably be thrown out of the city. Ling Xiao looked up at the situation on top of the city wall and cursed inwardly. Then, a dark shadow slipped into the city along the ground. Cold Plum also disappeared at the same time. Like a ghost, the tall city gate could not stop her at all. Lan was still sitting on the golden eagle, helping the warriors outside the city to fight the blood-sucking scourges. Ling Xiao's idea was simple. First, he would clean up the blood-sucking scourges outside the city. Then, he would take advantage of the time when Shadow Child and Cold Plum, who had sneaked in, closed the formation and opened the city gate. Then, he would let all the warriors outside in. He was a man who could achieve great things. A man who could achieve great things naturally needed the support of others and the support of the people. Now, nearly 100,000 warriors had gathered outside the city, and there was no lack of half-step Yinyang realm warriors. If he could gain their support, the military power of the Heavenly Empire would become even stronger. Therefore, he had to be a hero today. He was such a person. Sometimes, he would transform into a demon, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Sometimes, he would transform into a hero, causing countless people to worship him and cheer for him. Whatever he did, it was based on his heart. There was no simple justice. After all, many things in the world were not black or white. Most of them were gray areas. As long as he felt that it was beneficial and could do it, it was fine. Roar. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's roar was like the roar of a divine dragon, attracting the attention of all the blood-sucking scourges. Blood-sucking scourges were brainless monsters. They attacked their targets out of instinct. Ling Xiao's roar obviously attracted their attention, even though they knew that the young man in front of them was more terrifying than the warriors they had encountered before. But they still stared at Ling Xiao, wanting to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Is that person stupid? On the city gate tower, the noble elder was stunned for a moment before he laughed. City Lord, it doesn't matter if he's stupid or not. The important thing is that this show is worth watching. The leader of the city defense army said with a smile. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. The noble elder looked excitedly at Ling Xiao. Although he did not know what this fool wanted to do, he could still watch the show. There were at least 9,000 blood-sucking scourges surrounding Ling Xiao, if not 10,000. Among them, the weakest were Heaven Realm blood-sucking scourges. The strongest were half-step Yinyang Realm. Moreover, there were at least 3 half-step Yinyang Realm blood-sucking scourges. The appearance of 3 half-step Yinyang Realm blood-sucking scourges. This meant that 3 warriors of this cultivation level had already been killed. What a waste. Lan, stand with them. Ling Xiao was about to release a terrifying move. He was afraid that he would be implicated, so he instructed Lan to stay away from him. After all, some moves didn't differentiate between friend and foe. If they were too close, they might not be killed, but there was a high possibility that they would be affected. Understood. Lan didn't reject Ling Xiao's kindness. She thought of the terrifying universe behind Ling Xiao in the Black Desert again. If he used that move, these blood-sucking scourges might not be enough to deal with him. Bastards, come at me. The more the better. I'll kill all of you. While Ling Xiao was accumulating energy, he was also waiting for more blood-sucking scourges to gather. If he wanted to kill, he might as well kill more. Otherwise, he would waste the power of his ultimate move. Angry roars came from the blood-sucking scourges. Although these blood-sucking scourges were brainless, they still had a little bit of self-awareness. When they saw that a puny human dared to ignore them, they became irritable. Hundreds of blood-sucking scourges charged at Ling Xiao at almost the same time. They were so fast that the space around Ling Xiao was completely compressed in the blink of an eye. That kid is finished. I've never seen such a fool. The crowd couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. They all thought that Ling Xiao was a self-righteous fool. However, in the next moment, dense and terrifying sword qi suddenly appeared around Ling Xiao's body. Any blood-sucking scourge that came into contact with the sword qi was instantly sucked dry as if they had met their nemesis. Black energy surged into Ling Xiao's body. Dark Sword Realm was very suitable to deal with a large number of enemies. Especially now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the half-step yin-yang realm and had 100% yin and yang essence energy. The power of his Dark Sword Realm had also increased tremendously. The hundreds of blood-sucking scourges that charged out first didn't even understand what was going on before they all died. This kid is good. On the city gate tower, the noble elder was stunned for a moment before he said, "He doesn't seem to be a fool. He has some skills. But if that's all, he's still going to die." The city lord is right. The stronger he is, the more blood-sucking scourge will be, the more Black Raven City can kill city. And the pressure. The city defense leader's flattery was always on point. He didn't know if he had practiced it on purpose. Looks like an expert has come to help us. Brothers, let's attack together. When the warriors outside the city saw that Ling Xiao was still alive despite being besieged by hundreds of blood-sucking scourges, they couldn't help but feel excited. Although Ling Xiao looked very young, one could not judge a book by its cover. Even if he was young, as long as he was capable, there would be no problem. Don't move, lest you draw the aggro. I have the Tomb of the Gods, Skeleton General, Tri-Leaf Magic Eyes, Bronze Troll. Boom, with two loud noises, two behemoths appeared in front of the warriors, blocking the blood-sucking scourge for them and preventing them from attacking. Listen to His Majesty. Don't move. He will take care of these blood-sucking scourge. Alan shouted loudly. His Majesty? Many people didn't understand what he meant. They thought they had heard it wrong. Because those who could be called His Majesty were either kings or emperors. This young man couldn't be the new king of the Black Crow Empire, right? He didn't look like a member of the Black Crow clan at all. However, Lan's words still had an effect. At the very least, they no longer attacked randomly. In this way, the blood-sucking scourge's target would not change. Black sword qi swirled around Ling Xiao's body. The blood-sucking scourge couldn't get close. But this wasn't Ling Xiao's ultimate goal. The Dark Sword Realm was just to buy time. Ling Xiao's real goal was to use more powerful moves. He stood there, holding Ice's Fury in his hand. Terrifying black energy condensed above his head. Then a dark demon sword appeared. When Ice's Fury merged with the dark demon sword, its power increased tremendously. But this wasn't the end. Behind him, there seemed to be a ferocious beast letting out a low roar. This made all the warriors' hearts beat violently. Even Ling Xiao didn't expect that his martial soul, which he hadn't used for a while, would be so terrifying now. This should be due to the increase in his cultivation and the absorption of a large amount of dark and death energy. The terrifying beast that was as black as ink tore through the void and stuck out its huge head. Just its head alone was bigger than thousands of blood-sucking scourge. Its body swayed slightly as it crawled out of the void. Its ferocious and crazy eyes looked at the blood-sucking scourge. Huge drool dripped from its mouth and formed a lake on the ground. The blood-sucking scourge stopped attacking. They stared at the huge beast that was as black as ink. They could clearly feel the terror of the huge beast. On the city gate tower, the aristocratic elder stood up and looked at the martial soul behind Ling Xiao in surprise. This kid actually has such a precious martial soul. Once this Taotai grows up, it will be a terrifying beast that can easily tear apart the mystic world. Greed could be seen in his eyes. Listen, if he's killed, we must get his martial soul. If he's not dead, we'll capture him alive and extract his martial soul before killing him. The aristocratic elder said coldly. Yes, city lord. The leader of the city guards looked at Ling Xiao with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for having such a powerful martial soul and coming to Black Raven City. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what the aristocratic elder was thinking. His mind was focused on the battle. When the Taotai beast's body finally crawled out of the void completely, the Taotai beast's body had already crawled out. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand also swung out. Taotia's doomsday. Be destroyed, blood-sucking scourge. A cold voice came from his mouth. Following the direction where the dark demon sword was pointing, the horrifying Taotai pounced. Roar. Wu then, shrill roars and angry and frightened roars rose and fell one after another. The horrifying Taotai began to bite the blood-sucking scourge. Any blood-sucking scourge that was touched by it would instantly be turned into black energy and be absorbed into Ling Xiao's body. Such a terrifying and shocking scene shocked everyone to the point that they were speechless. Lan was also dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao only had one terrifying martial soul. But this time, Ling Xiao gave her another surprise. Even though this attack couldn't be compared to the previous one, it was more than enough to deal with tens of thousands of blood-sucking scourge. Ling Xiao's forehead was dripping with sweat. He was panting slightly. The more powerful the move, the more energy it would consume. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved a lot, and his internal strength was much more abundant than before. Otherwise, it would be really strenuous for him to execute this move. Amidst Taotia's roar, the blood-sucking scourge surrounding Black Raven City were all killed in an instant. The outside of the city gate that was originally bustling with activity actually became empty in an instant. Although more terrifying sounds could be heard in the distance, they should still be some distance away. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to get here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the warriors outside the gate, they completely saw the hope of survival. My lord, please open the gate. There are no more blood-sucking scourge. Someone shouted at the top of the gate tower. However, he was answered with a cold laugh. Open the gate? Don't joke around. Black Raven City is not a place where you lowly people are qualified to enter. They could understand why the other party didn't open the gate before, because they were afraid that the blood-sucking scourge would take the opportunity to sneak into the city. But now that the blood-sucking scourge had been killed, these people still refused to open the gate. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them all. However, if any of you can capture that boy alive, I can let them enter the city. The noble old man pointed his finger at Ling Xiao and said with a sly smile. What? The warriors outside the city couldn't understand. That boy was a hero who had defeated tens of thousands of blood-sucking scourge. Why did they want to kill him? Even if I die, I won't kill my benefactor. That's right. That noble son of AB*TCH, he's really a good-for-nothing. Most of the warriors had a good attitude. Ling Xiao had saved their lives, so they really couldn't kill Ling Xiao. But not all of them had such a high level of awareness. There were still a small number of people who had evil thoughts. When they saw Ling Xiao gasping for breath, they knew that Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of energy. Anyway, they would die if they couldn't enter the city, so they decided to take the risk. Capturing Ling Xiao alive in exchange for a chance to enter the city might be a good deal. They took advantage of the chaos and quietly approached Ling Xiao. Some cultivators even pretended to protect Ling Xiao in the name of protecting him, but in reality, they harbored malicious intentions. But in the next moment, these people's ferocious faces were completely exposed. I'm sorry, kid. Who asked you to be so hateful? Don't blame us. Finally, several hundred people attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao just looked on indifferently. He had no intention of making a move. He had seen this kind of scene many times. Therefore, he was not surprised. You can't expect everyone to be a grateful person. There will always be a handful of shameless people. However, these hundreds of people were not worth his time at all. The moment those people made a move, they were destined to die without a complete corpse. It was not Ling Xiao who made the move. It was not Alan either. It was also not the green-eyed golden eagle, the skeleton general, or the bronze troll. Instead, it was the other martial artists that Ling Xiao had saved. I don't like to owe people favors. Today, whoever dares to make a move on the little hero, I will kill him. A fierce martial artist with a face full of scars said fiercely as he held two corpses that had just been destroyed. Same. A cold swordsman wiped the blood on his sword. He did not say much, but his attitude was very clear. There were many people like these too. The mystic world was like this. There were all kinds of people. Some people were extremely shameless, and some people were extremely righteous. However, the vast majority of people still belonged to the category of people who would repay kindness and cease hatred. They clearly distinguished kindness and hatred, and were not two extremes. Ling Xiao gently patted the dust off his body. The effect he wanted had been achieved. Cold Plum, you can close the array. He sent a soul transmission to Cold Plum inside. The Shadow Child did not need to send a sound transmission at all because it was a part of his soul. Open the door. Ling Xiao rose into the air. Although he could not fly, jumping was not a problem. He stood on the shoulder of the skeleton general. Then, the skeleton general and the bronze troll were each responsible for a giant door, preparing to open it. Haha, boy, don't be wishful thinking. The city gate is protected by an array. Let alone the two big guys you summoned, even if there were 10 more, they would not be able to open it. Moreover, this city lord advises you not to act rashly. Otherwise, under the attack of the array, not even your bones will be left. The noble old man looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer, as if looking at a stupid fool. He actually wanted to open the heavy city gate of Black Crow City. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him at all, just indifferently commanding the skeleton general and the bronze troll. The crowd outside the city nervously watched this scene. Although they were also looking forward to Ling Xiao's success, to be honest, according to past experience, they felt that the chances were not very high. Asterisk clatter. Asterisk what? Asterisk the next moment, the crowd was surprised to find that the two giant doors were actually pushed open, making an unpleasant sound of friction. Quick, attack with the array. The noble old man was anxious. He did not expect this scene at all. He could not understand why the array, which usually never failed, would suddenly fail at this time. But at this point, he had no time to think about it and hurriedly ordered the array to attack. The crowd outside the city was in a panic. Many people knew how terrifying Black Raven City's defensive formation was. If it suddenly attacked at this time, they would really be in trouble. However, there was a strange thing. The city gate was still open, but the array's attack did not arrive. Oh no, the array is not working. How could this be? The noble old man was dumbfounded. My lord, don't panic. This boy has just fought with so many blood-sucking scourges and must be very weak. Watch me take his head. The city guard leader sneered and jumped toward Ling Xiao. The long saber in his hand chopped down toward Ling Xiao's neck. The sound of wind and thunder in the air was enough to show the power of the saber. However, at this moment, his eyes met with Ling Xiao's eyes in the air. The terrifying murderous intent in those eyes actually made his heart tremble. He began to regret it. Why did he have to flaunt his abilities? Could it be that if he rushed out, that fat city lord would give him a promotion? Damn it. Die. The cold and harsh voice exploded in the void. The city guard leader felt as if his heart was about to explode at that moment. Then, everyone saw Ling Xiao gently raise his hand and a black demonic sword cut through the air. The terrifying black sword chi tore through the void and rushed toward the city guard leader at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. At that moment, everyone shuddered. It was too terrifying. That terrifying killing intent could simply make people lose all hope of living in an instant. The city guard leader did not expect that he would die in such a cowardly way. His body was directly split from the middle and then the two halves fell to the ground. The terrifying and gloomy scene made everyone's eyes shine with incomparable horror and fear. This young hero, what an overbearing sword move, what a fierce murderous aura, what a decisive killing move. Without the slightest hesitation, He dared to raise his sword in the face of the dignified leader of the city defense army. He was too strong. Enter the city. After killing the leader of the city defense army, Ling Zhao's expression did not change at all. At this time, the gate of Black Raven City had been opened. He said coldly and then stood beside the gate, domineeringly facing the army of nearly 100,000 warriors outside the city. Thank you. Long live. The martial artist shouted excitedly and rushed into the city. But when they reached Ling Zhao's side, they instantly became well-behaved and entered Black Raven City in an orderly manner. The guards inside did not dare to stop them at all. That was 100,000 people. The city defense army only had 50,000 people in total. And most of them were on the city wall. There was only a cavalry of 2,000 people guarding below. If they dared to attack, they would be easily destroyed. Listen, the one who let you enter the city is His Majesty the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, Ling Xiao. Don't forget. Under Ling Zhao's hint, Alan shouted loudly. Ling Xiao did not save people for free. He saved these people, although he did not expect them to repay him. But they had to owe him a favor. It would be best if they could join the Celestial Empire. Even if they could not join the Celestial Empire, they were not allowed to attack the warriors of the Celestial Empire in the future. Long live His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Long live. An even louder voice rang out. The royal family of the Black Raven Empire was unpopular. The Raven Queen did not take these civilian warriors seriously at all. She regarded them as untouchables and did not even give them the right to live in Black Raven City. How could these people be loyal to the royal family? As for Ling Zhao's name, many of them had heard of it before. In the Battle of the Northern Desert, Ling Xiao had killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. Many warriors knew the name of this young hero. In the dragon-slaying forest not long ago, Tomohiko Kuma was killed, and the 7 kill stars were basically all killed by Ling Xiao. Even the Raven Queen was killed by Ling Zhao's protector, the Liquor Demon Sword. The Black Crow Empire was completely wiped out. Ling Zhao's name was being circulated in the streets. Some people felt fear. Some people were excited. But no one knew what kind of person the Celestial Emperor was. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know much about it. But this time, Ling Xiao had killed more than 10,000 blood-sucking scourges and opened the gates of Black Raven City for them to hide. This already showed the greatness and magnanimity of this young hero. Following this Celestial Emperor, no matter how bad it was probably much better than following the royal family of the Black Crow Empire. When all the warriors began to enter the city, Ling Zhao's gaze turned to the noble old man. Just now you said you wanted them to capture me alive? Do I have a grudge against you? As he spoke, the black demon sword in Ling Zhao's hand burned with black hell dragon fire. The terrifying killing intent became even stronger. No. Then why? I killed so many blood-sucking scourges for you, shouldn't you thank me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The black flame wrapped his whole body. At this time, Ling Xiao was like a demon that walked out of the ground, full of evil aura, and looked very terrifying. Misunderstanding, it's just a misunderstanding. Although the noble old man's cultivation was not weak, but he had been pampered all year round, and his fighting strength was not as strong as it was in reality. And the moment he heard that the other party was the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao, his face changed greatly. Ling Zhao's fame was too shocking. He couldn't help but fear. Misunderstanding? Are you sure? Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of backing down. If someone wanted to take his life, he would not let it go. He could save people, but he could also kill people. That was him. Kid, don't push your luck. This is Black Crow City. I just saw you release the martial soul of Tao Tai, so I was a little greedy. The one who attacked you was not me. The noble old man retreated while releasing his martial soul. It was a fat giant bat, and it looked like it could not fly. The old man's weapons were 2 scimitars. Their shapes were very strange. Cold blade intent was released from the 2 curved blades. If Ling Xiao was not willing to let him go, then he could only fight to the death. He could not choose to turn around and run away. The key was that even if he wanted to escape, he could not. Ling Xiao's ice-cold killing intent had already completely sealed off his escape route. If he really wanted to escape, he would only be seeking his own death. Instead, he would get himself into even more trouble. Ling Xiao did not speak. With the dark demon sword in hand, he directly jumped onto the city wall. Although there were many soldiers on the city wall, no one dared to stop him. Perhaps some people did not even want to stop him. After all, this noble old man did not seem to be very popular. Many people even hated him to the core. Black smoke billowed. Black fire burned. The dark and death energy that emerged from the black soil actually merged with Ling Xiao's shadow energy. Ling Xiao even had a feeling. His cultivation seemed to have begun to touch the switch to the yin-yang realm. All he needed was an opportunity. The opportunity had come. Ling Xiao knew that this was the best time to break through. Just now, he had crazily killed tens of thousands of blood-sucking scourges. The dark and death energy gathered by the blood-sucking scourges had completely poured into his body. As long as he could give this energy a chance to rush up, it would definitely make him stronger. Breaking through to the yin-yang realm might not be a pipe dream. Heavenly demon fighting intent. A terrifying heavenly demon suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. Heavenly demons had the fewest numbers in the mystic world, but their overall strength was the strongest. Especially the immemorial heavenly demon, it was even more terrifying. Release 60% fighting intent. In the past, Ling Xiao had merged with 50% of the immemorial heavenly demon's fighting intent. At that time, the gap between his cultivation and now was relatively large, so he did not dare to rashly touch it. After all, the immemorial heavenly demon fighting intent was more likely to cause one to go berserk and lose oneself than the immemorial golden crow fighting intent. Now, his cultivation had reached an extreme point, a threshold. Moreover, with the help of the Moon Lady, he had completely merged with the immemorial golden crow's fighting intent. His soul power had also undergone a huge upgrade. With these advantages, he believed that it would be relatively easy for him to completely devour the immemorial heavenly demon fighting intent. 70% immemorial heavenly demon fighting intent, 80%. No problem, I can still continue. Ling Xiao seemed to have forgotten to attack the noble old man, but the old man had no intention of escaping. At this time only he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. In the eyes of the noble old man, Ling Xiao had transformed into a true immemorial heavenly demon. He was filled with terrifying demonic qi and evil energy, causing people to tremble in fear. He felt that he could not move at all, let alone do anything else. End of chapter 1567. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.